Chapter 736 Interception. Panlong Highway. This is the last suburban road after getting off the highway from Jiangnan to the provincial capital. The whole journey is downhill, rugged, winding and somewhat steep. If a sneak attack is launched from a commanding height, the result will be either death or injury. Now, Yi Tiance was driving down the mountain. On top of the mountain, countless warriors in black combat uniforms were looking down at Yi Tiance's car. There was a fierce look in his eyes, revealing murderous intent. Do it! Give an order. The 10 warriors immediately ran down the mountain. The other 2 warriors pushed down the large stone that had been prepared in advance. Boom! A huge rock weighing more than 10 tons suddenly fell down, making a loud noise and raising thick smoke. Boom! An explosion. Ha ha! Hit! They calculated the time and pushed the stone down when Yi Tiance's car was about to arrive, so that it would hit the car just right. If they can kill Yi Tiance, they can easily complete the mission. At the same time, all the remaining warriors jumped down from the top of the mountain. Divide into 2 groups to attack from the front and back. He wouldn't just die like that, would he? That would be lame. Impossible. He can kill Elder Tong with 1 punch. He is definitely not a good person. He is so powerful. How could he die like this? Yes, it is better to be careful. Master Tong has told us not to take it lightly. Look, is that him? Everyone looked. A figure slowly walked out of the thick smoke. Now, Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and stepped out of the thick smoke. He glanced around, and the coldness in his eyes made everyone gasp. A strong sense of oppression came over them, and everyone felt as if they were being stared at by the Wolf King on the grassland. Is he Yi Tiance? What a powerful pressure! No wonder the 4 major families have to join forces to deal with him. If any one of them were to fight against this, they would probably lose before they even start. However, there are so many of them, all of them are in the early stage of God of War, and the worst is half a step to God of War. There are more than 50 people in total, and their fighting power is almost comparable to that of a top-notch war god. This is the foundation of the alliance of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. They didn't believe that Yi Tiance alone could compare with them. There are only a few people here, the 4 major families, it's not that great. He had long guessed that the 4 major families would send people to attack along the way. But I didn't expect that all the people who came were a bunch of ugly people. Really? It's really difficult to give him a surprise. Ha, what nonsense! With so many of us, can't we handle a young boy like you? Boy, you are so presumptuous. How can you humiliate the 4 major families? Today we will kill you on behalf of the patriarch. Let you know what will happen if you humiliate our 4 great families. At this time, Sai walked up slowly from behind. She used to wear colorful clothes, but now she is wearing a black tights. The graceful curves under the tights outline the body to make it look perfect, and coupled with the pretty face, it actually shows her heroic spirit. The murderous intent in her eyes was obvious, and the bright red lipstick looked like blood dotted on her red lips, making her look somewhat seductive. She stared at Yi Tiance coldly, with a dagger in her hand. Yi Tiance, you insulted my master. Today, I, will seek justice for him. Remember, the Tong family, one of the 4 great families, cannot be insulted. Yi Tiance glanced at her and couldn't help shaking his head. It's such a blessing for that good-for-nothing Tong Guxiu to have such a beautiful maid. Sai can be said to be a classical and beautiful beauty with a score of over 90. These big families really know how to have fun. Maids have been trained since childhood and are always ready. Pity. Such a beautiful maid is going to die on the spot today. Yi Tiance laughed. Last time, your Tong family elders also told me that the Tong family should not be insulted, but the result seems not to be good. Besides, do you, the Tong family, need others to humiliate you? Aren't you already humiliated enough? Sai's eyes were burning with fire, hatred was obvious, and she said coldly. You're so sharp-tongued. I'll send you off right now. Do it! Give an order. The warriors on both sides immediately rushed forward and began to encircle Yi Tiance. Even though they were hidden agents trained by the four major families, Sai was Tong Gushou's maid. Although his strength is not as good as theirs, his status is much higher than theirs. So, Sai is the leader among them. See this. Yi Tiance nodded with satisfaction. Just right. Otherwise he would have to deal with them one by one, which would be a waste of time. He didn't want to miss the banquet hosted by his future father-in-law. Seeing that Yi Tiance had no intention of dodging, Jing Tai, the leader of the Jing family, snorted coldly. Court death. He took the lead and threw out a dragon fist, heading straight for Yi Tiance's temple. But when his fist was about to fall, he was suddenly hit in the stomach with great force. Severe pain swept through his body, making him unable to breathe in an instant. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he came to his senses. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with shock. This punch actually pierced his stomach. How is this possible? He is in the early stage of God of War. The others were also shocked. They never expected that the early stage God of War could not even withstand a single punch from Yi Tiance. This punch also hit their hearts, shocking everyone instantly. Fortunately, they knew what their mission was this time and quickly came to their senses. Quick! While his hands are trapped, go ahead. You must kill him. I don't know who shouted this, and everyone came back to their senses from their shock and rushed forward again. Sai was terrified by this scene. No wonder he could make the young master so embarrassed. With such strength, he does have the capital to be so arrogant. However, she is not afraid. On the contrary, this will only arouse her determination and resentment for revenge. Jingtai's consciousness gradually became blurred, and Yi Tiance pulled back his fist. A stream of blood spurted out instantly and sprayed onto Yi Tiance's face. He was as calm as water, and at this moment he was like a god of death, terrifyingly calm. How dare you, a firefly, dream of competing with the bright moon? Next second, Yi Tiance actually left a residual image at the original place. And he himself had already entered the crowd. For a moment, the screams continued, echoing through the sky. They fell one after another, with the interval between them not exceeding 2 breaths. Almost one punch was thrown at a time. It was really terrifying to watch. Soon, there were more than 50 people, but only half are left. The smell of blood also aroused Yi Tiance's murderous intent. Now, his eyes were red, but his expression remained unchanged. He was as calm as water, and he quietly looked at everyone who rushed up to him. Sai, who was standing by, saw this scene and her face became extremely ugly. How can this be? He could defeat an early-stage god of war with one punch. Is this really a mortal body? No. If they continue fighting like this, they will surely be wiped out. Retreat. Give an order. The remaining 20 or so people quickly retreated in a group, fear in their eyes. Damn. This is definitely not human. I thought that with so many of them being as powerful as the god of war, they would be able to kill Yi Tiance without a burial place. But he didn't take them seriously at all. One punch per person, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Miss Sai, what should we do now? They have begun to think about quitting. But they knew that if they escaped now, they would also die if they returned. Besides, Sai hasn't left yet, so how could they dare to leave? The moment they step into the 4 major families, they can only fight and die for the 4 major families. Sai adjusted her breathing and calmed herself down. Formation. Chapter 737. Sai, die. Okay. Set up the formation. They knew that if they didn't listen to Sai, they would definitely die. If I make use of the formation, maybe I can maneuver him a little and kill him when he's off guard. And Sai has a hidden identity. That is the great formation master of the Tong family. Don't underestimate Sai, she is just a young girl. She is Tong Gushou's maid. In fact, she is proficient in various ancient formations and is very good at deploying troops. Pity. They were too careless and too confident. After all, the halo brought to them by the four major families was too bright, so they underestimated the enemy, resulting in more than half of them being killed or injured. The power of the formation now will definitely not be as strong as before, but we can still fight to the death. 8-door Golden Lock Formation. Sai frowned and snorted, and everyone immediately began to change their positions. Soon, more than 20 people formed groups of 3 and occupied 8 directions, surrounding Yi Tiance. At the same time, they slowly spun around, extremely alert. This formation is one of the ancient killing formations, and it is said that it was created by Gaguzi through Chiman Duanjia. This formation combines the astrological signs, terrain and other factors of the 8 directions of the Bagua. The personnel can be changed at will, the attacks are frequent, the means are numerous and ever-changing. It can be said to be the most complicated battle formation in the ancient cold weapon era. Of course, it is impossible to unleash the full power of this formation in such a hurry. However, the power it exerts is by no means comparable to that of ordinary formations and arrays today. The reason why she is so confident is because she has practiced it countless times. Of course, this is the first time I've cooperated with this group of people. But they are all in the early stage of God of War. For those who can cultivate to this level, their brains are not as useless as before. What's more, she had already explained the formation of the battle array on the top of the mountain, and everyone had memorized it by heart. Yi Tiance grinned. Formation? Finally something interesting. Let me see how good your formation is. He had already seen that this was one of the ancient killing formations. Unfortunately, the power that can be exerted now is less than 1,000th. Because this formation has extremely high requirements for astrology, terrain, etc. What's more, these people are warriors, and their way of fighting is different from that of cultivators. Of course, if Sai is a genius and can combine the two into one, that would be really amazing. Murderous intent burst out from Sai's eyes. Kill. Next second, everyone started to move. They gradually approached Yi Tiance, and the encirclement was getting closer and closer. The speed of the movement around Yi Tiance increased, which was very confusing. Yi Tiance remained calm, his eyes full of disdain and provocation. In an instant, these martial artists have already arrived in front of Yi Tiance. Their fists followed closely behind, and the direction of the fists changed rapidly in coordination with the ever-changing formation. Die! Everyone roared, and countless fists swept towards Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance sneered. Waste is waste. Even with the help of external forces, it is still waste. You can't even give me this little surprise. The 4 major families should also disband. There are people in the formation who are dissatisfied. Stop talking big. Yi Tiance, prepare to die. Remember, the foundation of the 4 major families is far beyond the reach of a young boy like you. Stop talking to him and kill him. He saw countless fists about to fall on him. He exerted all his strength and stomped forward. In an instant, a big hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Everyone only felt a huge wave of air sweeping over them. Even if they stood firm, they could not withstand the attack of the air wave. Boom! The person standing in the front was immediately knocked to the ground by the air wave. The fist raised high would naturally fall on himself or his companion. Puff! The warriors who were affected first spat out blood and died on the spot. Before the people behind could be shocked, they were also knocked over by the air wave. How is this possible? The warriors who fell behind couldn't believe it. Even with the help of the ancient killing formation, they couldn't even withstand a stomp from Yi Tiance. They have practiced martial arts for so many years, but have never met such a strong person. This undoubtedly caused a huge impact on their hearts. Is this really something humans can do? Puff! The people at the back spat out blood again, and fell to the ground one after another, dying with their eyes open. Yi Tiance raised his head and looked straight at Sai. The calmness in his eyes made Sai feel a great crisis. At this moment, her proud heart was also shocked. How could this be? Where is he holy? With just one kick, he broke her ancient killing formation and killed more than 20 warriors who participated in the formation. This is more shocking than one punch from each person. Do not. Must be a fluke. He must have come prepared and had already planned a sneak attack. It must have been a shady trick he had prepared just now, otherwise how could he have broken her killing formation so easily? Such a result is worse than letting Fiancés punch them one by one. The huge sense of disappointment destroyed her former pride. A bunch of chickens and dogs want to kill me? Maybe in the next life. While talking, he has come to Tsai. Suddenly, Tsai felt such a great sense of oppression that she could hardly breathe. However, she forced herself to calm down, calm her mind, and put away her fear. Because she knew very well that the purpose of her coming was to kill Fiancés. If they can't kill you, then I will. Done. Tsai suddenly took action. He kicked her with a whip-like kick and Fiancés reached out and grabbed her ankle. With just a little force, the foot bones broke. The severe pain almost made her scream, but she held it back. At the same time, he threw a straight punch straight at Fiancés' face. Fiancés snorted coldly and clenched his fist to fight back. Boom! What? This time, Tsai couldn't help it. A tearing pain came from my arm and I screamed subconsciously. Now! Fiancés' punch pierced through her arm bone, revealing a section of white bones. Fiancés did not stop there. He kicked Tsai in the heart and sent her flying. Tsai fell to the ground and rolled dozens of times before stopping. However, she only stood there for a moment before she stood up again. Her body was covered in blood and her arms were twisted beyond recognition. The bone that pierced through the shoulder was still dripping with blood. It was extremely terrifying. She stared at Fiancés with gritted teeth, hatred in her eyes growing stronger, and she was ready to rush forward again. If others saw this, they would sigh that such a beautiful classical beauty had become so miserable. It's really cruel to destroy a flower. But in Fiancés' eyes, this is far from enough. Fiancés, I want you to die. She roared and rushed forward again. The hand holding the dagger was also very firm, determined to take Fiancés' life. However, as she took a step forward, Fiancés was already in front of her. That big hand had already grabbed her neck fiercely. You want to die? I'll grant your wish now, it's your turn. Tsai continued to struggle. But Fiancés didn't intend to waste time on her. Use a little force on your hands. Click. The sound of breaking bones was heard, and Tsai's head immediately tilted to the side, and she died instantly. And her big eyes were fixed on Fiancés, and she would never close them until her death. Chapter 738 Zhao Feiyu and #039, S visit. Snapped. Fiancés threw Tsai's body aside, his eyes full of disgust. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he seemed extremely calm, with no emotion in his heart. Him at the moment. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were soaked in blood, making him look like a bloody man. But he didn't care at all, and even smelled the bloody smell all over his body. Since leaving the fallen city, he rarely smelled such a strong smell of blood. I haven't killed so many people since then. He also has to thank the 4 major families for letting him indulge in his addiction again. The car was smashed and he had to walk down the mountain. However, with his speed, he went down the mountain very quickly. The battle just now did not consume too much of his energy. Only idiots like the 4 major families would think that round-the-clock battles and group attacks could drain his physical strength. Tong family. All the people involved from the 4 major families are here, except the Lu family. Tong Guxiu sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. Jing Jianye looked grim and a little anxious. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Could something have happened? Rong Hanyu snorted coldly. No matter how powerful Fiancés is, he can't deal with so many early-stage war gods, right? If so, what is the meaning of our 4 major families' existence? Everybody believes this. He believed that the four major families had very strong foundations and Yi Tiance alone could not resist them at all. But now none of the people they sent out have sent back any news. According to the time calculation, Yi Tiance is about to arrive in the provincial capital. At this time, not receiving any news is the worst news. No need to wait, they are all dead. Tom Gushio's light words made everyone's mood fall to the bottom. Jing Jianye was the first to lose his composure and said coldly, "Master Tong, what do you mean by this? Could it be that even if we, the four major families, sent people, we couldn't even deal with Yi Tiance?" Tom Gushio glanced at Jing Jianye and smiled softly. "It's not that I praise Yi Tiance, but his methods and strength, everyone present has already seen it. The people we sent out have been gone for such a long time. Logically speaking, messages should be sent back whether the person is dead or alive, but no messages have been received yet. What does that mean? This means that their entire army was wiped out, and Yi Tiance is also on the way to our four major families. You all know this, but you just don't want to admit it. Now, we should plan carefully. If we are defeated like this, the reputation of our four major families will be trampled underfoot in the future." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Indeed. They had already guessed the worst outcome in their hearts, but were unwilling to admit it. They are used to being superior. Now someone suddenly stands up and breaks their arrogance and self-confidence, and they can never get used to it. Rong Tianli, however, acted very calm, as if he didn't care about the result, which was also within his expectations. He sat in the rocking chair, closed his eyes and whispered, "Master Tong, what are you going to do next? Tell us so we can try to cooperate." He knew it when Yi Tiance broke his control over the old man. Yi Tiance is definitely not a good person. It is also extremely difficult to deal with him. Therefore, he did not expect that Kai Yi alone would be able to get rid of Yi Tiance. After all, she is just a maid. No matter how strong she has not reached that level yet. Tom Gushio played with his folding fan, and his smile gradually became colder. "I plan to use all my family's strength to make Yi Tiance pay the price. My father has already used the power of the Chamber of Commerce to put pressure on Fingrong Group on the one hand, and contacted the authorities to intervene on the other. In addition, the hidden agents that my father and I have cultivated for many years are already in place around us. As long as Yi Tiance dares to step into the gate of my Tong family, he will surely die. I don't need you to do anything, just continue to send more people at the same time, contact the dignitaries in the provincial capital to put pressure on them together. Finally, I hope that everyone can work together and not be like the Lu family, who pretended to obey but actually disobeyed, leading to failure. After this is done, we will settle accounts with the Lu family together." Lu family? Yup. The Lu family has not arrived yet, and the servants reported that the Lu family has set up a curfew and no one can enter or leave. Isn't this obviously an attempt to avoid them? Maybe it was because the Lu family did not use all their strength to target Fingrong Group that Yi Tiance was able to catch his breath. Otherwise, with the Lu family's ability, how could they not be able to deal with a small Fingrong Group? Jing Jianye was the first to nod and agree. If it weren't for Tong Gushio, they would have really forgotten about the Lu family. Don't worry, since my Jing family has already participated in this, we will naturally not withdraw halfway. I have already dispatched people here. At this time, Rong Tianli sat up slowly, tapping the handle of the rocking chair with his fingers. Then, two servants came up carrying a wooden box. Only after getting Rong Tianli's eye agreement did he open it. There are rows of syringes inside. The syringe was filled with black and red liquid, which was very strange. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Rong Tianli. Rong Tianli remained calm and said softly, "This is a special medicine I got through a special channel. It can temporarily increase combat effectiveness after use, but the price is loss of consciousness, and it will transform the body, cause drug addiction, and even lose your life. However, this is the most useful thing right now. It is very expensive on the black market. I am giving it away for free now, which can be considered as contributing my part." He didn't hide anything about this. Everyone was also shocked after hearing this. They had heard that some people in Jiangnan were using this special blood potion. But I didn't expect that the second master of the Rong family was also using this thing. Tong Gushio looked at him in surprise, then clasped his fists. Thank you very much, master. After the matter is completed, my Tong family will definitely give you corresponding rewards. No need for reward, just help me kill that guy. He is very clear. If Yi Tiance and Rong Mei Yan were allowed to continue, Yi Tiance would definitely help her deal with him, his second uncle. Yi Tiance is a big trouble, he can't miss any opportunity to get rid of him. Tong Gushio smiled and nodded, but did not answer. The silence speaks. Suddenly. Boom! After a loud bang, the gate of the Tong family courtyard rushed towards everyone. There is an enemy attack. A figure suddenly appeared, kicked the door open, and stood in front of everyone. Who are you? You dare to come to the Tong family and act so arrogantly you are looking for death. Everyone stood up and looked at the door vigilantly. When they saw who was coming, they were all confused. Tong Gushio frowned slightly and took 2 steps forward. Mr. Zhao, why are you so angry that you want to tear down the gate of my Tong family? It turned out to be Zhao Feiyu, one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital. Zhao Feiyu also played with his fan and grinned. Why? Your Tong family's door is very precious and cannot be taken down? I have nothing to do recently, so I brought some people to visit your Tong family and be their guest. But you, knowing the truth, are pretending to be ignorant. Don't you know who you have offended? Do I have to remind you? Chapter 739. Yi Tiance arrives. My Black Fox Society is here as a guest today. Please don't blame us for coming uninvited. Pang Huayuan stood beside Zhao Feiyu and watched him coldly. I, Zhang Xiuhu, also want to see the strength of the Tong family today. Please forgive me. Zhang Xiuhu took a step forward. The people from the Black Tiger Society behind him also took a step forward, with an imposing and powerful aura, which was quite depressing. I, Zhao Hailong, heard that the Tong family wanted to take action against the person in charge of our Tianlong group today. I also want to see what the Tong family can do. Zhao Hailong changed his usual suit look and put on a black combat uniform. As the king of Jiangnan, he naturally has some abilities. But he never liked to show it in front of others. Because everything he has now was secretly given to him by Yi Tiance. And so, when Yi Tiance encounters danger, he must stand up. Master gave me a second life, I should repay you with my own life. Zhong Tao also stood up, his eyes sparkling, without any fear at all. Buzzing. The roar of a locomotive engine soon came, and the locomotive stopped steadily in front of Tong's house. Su Changwei took off her helmet, her face with clear lines looked particularly delicate, and her wheat-colored skin exuded a charm in the night. The long wavy red hair looks particularly charming in this night. I also want to see how the Tong family will treat my man. Behind them, there were crowds of people standing. In this dark night, every step these people took forward brought a tremendous sense of oppression. Pang Huayuan, the president of the Black Fox Society? He wants to get involved too? And the Black Tiger Society's president, Zhang Xiaohu, is here too. Why does Zhao Hailong want to get involved? The real troublemaker is Su Changwei. She is known as the Bloody Rose. She is tough and ruthless, and she is not someone to be trifled with. Everyone frowned, feeling inexplicably uneasy. These people have already made their purpose clear, they are here for Yi Tiance. Damn! Yi Tiance hasn't arrived yet, so how come they arrived first? Everyone looked at Tong Gushio, wanting to see what he would do. Tong Gushio took a step forward, playing with his folding fan, and smiled softly. I didn't expect that so many people would help him, but unfortunately, this is the Tong family, not a place for you to run wild. Since you want to help him, then stay here. I have built a pit big enough to hold your bodies. It seems like a good idea to use your blood to commemorate our dead. I really want to see how Yi Tiance will react when he sees your corpses. At this point, he no longer concealed his ambitions. If someone wants to help Yi Tiance, he will kill them together. Come and kill one, come and kill a pair. Zhao Feiyu laughed and said. You think too highly of yourself. If you really have such great abilities, how could you have been driven insane by Mr. Yi? Let alone your Tong family, even the four major families are nothing but a mob in front of Mr. Yi. I really don't know where you get the confidence to deal with Mr. Yi. That's the young lord of the fallen city. With such great power and strength, he is the most awesome person he has ever seen in his life. None of them. There is no place in this world like the fallen city. The four major families think they are powerful, but they are only powerful in Tiannan province. Because they have never stepped out of their own world, nor have they seen anyone more powerful than themselves. Little do we know that there are always people better than you. Even if there is no fallen city, there are other existences that are more powerful than them. It is obvious that Yi Tiance has already demonstrated his extraordinary connections and strength. Why are they still so stupid? He has never figured this out. Ha, Zhao Feiyu, I've said before that you have no right to come to my Tong family and act pretentiously today. I'm going to start with you. While talking, Tong Gushou moved very fast and soon he was in front of Zhao Feiyu and punched him. Zhao Feiyu was startled and also threw a punch back. The fists collided, creating a heat wave. A powerful martial arts aura burst out from both of them. Boom! Boom! The two men retreated dozens of steps until someone supported them from behind and they were able to steady themselves. Zhao Feiyu laughed disdainfully. Everyone says that you, Tong Gushou, are a genius of the Tong family. You have already reached the early stage of being a god of war at such a young age, but after seeing you today, you are no better than this. Or, have you, Tong Gushou, been tortured so badly that you have lost the strength of the early war god and become a false war god? Shut up! Tong Gushou was furious. He was tortured by the dragon group to the point where his life was worse than death, so his strength was naturally greatly reduced. Besides, he hated it when someone mentioned this matter in front of him. Now, Zhao Feiyu is constantly rubbing salt into his wounds. What? Did I say something wrong? Everyone knows that I, Zhao Feiyu, am a half-step god of war. You, Tong Gushou, have been promoted to the early stage of god of war before now. You are fighting me to a draw. If you are not a fake god of war, what is that? As soon as he said this, everyone behind him laughed out loud. Tong Gushou's face was extremely ugly. The resentment in his eyes was obvious. I want him dead. Give an order. The warrior who had just come out and kicked the door open rushed forward immediately. A powerful martial arts aura burst out instantly. Zhao Feiyu was suddenly startled and his hair stood on end. Damn! This is the genuine early stage of the god of war. The speed was so fast that he couldn't match it. The warrior immediately threw a punch straight at Zhao Feiyu's face. See this. Zhao Feiyu could only punch back. He used all his strength to punch this time, unleashing an unprecedented force of martial arts. But he knew that his punch could not cause any harm to the warrior in front of him. Because there is a clear gap between a half-step god of war and an early-stage god of war. But he can't just stand there and get beaten to death, right? Fighting back can at least relieve the force, but the hand may be useless for a while. Su Changwei also immediately swung the whip and hit the warrior. But as the god of war, the warrior was very fast and the whip did not hit him. In contrast, the warrior's speed is faster. His fist had already collided with Zhao Feiyu's fist. Peng Huayuan and others held their breath. They wanted to help, but facing the early stage god of war, they were really not good enough. Boom! The two fists collided, creating another huge heat wave. Peng Huayuan and others tried their best to protect Zhao Feiyu and help him release the energy. But then a scene that shocked them appeared. Zhao Feiyu stood there unharmed, but the warrior who attacked him was spitting blood and flew backwards. Just in time, he fell heavily in front of Tong Gushou. Fuck! What's going on? When did Master Zhao become so awesome? Peng Huayuan was horrified. He knew very well that Zhao Feiyu had not hidden his strength and was indeed a half-step god of war. But now, the god of war was knocked away with just one punch. This was truly shocking. Zhao Feiyu was also stunned, a little bit dazed. I thought he would be knocked away, but unexpectedly it was the other party who was knocked away. Suddenly, there was a smell of blood in the air. he felt something was wrong and immediately turned back to check. When I turned around, I met Yi Tian's eyes. Chapter 740 I and hashtag 039, am not happy about giving it back to you. Mr. Yi? You're here? Zhao Feiyu was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Tian's to appear suddenly. Understood. Just now Yi Tian suddenly arrived and lent him the force, so he was able to knock the warrior away with one punch. Awesome. As expected, Mr. Yi. I've met Mr. Yi. I've met Mr. Yi. Peng Huayuan, Zhong Tao, and others bowed. Yi Tian waved his hand and everyone stood up. I was shocked when I saw him. Covered in blood, he looked like a killer from hell. The strong smell of blood was filled with murderous intent, which made them afraid. Su Changwei walked over immediately and put her arms around Yi Tian's neck. How did it become like this? Is there anything wrong? If there is, I will tear down this Tong family today. She wouldn't dislike Yi Tian's current appearance. In contrast, she thinks it's cool. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Tian's tone was very calm, so calm that it made people feel scared. Don't worry, I will help you cut them into pieces today. Su Changwei could no longer contain her anger. This scene was even more shocking in the eyes of the four major families. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Bloody Rose? But Su Changwei was actually willing to offend the four major families for Yi Tian's. What is the relationship between the two of them? No, I'll do it myself. Yi Tian's patted Su Changwei on the shoulder, and Su Changwei let him go. At this time, Zhao Feiyu also stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I haven't seen you for a while. You have become even more amazing. You are so handsome, I can't resist you. He, if I wasn't so weak, I would have helped you kill them. Peng Huayuan and others were stunned. Is this still Zhao Feiyu, one of the three heroes of the provincial capital? It's really an exaggeration to lick Yi Tian's like this when seeing him. In this regard, Zhao Feiyu just wants to say that you know a market. If Yi Tian's identity were to be revealed, I wonder how many people would not even have a chance to lick his ass. Moreover, if it weren't for Yi Tian's, he would probably have lost one of his hands. When the four major families saw Yi Tian's, their faces changed drastically. Because this shows that the people they sent out had indeed been killed by Yi Tian's. Damn! I didn't expect he actually had this ability. Tong Guxiu suddenly burst into laughter with a ferocious look on his face. Good. Very good. Yi Tian's, I thought you didn't dare to come. He stared at Yi Tian's intently, with murderous intent and hatred in his eyes, as if he could eat Yi Tian's alive. Yi Tian's remained calm and said coldly, You've prepared such a big event. If I don't come, won't you be disappointed? Yes, if you don't come, I won't even eat. I wish I could go straight to Jiangnan and grind you into ashes. Tong Guxiu clapped his hands. Time. SHHHHHH. More than 20 dark shadows emerged from all directions and stood behind him. The martial arts aura emanating from these 20-something people is extremely powerful. Zhao Feiyu frowned, deeply shocked. They are all in the early stage of God of War. As expected of the four major families, the hidden foundation behind them is so profound. And there is Tong Guxiu, who is one of the three heroes on the surface, but actually has many deployments in secret. In comparison, he really can't compare. However, this alone is still not enough for Yi Tian's. But where did the Tong family find so many early-stage war gods? Does Tong Guxiu really have this ability? You know, the Tong family has already spent a lot of resources on Tong Guxiu. If you still want to train so many early-stage war gods to be your hidden pawns, you would have to sell everything you have. Moreover, he always felt that there was something wrong with Tong Guxiu in front of him. In the past, Tong Guxiu was feminine and confident. Although he was cunning, the pride in his bones would not let him do such a cruel thing. But now, his style of doing things is very different. Could it be that he was really tortured so badly by the dragon group that he changed? Zhao Feiyu didn't say anything and didn't dare to ask more. After all, this is Yi Tian's home court. Do you still think that these rubbish can stop me? Yi Tiance looked quietly at the person behind Tong Gushio. At this time, an old man in a long robe walked out slowly. With every step he took, the martial arts aura on his body expanded by 1 meter. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tong Gushioshin. The martial arts pressure of the mid-stage god of war was immediately released, covering the entire field. Yi Tiance, you killed my compatriots, and now you want to destroy the foundation of my Tong family today. Don't even think about going back. Who are you, old man? Tong Lichuan stared at Yi Tiance with his sinister eyes. He exudes an evil aura that makes people feel very uncomfortable. I am Tong Lichuan, the elder of the Tong family. Let me ask you, where is my brother? Boom! A powerful pressure swept over, and Zhao Feiyu and others looked grim. As expected, he is the elder of the Tong family. Brother? Who is your brother? Yi Tiance remained calm. This made Tong Lichuan very angry. He had a gloomy face and tried hard to suppress his anger. My younger brother is Tong Lihai. Boy, don't pretend to be ignorant. He went to Jiangnan 2 days ago to monitor your every move. Now he is missing and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? If you tell me now, I can still leave you with an intact body. He. Yi Tiance laughed out loud. So it was him. If you wanted your brother, you should have told me earlier. It's just in time I brought him here and gave him back to you. Done. He looked at Zhao Hailong. Zhao Hailong waved his hand, and 2 of his men carried out Tong Lihai's body. At this moment, he no longer looks like a human. Because he was kicked to death by Yi Tiance, he was embedded in the wall. This causes the body to bend, with the upper and lower body in a vertical sitting position. The blood on his face had dried, his eyes were as big as bells, and he died with his eyes open. At this moment, Tong Lichuan felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue, and his whole body was shaking. No! No! You thief, how dare you kill my brother? You are so brave. Give my brother back to me, give him back to me. Yi Tiance grinned. Okay, give it back to you. With just one look, Zhao Hailong's men understood immediately and threw the body in front of him. Boom! One kick. He kicked Tong Lihai's body away and ran straight towards Tong Lichuan. What? Tong Lichuan screamed in grief and quickly reached out to catch the force. Looking at Tong Lihai's miserable condition, he was filled with grief and indignation, and even laughed in anger. Okay. Today, even the King of Heaven can't save you. Yi Tiance spread his hands and laughed. You are really old and useless. It was you who asked me to return it to you. Now that I have returned it, you are not happy? Forget it, there is nothing to say to an old biden like you. I also brought gifts for your Tong family, please accept them. Zhao Hailong clapped his hands again. Immediately afterwards, Saiyi's body was also carried up. The bone in the arm had pierced through the shoulder in reverse, with a section of bone sticking out. Blood was flowing from all his 7 orifices, his face was full of resentment, and he died with his eyes open. Boom! Another kick. Saiyi's body rolled in front of Tong Lichuan. In this day and age, sending a maid to seek revenge, are you humiliating me or your Tong family? Chapter 741 Tong Lichuan, die. Now. Tong Gushio's eyes were blazing with fire. Jing Jianye began to get scared. He never dreamed that Yi Tiance's methods were so terrible. Not only did they kill the person, they also brought the corpse and whipped it in front of them. Isn't this a naked humiliation of them in front of everyone? Rong Hanyu was shocked. In all these years in the Rong family, he had never seen anyone so decisive in killing. Rong Tianli frowned slightly, as if he had expected this situation. Sure enough, this guy is not a good person and is not so easy to deal with. It's not easy to end the situation now. I can only wait for another opportunity to take action later. He thought to himself while also observing the situation around him. Mr. Yi is awesome. Zhao Feiyu raised his arms and shouted. Next second. The hundreds of people they brought with them immediately started shouting, "Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi!" The momentum was so one-sided that the people from the four major families instantly lost a lot of confidence. Tong Lichuan had a ferocious look on his face, staring at Yi Tiance, and immediately waved his hand to give an order. "Inject the medicine, get started." Now he doesn't care about so many things and just wants revenge. The 20 or so warriors immediately rushed to the wooden box provided by Rong Tianli. Each of them grabbed a syringe and injected it into his own neck. "What?" The screams continued. Soon, some people began to change. Not only did his body become larger, but his eyes also turned red, revealing a bloodthirsty look. They gradually lost their minds, but they knew what to do. Kill! A roar. The first person to run out was Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and stared at the syringe on the ground. Has that strange injection drug been circulated here? Really? The circulation of this thing is closely related to the four major families. Thinking room. Someone had already reached him, jumped high, and punched him down. Yi Tiance didn't even raise his head and punched him directly. Next second, the warrior fell to the ground and twitched continuously. There was a fist-sized dent on the chest, and it was bleeding. Unfortunately, they didn't feel any pain because their senses had been devoured by the potion. Fuck! One Punch Man. Mr. Yi, you are absolutely my idol, so handsome, definitely the most handsome man in the world. Zhao Feiyu was pleasantly surprised and immediately began to flatter him. But he quickly joined the battle, leaving Zhong Tao and Pang Huayuan confused. What the hell? Aren't we brothers? Not only do you have to be the first to lick, you also have to be the first to help? Are people who bootlick have to be so extravagant these days? The two did not dare to waste any more time and immediately joined the battle. Pity. The opponents are all in the early stage of War God, and they have also been injected with strange potions, which has raised their strength to a higher level. In a few seconds, the three men could no longer hold out and were forced back. Fuck. We can't fight them, they are not human at all, they have no feelings and are just zombies that run around and kill people. Zhao Feiyu was panting, frowning, looking around constantly, thinking about how to deal with the situation. Pang Huayuan and Zhong Tao didn't gain any benefits and were beaten back step by step. Fuck. These people are crazy, they can't beat them and start stabbing the needle? No, we can't deal with them, I'm afraid we have to ask Mr. Yi to come. Pang Huayuan was knocked back by a punch, his face showing difficulty, and he subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance didn't look at him, but looked at Tong Lichuan and others with mockery. At this time, Tong Lichuan moved. He shot out and headed straight for Yi Tiance. At the same time, he took out a tube of medicine and injected it directly into his neck. When the drug was just injected into his body, he happened to arrive in front of Yi Tiance. Boom! A punch was thrown towards Yi Tiance, and the air was crackling. He could clearly feel the surge in his own strength. This punch was even more powerful than his usual full-strength punch. Die! This time, Yi Tiance did not punch back, but just stood there, quietly waiting for Tong Lichuan to approach. When Tong Lichuan's fist approached, he slowly raised his hand. Snapped. With one slap, Tong Lichuan was sent flying back. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Feiyu and others, who were shocked. In the middle stage of God of War, with a tube inserted, he was still knocked away by a slap? As expected, Mr. Yi. The moment Tong Lichuan fell to the ground, he felt dizzy and was slow to react. The people from the four major families were stunned, they never dreamed that Tong Lichuan, who was pierced with a pipe, would be knocked away by a slap. The most shocked among them was Rong Tianli. But he didn't show it, and didn't even look at it. Because he wants to survive. What? Tong Lichuan stood up and roared. Because of the acupuncture, I didn't feel any pain at all, just unwillingness. He slammed his fist on the ground, creating a big hole, and then shot out again. This time, he used all his strength. He just couldn't believe that Yi Tian still had the strength left after killing so many people. And since he had the injection, his physical strength was naturally even worse. But when he just got in front of Yi Tian's, he was responded with another slap. This slap was more powerful than the previous one. Tong Lichuan flew out again and landed heavily on a low building of Tong's family. Boom! The low building collapsed, burying Tong Lichuan inside. The old immortal should be dead now, right? If I can't die, then I can become a god. Mr. Yi is too strong, he slaps everyone he meets. So what's wrong with me licking Mr. Yi? There was relief and laughter in Yi Tian's camp. Because the strength Yi Tian is showing now is too advanced, no one can cope with it. Jing Jianye was in a panic and sweating profusely. This situation seems more and more wrong the more I look at it. In just a moment, Yi Tian took the initiative. If this continues, they will definitely lose. He still has this bit of vision. Just when he was about to run away, a roar suddenly came from behind him. What? Yi Tian, you deserve to die. You must die. Tong Lichuan's eyes turned red and his nails grew longer. His clothes had been damaged from the fight, and his skin had changed, turning bright red. Now. He is like a werewolf, only short of mutation. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and noticed something was wrong. The injectable drugs I've seen before weren't as effective as this. But the potion used by Tong Lichuan provided him with enhancement again and again. This means that the potion he uses is completely different from that used by others. It seems that those who created this potion have mastered the potency-enhancing effect of the potency. Moreover, the negative effects seem to be smaller than before. Thinking room. Tong Lichuan has come to him again. But this time, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. Because Yi Tian was already very impatient. He flashed and stood one step ahead where Tong Lichuan stopped. Boom! He threw a fierce punch, knocking Tong Lichuan to the ground. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Tong Lichuan didn't even have time to scream before Yi Tian stepped on his chest. Click! The sound of broken ribs was heard. Tong Lichuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. At this moment, the hearts of the four major families were trembling. Chapter 742, Destroy Rong Hanyu. Dead? Tong Lichuan just died like that? Jing Jianye couldn't believe it. Tong Lichuan was in Yi Tian's hands before he could take 3 moves. Moreover, Yi Tian seemed particularly relaxed every time. Is he still human? So many early-stage war gods, useless. The mid-stage god of war who took drugs is useless. Who the hell can beat him then? He regretted it very much at this moment. You shouldn't have provoked Yi Tian, the plague god. He immediately looked around, trying to find an opportunity to escape. But the people brought by Zhao Feiyu and others kept an eye on them the whole time and didn't give him any chance to escape. He subconsciously looked at Tong Guxiu, as if his only hope was placed on him. Tong Guxiu still stood there, his expression unchanged. This made Jing Jianye very puzzled. What is this kid doing? It's already this late, and you're still standing there in a daze? Could it be that he already knew he was doomed to fail, so he gave up? Or is there another backup plan? Master Tong, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them now. Otherwise, we will all die here today. Tong Guxiu glanced at Jing Jianye and shook his head calmly. Don't worry, just let him jump around first before I destroy someone. I will make him crazy first. Make it crazy? If he doesn't fix it, he'll be the one going crazy. However, as the head of one of the 4 major families, he quickly calmed down. That's it. Let's see what else this kid has up his sleeve. He is the heir of the Tong family and a leader among the younger generation. He is still standing here, not afraid of death, so, as the head of the Jing family, what is he afraid of? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Feiyu and others could no longer withstand the attack and it was extremely difficult to hold on. Oh shit. Not anymore. You can't save face anymore if you do, you will have to meet the king of hell soon. Zhao Feiyu immediately wanted to ask Yi Tiance for help. After all, he is only half a step away from becoming a god of war. These are all in the early stages of becoming a god of war, and he has also been given acupuncture. It's great that they can hold on until now. But just as he was about to speak, something unexpected happened. The warriors who had been injected with needles suddenly vomited blood, fell to the ground, and convulsed. Fuck! What's going on? Zhao Feiyu was stunned and very confused. Zhong Tao was the first to come to his senses. The potion they used must be defective. Our physical strength and potency have been completely exhausted, so we can't continue fighting. Defective products? Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhao Feiyu's feet were as fast as the wind, and he came in front of a warrior in just 3 or 2 steps. Without hesitation, he kicked hard several times, punching and kicking with all his martial arts strength. Damn it! You chased me and beat me just now. I'm so handsome, but you chased me so hard. If this gets out, will I still be able to live as a human being in the future? Seeing him whipping the corpse crazily to vent his anger, others followed suit. And Yi Tiance was staring at Tong Guxiu. Boom! He kicked Tong Lichuan hard, sending him flying, and caused another room to collapse. The Tong family, one of the 4 great families, is vulnerable. If this is your foundation, it is really disappointing. Yi Tiance grinned, his provocative eyes full of disdain. Faced with the provocation, Tong Guxiu remained calm and seemed determined to win. Really? Then let's wait and see who will win. Whoosh! Yi Tiance suddenly appeared in front of Tong Guxiu, grabbed his neck and said coldly. Unfortunately, you've already lost. Tong Guxiu was not afraid, but laughed ferociously. Ah, Yi Tiance, you are too confident. I tell you, I won't lose. The loser is you. You are killing people here and destroying my Tong family. Do you think my Tong family will let you go? Just wait. People from my Tong family will be here soon. Is anyone else from the Tong family coming? Jing Jianye fell into deep thought. There are not many people at home in the Tong family now. Tong Guxiu's parents left home 3 days ago, and now Tong Guxiu has the final say in the family. All the elders of the Tong family have been killed by Yi Tiance. What fighting power do they still have? Even the hidden players they secretly cultivated were no match for them. Now, who else can fight? Even if he could fight, he felt it was completely useless and was just giving Yi Tiance a head. Really? But before that, you will die. Yi Tiance remained calm and increased the strength in his hands. Suddenly, a long knife attacked from behind. Yi Tiance dodged sideways, and the long knife pierced his armpit. He threw Tong Guxiu away and turned around to see that it was Rong Hanyu who attacked him. Rong Hanyu stared at him coldly with a fierce look in his eyes. Yi Tiance, you are really lucky so many people can't kill you. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. Whether I am strong or not is none of your business. If you continue to be so ungrateful, then your life will not be strong. Ha, do you think I'm scared? Ridiculous. If they can't kill you, I will. Because you deserve to die. You have no right to touch Mei Yan. If you stay away from her, I won't attack you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeking death. This is the most painful thing in his life. He has obviously tried hard enough, but why can't he win Rong Mei Yan's heart? Childhood sweethearts, but no match for a young boy? He is not willing. But in Yi Tiance's opinion, he is just mentally ill. Rong Mei Yan had already clearly rejected him, but she still came to cause trouble. I really don't know where this sense of superiority comes from. I always feel that I am superior to others. Originally, for Mei Yan's sake, I didn't want to argue with you, but if you want to die, I can help you. Ha ha ha. Who's looking for death? Who knows? Rong Hanyu immediately took out a needle and stabbed it into his own aorta. Next second, his eyes were red, and his anger increased countless times. His muscles also grew a little bigger, bursting through his clothes, making him look like a bloodthirsty werewolf. He stared at Yi Tiance fiercely and immediately chopped at him with the long sword in his hand. Yi Tian's frowned slightly and kept dodging sideways.
Rong Hanyu's swordsmanship is very fast, and every strike of the sword is aimed at the fatal parts. Although it could not cause any harm to Yi Tian's, he could see it. This set of swordsmanship does not follow the normal way. If you practice it for too long, you will definitely go astray and become a walking corpse.
In order to cause trouble for him, Rong Hanyu actually degraded himself? Wrong.
He also has this injection. In other words, Rong Laoer has dealings with the supplier of this medicine. After all, in the current Rong family, only the second son has the energy to do these things. If that's the case, then we can't kill Rong Hanyu.
Maybe we can get some clues from him and find out who is circulating this medicine on the black market. Thinking room.
Rong Hanyu's long sword had reached his heart again. He immediately reached out and pinched the tip of the knife between his index and middle fingers. No matter how hard Rong Hanyu pulled out, it didn't move at all.
What? Rong Hanyu roared, trying to increase his strength.
But Yi Tian's just pulled lightly and used his long sword to pull Rong Hanyu over.
Boom!
A punch hit him hard in the stomach. Although Rong Hanyu did not feel the pain, he subconsciously defended himself and loosened his hand holding the knife.
Yi Tian's knocked Rong Hanyu to the ground with an elbow. The long knife in his hand immediately slashed across.
A cold light flashed and blood spurted out.
Rong Hanyu's leg tendons had been severed and he could no longer stand up. For Rong Meiyan's sake, he showed mercy.
It just destroyed Rong Hanyu's martial arts, and left him with both hands to eat.
Boom! He kicked Rong Hanyu away.
Then he turned around and looked at Tong Guxiu again.
Chapter 743 The Real Conspiracy. Finished. There were only these two words in Jing Jianye's mind. He immediately looked towards Rong Tianli's position, wanting to discuss the next strategy. But when he looked over, where was Rong Tianli? Fuck! That damn Rong Laoer actually ran away a long time ago. Jing Jianye regretted it deeply.
On the one hand, he agreed to Tong Guxiu's request for cooperation and offended Yi Tian's again. On the one hand, he didn't keep a close eye on the cunning Rong Laoer, so he failed to escape earlier.
No! He can't die here. Pub future ads. Jing Jianye took advantage of Yi Tian's attention on Tong Guxiu and left quietly.
Of course, he wouldn't go through the front door.
After all, Zhao Feiyu's men were guarding there.
Just then, Zhao Feiyu and the others had also finished their work, and all the survivors stood up and surrounded Tong Guxiu. As long as Yi Tian's gives the order, they will definitely take action and make sure Tong Guxiu is killed without a complete body. Now, do you have anything else to say? Yi Tian's looked at Tong Guxiu coldly, with obvious provocation in his eyes.
Mr. Yi, if you ask me, it's better to prevent future troubles.
Otherwise, this Tong guy will cause trouble to you sooner or later.
Although Mr. Yi has unparalleled magical powers, you can't stand the harassment of these flies, right? Zhao Feiyu smiled and clasped his fists, very respectful. Pang Huayuan also stood up and said,
That's right, Mr. Yi. The Tong family has done a lot of harm to people. If you continue to let them go, they will definitely cause trouble for you in the future. You should cut off the roots.
At this time,
Zhao Hailong and others echoed and asked to kill Tong Guxiu.
The most enthusiastic person is Zhong Tao. Because he was severely abused by Tong Guxiu in the past. Now that he has the chance, he also wants to take revenge. Master, can you give me this chance? I want to avenge what happened that day. Zhong Tao's eyes were filled with anticipation and he looked forward to it. However, Mr. Yi, should I just show my cards now? If you keep pretending, I'm going to die. Tong Guxiu's sudden words stunned everyone present. What the hell? Is there something wrong with our ears? Did we hear it wrong? What showdown? Everyone looked at Yi Tian's, wondering what was going on. Yi Tian's grinned.
Well, it's almost time change back to your original appearance.
Okay. Tong Guxiu was so happy that he immediately reached out and scratched his neck twice. Tear. A human skin mask was torn off steadily. Then, a new face came into view. What the hell? A human skin mask? Is this Tong Gushio pretending to be someone else? What's going on? Why is it a fake Tong Gushio? And from what I heard, it seems like it was arranged by Mr. Yi. Could it be that? Everyone looked at Yi Tians, trying to figure out what was going on. Tong Gushio smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, this is a long story. Please wait a moment. There is still one thing I haven't done. When I finish, I will give you a reasonable explanation." Done. He quickly entered the Tong family compound. Suddenly, there was a huge fire. A strong smell of kerosene filled the air. The fire grew larger instantly, and every house of the Tong family was set on fire. Soon, Tong Gushio returned to everyone's sight again. He immediately clasped his fists and saluted Yi Tians. "I am Zui Yi, and I have received orders from team leader Ling Yun. I have completed my mission. Please give me instructions, Mr. Yi." Everyone was shocked. Ling Yun? Isn't that the leader of the dragon team? He is Ling Yun's subordinate, so isn't he a member of the dragon group? I think I understand. You are worthy of being Mr. Yi. Zhao Feiyu was the first to come back to his senses. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Tians was full of awe and fear. The young city lord is as perverted as ever. Playing like this, they want to kill the Tong family. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Zui Yi briefly explained the whole story. After Tong Gushio was captured by the dragon group, he was not released but continued to be tortured. Of course, people won't be tortured to death, but they will become mentally ill. Yi Tians had told Ling Yun to release Tong Gushio, but in fact the person he released was not the real Tong Gushio. So he followed Zui Yi's order, put on a human skin mask, became Tong Gushio, and returned to the Tong family to lie dormant. To this end, he also deliberately learned Tong Gushio's living habits, and even let Ling Yun torture him personally, making the injuries very realistic. And so, after returning to the Tong family, I indeed gained the Tong family's trust. If he hadn't been pretending to be so weak, Sai would probably have had sex with him. Zui Yi, in the name of Tong Gushio, sought the joint efforts of the four major families to target Yi Tians, and also mobilized the secret agents that the Tong family had trained for many years. So many early-stage gods of war were all used as pawns and died at the hands of Yi Tians. The strength of the Tong family will be greatly reduced, and it will no longer have any prestige among the four major families. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to find out the details of the Wang family. But the Wang family is too meticulous and has not collected any useful clues so far. Of course, this does not affect the continued lurking. When everyone heard this, they immediately admired Yi Tian's vision. I never thought that this layout would be made so early. At the same time, they were also very glad that they had surrendered to Yi Tians and did not target him again. Otherwise, they would be the ones being played to death now. Zhao Feiyu immediately clasped his fists and said with a chuckle, "Mr. Yi has a far-sighted vision. I will never be able to learn such a broad mind and vision in my lifetime. It's amazing, amazing." Yi Tians waved his hands and didn't care at all. After all, he is a man who has conquered an E-Cup strongman, so how could he not have a broad mind and vision? As for why he was so clear about the layout of the Zhao and Tong families in Jiangnan, it was because Zui Yi was reporting the news. There is a traitor, or a core figure. How will the Tong family deal with it? At first, he did not want to target the four major families, but only wanted to deal with the Tong family and the Wang family. Who would have thought that there were so many people behind this who wanted to target him? Out of desperation, he could only temporarily change his strategy and directly shake the foundations of the four major families. After today, the Tong family will be severely damaged and will need to recuperate for a long time. If the Jing family gets involved, their strength will also be greatly reduced. The second son of the Rong family runs fast, so if you want to find something to hold against him and allow Rong Meiyan to succeed to the throne smoothly, you may have to wait a little longer. As for the Lu family, Lu Yuankai made a wise decision and did not show up here. Otherwise, the Lu family really needs to find someone else to be the head of the family. However, this is not over yet. The Tong family is finished, but the Wang family is not. Therefore, the lurking needs to continue.
At Yi Tian's signal, Zhuo Yi put on the human skin mask again and willingly walked in front of Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Xiaohu.
Seeing that the two did not respond, Zhuo Yi said speechlessly. "Brother, tie me up and go, what are you waiting for?"
The two were stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and couldn't help but give Yi Tian a thumbs up.
What a living devil! Can play. But what happened next shocked them even more. Clap clap.
Zhao Hailong clapped his hands, and half of the brothers who had just died got up and quickly formed a formation.
Moreover, he bowed to Yi Tian's. "I've met Mr. Yi." Zhao Feiyu and others were stunned and looked at Yi Tian subconsciously.
These people were brought by Zhao Hailong, and they didn't bring anyone with them.
After all, the incident happened suddenly, who has the time to bring so many people?
I didn't expect that they were all actors.
Isn't this too dirty? If the Tong family knew about this, they would probably have to download the anti-fraud app overnight. No. They have to go back and get the next one. Chapter 744 Visiting the Liu family.
Outside the Tong family compound, a number of black business cars stopped at the door. Countless people stood outside the gate, looking at the courtyard that had been burned to ruins, filled with shock. The two leaders, in addition to being shocked, had hatred and anger in their eyes. The man was wearing a black Zhongshan suit, with sinister eyes and a square face, and he looked both good and evil.
He is Tong Guxiu's father, Tong Ligui, the current head of the Tong family.
Next to him stood a noble lady. The gorgeous golden Cheongsam shows wealth and excellent temperament, with a hint of dominance.
She is Tong Guxiu's mother, Wang Jinyuan, the current eldest daughter of the Wang family. It seems that we still underestimated Yi Tian's.
Her tone was light. He looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about the burning of Tong's house. Tong Ligui had a gloomy face and said coldly,
"Didn't you say you could guarantee that everything would be foolproof? Now that the Tong family compound has been burned down and our son is missing again, is this your decision?"
His Tong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital.
Now it has become like this. If this gets out, how will the Tong family survive in the provincial capital? This is a great shame.
This time, not only did it shake the powerful fighting force secretly cultivated by his Tong family, but it also burned countless treasures of his Tong family. It can be said that the vitality is seriously damaged. There is no way to recover in a short period of time.
Wang Jinyuan remained calm and her tone remained light.
As long as I am here, the Tong family will not perish. As for Xiao Xiu, since the other party has captured him again, it means that he is still useful and will be fine. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will make the Yi Tians disappear from this world completely, using the most cruel means.
Tong Ligui was silent for a moment, then sighed and said nothing more. Of course he knows this.
But as the head of the Tong family, he could not accept this fact at all due to the successive blows.
Moreover, after this incident, the Tong family's pressure among the 4 major families will definitely suffer a blow.
It may even arouse hatred from other families, thus putting pressure on the Tong family together. Although he has the ability to turn the tide, he can also rise with the help of the Wang family's power. But he suddenly felt very tired.
Some people began to doubt whether it was right or wrong to target Yi Tian's Liu family. Lu Yuankai sat at his desk, feeling uneasy. At this time, the housekeeper walked in with a serious look on his face.
Master, something happened. Zhao Feiyu and others came to support Yi Tian's. Jing Jianye and Rong Lauer fled. Rong Hanyu became a disabled person. The Tong family compound was burned down. Tong Guxiu has disappeared again, and is suspected to have been captured by Yi Tian's. The combined efforts of our 4 major families have been defeated.
Boom!
Lu Yuankai slumped in his chair helplessly as if struck by a bolt from the blue.
Is Yi Tian's really that powerful? The 4 major families joined forces, but ended up in this situation?
The Tong family made so many preparations this time, but in the end even the Tong family compound was burned down.
How capable is this Yi Tian's? Fortunately, he stopped in time and stayed indoors. If he continues to help the Tong family, his Liu family may also suffer a great loss.
I understand. Go immediately and tell the kitchen to prepare a good feast, open the door, and wait quietly.
Yes. Patriarch. The housekeeper hurried over to make arrangements.
Lu Yuankai breathed a sigh of relief, frowned, and was still anxious inside. He knew very well that after Yi Tiance dealt with the other three families, he would naturally not leave out his Lu family. I guess it won't be long before they come to cause trouble. Therefore, he had to make preparations in advance and not give Yi Tiance the opportunity to cause trouble. Otherwise, his Lu family would likely suffer a great blow.
Soon. The best banquet is ready. Lu Yuankai also sat in the main seat facing the courtyard gate and waited early. The door had already been opened, waiting for Yi Tiance's arrival. The truth was just as he expected. Yi Tiance is here. When seeing a large number of people coming here in a mighty procession, Lu Yuankai was stunned. Zhao Feiyu, one of the three heroes of the provincial capital. Pang Huayuan, president of the Black Fox Society. Zhao Hailong, king of Jiangnan. Zhao Xiaohu, chairman of the Black Tiger Society. Is this the charm of Yi Tiance? He took a deep breath, stood up quickly and said with a smile. I didn't expect so many distinguished guests to visit my Lu family today. It really makes my Lu family proud. Come on, please come in and sit down. I have already prepared a fine banquet, waiting for you all. Now. Yi Tiance has already led everyone into the Lu family courtyard. Seeing Yi Tiance covered in blood yet looking calm and composed, Lu Yuankai's mouth twitched. He is such a fucking lunatic. Are you so calm after killing people? Zhao Feiyu played with his folding fan and spoke first. It looks like Patriarch Lu knew we were coming a long time ago. Wow, he's very well prepared. Lu Yuankai smiled and said. Ha, of course I knew you guys would come after all. I had already made an appointment with nephew Yi. I just didn't expect Mr. Zhao and the others to come. It was a surprise. Really? You've already helped the Tong family deal with Mr. Yi, but you didn't know we were coming? Master Lu, you're being boring. Zhao Feiyu did not give him face. It's just the Lu family, he should give face to the market. He is following Mr. Yi. Who the hell can have more face than Mr. Yi? Lu Yuankai also understood what Zhao Feiyu meant, but still kept smiling. I really don't understand what Mr. Zhao means. Today is the day I'm hosting a banquet for my nephew Yi. I want to ask you, how did you end up like this? You're covered in blood. What happened? Depend on. This old man is so shameless. Are you trying to clear yourself by pretending to be stupid because you didn't show up at the Tong family? Master Lu, we are all foxes who travel thousands of miles, so stop playing Liao Zhai here. The four families of you are in collusion. How can your Lu family be immune to it? You have offended my nobleman, Mr. Yi, so today I will take action on his behalf and meet you. Hear the words. Lu Yuankai's face immediately turned gloomy, and he looked intimidating without even getting angry. Mr. Zhao wants to take action against my Lu family? You should consider whether you have the ability to do so. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's fight first. Zhao Feiyu wanted to take action immediately, but was scared away by Yi Tiance's look. What the hell? Doesn't this living devil want to deal with the Lu family? This shouldn't be. Given his vengeful character, it would be impossible not to kill the Lu family. But he didn't dare to ask more questions and could only stand aside and watch quietly. Yi Tiance stepped forward and sat opposite Lu Yuankai. The calmness in his eyes was frightening. He said coldly, You are smart enough to know not to hit someone who is smiling, but I am different. If I want to hit someone, I don't care whether they are smiling or crying. Do you think that if you pretend to do something to show that it has nothing to do with you, I will not care? It's not a good feeling to have your funds frozen, right? As long as I want, your Lu family's funds will never be recovered in this lifetime. You shouldn't use Lu Ruyan to threaten me, and you shouldn't use her name to do anything. Lu Yuankai looked unhappy. He thought Yi Tiance would give him some face, but unexpectedly, he exposed him right away. He never imagined that the four powerful families would be defeated by this young man. He was silent for a moment, then asked. So what do you want now? Chapter 745, forcing Lu Yuankai to give up power. He was a smart man and knew that Yi Tiance was giving him a way out. Otherwise, Yi Tiance will not delay any time and will definitely take action to give him a severe warning to let him know his mistake. As the head of the family, he didn't want to ruin the bright future of the Lu family. As a father, he couldn't swallow this humiliation and always felt that he was inexplicably suppressed by Yi Tiance. But does he have a choice? Yi Tiance nodded and said coldly. It's very simple. The funds you invested in Fingrong Group can be used as a gift to Mei Yan for becoming the heir of the Rong family. In addition, I want to take Lu Ruyan away, and you are not allowed to interfere. You must also step down from the position of head of the family and let Ruyan become the head of the Lu family. If that is not possible, I don't mind making the Lu family become like the Tong family. Lu Yuankai's face immediately turned ugly. He stared at Yi Tiance. I never dreamed that Yi Tiance's appetite would be so big. The funds for short-selling stocks were given to Rong Mei Yan. If that girl could really become the head of the Rong family, he would also have to prepare a gift. But he was asked to give up the position of the head of the family, which he absolutely could not agree to. Yi Tiance wants to sideline him. Turn him into a complete cripple. If Lu Ruyan were really allowed to inherit the position of patriarch now, according to Lu Ruyan's personality, she would definitely help Yi Tiance unconditionally. In that case, can the Lu family still be named Lu? Then won't you have to have the surname Yi sooner or later? Nephew Yi, are you kidding me? The position of the head of the Lu family is no joke. Ruyan knows nothing about managing a family. If it is passed on to Ruyan, then the decline of my Lu family is a matter of time. Or, Nephew Yi, do you want to take over my Lu family? He is afraid of Yi Tiance. But it doesn't mean he doesn't have his own blood. Driven by huge interests, he can fight against everyone, including Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance nodded. You are right, I just want the Lu family to fall into my hands and I to be in power. You are a smart person and you should know your current situation. Handing over the Lu family to me is the most clear decision. Moreover, with me here, the Lu family will not perish. Lu Yuankai's face became even uglier. Damn. Yi Tiance did not shy away from admitting that he had taken over someone else's position. What kind of people do you meet these days? However, Yi Tiance was indeed not wrong. His current situation is indeed difficult. The four major families surrounded Yi Tiance, but he did not show up in the end. Once the other three families come to their senses, they will blame the Lu family for this mistake. By then, he will have no way to defend himself. At the same time, you will face retaliation from the other three companies. But even so, he couldn't give up the Lu family. Old Biden, it's your honor that Mr. Yi is willing to help you take over the Lu family's mess. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you agree? With your limited ability, do you think you can protect the Lu family? In my opinion, listening to Mr. Yi is the right way, don't you understand? Zhao Feiyu hurried forward to fan Yi Tiance, smiling like a dog. Lu Yuankai was very surprised. Why would Zhao Feiyu, one of the three heroes of the provincial capital, be so respectful to Yi Tiance? What is the relationship between the two? How many tricks does Yi Tiance have? It's not your turn as an outsider to interfere in the affairs of my Lu family. Mr. Zhao should just focus on your own business. Even so, he was unwilling to give in, and it was impossible for him to give Zhao Feiyu a good look. Oh shit. Zhao Feiyu is just arrogant and domineering because of his strength. And his Lu family is one of the four real families. What qualifications does Zhao Feiyu have to talk about his Lu family? Hey, old Biden is still anxious? What? Did I say something wrong? You. Lu Yuankai slammed the table angrily and stood up, breathing heavily. He thought that Yi Tiance's arrival would put pressure on him. But he didn't expect that even Zhao Feiyu could ride on his head and shit. The key point is that Yi Tiance didn't say a word, as if he condoned Zhao Feiyu's indulgence. No. I really can't stand it anymore. This old Biden is too talkative. Get out of my way and let me shoot him. Wouldn't that mean Lu Ruyan can't inherit the title of the family? Talking. Su Chanwei took out a pistol from her waist and pointed it at Lu Yuankai's forehead. What the hell? This scared Lu Yuankai.
I've heard about Su Changwei's thundering methods a long time ago, but I didn't expect them to be so thundering. Miss Su, this is my Lu family's business, it has nothing to do with you, please don't make it difficult for me. Facing this bloody Rose, he was still a little scared, and his attitude and tone began to soften.
However, how can you say it has nothing to do with me? Yi Tiance is my man and Lu Ruyan is his woman, so Lu Ruyan and I are sisters.
What's wrong with me helping my sisters seize power?
But you, old bidden, it's your honor that Yi Tiance is willing to help you manage the Lu family, and you're still putting on airs?
I don't even have the qualifications to ask him to help me run the business, so you should just be happy.
Lu Yuankai's face turned pale. How come there are such unreasonable people these days? Ms. Su, Lu. Boom. Before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed his cheek. There was a sharp pain and the bullet left a wound on the face. Lu Yuankai trembled all over. He didn't expect Su Qianwei to actually dare to shoot. I'm giving you a warning first, you'd better think before you speak, otherwise, the next bullet will definitely blow you in the head. Lu Yuankai's face was extremely ugly, and he had already cursed Su Changwei's ancestors more than a dozen times in his heart. What the hell? He had been a powerful figure in the provincial capital all his life, and had never suffered such humiliation. I didn't expect that I would fall into trouble with a little girl today. Nephew Yi, is this what you meant? He suppressed his anger and asked coldly. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and said coldly. Yes, you are a smart person, you should know how to choose. Lu Yuankai fell silent. He knew very well that Yi Tiance was not joking. If he refuses, Yi Tiance will definitely take action. Once he dies, Lu Ruyan will be able to inherit and become the head of the family. By then, the Lu family will also fall into Yi Tiance's hands. Damn! How could the Tong family have provoked such a living devil? There is absolutely no logic at all. Nephew Yi, you are making it very difficult for me. He stared at Yi Tiance, wanting Yi Tiance to give him some face. But Yi Tiance came today just to crush all his dignity and face. Yi Tiance reached under the table and grinned. Is it difficult to do it? Then don't do it. Boom. Yi Tiance lifted the table and looked at Lu Yuankai jokingly, his eyes full of provocation. You. Lu Yuankai was extremely angry. At the same time, Lu Ruyan heard the noise and came to the hall. She was surprised when she saw Yi Tiance. Xiao Sisi? Is it really you? She immediately ran over and jumped on Yi Tiance, hanging on him like an octopus. Oh my god, you actually dared to come. Xiao Sisi, I missed you so much. Tell me the truth, have you missed me these days? Yi Tiance reached out and held Lu Ruyan's butt. I feel the softness on my chest and I feel very satisfied. Yes, so I came to take you home. Chapter 746, Abdication. Xiao Sisi, are you telling the truth? Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes and stared at Yi Tiance. She couldn't believe it and felt it was not real. Ever since she was brought back, she had been constantly trying to persuade Lu Yuankai, but all she got in return was rejection and denial. Now that Yi Tiance has come to take her home, how could Lu Yuankai agree? She didn't dare expect too much. Because the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Of course it's true, when did I lie to you? Yi Tiance looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. This moment. Lu Ruyan felt that her inner expectations were filled. She knew that Yi Tiance was very powerful, but she never thought that he would come to the Lu family to pick her up in person. This made her unable to control herself. With tears in her eyes, she immediately hugged Yi Tiance's neck and kissed him hard. Of course Yi Tiance would not refuse the warmth offered to him. Lu Yuankai, who was standing by, felt embarrassed and annoyed when he saw the two men being so bold in front of him. Damn Yi Tiance. Damn boy. Not only did they threaten him in public, they also made him lose face. And she took advantage of his daughter right in front of him. But he didn't dare to say anything more. Because Su Changwei's gun was still pointed at him. A long time. The two of them let go.
Lu Ruyan's face was blushing, her eyes were full of tenderness, and she looked at Yi Tiance quietly.
At this time, Su Changwei came over and said with a smile.
This trip of mine has not been in vain, don't worry, if anyone dares to stop me, I will shoot him dead. As she said this, she looked at Lu Yuankai intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Yuankai was speechless. Why not just give me his ID number? Lu Ruyan then noticed that Su Changwei was also there and said with a smile. I didn't expect that I was so popular that even you came, thank you. Su Changwei waved her hand and said. Oh, what are you thanking me for? Sister do. She's right, sisters, there's nothing to thank me for, go pack up and come back to Jiangnan with me. Yi Tiance let Lu Ruyan go. He has not forgotten why he came to the Lu family. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, looking embarrassed. Xiao Sisi, I. She subconsciously looked at Lu Yuankai. But Lu Yuankai didn't dare to look him in the eye and could only turn his head away. He knew very well that if he dared to look at her and his eyes made Su Changwei unhappy, she would definitely shoot him twice. Xiao Sisi, I'd better stay at home and not cause you any more trouble. Any smart person could see that she was afraid that Lu Yuankai would use this to make things difficult for Yi Tiance. What's more, she didn't have Lu Yuankai's permission, and she didn't dare to leave the Lu family. More importantly, she wanted to take this opportunity to completely convince Lu Yuankai to allow her and Yi Tiance to be together. She is a smart person, although she doesn't know what the result will be if the four major families besiege Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance is now standing in front of her intact, which means that the four major families have lost. And lost completely. So, now is an excellent opportunity to persuade Lu Yuankai. Yi Tiance was not stupid either, and he had long seen through her thoughts and concerns. After hugging her in his arms, he looked at Lu Yuankai quietly, the calmness in his eyes was very scary. Don't worry, your father won't stop you from coming with me, moreover, he has decided to abdicate and let you be the head of the Lu family from now on, you have the final say in the Lu family. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned, her eyes moving back and forth between Yi Tiance and Lu Yuankai. Xiao Sisi, what did you say? My dad asked me to be the head of the family? Oh my god. Am I dreaming? What happened in the end? Why does it feel like everything has changed all of a sudden? Lu Ruyan didn't quite believe it and immediately looked at Lu Yuankai. Dad, what's going on? Are you really going to let me be the head of the family? Now Lu Yuankai became even angrier. When the hell did he say that? Even if Yi Tiance proposed this condition, he didn't agree to it at all, okay? Ruyan, go back first this matter. Old Biden, I've already warned you, think before you speak, otherwise, my bullets won't have eyes. Su Changwei waved the pistol, looking very threatening. Lu Yuankai's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. What the hell? Is he really going to fall into the hands of these people today? As the dignified head of the Lu family, he didn't dare to make any rebuttal at this moment. He really brought shame upon himself. That's it. Even the four major families combined are no match for this kid. How could he resist alone? Maybe this kid is right, it is best for him to abdicate and let Yi Tiance control the Lu family. Because until now, they have not seen Yi Tiance's true trump card. He is not stupid, a man who can repeatedly slap the four major families in the face with his own strength. His trump card is definitely not Zhao Feiyu and others. These people don't even have the qualifications to be trump cards, they can only be bootlickers. He also wanted to see what would happen to the Lu family if it fell into Yi Tiance's hands. If you fall, that's fate. After all, he couldn't deal with Yi Tiance. If they succeed in rising, the Lu family will definitely be ranked above the four major families. It was a huge gamble, but he had no choice. He sighed deeply. Hey! Yan, he is right, from today on, you are the head of the Lu family. I am old and useless, it is time for me to have a good rest. At this moment, Lu Yuankai seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. He had his hands behind his back and was hunched over. The once arrogant head of the Lu family seemed to have fallen at this moment. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that Lu Yuankai chose to abdicate under threats, and wanted to comfort him or even refuse. But when the words came to my lips, I found it difficult to bring them out and I didn't know how to start. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Tiance and said softly, "Can you let my dad go?" Yi Tiance shook his head and said, "No, if a person does something wrong, he must be punished. This punishment is already very light for him. What's more, it is the right thing for the Lu family to fall into your hands. If you continue to let him be in charge, he will inevitably become corrupt along with other families. Moreover, the other three families will not let him go and will surely prepare for revenge. If you were the head of the family, I would protect you, and only in this way could the Lu family be safe." This is his truest thought. If Lu Yuankai were allowed to continue to be in charge of the Lu family, then when faced with threats from the other three families, he would definitely protect himself and choose to go along with them again. At that time, would he still give Lu Ruyan face and let him go? The answer is impossible. Rather than waiting for the dog to eat shit and never change its ways, it is better to solve it once and for all and get Lu Yuankai out of office as soon as possible. This will not only save Lu Yuankai, but also save the Lu family. Lu Ruyan understood what he meant, but still felt a little bit reluctant. After all, Lu Yuankai has been in charge of the Lu family for many years. If he is suddenly asked to give up his position, he will definitely not be able to withstand such a blow. But she also knew very well that she had to stand on Yi Tiance's side. This is the best ending. Looking at Lu Yuankai with a haggard look on his face, Yi Tiance didn't feel any pity at all, and said coldly, "The Lu family is under Ruyan's control, so you can go there without any worries. However, I can give you another chance, as long as you do one thing for me." Chapter 747, Do Something Else. Lu Yuankai frowned. "What do you mean? Is this guy playing a trick on him? Or do you want to test him? Otherwise, how could he force the emperor to abdicate in 1 second and then give him another chance in the next?" "Correct. This kid must be using this to warn him and test him. After all, Lu Ruyan is his daughter, so he has to give her some face." Thinking of this, he regained some confidence. However, immediately, inform the entire Lu family that Lu Ruyan is the head of the Lu family, and keep this news secret. You will temporarily take over Ruyan's duties in handling all the affairs of the Lu family. You will be the patriarch of the Lu family, but all actions must be under my command. What the hell? I knew it, this guy definitely isn't that kind. What kind of bullshit test and warning? This kid just wants to use him as a cover so that he can secretly manipulate the Lu family to deal with the other three families. To put it bluntly, he is just a puppet family leader pushed out by this kid. Good boy. This move of cutting off the source of the problem and secretly attacking Shinsong not only accurately protected Lu Ruyan, but also made him a free laborer to help manage the Lu family. Shameless. Lu Yuankai's face looked ugly, and there was some contempt in his eyes. What? You don't want to? If you agree, you can continue to be in power for a short period of time. If you don't agree, the Lu family will have nothing to do with you from now on. Yi Tiance looked provocative and disdainful, and his faint smile made Lu Yuankai very angry. Boy, have you been plotting against me from the beginning to the end? Now he finally understands. Yi Tiance was so cruel to the other three families, but showed mercy to him because he wanted to direct the hatred towards his Lu family. And he also knew very well that he could not withstand the revenge of the other three families. Under pressure, he could only seek help from outsiders. And Yi Tiance, who can easily deal with the other three families, is the best choice. In this way, he can be forced to give up his position smoothly. Good. He has been in charge of the Lu family for many years. How many bullets and gunfire has he faced in this provincial capital? But in the end, he was tricked by a young boy. From now on, if anyone says that Yi Tiance is a useless waste, he will be the first to rush up and slap him twice. It's enough to know the situation in your heart. Why do you have to make everything clear? Now that I have finished speaking,
Are you in favor or against it? Lu Yuankai laughed at himself and shook his head. Everything has been planned by you, do I have the right to object? Never mind, just think of it as me helping Yen Yen deal with everything in advance. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. In this regard. Yi Tiance grinned and said nothing more. He believed that Lu Yuankai had seen through his intentions. They wanted to use him to confuse the other three families, and thus completely destroy the so-called four major families. This was indeed the case. Lu Yuankai saw through his thoughts. The reason why he agreed was that he thought that after dealing with the other three families, his Lu family would be the only one in power. Lu Ruyan naturally didn't think so much, and she didn't need to think too much about it. Because she knew that with Yi Tiance around, she didn't have to think too much and could leave everything to Yi Tiance. I've already agreed to this, so stop hanging around here and get out of here. Lu Yuankai was very impatient. It's like a ghost if he can still welcome people after all this. However, I've come to the Lu family. If I don't make some noise, what do you think the other three families will think? Yi Tiance looked around the Lu family compound. What the hell? This kid is not thinking. Xiao Yuzi. Yes. What do you want, Mr. Yi? Zhao Feiyu immediately stepped forward, clasped his fists, and looked at Yi Tiance respectfully. Go, prepare the torches, and ask the head of the Lu family which houses can be burned. Light a fire, and remember, make it look presentable. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Lu Yuankai was stunned and his face turned pale. This bastard boy deserves to die. While he was feeling depressed, Zhao Feiyu had already come up to him and said with a laugh. Master Lu, you heard what Mr. Yi said, please don't make it difficult for me. Let's finish it as soon as possible so that we can rest early, right? Lu Yuankai had a gloomy face. He knew that Yi Tiance wanted to create the appearance that his Lu family had also suffered heavy losses. But isn't it a bit too much to just burn the house down? However, he did not dare to refute and could only give Zhao Feiyu instructions and watch Zhao Feiyu and his men pour gasoline and set them on fire. The flames were raging, and soon the empty houses in the Lu family compound were burned to ashes. In order to make it more realistic, Lu Yuankai also found some corpses to pretend. After arranging everything, Yi Tiance carried Lu Ruyan and walked out of the Lu family's gate. Looking at the backs of the mighty crowd, Lu Yuankai couldn't help but sigh. This kid is really a river dragon. He is not afraid of anyone and dares to provoke anyone. Those three families have suffered such a big loss, how could they let him continue to grow? The provincial capital is really going to change this time. Lu Yuankai walked slowly into the house with his hands behind his back and a hunched back. He doesn't need to worry about the rest, someone will help him deal with it. Brandy Hotel. At the invitation of Zhao Feiyu, everyone came to rest. After all, the provincial capital is his home ground. Peng Huayuan, Zhao Hailong and others went directly to order ladies to help with bathing and massage. Zhao Feiyu went to take care of Yi Tiance personally. Yi Tiance had changed into a bathrobe and was sitting next to the hot spring. Lu Ruyan sat next to him, and the two of them looked a perfect match. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, this is the best hot spring in the provincial capital. The service is very good. You can enjoy it and relax. If you are not satisfied with anything, please tell me at any time. I am next door and can help you rearrange it immediately. Zhao Feiyu was all smiles. Well done, Xiao Yuzi. It's time to wash off the bloody smell on your body. Yi Tiance was the first to enter the hot spring. The suitable water temperature made him feel relaxed. There was no way he started killing people before he even reached the provincial capital. If he doesn't take a bath, he will probably be pickled. Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? It is my honor to serve you. This is what I should do. Then I will withdraw first and not disturb you and your sister-in-law's fun. Zhao Feiyu is very perceptive. After all, Lu Ruyan's eyes began to become tearful when she looked at Yi Tiance. If he continues to stay at this time, he will only be asking for trouble. Yi Tiance closed his eyes and nodded slightly, and Zhao Feiyu retreated immediately. Thump! Lu Ruyan also jumped into the water immediately and sat directly on Yi Tiance's legs. She gently lay on Yi Tiance's chest, stroked his chest with her fingers, and whispered. Xiao Sisi, you came to take me home, should I reward you well? Award? Yi Tiance opened his eyes immediately. He is quite curious about this thing. After all, Lu Ruyan helped him greatly with rewards last time. Thinking about it now, it's still full of aftertaste. How are you going to reward me? Lu Ruyan tore off her bathrobe, leaned close to Yi Tian's face, and whispered. How about eating oysters as a reward? Today, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 748 Return to Jiangnan. Lu Ruyan took the initiative to kiss Yi Tiance, wishing she could merge herself into his body. How could Yi Tiance bear it? Soon. The private room was filled with spring light and gunfire. The next day, early morning. Lu Ruyan was the first to wake up from Yi Tiance's arms. I turned over gently and felt my whole body aching. Damn Xiao Sisi. She didn't even know to be gentle the first time. Now her whole body aches and she doesn't want to move at all. How can she walk? Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and prepared to hit Yi Tiance in the chest. But when she looked up and saw Yi Tiance's profile, she lost her mind again. So handsome. She didn't regret at all giving herself to Yi Tiance last night. Because she has been waiting for this day for a long time. The big cow has already gotten there first, and now that we have the chance, we shouldn't seize it, right? Lu Ruyan gently crawled out of Yi Tiance's arms without disturbing his sweet dream. She tiptoed into the bathroom and washed away the hormonal smell that lingered from last night. When Yi Tiance woke up, he saw Lu Ruyan getting dressed as soon as he opened his eyes. The vast expanse of white caught his eye, and he couldn't help but recall the madness of last night. Without saying a word, he hugged Lu Ruyan from behind. What? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, then she reacted. Xiao Sisi, what are you doing? The plan for a day starts in the morning without the sun. How can the morning be important? Yi Tiance picked up Lu Ruyan and threw her on the bed. It was already noon when the two came out of the room. Zhao Feiyu and others had been waiting in the hall. The moment he saw Yi Tiance, Zhao Feiyu immediately walked forward with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, seeing that you look so good, you must have had a good rest last night. How about this, I will take you to eat something, relax, and then have someone send you back to Jiangnan. He. Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed red. She gave Yi Tiance a cold look and lowered her head without saying a word. Yi Tiance glared at Zhao Feiyu. He was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth and dared not say more. No need to eat, just send us back to Jiangnan, our work is not over yet. Although this time the foundations of the four major families were shaken, it was far from enough. Moreover, this is just the prelude for him to attack the four major families. If you want to truly bring down the four major families, you need to keep scheming. Now the matter in the provincial capital has been completed, but not yet in Jiangnan. Zhao Feiyu quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. Mr. Yi, do you need me to go with you? Maybe I can help you. Yi Tiance shook his head and said. No, I have something else for you to do. Something else? Help me keep an eye on the movements of the second son of the Rong family. I want to know about any movement. His intuition told him that Rong Laoer was not a simple person. The last time at the Rong family, he let the second son of Rong escape successfully, and he regretted it very much. I should have killed him right away. He frequently took out the forbidden injection medicine, and the effect of the medicine was better each time. There is a high possibility that Rong Laoer is related to the person who made this potion behind the scenes. And the relationship is very close. It's better not to kill him. Maybe I can start from him and find the person behind the making of the potion. This time he caused a big disturbance in the provincial capital, and the four major families suffered heavy losses. Rong Heir would never let it go. This is an excellent opportunity. Yes. Mr. Yi. I promise to complete the task. Zhao Feiyu clasped his fists and agreed. Fortunately, he knew who the boss was and did not offend Yi Tiance. Otherwise, with this living devil playing such dirty games, he would have died 1,000 times over. Yi Tiance looked through the crowd but didn't find Su Qiangwei.
Zhao Feiyu immediately understood what he meant and quickly explained. Mr. Yi, team leader Su had something to do and left last night. She said she would contact you, so please rest assured, Mr. Yi.
Gone? He also wanted Su Qiangwei to follow Rome Lauer's clues to investigate.
After all, in terms of investigation authority, Zhao Feiyu is definitely not as good as Su Qiangwei. Just as I thought of this, my cell phone suddenly rang.
Yi Tiance took it out and took a look. Good guy. If you say you will contact me, you will really contact me.
That's right, it was the text message sent by Su Qiangwei. Su Qiangwei, I have something else to do. I just received news that there is some progress in the injection of the drug. I have to go and investigate it myself. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking and that you are eager for me to leave. But I am generous and have helped my sister to this extent. I don't mind helping her a little more and letting her enjoy it, but when I find you next time, you must do it with me.
I have the final say on how many times you do it. Hiss. As expected of her, Yi Tiance was somewhat panicked. If Su Qiangwei really had the final say, she would probably squeeze every last drop of energy out of him and leave him dead. However, she was smart enough to know what he wanted her help with. Yi Tiance put away his phone. Zhao Feiyu also quickly arranged for someone to drive Yi Tiance and others back.
In the grove behind the Rong family's mountain, Rong Tianli looked around and made sure that there was no one around before he carefully entered the depths of the woods. Not far away, there stood a masked man in a white robe, who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time.
Rong Tianli stepped forward and saluted, his tone full of respect.
My Lord Envoy, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. There have been a lot of things going on recently. I have to be careful in this situation. The man in white robe turned around and said coldly. Your efficiency is too slow. If you continue like this, I don't mind finding someone else to help me.
Rong Tianli was shocked and knelt down quickly.
Please calm down, Your Excellency. I did not expect so many things to happen. That damned Yi Tiance caused a big disturbance in the 4 major families last night. Although my Rong family has withdrawn from it, it has also caused a great impact. Fortunately, my subordinates have successfully tested the effects of the potions. This batch of potions is extremely effective. Not only can it greatly improve combat power, but it can also enhance various attributes of the body. If we can further optimize this medicine, we will be able to accomplish our plan. He participated in the Tong family's encirclement and suppression of Yi Tiance with the purpose of taking the opportunity to complete the test of the medicine. Because he knew very well that he could not compete with Yi Tiance at all now. The same goes for the Tong family. So there was no need for him to completely offend Yi Tiance because of this matter. Not only would this bring him anger, making it more difficult for him to ascend to the top, it would also draw the attention of countless people, forcing him to be even more cautious in doing things within the Rong family. As long as they complete the testing of the drug and successfully improve it to the effect they expected, then all the difficulties he faces can be easily solved. A mere Yi Tiance is no problem at all. Hear the words. The white-robed man's tone softened. Hurry up, don't make me rush you for the 3rd time. Apart from the medicine, you must complete the tasks I have assigned to you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Yes. Your Excellency the Envoy. The man in white robe turned around and disappeared into the woods in a flash. Rong Tianli stood up slowly, his eyes sinister and his fists clenched. Soon, we'll be able to put everything under our feet. Chapter 749 Jiangnan Layout. Villa Number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. As soon as I opened the door, I saw 2 stunning beauties sitting on the sofa. Hearing the door open, the 2 women turned around. I was a little surprised when I saw Yi Tiance and Lu Ruyan. Xiao Sisi? Xiao Pingban? Why did you come back together? Han Ruoyan stood up in surprise, and hurried forward to look the 2 up and down, unable to believe it. Yes, we came back together. What's the matter, big cow, are you envious? Sister, let me tell you, Xiao Sisi personally came to the Lu family to pick me up, so go ahead and be envious. Lu Ruyan looked very proud and immediately took Yi Tiance's hand, with obvious provocation in her eyes. I thought Han Ruoyan would be angry, but she was so disdainful and snorted coldly. TSK, I just brought you back, What's there to brag about?
During the days when you were away, I was spending every day with Xiao Sisi, wearing a battle robe every day, and letting him be my bridegroom every night. He has eaten my oysters so many times that I can't stand them anymore.
What did you say? Lu Ruyan immediately became anxious and stared at Yi Tiance fiercely. Mr. Yi, is what the big cow said true?
Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment.
Damn it. Why did you drag him into this jealous fight? Why are you making things difficult for Xiao Sisi? Is this his problem?
This only proves that your charm is not as great as mine.
Little tablet, when will you face up to your own problems? Do you think you have natural advantages like me?
The more Han Ruoyun taunted, the more excited he became, and his attack power reached its maximum.
Lu Ruyan blushed immediately and immediately grabbed Yi Tiance's hand and walked towards the room. Let's go. Go back to the room. Xiao Sisi, I don't care. You have to treat me equally, you have to eat mine as many times as you eat the big cow. No way. Why do you let Xiao Sisi go with you as soon as you come back?
Xiao Sisi has obviously stayed with us the longest.
Han Ruoyun also stepped forward and pulled Yi Tiance. In this regard,
Yi Tiance pulled the two of them over, held them in his arms, and said softly,
"What are you fighting for? We are all sisters, why don't we just work together?" Snapped.
Before he could react, the two women broke free from his embrace at the same time, with contempt on their faces.
Han Ruoyun said disdainfully, "Bah! You still want to be together?
You are such a wishful thinking.
You make me sick." That's right. I didn't expect you to be so mean. What kind of person are you to have the guts to think of such a bold thing? You are so shameless.
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and immediately stepped forward to hold Han Ruoyun's hand.
Come on, big cow, let's not talk to the guy below. We haven't seen each other for so long. I miss you so much. Let's chat, drink tea, and go shopping. That's right, Xiao Pingban, you finally have some conscience, let's go.
The two girls went upstairs holding hands, and before leaving, they looked back and glared at Yi Tiance.
Hiss. The last second they were jealous of each other, like enemies.
The next second, they were filled with sisterly love and felt they had met too late.
Really?
Women don't need any signs or reasons to change their expressions, it all depends on their mood.
Yi Tiance sat down on the sofa and rubbed his temple helplessly. Rong Meiyan sat over.
She simply put her legs on Yi Tiance's legs and gave him a charming smile.
The long legs wrapped in stockings under the exquisite cheongsam instantly attracted Yi Tiance's attention.
He reached out and held it without hesitation.
How's it going? Do you like it?
Rong Meiyan put her hands around Yi Tiance's neck, her every frown and smile was full of charm.
I like it, or you are sensible.
Yi Tiance hugged her slender waist and felt at peace.
No matter what time, Rong Meiyan is always the most sensible one. Mr. Yi, how did it feel to spend a night with Lu Ruyan? You must have been very tired last night, right?
She kept gesturing at Yi Tiance's chest with her fingers, and with that charming smile, she looked like a real vixen.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly. How do you know?
Of course Meiyan knows she is stupid to begin with, and she likes you very much. If you personally go to the Lu family to pick her up, she will be so moved that she will cry and pledge herself to you, right? What's more, Meiyan is from the provincial capital, so naturally someone will report the news to me. I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you caused the 4 major families to suffer heavy losses overnight.
Now, they should be quiet for a while.
In order to deal with her second uncle, she had already deployed spies in the provincial capital and the Rong family. Therefore, she knew exactly what happened in the battle last night. The moment she learned that the Tong family compound was burned down, she could only sigh that he was worthy of being the man she chose. There is nothing Yi Tiance dare not do, except what she can't think of. It's a pity that the Rong family didn't lose too much.
Her second uncle also escaped successfully.
She really hoped that Rong Tianli had died at the hands of Yi Tiance during the chaos last night. After all, they were the ones who teamed up to provoke Yi Tiance first, and it was impossible for them to be blamed on her if they were beaten to death by him.
Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile. Really? She is a smart woman. Han Ruoyan was unaware of his trip to the provincial capital, but Rong Meiyan was aware of it. Since we know that he won a big victory, we can guess that he will come back to complete his plan. Logically, you should ask about his situation first to show your concern. But she knew that he was with Lu Ruyan and did not disturb her. He really liked her more and more. Don't worry, I can bring her back, and I can also bring you back to the provincial capital and let you take the position of the head of the Rong family. Rong Meiyan was a little excited and immediately moved closer. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When did I lie to you? This time when he went to the provincial capital, he had intended to cause chaos in the Rong family, so as to push Rong Meiyan to the position of head of the family. But unexpectedly, Rong Laoer had another trick up his sleeve. This also made him change his plans. He wanted to wait until Rong Laoer revealed all his tricks before taking action, and he also wanted to investigate who was behind Rong Laoer. Then Meiyan will wait for good news from you. Talking. She hooked Yi Tiance's chin with her toes and smiled charmingly. Yi Tiance grasped her heels and said softly, "You are playing with fire." Yeah, then what else is Meiyan going to play? Rong Meiyan's direct admission made Yi Tiance even more excited. When he turned over and tried to push Rong Meiyan down, he found that she had already pulled away. Rong Meiyan covered her mouth and smiled, and said softly, "Meiyan will be yours sooner or later, but don't be impatient. Can you wait a little longer?" Hold on. Yi Tiance frowned. You keep making me wait. How long do you want me to wait? Don't be angry. We have to wait until you finish planning this time and close the net completely, right? Rong Meiyan understood him very well. She immediately stepped forward, hooked her arms around his neck, and kissed him gently. She stopped there and quickly let go. Yi Tiance felt better at this point, and he sat down and patted the person next to him. After Rong Meiyan sat down, she still put her legs on Yi Tiance's legs. In response to this, Yi Tiance reached out and touched it, saying softly, "What's the situation here? Can we close the net?" Chapter 750 Unexpected Person. Rong Meiyan sat up straight, with a more serious look on her face. It should be about time. The time agreed with team leader Li is almost here. You can ask him for details when you get there. She never thought that Li Duca would help Yi Tiance with official support. After she was arrested, Li Duca did not make things difficult for her. He simply interrogated her and detained her for a few hours while explaining the situation. This was all Yi Tiance's plan. Once she was captured, the four major families would think that she had lost, and would devote more of their energy to Yi Tiance. Not only can it protect her, but it can also force out the people arranged by the Wang family who are hiding in the Jiangnan government. Because these people will do their best to bring down Fingrong Group. Therefore, whoever attacks Fingrong Group is an accomplice of the Wang family. Li Duca lived up to expectations and successfully pulled out the pawn planted by the Wang family. The Dragon team also got involved, and both of them took action, catching the opponent off guard. However, the Wang family has the ability to push the direction of Jiangnan City's officialdom, and also has the ability to continue hiding its pawns. This time, the collaboration between Dragon Group and Li Duca was not able to uproot those pawns. Luckily, they have clues, so they are still on the hunt. If it succeeds, Yi Tiance's plan will succeed and can severely dampen the Wang family's morale. After learning all this, she admired Yi Tiance even more. This man looks harmless, but he is absolutely ruthless when he starts to attack. If you underestimate him, you won't even know how you died. Yi Tiance nodded and said, "Then let's go meet him. I just happen to have something to tell him." Instructions? Why does this sound like a relationship between superiors and subordinates? Isn't there a cooperative relationship between the two? The famous Li Duca is actually willing to listen to Yi Tiance? This man who constantly brings her surprises is becoming more and more interesting. She began to become more and more curious about how it would end. She stood up, packed up briefly, and took Yi Tiance to the agreed place. Because of Li Duca's identity, the two agreed to meet in a small tea house. This will also avoid being seen. can continue to hide the fact that Li Duca is on Yi Tian's side. Fu Tian Tea House.
When the two arrived here, Li Duca was already waiting in the private room. When he saw Yi Tian's, Li Duca's eyes were full of admiration.
Are you here? Please take a seat. Team leader Li is in great spirits. It looks like the matter has been settled? Rong Meiyan spoke first.
As soon as she entered the door, she was observing Li Duca's expression. The other person looked relaxed and smiling, and although he was trying to suppress his inner joy, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes.
In this regard,
she also guessed how things would end. It's true that nothing can be hidden from you, Miss Rong. Yes, yesterday I teamed up with my comrades from the Dragon Group to check the people on the list overnight. We found evidence when they were least prepared and brought them to justice. They have now been handed over to the Dragon team for interrogation. I believe it won't be long before we can get useful clues and uncover more people.
Rong Meiyan was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that the Dragon Group and Li Duca would act so quickly. It was accomplished overnight.
However, the Wang family has been standing for many years, and their power cannot be underestimated. We have only captured some of them now.
There must be many people hiding in the dark, watching our every move, and even trying to deal with us. So we have to get ahead of them and root these people out completely, otherwise the termites will continue to grow.
Having said that, we still need Mr. Yi's help in this matter. We can't do anything on our own. Of course he knew what happened in the provincial capital. I believe that not only him, but all the big shots in Tiannan province know about it.
After all, Yi Tian's moves were too big.
Overnight, the four major families suffered heavy losses and were severely damaged.
Those are the four major families. The depth of their background is unimaginable to ordinary people.
They have been standing in the provincial capital for many years, and no one has ever dared to challenge their authority easily. But Yi Tian's only took one night to make them experience pain that they would never experience in their lifetime. This ability and courage are the most powerful he has ever seen in the past few decades, no doubt about it.
No wonder Yi Tian's was so confident at the beginning, allowing him to do it boldly. With this ability, who does he need to be afraid of?
Moreover, now, whenever he thought about joining forces with Yi Tian's to eradicate this cancer, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. It was as if he had returned to the time when he first embarked on his official career.
Yi Tian's felt the burning in his eyes and nodded.
Don't worry, since I have done this, I will naturally do it to the end. Just let it go and do it. What he wants is for Li Duca to regain his passion. This was also one of the reasons why he initially wanted to support Li Duca. Only this kind of person can have the passion to break through all obstacles. As for those who were hiding, he had sent orders back to the fallen city to start an investigation. Ling Yun will also get in touch with the fallen city. Once he has substantial evidence, he can use it to find out those who are hiding behind the scenes. With what Mr. Yi said, I feel relieved. Besides, the task you asked me to do last time has already been completed. Look. As he said this, he looked at Rong Meiyan.
Rong Meiyan, who observed carefully, immediately realized that this matter was related to her. Team leader Li, don't worry about Meiyan, just say what you want to say. Li Duca nodded and smiled.
In that case, I'll be frank. Mr. Yi asked me to investigate the tragedy that happened to your own family 5 years ago. During this period, I looked through the files again and communicated with the comrades from the Dragon Group. I found a problem.
The tragedy 5 years ago? Isn't that the story of her parents being murdered? She was a little excited and full of anticipation.
You know, she had been investigating secretly for many years, and although she knew that Rong Tianli was the mastermind behind the scenes, she had no direct evidence.
I never dreamed that I could get clues from Li Duca.
She subconsciously looked at Yi Tian's, her heart pounding with emotion. 5 years ago, on the night when Miss Rong's parents were murdered, Rong Tianli met a man. We don't know what happened between the two of them, but after they met, the other person disappeared, and Miss Rong's parents were also murdered.
Rong Meiyan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Who is it?"
She actually knew very well that this did not mean that her parents' murder had anything to do with Rong Tianli.
But she can have one more person to investigate. As long as we investigate the other party thoroughly, we can get useful clues. But Li Duca looked so embarrassed that it seemed that this person was not that easy to investigate. Who is it? It actually made Li Duca look embarrassed. Li Duca glanced at Yi Tiance, took a deep breath, and then spoke slowly. Chen Xingdi. Chapter 751 Internal Strife. Who? Rong Meiyan stood up excitedly, unable to believe her ears. Chen Xingdi? He was once the top player in Tiannan province. At the time, he was even more famous than the Jiangnan god of war Lin Feng, and created countless outstanding achievements. Although he disappeared with Lu Yinji 5 years ago and has not returned yet, there are even rumors that he has gotten into trouble. But the reputation he left in Tiannan province still remains. That's Chen Xingdi. How could he be related to this matter? Team Leader Li, are you serious? Rong Meiyan still couldn't believe it. Li Duca sighed. When I first heard the news, I was also shocked. I couldn't imagine that someone like Chen Xingdi would be related to Rong Tianli. But this has also been confirmed by Comrade Long, and it is true, Miss Rong. I can only say that it is better to believe it than not to believe it. This incident was beyond all of their expectations and understanding. But that's the fact and they can't change it. He looked at Yi Tiance, wanting to see what Yi Tiance thought. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. Chen Xingdi? How did he and Rong Tianli know each other? What does this matter have to do with Chen Xingdi? Moreover, what ability and capital does Rong Tianli have to ask Chen Xingdi for help? Could it be that Rong Tianli has some leverage over Chen Xingdi? The key point is that Chen Xingdi has never appeared since he disappeared 5 years ago. It is unknown whether he is still alive today. Only Lu Yinji has recently returned to the public eye. Therefore, if one wants to investigate Chen Xingdi, one can only start with Lu Yinji. However, will Chen Xingdi really help Rong Tianli? With his fame and strength back then, the Rong family alone was not enough to threaten him. There are more and more mysteries involved. Everything is related to the big event that happened 5 years ago. He must find out what happened 5 years ago. It seems. I have to go see Lu Yinji again when I have time. Just thinking of that woman makes me feel inexplicably upset. She is really too difficult to deal with. Mr. Yi, what do you think we should do next? Li Duca knew very well that he could not make the decision on this matter on his own. Because there are too many people and too many forces involved behind this matter. Although he holds a high position and is not afraid to face these dark forces, he cannot mess up his plan. Since you have chosen to believe Yi Tiance, then let Yi Tiance decide the direction of things. Moreover, he also knew the relationship between Chen Xingdi and Lu Yinji. Now Lu Yinji has returned and still has some relationship with Yi Tiance. It would be most appropriate to let Yi Tiance do this kind of thing. You go back first and cooperate with Ling Yun to continue the investigation. We must force out the last trump card of the Wang family. Don't worry about the rest for now. I'll let you know when I have news, and then you'll know exactly what to do. Yi Tiance tapped the table lightly with his fingers, already having a plan in mind. Li Duca nodded and agreed without saying anything more. He left after a simple farewell. Seeing Rong Meiyan was uneasy. He took the initiative to step forward and hold her shoulders, and said softly. Don't worry, I said I would help you get revenge, and I will definitely do it. Wait a little longer, now is not the right time. The more we dig into the clue about Rong Tianli, the more clues we find. He couldn't wait to see what Rong Tianli was going to do. And who is the person behind him? Rong Meiyan quickly came back to her senses, took the initiative to sit on Yi Tiance's lap, and smiled charmingly. Then I'll trouble you. Meiyan will wait for good news. However, I don't want you to take any risks. Lu Yinji is a crazy woman. It's best to stay away from her. After all, you are sentimental, and she wants you dead with all her heart, and she might use this to do something bad to you. Yi Tiance stretched out his arms to hold her slender waist and said softly. No matter how bad she is, I can handle her. Unlike you, when you become bad, I can't control myself. Hate. Rong Meiyan took the initiative to kiss Yi Tiance. What the hell? Why are you suddenly so proactive? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment, and wanted to respond immediately, but Rong Meiyan suddenly let go and chuckled. Meiyan kissed you first,
You can go find that crazy woman Lu Yenji. Be careful on the way, I'll wait for you at the company.
Having said that, she stood up.
Yi Tiance pulled her back to sit down and frowned.
Who told me to go find her?
Oh. She is the only one in the world who has a relationship with Chen Xingdi, and she has a close relationship with you. It would save time to look for her. She also knows best why they disappeared 5 years ago. If you don't look for her, who else would you look for?
In fact, she was also very curious about why the two disappeared 5 years ago.
Yi Tiance shook his head and smiled. I don't need to go find her, she will come to me on her own initiative.
He believed that Lu Yenji would be very happy to hear news about Chen Xingdi. That woman will definitely come to me again and tell me the truth from 5 years ago.
Now, the most important thing is to solve all the problems left by Fingrong Group.
Yi Tiance stood up and stretched. Now is the time to truly close the net. The two left the tea house and went straight to the company.
Fingrong Group. Although the company was sealed off, the employees are still working at their posts. After all, there is no seal, so they dare not slack off. They didn't know that Rong Mei Yan had been released, they just knew they needed to wait. Waiting for a clear message. If Rong Mei Yan really collapsed, Fingrong should have received a notice of bankruptcy long ago, and they should have left then.
Otherwise, you will definitely offend Rong Mei Yan and Yi Tiance.
What happened at the shareholders' meeting 2 days ago reached their ears. They dare not experience Yi Tiance's thundering methods.
However, there are still people who are ready to make a move.
I say, why don't you just leave?
What's the point of staying here?
Wait a little longer, President Rong hasn't come back yet. If it really goes bankrupt, there will definitely be news.
Spread a message from the market. Do you really think Rong Mei Yan can come back? She was arrested by Li Duke. Will the other party let her go?
Yes, Li Duke is a good official who relies on evidence. How could he take Rong Mei Yan away without evidence? Only a bunch of idiots like you would protect her.
I can't control it anyway. I have to go. Who the hell wants to die with that bitch?
Financial manager Sun Yuqian immediately threw away the paper and pen, and prepared to leave cursing.
He wanted to withdraw when Fingrong Group ran into trouble. Because he knew very well that Rong Mei Yan could not solve the problem. If it could really be solved, so many things wouldn't have happened. Manager Sun, please don't. Maybe President Rong is fine and will be back in a couple of days.
Come back?
Come back to hell. Rong Mei Yan is dead, even Jesus can't save her, I say. If she can really come back safely, I will kneel down and call her grandma.
The reason why he was so determined was that there was naturally someone behind him who told him the situation. He has also contributed to the current status of Fingrong Group.
However,
then I really want to see what expression Manager Sun has when he calls me grandma.
Chapter 752, Settlement.
The sound of high heels was heard and everyone turned around to look.
Rong Mei Yan and Yi Tiance walked slowly towards them. Their aura was so strong that everyone was scared to breathe.
The sound of the high heels hitting the ground was particularly clear, and the atmosphere was very depressing. It seemed as if every step was stepping on their hearts.
Sun Yuqian was shocked and his face looked extremely ugly. What the hell? Why was Rong Mei Yan released? Didn't it say above that she had been taken away by Li Duke and couldn't get out at all? Why is this different from the script given above? Why is Manager Sun silent? You must be disappointed to see me return safely, right?
As they were talking, Rong Mei Yan and Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of Sun Yuqian.
Hiss! What a powerful aura!
Sun Yuqian's forehead was covered with sweat and his mind was working rapidly.
He quickly smiled and said, Boss Rong, what are you talking about? We are all waiting for you to come back. We are so happy to see you again. Fingrong Group cannot do without President Rong.
Only under the leadership of President Rong can we move to a higher level. It's just that Mr. Rong came back suddenly without any news, and I was surprised.
Luckily, I think quickly, so she shouldn't be able to see any clues, right?
Although I don't know what exactly happened, I can't show my true colors at this time.
Otherwise, everything will be over. Sun Yuqian immediately nodded and bowed, looking like a lapdog. He wanted to use this to cover up the fact that he was a traitor. But he underestimated Rong Meiyan. Ever since he entered Fingrong Group, all information about his identity, background, etc. appeared on Rong Meiyan's desk. Although these data cannot prove anything, they can determine what kind of person he is. So, when the company was in crisis, Rong Meiyan was the first to notice that something was wrong with him. Really? Then should I thank you for your loyalty to the company and apologize to you for misunderstanding you? Rong Meiyan had a harmless smile on her face, but her eyes were extremely sharp. Sun Yuqian only felt great pressure, and didn't know that Rong Meiyan was angry. He smiled and said, "That's not necessary. This is what I should do. Protecting the company is everyone's responsibility. If President Rong really wants to thank me, just give me something practical, such as a promotion and a raise. I rely on. Can you get any benefit in this way? I'm such a genius." Sun Yuqian was ecstatic and looked at Rong Meiyan expectantly. Rong Meiyan suddenly put away her smile, becoming cold as ice, and her aura became several times stronger. "You are so shameless. You betrayed the group, backstabbed everyone, and backstabbed me, and you still have the nerve to ask me for a promotion and a raise? If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that your manager's son would have already fanned the flames and left with everyone? Let me guess again, before you leave, you will tamper with the company's finances, claiming that it is the group's problem, thereby aggravating the group's tax problems. And you have already fled abroad with a large sum of money and are living a carefree life, manager's son, am I right?" "What? How did she know this? Did the people above sell him out?" "Impossible. It is impossible for the people above to betray him, because they really want Rong Meiyan to die. Therefore, it is impossible to betray him before the mission is completed." "But if not, how did Rong Meiyan know all this?" Sun Yuqian suppressed the shock in his heart and forced a smile to cover up his guilty conscience. "Boss Rong, you can always find a pretext to accuse me. Sun is definitely not that kind of person. How could he possibly backstab Boss Rong in the group? My loyalty to the group is evident to all, like the endless rushing of the river or the vastness of the Yellow River, which is unstoppable. Mr. Rong, please don't slander your loyal employees like this, otherwise, it will be very chilling." Talking. Sun Yuqian deliberately pretended to be heartbroken. However, snapped. Rong Mei slapped him without changing her expression. This really stunned him, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He had a cold face and tried hard to suppress his anger. "Boss Rong, what do you mean? It's nothing, I just want to hit you, is that not okay? You." Seeing Rong Meiyan's calm look, Sun Yuqian was extremely angry. But Yi Tian's cold eyes scared him so much that he dared not say anything more and could only suppress his anger. "You are the chairman of the company, of course you can, but I still say the same thing. Isn't Mr. Rong afraid that treating old employees this way will discourage others? Disappointed? I'm never afraid. On the contrary, I'm a little curious who would be disappointed. If anyone is disappointed, please stand up." Rong Meiyan glanced around. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. They all knew very well that if they helped out at this time, they would become Sun Yuqian's people, and it would be only a matter of time before they were implicated. Moreover, with Yi Tian's, a big Buddha, around, even if they were a little unhappy, they would not dare to show it. "Rong Meiyan, don't go too far. I am the company's financial manager after all, and I know the company's accounting issues best. If you dare to do anything to me, don't blame me for being rude. Once these problems are made public, you will be dead for sure." Sun Yuqian stopped pretending and came straight to the point. There was a sinister look in his eyes, as if he had determined to take advantage of Rong Meiyan. But what kind of scene has Rong Meiyan not seen? In response, he chuckled and said, "You finally admitted that you knew about the company's accounting problems. It seems that the company's financial problems are closely related to you." Sun Yuqian's heart skipped a beat and he felt inexplicably uneasy. Damn! How come you accidentally said this? What do you mean it has something to do with me? Stop trying to confuse people with your ideas.
I'm telling you, this is a problem caused by your poor management, and it has nothing to do with me. If you continue like this, I can ask my lawyer to sue you for defamation. You can talk to my lawyer if you have anything to say.
Rong Meiyan smiled.
She has been active in the business world for many years, and she has always used lawyers to threaten others.
This is the first time that my subordinates have threatened me with a lawyer.
She was about to speak when Yi Tian suddenly appeared and stood in front of her.
Snapped.
A crisp sound sounded. Sun Yuqian flew backwards in an instant and fell heavily to the ground.
Amid the surprised gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian said impatiently. What a noisy, brainless idiot. I really don't know what Ron Lauer was thinking to choose you as a pawn.
Since you want to be stubborn, let me tell you that your son Yuqian used his position as financial manager to write bad checks. He even falsely issued value-added tax invoices to reap huge profits, with the amount of embezzlement reaching more than 2 billion yuan. In addition, you abused your power, threatened a new female employee to have a relationship with you, and then bribed the HR department to fire her. This has happened more than once. You thought you were hiding it well, but in fact, it was not the time to settle accounts yet.
Boom!
The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Sun Yuqian, who was spitting blood on the ground. They never dreamed that Sun Yuqian actually did so many shameful things behind the scenes.
What a fucking inhuman! What are you talking about?
Sun Yuqian came to his senses, covered his chest, climbed up and sat up, feeling very emotional. Although he tried his best to hide his guilt, the panic in his eyes could not be hidden.
How did Mr. Yi know about this? Next second, Yi Tian suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom!
He stepped hard on his chest. A dull pain spread from the chest to the whole body.
I'm CIO.
Sun Yuqian screamed in pain.
Yi Tian slowly bent down and said contemptuously. You just threatened Mei Yan, so it's reasonable for me to threaten you now, right? Chapter 753. I have plenty of evidence. Puff.
Yi Tian exerted light force with his feet, and Sun Yuqian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with pain and he struggled continuously, hugging Yi Tian's feet tightly, trying to release his strength.
What do you want to do? Call the police. I'm going to call the police to arrest you.
Sun Yuqian was completely panicked. He knew that once Yi Tian's made a move, the result would be either death or injury.
He doesn't want to die.
But he didn't know how to escape from Yi Tian's clutches.
In a panic, it came out. Yi Tian laughed disdainfully. Call the police? Okay, let's see if they come to arrest me or you. I have all the evidence of your tenure here. It's crystal clear. You just said to let Mei Yan talk to your lawyer. Why don't you talk to my lawyer first? See if we can make things work out. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your master may not be able to take care of you now, because he can't protect himself.
It's not just him, it's the same for the 4 major families.
Sun Yuqian was terrified. You know who I am? What? Do you think you hid it well? Did Ron Lauer give you so much confidence? Before he arranged you to be a troublemaker, didn't he tell you not to provoke me easily? I really don't understand how he fell in love with you, and I don't know where he got the confidence from anyway. He is dying, and so are you. Yi Tian was a little impatient.
He was tired of these clowns. When Li Duca sealed off Fingrong Group and took away Rong Mei Yan, he had already asked people to investigate the internal affairs of Fingrong Group. Because under the leadership of Rong Mei Yan, Fingrong Group has already been on the right track. If you want to completely destroy Fingrong Group, it is absolutely not enough to rely solely on tax issues.
Moreover, the Wang family has been fully prepared for every move recently.
Not only will they attack the foundation of their group, but they will also use official pressure to put it on the table as a precaution.
Only with double guarantees can Fingrong Group be paralyzed.
Ling Yun did not disappoint him and soon received news. But because he was in the provincial capital at that time, he couldn't solve the problem. Now that I'm back, of course I have to find these people and settle accounts with them one by one. If we only solve external threats but fail to address internal problems, Finrong Group will never be able to turn things around. This Sun Yuqian is one of the chess pieces arranged by Rong Lao Air. There are 3 of these chess pieces of different sizes within Finrong Group. I really didn't expect that the 2 old men, Rong, could squeeze so many people into Finrong Group in the provincial capital.
Interesting.
It seems that he underestimated the power behind Rong Lao Air. But it doesn't matter, no matter how much trouble you cause, you can't do anything to him. I'm here today to tell you that the name of Finrong Group is Rong, but it's the Rong of Rong Mei Yen, not the Rong of Rong Tianli. You, Sun Yuqian, betrayed the group and President Rong, and you should be killed. But today I will give you a chance. If you tell me the evil deeds you have done, I will spare your life. In addition, you must explain the false accounting projects you have made, otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death.
While talking,
a powerful aura burst out from him, and his cold eyes made Sun Yuqian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt uncomfortable all over and was extremely frightened. His subconscious mind told him to refuse, but his instinct made him nod and agree uncontrollably. Because he clearly felt his life was threatened.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Sun Yuqian completely gave up resistance and began to tremble. Accompanied by a foul smell of urine coming from under his body, Sun Yuqian began to confess. I also took advantage of my position to make a lot of money from Tianlong Group's 10 billion yuan project, and took advantage of loopholes in the contract to deduct employees' salaries. He also leaked Finrong Group's financial statements to rival companies, allowing them to acquire stock prices, causing huge economic losses to Finrong Group. I made a lot of false accounts, and the evidence is all in the USB drive in my office drawer, including evidence of Finrong Group's tax fraud. He had completely given up and lay motionless on the ground with lifeless eyes. Because he knew very well that if he didn't tell her, he would die at Yi Tian's hands. Once he tells it out, he will die at the hands of Rong Lao Air. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well tell it all and let Yi Tian send him to prison. At least he still has a chance to survive.
This Sun Yuqian is such a beast. He actually did so many things behind the scenes that harmed the company. I was wondering why my tax returns couldn't be filed. Turns out he was the one causing trouble. Now the truth is out, President Rong will definitely not let him go. People like this should be crushed to ashes so they don't continue to cause harm to the company. No one expected that Sun Yuqian would do so many outrageous things. Among the crowd, several people kept their heads down and remained silent, looking panicked. Yi Tian had already locked onto these people. After kicking Sun Yuqian away, he came to Rong Mei Yen, looked at everyone and said coldly. HR Director Han Hao, Project Manager Wu Suowei, and Design Director Zhao Meili, are you 3 going to continue hiding? Suddenly, everyone looked towards the 3 people. As luck would have it, the 3 of them were standing together. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, the 3 of them became flustered and kept their heads down in silence. Everyone immediately surrounded the 3 people to prevent them from escaping. For a moment, the 3 of them were sweating profusely, and their foreheads were already covered with beads of sweat. Han Hao, you used your position to recruit young female college students as your secretaries, and took the opportunity to violate them. Among them, you got 3 of them pregnant. Among these 3 people, one suffered a mental breakdown and was admitted to a mental hospital because you forced him to abort his child. A man was sunk into the lake because of your threat. His body has not been recovered yet, but don't worry, I have already sent someone to recover it. The remaining person has now dropped out of school and is resting at home because he was drugged by you and repeatedly assaulted, causing serious physical and mental damage. Do you admit these things? Do you think that with Rong Lao Air backing you up, these things will go unnoticed? Thump! Han Hao instantly collapsed to his knees, terrified. How can this be? He covered it up better than Sun Yuqian, so how could he be discovered? How did Yi Tian know all this? Yi Tian ignored him and looked at Wu Suowei, saying coldly. As a project manager, you, Wu Suowei, don't want to discuss projects or cooperation, but only want to make money. A month ago, the tunnel construction project you were in charge of was blocked due to feudal superstition, which required human sacrifice to open the mountain. You then find a pair of young boys and girls and sink them alive into a deep pit in the tunnel, burying them alive. In every engineering project, you always listen to slander and use living people as sacrifices. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God? Thump. Wu Suowei was also frightened and knelt down immediately. Zhao Meili on the side panicked. The three of them are in cahoots with each other, so naturally they know each other's background. Now Yi Tiance has accurately revealed the dirty deeds of the other two people. So can she escape? Everyone was also surprised and couldn't even believe it. But Han Hao and Wu Suo's reactions said it all. Yi Tiance is telling the truth. What the hell? He is worthy of being called the living king of hell. He has investigated these unknown things so clearly. So they all looked at Zhao Meili. They were all very curious about what unknown secrets this woman might have. Chapter 754, Tell me something. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything. Zhao Meili pretended to be calm, but she was extremely panicked inside. Coincide. This must be a coincidence. This Mr. Yi must have heard it from somewhere. They did it so covertly, how could they be discovered? Thinking of this, Zhao Meili's confidence was rekindled. But Yi Tiance's words instantly shattered her self-confidence and made her completely powerless. As for you, you have no bottom line. How did you get into the company in the first place? Do you need me to tell you everything? All the works you design now are plagiarized from others in order to make her design works for you for a long time. You even imprisoned her. He often finds someone to humiliate her and take videos to threaten her. This person is your schoolmate, am I right? Not only that, you also kept a male model for a long time and paid the maintenance fee in the name of the company. You bribed Sun Yuqian with a young female college student to cover for you. Your actions have seriously damaged the company's image. Tell me, how do you want to die? Rong Meiyan was stunned. I didn't expect Yi Tiance to know so much about the internal employees of Fingrong Group. You know, when she first arrived in Jiangnan and took over Fingrong Group, she spent a lot of time getting to know each employee. Although she knew that there were Rong Tianli's people inside, she didn't find out anything. Not to mention the dirty deeds that Zhao Meili and others did behind the scenes. She found it strange at first, because with her vision, she would not make a mistake in choosing a person. This Zhao Meili is just a pretty face with no design skills at all. How did she get the position of minister? But every time Zhao Meili can produce works to prove herself. During that time she was busy dealing with Rong Tianli and looking for a partner, so she didn't pay much attention. Now it seems that he relied on blackmail and plagiarism to prove himself. No wonder he couldn't produce good work every time he was working, but could do it after resting for 2 days. Rong Meiyan looked at Yi Tiance with an obvious smile on her lips. This man really made her feel inexplicably at ease. If she hadn't chosen him, what would she be like now? I'm afraid that he was successfully framed by Rong Tianli during the last turmoil in the Rong family and was expelled from the Rong family. Don't even know how he died. No wonder Yi Tiance said that he had to solve the company's problems first. It turned out that he had already known all the corrupt officials in the company and was just waiting for an opportunity. Ha ha. I really love it more and more. Other employees were also talking about Zhao Meili. I never thought she got to that position by plagiarizing. People like her deserve to die. I've said before that she has no ability at all, but no one believed me. Now the truth is out, right? This kind of plagiarizing garbage is not worthy of being a designer in this life. The ridicule and strange looks from people around her made Zhao Meili feel ashamed, and she quickly lowered her head. Despite this, she had no intention of accepting her fate and continued to argue. No. That's not the case, that's not the case. I didn't plagiarize, I relied on my own abilities. I didn't plagiarize. Mr. Yi, you are framing me. Mr. Rong, I definitely did not plagiarize, please believe me. All this was done by the second master, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was stunned for a moment, regretting it deeply and panicking. Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, staring at Zhao Meili with a cold look. Zhao Meili quickly knelt down and slapped herself in the face. Clap clap. Boss Rong, I'm sorry, it's my fault, please give me another chance, please give me another chance. I will follow your lead from now on, okay?
I will not contact the second master anymore. I know some of the second master's plans, and I can tell you everything.
Rong Meiyan had an indifferent expression.
A man who betrayed her now wants to gain her trust by betrayal.
If you tell this to others, you won't be afraid of being laughed at. Besides, what qualifications does such a person have for her to trust?
She was about to refuse, but Yi Tian spoke. Okay, then tell me what Rong Lauer is going to do. If you tell me well, I will spare your life and let you go.
Really?
Zhao Meili grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly crawled in front of Yi Tian's.
Okay.
I'll tell you everything. Second master wants us to disrupt the company and tamper with its finances to create a tax crisis. That's why we kept bribing Sun Yuqian and asked him to issue bad checks and VAT invoices. All of this was instructed by second master.
Manager Yi, please let me go. Can you help me ask for mercy from President Rong? She grabbed Yi Tian's trouser leg, terrified. Yi Tian lowered his head and smiled at her. I know all this. Tell me something I don't know.
Dry stuff?
Zhao Meili was stunned.
She had no idea what kind of useful information Yi Tian wanted.
Because Rong Tianli only told them these, and they are not core members, so they don't know much. And many more. It seems so. I know the second master's secret. It seems that the second master has connections with the black market in Jiangnan City, and he goes there every once in a while. Black market? That sounds interesting. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Really?
Rong Lauer has a lot to do with the forbidden injection drug.
However, can he obtain so many injectable drugs solely through the black market? Obviously impossible. In other words, Rong Lauer is most likely the middleman. He went to the black market not to buy potions, but to sell them. Because the efficacy of the medicine in his hand is getting stronger and stronger, if you buy it on the black market, it obviously won't achieve the same effect. It can only be provided by the person behind Rong Lauer. Rong Lauer, on the other hand, gave feedback to those behind him through the black market and the usage of the people around him, so as to improve the medicine. Seeing Yi Tian smile, Zhao Meili was very excited. Manager Yi, can you let me go? I've already told you the second master's secret. Please let me go. You won't go back on your word, right? Yi Tian nodded. Well, I can let you go, but I may not let them go. The voice just fell. Boom! A group of people in black combat uniforms rushed in. The person leading the group was Ling Yun. The powerful warrior aura emanating from everyone made it hard for those present to breathe. Dragon team is doing business. All irrelevant personnel please leave.
Ling Yun snorted softly, and the others were scared away.
Take away. Give an order.
The people behind him hurried forward and detained Zhao Meili and others.
At this time,
Zhao Meili came to her senses and started cursing at Yi Tian.
Ah! Mr. Yi! You broke your promise. You will die a miserable death. You will be chopped into pieces by the second master. Definitely. Snapped.
Ling Yun quickly stepped forward and slapped Zhao Meili in the face, causing her mouth to bleed and twitch continuously.
Shut up.
Zhao Meili, you kidnapped and raped her. You are guilty of multiple crimes. I'm going to take you back for questioning. If you have anything to say, save it for the interrogation.
I'm not guilty. What crime have I committed? Second master said he would protect us.
You all just wait.
Second master will definitely save us.
Zhao Meili still refused to give up and continued to struggle.
Yi Tian stepped forward slowly, grinning and said,
Don't worry, your second master will meet you soon, then you can ask him how to save you.
Chapter 755 The Lady on the Seat. Take away.
At Ling Yun's command, the three people and Sun Yuqian were taken away immediately. Everyone was once again impressed by Yi Tian's thundering methods, and they were secretly glad that they did not act like fence-sitters and believe what Sun Yuqian said.
Otherwise, they will be the ones to suffer. Although they did not collude with the second master of the Rong family behind Rong Meiyan's back. But Yi Tiance knew these people's backgrounds so well, how could they escape? At that time, we can find any reason to send them into the dragon group on the grounds that they are endangering the company. They are not stupid. I've heard before that Yi Tiance has a close relationship with the dragon group. Now that the dragon group has come again, the news is definitely true. That's the dragon group. Once you go in, you'll be skinned alive even if you don't die. Mr. Yi, the matter has been settled. What do you think we need to do next? Ling Yun's respectful attitude towards Yi Tiance made them even more certain that the relationship between the two was definitely unusual. Don't mess with it. Even if the King of Heaven comes, Yi Tiance cannot be offended. I'll help you get a higher position and help you arrest some people. This performance is not good enough. What the hell? Real or fake? Do you still want to take him to arrest people? His current performance is already very good, okay? Not to mention the previous arrest of a large number of Jiangnan city leaders headed by Wang Guiyuan, the recent joint investigation with Li Duca has already led to the downfall of many people. The leaders of the Dragon Group praised him highly, liked his efficiency and ability very much, and would promote him at an appropriate time. If we continue like this, he will easily become arrogant. But Ling Yun himself still wants to return to the fallen city and stay with Yi Tiance. After all, there he can learn a lot of things, be free, and follow Yi Tiance to eat and drink delicious food. Isn't that fun? But he was not stupid. He could not reveal the news of the fallen city here, so he could only agree to it. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Okay, it's almost time. The show is about to start. We should go. Yi Tiance glanced at the time and grinned. Rong Meiyan was stunned. Where are you going? She was surprised and astonished at Yi Tiance's arrangement. She was wondering how Yi Tiance could be so kind as to let someone like Zhao Meili go. It turned out that Ling Yun had been waiting outside for a long time, just to let Zhao Meili fall into the trap and confess her crimes. At the same time, you can also dig out more useful information about Rong Tianli. She knew that the day of revenge was not far away. Yi Tiance hugged her slender waist and said softly, now that the internal troubles have been solved, it is natural to solve the external troubles. I want to make Fingrong Group run again. Otherwise, how can we catch bigger fish? This game is becoming more and more interesting, and some people will become more and more impatient. Bigger fish? Rong Meiyan was stunned for a moment, then she understood. Yi Tiance is moving forward step by step, hoping to lure the Wang family out and defeat them. Okay, I'll leave everything to you. I'll listen to you. Tax authorities. After Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan arrived, everyone looked unhappy. They will never forget these two plague gods in their lives, especially Yi Tiance. The receptionist immediately glanced at the person next to him, who then hurried to an office further inside. Then, Li Mei from the front desk came forward and responded with a smile. Mr. Yi, Ms. Rong, are you here to deal with tax issues again? Please sit here for a while. I will go and report to the declaration team leader and come to handle it for you. 2-inch. Li Mei took the two of them to a rest area nearby to wait, then left and went to the office. Time flies. Half an hour later. There were no staff members in front of the two people, and even few individuals came to handle tax matters. Li Mei seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. She never came out after entering the office. It seems that they are deliberately avoiding us. Rong Meiyan saw through the other party's intention and found it a little funny. If it's directed at someone else, it might work. But for Yi Tiance, this is a completely stupid idea. Because his patience is not that good, once he gets angry, the consequences will be troublesome. Really? Yi Tiance stood up and walked straight towards the office that Li Mei had just entered, and she followed closely behind him. Boom! Yi Tiance kicked the door open with one kick. The door was deeply embedded in the wall, and it felt like the whole building was shaking. The conference table in the center was full of people. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. How dare you? You dare to cause trouble at the tax office. Zhai Tianlin, chief tax declaration team leader, slammed the table and stood up, looking grim, trying hard to suppress his anger. Everyone present knew Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. After all, he is a prominent figure in Jiangnan City right now. What's more, they have repeatedly targeted Flingrong Group. It would be too fake to say that they don't know them. Oh, I saw everyone huddled in here, and I thought they were all dead, so I came here specially to see if you need a coffin. I can have someone send it over right away, one for each of you, and I guarantee you'll all be comfortable lying there. Be bold. Zhai Tianlin walked up angrily and glared at Yi Tiance. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude? We are in a meeting, and you broke into our meeting room without permission and spoke nonsense. Believe it or not, I will let the law enforcement agency arrest you right now. Snapped. What responded to him was Yi Tiance's cold slap. Zhai Tianlin flew backwards instantly, fell heavily on the table, and rolled right in front of the main seat. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Is that what your master taught you? It seems like your master isn't that great either. Yi Tiance looked towards the main seat and smiled contemptuously. The provocation in his eyes was self-evident. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Tiance was making a veiled attack. A beautiful woman was sitting on the main seat. The exquisite makeup paired with the white cheongsam makes her look very young. Her dress is very similar to Rong Meiyan's, but she looks more noble than Rong Meiyan. Now. There was no anger on her face, instead she smiled. I thought the rumored Yi Tiance was a vicious and evil person, but I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. No wonder he has so many romantic scandals. I heard that you have many beauties around you. Why don't you go home and enjoy your life here? Why are you here causing trouble? Has anyone offended you? Whoosh! Yi Tiance appeared in front of the lady in an instant. The lady was not intimidated by his powerful aura. She still smiled and even crossed her legs. Snapped. Yi Tiance stepped on the empty space on the chair next to her crossed legs and grinned. Whether I enjoy the pleasure of the land of comfort is none of your business. Do you want to serve me too? If you were 20 years younger, I might consider it. Now, although you have taken good care of yourself, you are old and ugly. If you didn't have this wealth to support you, you might be uglier than the streetwalker who charges 200 yuan for a session. By the way, you are right, someone did offend me. You may know him. The person who offended me is named Wang. Hiss. The whole place was silent and the atmosphere was quite depressing. Everyone even had to slow down their breathing and dared not make any sound. Isn't Yi Tiance too bold? You even dare to offend the one sitting on the main seat? The lady raised her head and smiled softly. Ha, it's been so many years, and no one has dared to tease me like this. You are the first one. It's quite interesting. I like it very much. By the way, coincidentally, my last name is also Wang. Chapter 756, one of the two prides of the Wang family, Wang Zhenju. Last name Wang? Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and began to wonder who the person in front of her was. The Wang family is the backer of the Tong family and rarely shows up. But she had seen Tong Guxiu's parents, and the lady in front of her was not Wang Zhenyuan. But she is 70% similar to Wang Zhenyuan. And many more. Could it be her? I heard that the Wang family has two proud daughters, Wang Zhenyuan and her sister Wang Zhenju. Wang Zhenju holds a high position in the officialdom of Tiannan province and rarely appears in public, let alone at the Tong family. So it is understandable that she has never seen it. Now it seems that the noble lady in front of him is Wang Zhenju. It seems that the Wang family really does not want to give up and is determined to bring down Yi Tiance. Before she could come to her senses, Yi Tiance reached out and grabbed Wang Zhenju's neck, sneering. That's really a coincidence. Just when I wanted to cause trouble for the Wang family, you came to me. I thought that you Wang family members all like to be cowards and hide in the back to watch. What? You can't sit still this time. Are you willing to come out? I also thought that all of you Wang family members were insidious and cunning, and you look like a peerless person. I didn't expect that there is someone as charming as you, but now that you are the first to come forward, aren't you afraid that you will never get back? Yi Tiance exerted a little force on his hands. Wang Zhenju's face turned red and he almost couldn't breathe. But she remained calm and even had a faint smile on her face, which was very contemptuous. If you really wanted to kill me, would you say so much nonsense to me? You are just pretending to scare me. Oh? What makes you think I just want to scare you? Yi Tiance grinned and increased the strength in his hands again.
A feeling of suffocation swept over him, and Wang Zhenju felt his consciousness blurred and his head dizzy. If this continues, she will probably suffocate to death. The fear of death made her subconsciously reach out and grab Yi Tiance's hand, trying desperately to pull it apart. Yi Tiance smiled with satisfaction and then let go of his hand.
Cough cough cough. Cough dash. After coughing a few times, Wang Zhenju took a deep breath, feeling relieved. She covered her neck with her hands, her face grim, and looked up at Yi Tiance. Damn! This guy is not trying to scare her, he is trying to tease her. I just want her to beg for mercy. Yi Tiance slowly bent down and said with a contemptuous smile. The high and mighty Wang family actually has moments of fear of death. If they are so afraid of death, why do they still arrogantly intrude into my sight? Wang Zhenju looked into Yi Tiance's eyes unyieldingly. He said coldly. The Wang family has never been afraid of anyone. Everything is not over yet, Yi Tiance, you are the one who is self-righteous. Are you kidding me? She is one of the two prides of the Wang family. If I were to be intimidated by Yi Tiance and the news got out, wouldn't everyone laugh at me? Self-righteous? Then I will be self-righteous. I wonder how the Wang family will react if I kill you. Say it. Yi Tiance's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was ready to attack again. This scared everyone present. Madman. This Yi Tiance is absolutely a fucking lunatic. You know, Wang Zhenju is the deputy director of the Tiannan Provincial Local Taxation Bureau. This is absolutely high level. You actually want to kill her here? Who the hell can afford the consequences? But having said that, no one dared to step forward to stop it. Because they knew very well that they did not have the ability to stop Yi Tiance, nor did they dare to anger Yi Tiance. At this time, Rong Meiyan stepped forward in high heels and smiled softly. Auntie Wang, I've heard of you for a long time. It's true that seeing you in person is worse than hearing about you with your temperament. Meiyan is ashamed of herself. She took the opportunity to stand in front of Yi Tiance and helped resolve the crisis. Although Yi Tiance didn't understand why she did this, he chose to believe her and took 2 steps back. After all, for him, killing Wang Zhenju was just a matter of steps. Wang Zhenju quickly adjusted himself and smiled. I've heard of you a long time ago. You're known as the commercial queen of the provincial capital at such a young age, and you may even take over the Rong family. To be honest, I am not as good as you after all. The man you found, Meiyan, is not only capable, but also very bold and doesn't care about anyone. She glanced at Yi Tiance inadvertently, her eyes full of fear. Because she just clearly felt the murderous aura emanating from Yi Tiance. If Rong Meiyan had not stepped forward to stop him, she was sure that Yi Tiance would really attack her. Auntie Wang, you're joking. He was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Besides, Meiyan's vision is far inferior to yours. She is not like Aunt Wang, who has a keen eye for talent and immediately picked out the Tong family and is willing to help. Although Rong Meiyan is not as experienced as Wang Zhenju, she is definitely not inferior in momentum. And they are not of the same type. Wang Zhenju's aura comes from his years as an official, and the contempt and disdain that comes with being in a high position that creates a sense of oppression. Rong Meiyan, on the other hand, was a competitive warrior in the business world. After gaining a lot of experience, she restrained her murderous aura and was aggressive and strong in every way. She knew very well that Wang Zhenju appeared here just to use his position as deputy director of the Provincial Local Taxation Bureau to suppress her and prevent her from successfully solving tax problems. The so-called meeting was just a pretense, meant to dampen the prestige of her and Yi Tiance. And they all knew that Yi Tiance was impatient, and making a scene in the conference room was exactly what they wanted. Have to say, none of the Wang family members are simple. They have more schemes than watermelon seeds. Wang Zhenju was also very clear that Rong Meiyan was saying that she was helping the Tong family. She has been working in the officialdom for so many years and has learned a lot of official language, so she can handle this kind of situation with ease. Meiyan is wrong. Your Aunt Wang
have nothing to do with the Tong family. That's my sister's relationship, not mine. I just happened to come down to inspect the work, and I happened to hear that your company had tax problems, which I felt was not right, so I came to see what the problem was. After all, your Rong family is one of the 4 major families and has made a lot of contributions to our Tiannan province. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Really? This woman is known as one of the 2 prides of the Wang family, and there is a reason why she has been able to stand at the top of Tiannan province for many years. Not only did he clear himself of any relationship with the Tong family in just a few words, he also acted as if he was there to help her. This way they could turn the tables and say that she and Yi Tiance were ungrateful and repaid kindness with enmity.
So that's how it is. Mei Yan is ignorant and Wang. I wonder what the results of the investigation are? Did Mei Yan violate any rules?
After all, this problem has been bothering Mei Yan for a long time. Every time she comes, she tells me that there is a problem, but she doesn't explain clearly what the specific problem is. If Aunt Wang hadn't been here, I would have suspected that this was intentionally targeting me. The 2 of them were tit for tat, kicking the ball back and forth between them, making the others sweat profusely.
This is a real fight between gods. What the hell? How did this happen to me? Now it's the turn of these mortals to suffer. Wang Zhenju frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "No problem, they are just making a fuss out of nothing. As long as you have sufficient materials, you can file your tax return at any time." She knew very well that there was no way to hold Rong Mei Yan back on the tax issue any longer. However, she will not give up easily.
Letting them handle taxation is just a superficial act. Once it is handled, the seeds that Fingrong Group had planted before will be exposed. At that time, she would make trouble again by saying that the declared taxes did not match the actual accounts, and Rong Mei Yan would have nothing to say.
However, in that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Yi Tiance rubbed his hands and grinned.
Wang Zhenju was stunned for a moment and stared at Yi Tiance. What does this madman want to do now? Chapter 757. You are the prey. How dare you, Yi Tiance?
Director Wang has already said that there is no problem with Fingrong Group and that they can handle tax matters at any time. You still want to take action against Director Wang? You are so arrogant.
That's right.
This is Director Wang. You are courting death by disrespecting him time and again. If I were you, I would kneel down right now to thank Director Wang for being so grateful and try to get her to forgive me. Otherwise, you will die without even knowing how you died.
Many people stood up and spoke for Wang Zhenju. In their opinion, Yi Tiance didn't dare to really do anything to Wang Zhenju.
They had just seen this with their own eyes. Yi Tiance was just putting on an act from beginning to end.
The real tit-for-tat confrontation is between Rong Mei Yan and Wang Zhenju.
Moreover, they were targeting Fingrong Group because of the Wang family.
Now that Wang Zhenju is here, how can he not protect them? Facing these jumping clowns, Yi Tiance sneered.
You don't need to worry about how I died, but you should worry about how you died. Come in, Deputy Director Wang. Wang has already admitted that they have problems, so there is no need to be lenient. Just interrogate them as you should.
Done.
Yi Tiance sat at the conference table, waiting with a smile on his face.
Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Wang Zhenju frowned, feeling something was wrong and feeling uneasy. She knew very well that Yi Tiance was not afraid to kill her, but only stopped because Rong Mei Yan stepped in to stop him. How could such a lunatic be afraid of her? Suddenly,
there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the door.
Followed by the dragon team led by Ling Yun appeared in everyone's sight. Take them all away from me.
As they were talking, the team members quickly stepped forward and took control of everyone who had just sat at the conference table, except Wang Zhenju.
Who are you? Let me go. This is the Jiangnan City Taxation Bureau. How dare you do this with Director Wang here? Deputy Director Zhang Wuqian also wanted to use Wang Zhenju's reputation to overwhelm the members of the dragon team.
But what he got in return was a heavy slap in the face.
Snapped.
The burning sensation on his face made him angry but unable to speak.
Dragon team is doing business, everyone else please leave. Dragon group? Oh my god. Why did you alarm the dragon group?
Zhang Guoqiang and others panicked instantly and immediately looked at Wang Zhenju.
With the example of Wang Guiyuan, they knew very well what the birth of the dragon group represented. Once they are taken away by the dragon group, their lives will be over.
Wang Zhenju was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what Yi Tiance had just said.
Yi Tiance didn't want to attack her, but wanted to attack Zhang Guoqiang and others. Damn! He is really a lunatic.
He doesn't play by the rules at all, and his train of thought is totally different from theirs.
We didn't do anything wrong. What right does the dragon group have to arrest us? If we did something wrong, Director Wang would naturally punish us. What does your dragon group have to do with it?
Zhang Guoqiang gritted his teeth and expressed his dissatisfaction, hoping to break away from the control of the dragon group.
But he didn't know that this was part of Yi Tiance's plan. How could this good show of catching a turtle in a jar end like this? What a coincidence! Director Wang just said that there is no problem with Fingrong Group's taxation and it can be processed. But you have been holding up Fingrong Group's tax issues and constantly finding excuses to block it. What does this mean? It means that it is not us who are at fault, but you are incompetent and even abuse your power. Shouldn't you be arrested?
Director Wang has just testified to this point, and I have to thank Director Wang, otherwise it would be difficult to arrest you. Yi Tiance shook his head, but a smug smile appeared on his face.
That's right.
From the very beginning, he had been plotting against these people.
Who knew that Wang Zhenju would give him this opportunity and let him be caught? Who said that the Wang family is all smart?
In his opinion, Wang Zhenju was very stupid, extremely stupid.
You.
Zhang Guoqiang was extremely angry, but due to the pressure from the dragon group, he dared not say anything. I could only look at Wang Zhenju and place my hope on her, hoping that she could say a few words for me. Unfortunately, he made the wrong bet. Although Wang Zhenju looked unhappy, he had no intention of speaking for them. Because even she herself didn't expect that Yi Tiance would actually use the loophole in her words to defeat her.
What a great Yi Tiance!
No wonder they suffered heavy losses and were forced to use extraordinary measures to deal with him.
Interesting.
She had been an official for many years, but had never met such an interesting opponent.
Take away.
At Ling Yun's command, the dragon team members immediately took everyone away.
Wang Zhenju felt extremely heartbroken when he saw this scene.
But she couldn't show it, and even had to act as if she was disgusted to show that she had caught him well.
Seeing Wang Zhenju's face turn pale, Yi Tiance pretended to be surprised and said, "Why does Director Wang look so grim? Are you scared? Don't worry, we are not here to arrest you, don't be afraid.
By the way, I came to Chief Wang's territory to arrest someone without telling him. Chief Wang shouldn't mind, right?
If you mind, just tell me, but I won't listen." Yi Tiance grinned, making Wang Zhenju even angrier. She took 2 deep breaths, tried to calm herself down, and forced a smile. "You broke the law knowingly, so it's only natural that you were caught. Why should I mind?
But I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, would have a connection with the dragon group."
Don't you know what your relationship is with the dragon group?
If you don't have the qualifications to mobilize the dragon group, but they go out to help you arrest people without authorization, then it's not as simple as knowingly breaking the law.
The existence of the dragon group is a big trouble for them. Because the dragon group has the right to arrest people first and report later, and the dragon group is closer to Yi Tiance. Therefore, once there is a chance to defeat the dragon group, we must seize it. Now is a good opportunity.
If Yi Tiance does not have any official power, then she can use the official power to bring public opinion to the dragon group.
That would restrict the dragon group's actions and prevent them from interfering with them.
But she forgot that Yi Tiance would never play according to her expectations.
Whether it's related or not is none of your business. You live by the sea, why do you care so much?
In this case, if you think they are breaking the law knowingly, then you can report it and see what your superiors say.
If you think I'm breaking the law knowingly, then call the police and have me arrested. While talking,
Yi Tiance stretched out his hands, indicating to Wang Zhenju that he could put the silver bracelet on him. Wang Zhenju became even more furious at the sight of this dead pig not afraid of boiling water.
What the hell? What a piece of tough meat. That's it.
Since she dared to come to Jiangnan, she was already prepared to send these pawns away. As long as you can hold on for 3 days, all problems can be solved. Normally, I should return to the provincial capital after the inspection, but now a large number of leaders of the Jiangnan City Taxation Bureau have been taken away by Comrade Long Group for investigation, so I have to stay here to ensure the normal operation of the Taxation Bureau. In addition, please submit your Fingrong Group's tax returns as soon as possible. I will help you solve the tax problem as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. After Wang Zhenju finished speaking, he stood up and left.
Today, she finally witnessed Yi Tian's methods. Next, it's easier to deal with.
Chapter 758 Lin Wanda and hashtag 039, S Telegram.
The meeting room was in a mess.
The few remaining people are all marginal figures, not core personnel. These people are not qualified to participate in the tax processing of Fingrong Group.
They remained silent and didn't even dare to look up at Yi Tian's. This is the real plague god. Yi Tian's didn't care about them at all.
All those who should be arrested have been arrested. There is no need to be afraid of these people. He also believed that they did not have the courage to go to Wang Zhenju. Wang Zhenju would no longer continue to cooperate with these brainless people, as this would only lead her into an abyss.
Why are you stopping me? Yi Tian's looked at Rong Meiyan and asked softly.
According to his idea, that is to kill Wang Zhenju and give the Wang family a warning. At the same time, it can also intimidate the Wang family's pawns hiding in the dark and make them reveal their true colors. Others are afraid of the Wang family, but he is not.
Rong Meiyan shook her head and said.
I know you are not afraid of the Wang family, but Wang Zhenju's status is too high, and it is not wise to touch her now. Although Mr. Wang advocates keeping a low profile, it has been so long that it is impossible for him not to have received any news. The fact that he has not taken any action so far shows that he has acquiesced to the Wang family's actions. If you really take action, it will inevitably provoke a counterattack from the Wang family. At that time, not only will there be countless enemies in the government, but it will also bring many troubles in the business world. This is a critical moment, and too much trouble is not a good thing. Besides, the Wang family won't be able to stay in front of you for too long, so we don't need to rush.
If we are only confronting the Tong family, we can do this. But since our opponent is the Wang family, we have to proceed step by step and be cautious. After all, the Wang family's foundation is far stronger than that of the Tong family.
The most important thing is that Li Duca and the Dragon Group are now cooperating to continuously crack down on these evil forces. If the Wang family were to take desperate measures at this critical juncture, it would inevitably bring them a lot of trouble. Of course, she also believed that Yi Tian's was capable of dealing with it.
But no trouble is always better than a lot of trouble, right? Yi Tian's could understand this. Since Rong Meiyan wants to wait a little longer, then let her wait a little longer.
It would also be a good thing to take this opportunity to let the Wang family throw out some more pawns. Seeing that Yi Tian's did not refute, Rong Meiyan smiled charmingly. I didn't expect that the problem could be solved so easily. It's really thanks to you, otherwise, Meiyan wouldn't know what to do. If she were to confront Wang Zhenju alone, she would probably not be his opponent. Yi Tian's is her pillar of support.
Really? But you weren't like that just now. Yi Tian's smiled without changing his expression. This little devil was extremely ferocious when he was confronting Wang Zhenju just now. Now, she starts to pretend to be weak. She can really control him. As for the Wang family, he was never afraid of them. He even hoped that the other party would show up and cause trouble for him. In this way, we can bring many people down and restore brightness to society. Rong Meiyan chuckled and said. Yes, with you here, I am not afraid of anyone coming, but I am curious, how did you know she is from the Wang family?
Logically speaking, Yi Tiance had never met the Wang family, let alone known Wang Jinju. But as soon as the two of them confronted each other, Yi Tiance's aura was fully released, as if he knew the other party's identity in advance. Even she had hardly seen Wang Jinju, so how could he, who didn't even know the Wang family, see through the other person's identity at a glance? Her brow ridges are very similar to Tong Guxiu's. The Tong family is now seriously injured and has no energy to cause trouble for me. Therefore, it can only be the Wang family. Besides, no one else is qualified to cause trouble at this time except the Wang family.
Don't forget, he is Yi Tiance.
Reading faces is easy, and identifying people by looking at their bones is naturally no problem.
Rong Meiyan was startled for a moment, then laughed triumphantly. This is her man.
If anyone says that Yi Tiance is stupid from now on, she will definitely be the first one to step forward and slap him.
So what should we do next?
She was really too self-righteous in the past. If everything had been handed over to Yi Tiance to make decisions earlier, the result would probably not be like this now.
Moreover, you can be a hands-off boss and sit at home comfortably counting money. What a pity, I just realized it now, what a fool I am.
Yi Tiance laughed softly. You don't need to do anything, just continue to complete the project. They are the ones who can't sit still now, and they will come to you on their own.
Rong Meiyan nodded after thinking for a while and said nothing more. The two of them left the tax office together. Upstairs office window. Wang Jinju watched the two men drive away, no longer tense but with a gloomy face.
This Yi Tiance is really a tough nut to crack.
He actually dared to attack her in front of so many leaders.
If Rong Meiyan hadn't stepped forward to stop him, she believed that Yi Tiance would really kill her. Being so cruel and ruthless, it's no wonder that the Tong family suffers so often at his hands. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number skillfully. It's more difficult than I thought. The Tianlong Group's deployment is related to him. It's better to be careful.
It doesn't matter, just keep an eye on him. In 3 days, he will completely disappear from this world. After hanging up the phone,
Wang Jinju calmed down and sat down at his desk again.
Soon, Fengrong's financial declaration for today was processed. Now, all we have to do is wait for Rong Meiyan to come and pay the taxes. Fengrong Group. As soon as the two entered the office, they found Zhao Hailong waiting there. Zhao Hailong quickly stood up and stepped forward to bow.
Mr. Yi, the project is about to be completed, which is a cause for celebration, but the Tianlong Group is also stuck, you see. Since the Tianlong Group was sealed off by Wang Guiyuan last time, a lot of problems have been left behind. Although these problems were deliberately created by Wang Guiyuan and others, he had to solve them. During this period, he was also actively dealing with the problem, but there was always an invisible hand blocking him and preventing him from solving it completely. Yi Tiance is now in the limelight and has also helped Fengrong Group solve its problems. He had no choice but to seek help. What's more, Yi Tiance is also the helmsman behind the Tianlong Group, so helping him is also helping himself.
However,
just stay stuck, no need to deal with it, the more messy the better.
Mr. Yi, this.
Zhao Hailong stood there in a daze, unable to react.
Do I need to say it a second time? No need, I get it. Okay? What's going on? This devil doesn't even care about his own company? Forget it.
This living devil must have his own ideas. He is just a chess piece pushed onto the table.
If he doesn't obey, Yi Tiance can replace him at any time. At this time, Rong Meiyan's cell phone suddenly rang.
When she saw the caller, she was stunned.
Uncle Lin?
She looked at Yi Tiance in surprise.
Yi Tiance nodded to her and then answered the call. Hello? Uncle Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder why you called me?
There was silence for a moment on the other side before Lin Wan's slightly hoarse voice was heard. Meiyan, you and Dr. Yi come to my house. Chapter 759, Let and Hashtag 039, take advantage of the situation.
Going to Lin's house?
Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, very puzzled.
Uncle Lin, what happened? It's nothing, Yu Yan just wants to see you guys. Lin Wanda's words made made Rong Meiyan even more confused. Lin Yuyan? Why did she suddenly want to see them?
Before she could ask any questions, Lin Wanda hung up the phone.
Because the hands-free mode was on, Yi Tiance could hear it clearly.
It seems that the Lin family has run into trouble, and it's not a small one.
Yi Tiance grinned and found it very interesting. At this critical moment, the Lin family called and was so serious that they even brought up Lin Yuyan as a cover. That means you are in big trouble. It is very likely that the Lin family is being monitored right now. Then let's go over and take a look? Rong Meiyan also became interested and wanted to know what big trouble the Lin family was facing.
Of course I will go, but before that, you have to do something for me first. Yi Tiance looked at Zhao Hailong, who bowed and agreed sensibly.
Don't know what you want me to do? Make sure you complete the task. Yi Tiance picked up a pen and wrote a line on the paper and threw it to Zhao Hailong. At first glance, Zhao Hailong was shocked. This. Mr. Yi, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm kidding you? The corners of Zhao Hailong's mouth twitched and he was extremely panicked.
But he couldn't show it, so he had to accept this miserable job.
Yes, I understand. Zhao Hailong took the note and walked out of the office helplessly. Depend on. Life is so damn hard. What kind of job did this living devil give me? It's obvious that they want to kill him. Is it possible that he will be doomed to fall into the hands of this living devil in this life? After he left, Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan also left the company and went to the Lin family. Lin.
The huge villa seemed exceptionally quiet. There seemed to be no one in the houses around, only the smell of fireworks from the Lin family. It was as if they were isolated here together with the surrounding residents. As soon as Yi Tiance entered the villa yard, he stopped and narrowed his eyes.
Rong Meiyan noticed his strangeness and understood instantly. Someone?
Well, they are just a few clowns, they are not a problem, let's wait and see. It was just as he guessed.
The Lin family is being monitored. There are at least 5 people hiding around the Lin family.
Every move of the Lin family is under their surveillance, and they have nowhere to hide. However, these people do not have the aura of martial arts and are not martial artists. He should have been sent only to monitor the Lin family. Therefore, these people do not pose any threat, but can be used to their advantage. Yi Tiance took out his cell phone, quickly edited a text message and sent it to Zhao Hailong, then he brought Rong Meiyan into the house.
Mr. Lin, why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Have you forgotten what I told you? You should get more sun.
Lin Yuanshuan and his son Lin Wanda sat on the sofa, looking a little unhappy. When he saw the two people come in, he forced a smile. Dr. Yi, Meiyan, you are here, come, please take a seat. The two stood up to greet him. When Yi Tiance walked over, his eyes met Lin Yuyan's.
She blinked and kept staring at Yi Tiance.
After changing her fate, she became more fresh and refined, with a touch of nobility, which made people afraid of her. Because of this, she looked even more beautiful, causing Yi Tiance to take a few more glances. Lin Yuyan smiled at him. He was stunned for a moment and had to respond with a smile.
She truly deserves to be the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. Every frown and smile is captivating. See this. Rong Meiyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile.
Every time he met Lin Yuyan, Yi Tiance's attention would be attracted and he would stare at her in a trance. She had never seen anyone who was so attractive to Yi Tiance. Whether it's her, Lu Ruyan, or Han Ruoyan, in terms of appearance alone, none of them can compare to Lin Yuyan. However, it was not unfair for her to lose to the most beautiful girl in Tiannan province.
Grandpa Lin, Uncle Lin, why did you ask us to come here? Rong Meiyan did not disturb Yi Tiance and took the initiative to ask about the Lin family's troubles.
Lin Yuanshuan and his son looked at each other, looking embarrassed.
Lin Wanda hesitated for a moment and then said, I'm afraid that my Lin family can no longer help you with what's happening next, so you can only rely on yourselves. The current situation of my Lin family is not optimistic. I only discovered yesterday that it seems that someone has been monitoring my Lin family.
If I take action, it will definitely disrupt the plan and allow the other party to find a countermeasure.
I asked you to come this time because I was afraid of being discovered, so I could only invite you in Yuyan's name. I also want to ask, is there any other way? Ever since they stood next to Yi Tian's, they discovered that Yi Tian's talents far exceeded their imagination. As a result, they regarded Yi Tian's as the backbone of their camp. Before doing anything, I always want to ask for his opinion. At this time, Yi Tian's finally came back to his senses. Without changing his expression, he said,
"It doesn't matter, just continue to pretend that you don't know anything. Since they want to monitor you, let them monitor you."
Dr. Yi, what do you mean? Lin Yuanxuan is indeed a veteran in this field, and he immediately understood what Yi Tian's meant. That's right, if we don't let them monitor us, wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? That would be too boring. We have to show them some flaws.
Seeing that Yi Tian's was confident, Lin Yuanxuan and his son's expressions returned to normal.
Okay.
I'll listen to you. I also want to see what tricks these monsters can come up with. Lin Wanda slammed the table and stood up, his eyes determined. He was just lying in wait, not really defeated.
These people are really going too far.
Lin Yuanxuan nodded and said,
"In that case, I have a good idea, Yuyan, come to Grandpa."
Lin Yuyan agreed softly and sat down next to him. Looking at his once sickly granddaughter, now sitting beside him in perfect health, he felt inexplicably at ease. He reached out and gently touched Lin Yuyan's forehead, and said with a smile, "Yuyan, you and Divine Dr. Yi already have an engagement, and he saved your life. I have discussed this with your grandfather and your parents. I plan to let you and Dr. Yi fulfill your marriage contract. What do you think?"
While talking,
Lin Yuanxuan's eyes were full of anticipation, but also worry.
Their Lin family really wants to achieve glory with the help of Yi Tian's. If Lin Yuyan refuses to fulfill the engagement, it will be troublesome. Lin Yuyan blinked and kept looking at Yi Tian's. Now, Yi Tian's also looked at her, also expecting her answer. The next second, Lin Yuyan smiled and said softly, "Grandpa, I do." After these words were spoken, the heavy stone in the hearts of Lin Yuanxuan and his son finally fell to the ground. Even Yi Tian seemed a lot more relaxed, with a smile on his face. Rong Meiyan leaned over and smiled softly. "The most beautiful girl in Tiannan province has agreed to marry you. Are you very happy now?" Yi Tian's coughed lightly twice. Low-key, after all, she is very charming. It is only natural for her to agree. In this regard, Rong Meiyan did not expose him. Being able to conquer the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province so easily can save her a lot of trouble. Lin Yuanxuan was so happy that he rubbed his hands and said, "Dr. Yi, Yuyan has already agreed. When do you think it would be a good time to get married?" Chapter 760. Wang Jinju was kidnapped. Yi Tian's frowned slightly. This question is really serious, and he has never really thought about it. He knew what Lin Yuanxuan meant. He wanted to use Lin Yuyan to pass false information to the people who were monitoring the Lin family. While concealing the Lin family's actions, it can also bring him closer, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's not talk about getting married yet. I don't have any plans for that yet. It won't be too late after this matter is settled, but I can announce to the world that I am the husband of the Lin family. This is the most confusing option for the other party right now. Once it is announced to the world, it will tell the entire Tiannan province that the Lin family has Yi Tian's protecting them, and the Wang family will not dare to act rashly. In addition, it can be shown that the Lin family is preparing for the wedding and has no time to care about official affairs. Besides, isn't this exactly what the Lin family wants? Lin Yuanxuan and his son felt a little disappointed when they heard that they couldn't get married yet. But when I heard that I could announce it to the world, I was extremely excited. Okay. Since Divine Dr. Yi has said so, I can't refuse. I will tell my friends in the military district and announce it to the entire Tiannan province. Say it. He immediately stood up and hit Lin Wanda on the back of the head. What are you still standing there for? Go quickly. Didn't you hear what I said?
Lin Wanda was speechless, but this was his father and there was nothing he could do. He could only go aside and make a phone call to contact the military district. At the same time, he also contacted his former confidants, preparing to make the matter known to everyone. Lin Yuanxuan also talked about another thing. Dr. Yi, I have another reason for you to come here 3 days later. There will be an inauguration ceremony for the new mayor of Jiangnan City. It is said that the Wang family mobilized resources to arrange this in order to completely control the current Jiangnan city. They don't even know that my son has returned to Jiangnan. Therefore, there will definitely be some tampering in this inauguration ceremony, and it might be a big one. I also contacted my friends in the military district and asked them to keep the news secret and let the Wang family continue preparing for the inauguration ceremony. This was also approved by the higher-ups. Although we all know the whole story, we cannot speak it out. We have to cooperate. What do you think we should do? The inauguration ceremony in 3 days? This sounds really interesting. The Wang family really likes to direct and act in their own drama, creating such a play to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, they didn't know that an agreement had already been reached with Lin Wanda. Not only did they secretly transfer Lin Wanda back, they also blocked the news and allowed the Wang family to support the new mayor to take office and hold an inauguration ceremony.
Knew it. Doing things inhumanely will eventually incur public anger. It's okay, I've already prepared gifts for them. You don't have to worry about this. Lin Yuanxuan was stunned and very surprised. Could it be that this kid already knew about the inauguration ceremony 3 days later? It shouldn't be. This matter is confidential, and he would not have known about it if his friend in the military had not told him. That's it. Since he said he was prepared, there was nothing to worry about. The most urgent task is to confirm the relationship between him and Yu Yan. Lin Yuanxuan held Lin Yuyan's hand and laughed. Dr. Yi, since this matter has been finalized, I will hand Yu Yan over to you and let Yu Yan go back with you. Firstly, you can get to know each other and enhance your relationship, and secondly, you can use Yu Yan to get in touch with us and complete your plan. Yu Yan, are you willing to go back with Dr. Yi? He was afraid that Yi Tiance would not agree, so he would skip him and ask Lin Yuyan. As long as Lin Yuyan agreed to this kind of thing, Yi Tiance would naturally not refuse. Hear the words. Lin Yuyan blinked and looked at Yi Tiance again. Ever since Yi Tiance came in, her eyes had never left him. At this moment, I also want to see his reaction. When their eyes met again, they couldn't help but smile. Grandpa, I do. Snapped. Lin Yuanxuan clapped his hands excitedly and was very happy. Become. Now, there is no need to worry that Yi Tiance will ignore the Lin family. And the Lin family no longer needs to be afraid of anyone and can stand up. However, this process takes some time, and they just need to do what they are supposed to do during this time. Dr. Yi, I'm leaving Yu Yan to you. She is a naive woman and has not experienced much of the world, so please don't bully her. Don't worry, Grandpa Lin with me here, no one can bully Sister Yu Yan. I will take good care of her. Rong Meiyan responded appropriately, and Lin Yuanxuan nodded with satisfaction. The layout he wanted has been completed. Next, it depends on how Yi Tiance operates. Moreover, he felt that Yi Tiance was a little strange. Since entering the gate of his Lin family, Yi Tiance has not said a word. She did not refuse his arrangement, but was a little absent-minded. This kid must be waiting for something. Sudden. Yi Tiance's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and took a look at it, with a smile on his face. Then he slowly stood up and stretched. Mr. Lin, remember what I said. It's good to get more sun. Don't stay at home all day. Okay, it's getting late, I have to go back. Don't worry, I will take good care of your granddaughter. Yi Tiance made a gesture to leave, and Rong Meiyan was stunned. What is he doing? You just arrived and you're leaving? Is it just for the sake of formality and to confuse the opponent? Lin Yuanxuan didn't understand either. Because Yi Tiance did not provide any substantial help or put forward many opinions. If that was the case, then he didn't have to come to the Lin family and could just send a text message. He couldn't be here just for Lin Yuyan, right? At this time. Suddenly a voice came from the radio.
Next, we have an urgent news report. Deputy Director Wang Jinju of our Provincial Tax Bureau has suddenly encountered danger and has been kidnapped. We have sent the Law Enforcement Bureau to investigate. If the general public has found any, please contact the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Everyone was shocked. Wang Jinju was kidnapped? How is this going? Lin Yuanxuan frowned, feeling uneasy. And many more. Yi Tiance just said that he has prepared gifts for the inauguration ceremony 3 days later. Could it be that Yi Tiance is related to Wang Jinju's kidnapping? What the hell? Lin Yuanxuan almost screamed and swore. This boy is so fucking bold. Rong Meiyan also looked at Yi Tiance, not quite daring to believe it. But only he could do such a thing. What are you all still standing there for? The show has already begun, we should go and see the excitement. Yi Tiance was the first to walk out of the Lin family's gate. Rong Meiyan simply greeted Lin Yuanxuan and hurriedly followed with Lin Yuyan. Looking at the backs of the three people, Lin Yuanxuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This kid is really brave to take such an unconventional approach. Well, I also want to see some good show. At the same time, everyone who was monitoring the Lin family nearby saw Yi Tiance and the other two leave the Lin family with their own eyes. They also passed the news back and continued to monitor. They didn't know that it was because of their action that Wang Jinju suffered a lot. Inside the car. Mr. Yi, where should we go now? Rong Meiyan had already guessed what Yi Tiance was going to do. Yi Tiance laughed and said, "Of course, we're going to see our deputy director Wang. She just helped with the tax issue, so we have to thank her in person." Chapter 761. Don't panic, take a picture. Abandoned warehouse. A group of men in black surrounded the place. They all wore masks and did not reveal their true faces. And between them, there was a tattered sofa. There was a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. Now, her eyes were covered with a black cloth. But she was not panicked, instead she seemed very calm. The leading man in black walked forward slowly and said in a cold voice, "Miss Wang, I've heard of you for a long time. When I saw you today, I found you to be really extraordinary. I didn't expect that the high and mighty Miss Wang, wow, is actually a beautiful woman." Wang Jinju, who was sitting on the sofa, was not afraid at all and sneered. "Oh? You know my identity? It seems you came prepared? This woman is really not a good person." The leading man in black couldn't help but feel frightened, but there was nothing he could do. This was the task assigned to him by Yi Tiance, and he could only bite the bullet and complete it. That's right, he is Zhao Hailong. The task that Yi Tiance assigned to him was to kidnap Wang Jinju. I really don't know what that living devil is thinking. If he kidnapped someone, he would not be afraid at all. After all, he was the king of Jiangnan. But these are the Wang family. He is a high-ranking official in Tiannan province. If his identity is leaked, it will be all over. However, thinking of Yi Tiance's identity, he was no longer so worried. No matter how high your status is, can it be higher than the city of Fallen? Miss Wang, if you want to think about these things, you might as well think about what your Wang family has done over the years. If you provoke public anger, you will naturally have to bear the consequences. Today, you will die. Zhao Hailong actually didn't want Wang Jinju's life, and Yi Tiance never explained this. This is just to intimidate her. Only Wang Jinju was at a loss, and there had to be something that could threaten her. When does a person become most panicked? Of course, it is when you have done something wrong and is about to be exposed. However, people like Wang Jinju will not feel guilty. Because they have done so many bad things, they have long been accustomed to it. Moreover, as he is in a high position, he has to face the pressure of online public opinion from time to time, so his psychological quality must be very good. Therefore, he could only find another way. When people face death, fear seems to be innate. When you feel your life is threatened, you will also panic. But he still underestimated Wang Jinju. In this regard, Wang Jinju sneered disdainfully. Really? Then let's make a bet you can't kill me, and you don't dare to kill me either. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here and talking to you. You should be waiting for the person who ordered you to kidnap me to show up, or for my backup, right? Oh my god. Living devil, living devil. Can't this tough job be done by that reckless guy Zhang Xiuhu?
He only said 2 sentences in total, but the other party found his flaws and put pressure on him in return.
If we continue this conversation, he will probably be unable to hold on and will want to leave. No. He has to hold on. He can shut up if he can't withstand Wang Zhenju's pressure. But if he really retreated, Yi Tiance would take his life.
Ms. Wang is really smart, but unfortunately, you guessed wrong. What I'm waiting for is the opportunity to deal with you.
Now, the opportunity has come, and Miss Wang should enjoy it. While talking, he had already ordered his men to go forward and tear off the black cloth in front of Wang Zhenju's eyes. The sudden light made Wang Zhenju close his eyes quickly, as if his eyes were stabbed. Soon, she came to her senses and opened her eyes to look at Zhao Hailong and the other men in black. Ha, it seems that you have made sufficient preparations. None of you have revealed your true identity. If you are so afraid of my revenge, why do you dare to trouble me? In her opinion, kidnapping her was a stupid move. As long as she wanted, she could find out who did it at any time. This behavior would not only anger the Wang family, but would also cause hostility from the officialdom of the entire Tiannan province. At that time, a single order will be enough to rectify the public security issues in the entire Tiannan province. That would affect a lot of people. Zhao Hailong was not scared by Wang Zhenju. He would not be recognized even with the mask on, which made him feel more confident. Why not? After all, you are just a woman. Just because you are a member of the Wang family, does that mean no one dares to touch you?
Miss Wang, you think too highly of yourself. Let me let you know today that it's not that no one in this world dares to touch you, it's just that no one wants to do that yet.
Do it. Give an order. 2 men immediately came up and held Wang Zhenju down.
At first she didn't take it seriously, but when she saw someone with a camera, she panicked.
Wang Zhenju frowned and said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to leave some memories for Miss Wang." He. After all, you have such a good figure and you maintain it so well. If you don't take some photos and videos, wouldn't it be a waste of your figure?
Don't worry, Miss Wang, we are all professional photographers. We shoot 2-person action movies all year round. We can handle any pose and style you want. At that time, I will let you, Miss Wang, take a look at the finished film. If there are any deficiencies, you are welcome to make suggestions and make revisions.
Zhao Hailong nodded.
The 2 men immediately stepped forward and tore off Wang Zhenju's clothes, revealing her shoulders.
Lavender lace lingerie also made its debut. At this moment, Wang Zhenju panicked again. Considering her noble status, I wonder how many middle-aged bosses' dream lover she is. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable. Damn. Are these people really fools? How dare you do this to her? Stop it. I'm Wang Zhenju, aren't you afraid of my revenge? What on earth do you want?
Seeing her start to panic, Zhao Hailong was overjoyed. This method works.
Ha, scared?
Of course I am, so I kept some photos of Miss Wang to avoid any accidents. As for what I want, I haven't decided yet.
But I didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Wang family, our deputy director Wang, actually likes to wear purple underwear. Should we say that you are repressed or that you like to dominate others? TSK, if this photo is released, you will definitely become a celebrity, Miss Wang. You. Wang Zhenju was very angry. After all, she is a woman, and she is somewhat afraid of such threats. But she quickly calmed down. These people used this method to force her to surrender, which meant they didn't dare to take her life. In that case, there is room for discussion. She squinted her eyes and kept looking at Zhao Hailong, who was wearing the mask. I want to see if I can identify the other person. Pity. Since Zhao Hailong dared to take action, he must be fully prepared. Not only did he wear a mask, he also deliberately stuffed some clothes in to make his body look a little bloated. Talk? What do you want? I can satisfy you. Please leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future, right? She regained her domineering look again,
trying to overwhelm Zhao Hailong with her aura.
What do you want?
I told you, I want your nude photos. What are you still standing there for?
Hurry up and do it. The men rushed forward again. Tear.
The tattered clothes on Wang Zhenju were torn off again, revealing a large area of snow white. Her face flushed, and she had completely lost her previous composure.
If you dare to touch me, the Wang family will not let you go. Wang family? Ha, Miss Wang, you should think about how to escape first. You'd better be obedient and let us take pictures honestly.
Otherwise, don't blame me for letting my men have some fun first and then take the photo.
By then, it won't be just a photo anymore. Chapter 762 I want 1 million. TSK.
I didn't expect that she is still a middle-aged lady at her age. Her figure is better than many popular young actors. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Wang family, she has taken such good care of herself that I am a little moved by her.
Miss Wang, your man should be very happy, right? I wonder what it's like for you, who is so high and mighty, to serve a man. Don't move.
If you move again, don't blame me for tasting you first. 4 or 5 men immediately stepped forward and held down Wang Zhenju, deliberately making all kinds of insulting noises.
Wang Zhenju stared at everyone fiercely, the anger and hatred in his eyes were obvious. You are seeking death. Looking for death? Miss Wang, don't you understand who is in control of the situation now? Do you want to pose yourself, or do you want us to help you? Snapped.
A slap landed hard on Wang Zhenju's face, leaving 5 finger marks immediately.
Be a little bit sexier for me. Otherwise, don't blame us for letting you be sexier. When had Wang Zhenju ever suffered such humiliation?
She gritted her teeth and refused to surrender. But she never dreamed that these guys would really dare to do it. Since Miss Wang is disobedient, let her know how powerful we are.
Okay. Boss, I promise to make her happy.
Hiss. The hip skirt was torn in an instant, revealing the sexy black stockings.
What?
Wang Zhenju screamed in shock and immediately began to struggle. But what she got in response was 2 large hands, firmly pressing down on her legs.
Ha, Miss Wang is really a sultry person. Has it been a long time since you last touched a man? How about we satisfy you? While talking, the big hands have quietly approached. Wang Zhenju's face changed drastically and he began to struggle violently. Get out! Get out!
If you dare to touch me, I will make you live a life worse than death. It seems that Miss Wang still doesn't understand the situation. Wang Zhenju trembled all over, his face turned pale, and he stared at Zhao Hailong with gritted teeth.
What on earth do you want to do?
Zhao Hailong spread his hands helplessly. I've already said that all I need is for Miss Wang to cooperate with me and take some photos, and then everything will be fine. Unfortunately, you don't know what's best for you, so the only thing I can do is take some videos.
Zhao Hailong raised his hand, ready to give the order. See this. The subordinate also took out a pink toy and approached step by step. Now. Wang Zhenju's body tensed up, and the panic in his heart was infinitely magnified.
As the thing got closer, her panic turned into fear, and her face became increasingly ugly.
Stop it. I'll shoot. I'll shoot.
When she was about to touch the last shackles, she was completely overcome by fear and chose to accept her fate.
Damn it.
When she gets out, she will make these people wish they were dead. Zhao Hailong raised his hand suddenly, and his men immediately withdrew their hands.
He said proudly. Ha, if Miss Wang had known the situation earlier, why would she have to endure this kind of suffering?
In this case, I would trouble Miss Wang to cooperate.
Go ahead and pose for her.
The 2 men stepped forward again, ready to pose for Wang Zhenju.
Get lost.
If anyone dares to touch me, I will bite off my tongue and kill myself.
I can do it myself.
Wang Zhenju stared at Zhao Hailong fiercely and began to make some indecent poses.
Ka. His men immediately took out their cameras to take pictures. Wang Zhenju did not shy away and kept changing poses to cooperate with the photo shoot. Just by changing his posture, the hatred and anger in his eyes became even stronger. Zhao Hailong narrowed his eyes, feeling a little scared and in awe. This woman is really decisive. 1 second you are struggling desperately, and the next second you agree and cooperate seamlessly. Such strong psychological quality is worthy of being a member of the Wang family. It's just a pity that the person I offended was the king of hell. The ending is bound to be bad. Soon. After the entire roll of film was shot, Zhao Hailong's men stopped. Wang Zhenju was lying on the sofa with a very ugly look on his face. Now, can we let him go? Release him? Who said that he will be released just because the photo was taken? Miss Wang, you take your photo too seriously, don't you? If you want to leave safely, a few photos are not enough, you have to give something more. Zhao Hailong cursed in his heart. Oh shit. What on earth is going on with this living devil? They only mentioned kidnapping and intimidation, but didn't say what specific things were going to happen. How could he respond? Forget it. He is the king of Jiangnan, and he can do whatever he wants. Anyway, in the end, there will be that living devil to take care of everything, so there is nothing to be afraid of. What else do you want? Wang Zhenju had a gloomy face and stared at Zhao Hailong. Now she has calmed down and figured out one thing. These people kidnapped her without any specific purpose. Even though he wanted to take a picture of her just now, it was not for sexual purposes, it was just a threat. If he was after sex, he wouldn't have given her so much breathing time. No money was charged for the whole process. If you're not after money or sex, then what are you after? It only means that they are following orders. So the person behind the scenes must be Yi Tiance. After all, in the entire Jiangnan province, in the entire Tiannan province, only Yi Tiance dared to go against the Wang family and dared to do such a thing. However, given Yi Tiance's fearless personality, he should have done this personally or been present at the scene in person. That damn bastard can't pretend. But he did not show up, and the person in front of him was full of disguise. This doesn't make sense at all. Could it be that Yi Tiance is not the mastermind? Who would that be? Zhao Hailong naturally thought of this. If he didn't do something drastic, Wang Zhenju would definitely not believe this kidnapping. Kidnapping is naturally for some purpose. The Wang family behind you is too big, so we can't afford to kidnap you, but we can still kidnap you. If Miss Wang wants to leave safely, you just need to prepare 10 billion, otherwise, you won't be able to leave here safely. And I can guarantee that the photos just taken will immediately appear on major online forums. Miss Wang doesn't want her nude photos to be spread around like this, right? Wang Zhenju frowned. Want money? Did she guess wrong? Wrong. There must be something wrong with asking for money so late. It is very likely that this is a false illusion created to cover up the truth. However, she would not refuse. She wanted to see who wanted the money. Okay, I'll give you money, but after you get the money, you need to delete the photos, otherwise, I will use all my connections to kill you all. She burst out with the powerful aura of a superior, trying to intimidate the other party. Pity. Zhao Hailong has been to the fallen city. He had seen this bit of the world. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Miss Wang to give me the money. Wang Zhenju was not vague and said in a cold voice. There is a special bank card in my clothing bag. It has 20 billion in it. The password is 6 nines. The bank does not need to verify your identity. You can take it. Zhao Hailong immediately asked his men to check, and they actually found a bank card in the bag. TSK. This is an unexpected surprise. But at this moment, footsteps were heard in the distance, accompanied by laughter. Kidnap Deputy Director Wang just for a mere 20 billion. This is too small a plan. Chapter 763. Let's talk about reason. Who are you? Zhao Hailong and others turned around immediately. It was Yi Tiance with his hands in his pockets, followed by Rong Meiyan. The two men walked over slowly, with smiles on their faces. Why are they here?
Wang Jinju frowned, unable to believe his eyes.
You know, she always believed that Yi Tiance was the mastermind behind it.
However, judging from the current situation, Yi Tiance does not seem to be the one.
Otherwise, how could these men in black not recognize him? However, if that wasn't the case, then how did Yi Tiance find this place?
Her Wang family didn't find this place first, but Yi Tiance found it instead. There are so many doubts about this.
TSK, I didn't expect Deputy Director Wang to end up in such a miserable state. If you had come a step later, I don't know what you would have faced. By the way, Deputy Director Wang, why didn't the Wang family send anyone to rescue you? The news of your kidnapping was all over the news. Now the entire Tiannan province's top brass are extremely anxious about this matter, and it's a mess.
Yi Tiance walked forward slowly and untied the ropes on Wang Jinju's hands and feet. This action made Wang Jinju stunned again.
What does he mean? Is this to rescue him?
Zhao Hailong was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately.
Who are you? How dare you block our path to wealth? You're really courting death. Acting. He is a professional.
Otherwise, he would not have acted like he had nothing to do with Yi Tiance in front of the Shao family at the beginning. But he didn't expect that this scene almost cost him his life.
Whoosh! Yi Tiance appeared in front of him in an instant. Snapped.
He raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. In an instant, it seemed as if all the bones in his body were broken, and the piercing pain made him unable to move.
What the hell? Isn't it acting?
This living devil is not acting, he is trying to kill him. What made him even more desperate was that before he could come to his senses, Yi Tiance appeared in front of him again.
Boom!
He stepped hard on his chest. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and a feeling of suffocation swept over him, making him unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Nima! This living devil is definitely looking for an excuse to beat him.
Yi Tiance raised his lips and said softly.
I'm a friend of Deputy Director Wang. My name is Yi Tiance. Zhao Hailong was confused.
If he continues to fight like this, he will definitely die.
But Yi Tiance didn't give him a chance to speak and kicked him away.
This kick felt like being cut in half, as if the body was about to be torn apart.
The next second, he fainted instantly and didn't make any sound.
The other subordinates were also confused.
What's happening here? Isn't Lord Long Yi Tiance's man?
But they didn't dare to ask more questions. After all, Yi Tiance's two moves just now made them terrified. Several men rushed forward, dragged the unconscious Zhao Hailong back and carried him on their backs.
Mr. Yi, just wait for me. One day, we will cut you into pieces. The subordinates also have some insight. Just now, Zhao Hailong pretended not to know Yi Tiance, so they have to pretend too. Subsequently, several people hurriedly carried Zhao Hailong away without even having time to take the camera. Wang Jinju widened her eyes. She had never expected that the kidnappers who had just threatened her would be subdued by Yi Tiance. Wrong. What if this guy teamed up with this group of people to put on a show to fool her? But, although Yi Tiance had just acted so cruelly, he wouldn't do the same to his own people, right?
Wang Jinju couldn't believe that Yi Tiance, who was on the opposite side of her, would actually help her. And this series of events happened too coincidentally. She couldn't help but suspect that all this was Yi Tiance's plan. But she couldn't understand what the meaning and purpose of Yi Tiance doing this was. They are now in hostile camps, and Yi Tiance had just threatened her this morning.
Logically speaking, Yi Tiance should wish she died. Helping her now, is this a disguised way of surrendering? Do not. This is absolutely impossible. She is not a fool, and Yi Tiance is even less so. There is no way they could do such a thing.
I thought about the possibility of anyone coming to rescue me, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's really surprising.
You came to save me. What is your purpose? Or, what do you want by directing and acting out all this?
Wang Jinju sat on the sofa, his expression unchanged. She firmly believed in her intuition that Yi Tiance was definitely not that kind.
All of this was Yi Tian's plan. Yi Tian laughed and said, "Oh? Then Deputy Director Wang, tell me, what is my purpose? What do I want?" This question stumped Wang Jinju. This was also the point that she couldn't figure out, so she asked Yi Tian. "Damn! What on earth does this bastard want to do? Could it be that she guessed wrong?" Since Deputy Director Wang can't explain it clearly, I won't recognize this hat by the way. I haven't seen Deputy Director Wang's sexy and charming appearance yet, I have to take a look. While talking, Yi Tian had already picked up the camera on the ground and started flipping through it. This action seemed to touch Wang Jinju's reverse scale. She immediately stood up and ran over. "Give it to me." But how could she compete with Yi Tian in speed? Yi Tian just slightly turned sideways and avoided her, causing her to fall flat on her face. She quickly got up and glared at Yi Tian with gritted teeth. The anger and hatred in his eyes were obvious. "Yi Tian, if you dare to look, don't blame me for being rude to you. Even if it means we both die together, I will drag you down with me," Yi Tian said disdainfully. "Deputy Director Wang really thinks highly of himself. Do you think you can die with me? You." Wang Jinju was very angry. But she quickly calmed down and said coldly, "What do you want?" Seeing that Yi Tian was not flipping through the photos, he was staring at her with the camera. She then knew that Yi Tian had another purpose and was waiting for her to speak. "Well, the kidnapper, Deputy Director Wang, was willing to pay 20 billion if it were me. How much would you be willing to pay?" I suggest that Deputy Director Wang should speak properly. If he says less, it will be difficult to deal with. Mainly, I don't want to see such photos because I'm afraid of getting sty. Good guy. Waiting for her here. Why would he be willing to help her? It turns out he just wanted to cheat her out of her money. Damn it. The corners of Wang Jinju's mouth twitched, but she still suppressed her anger and said coldly, "I spent 20 billion to buy this photo, so it should be mine even if you are Yi Tian. You have to be reasonable." Whoosh. Yi Tian instantly appeared in front of her with the film. He put one foot on the sofa, bent down slightly, and sneered. "Then let me be reasonable with you. You gave the 20 billion to the kidnappers, not to me. Now the film is in my hands. If you want it, you have to pay for it. Besides, I saved you, so you have to repay me, right? Don't worry, my price is not high. How about 50 billion? Deputy Director Wang, you shouldn't be short of these 50 billion, right?" Chapter 764, Furious Wang Jinju. Butcher plate. This is definitely a pig-killing scheme. She had just spent 20 billion, but Yi Tian asked her for another 50 billion. Damn. Now she understood why Yi Tian saved her. Just want to get something from her. Wang Jinju's face turned pale and his chest heaved. She is middle-aged, her face is slightly red, and she is full of charm at this moment. Yi Tian, don't go too far. Too much? Deputy Director Wang, don't you think carefully about how much impact these photos would have on you if they were leaked online? Your Wang family is wealthy and powerful. You don't want to ruin your future and the reputation of your Wang family because of 50 billion, right? Don't worry, as long as you give me the 50 billion, I will hand over the film to you for your disposal. Yi Tian was playing with the film, which made Wang Jinju very anxious. Okay. I'll give it to you. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you now. She took out her cell phone from her bag, quickly opened the mobile banking app, and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian quickly entered his account number, and Wang Jinju transferred the money without even looking at it. After the transfer was successful, Wang Jinju immediately reached out. Give me the film. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Yi Tian, afraid that he would not give her the film. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian handed the film over with both hands. Wang Jinju was stunned for a moment, then quickly took the film, fearing that Yi Tian would go back on his word. After getting it, she breathed a sigh of relief. This farce should end. Yi Tian, I don't know how you found me, but you can't deceive me. One day, I will catch you with my own hands and repay my shame 100-fold.
Even though there were no flaws, she still felt that all this was Yi Tian's doing.
Yi Tian's pretended to be disappointed and said,
I didn't expect that the famous Wang family likes to confuse right and wrong so much. It was obviously me who saved you, but they think I harmed you. If I had known this would happen, I would rather not save you and let you be tortured to death by those people, so as to avoid being bitten by a dog. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I have already wasted a lot of my time coming here to rescue you.
Next time we meet, it won't be so easy for you to leave. While talking,
he had already held Rong Meiyan's hand and walked away slowly. Looking at the backs of the two people, Wang Zhenju stomped his feet in anger.
Yi Tian's, just wait for me.
She immediately picked up her phone to make a call, then sat on the sofa and waited quietly.
Soon, a female assistant came over with clothes and pants, and countless bodyguards surrounded the place to ensure Wang Zhenju's safety. Under the cover of the curtain, she quickly changed her clothes. Although her face was a little dirty, it still couldn't hide her noble and wealthy air. How is the matter you were asked to investigate? The female assistant quickly reported.
Miss, after investigation, Yi Tian's had nothing to do with this incident before you were kidnapped. He and Rong Meiyan returned to Fengrong Group, prepared tax information, and then went to the Lin family. It is said that the Lin family wanted to betroth Lin Yuyan to him and let her go home with him. This matter is now known to everyone in Tiannan province. When you were kidnapped, he had just come out of the Lin family and returned to Villa No. 1 of Zijin Tiangong at that time. The news of your kidnapping was everywhere. He must have learned about this from the news, and then asked Zhang Xiuhu of the Black Tiger Society to investigate your whereabouts, and rushed here.
What? Nothing to do with him? Wang Zhenju widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Are you sure it has nothing to do with him?
I'm sure there's no sign that Yi Tian's is involved.
Impossible.
In the entire Tiannan province, the only person who dares to touch her is Yi Tian's.
If not him, who else could it be? However, all the clues now show that Yi Tian's is innocent. How is this going? Is she too persistent, or has Yi Tian's planned everything and done this on purpose? Keep investigating. Keep an eye on him. If you get any news, report to me immediately.
She still refused to give up and was determined to get to the bottom of it before she would stop. Everyone makes mistakes when doing things. If it is really related to Yi Tian's, she doesn't believe that she can't find any clues. The female assistant looked embarrassed and lowered her head in silence.
Didn't you hear me talking to you? What's that expression on your face? Wang Zhenju narrowed his eyes, his anger revealed.
As one of the two prides of the Wang family, he had never encountered such a thing in his life. Not only did they meet today, but they also had to swallow their anger and be slaughtered by Yi Tian's.
It's good enough that she didn't lose her temper now. The female assistant looked unhappy and said softly.
Miss, you have been making too many moves recently, especially what happened today. It has alarmed the old man, and he is very dissatisfied with what you have done. He has sent a message asking you to stop, young lady, and return to the Wang family to wait for orders. The old man also said that you cannot represent the Wang family. I hope you can behave yourself and not cause any more trouble, otherwise he will come to find you personally and take you back to the Wang family.
Wang Zhenju's face immediately turned ugly.
She knew that this matter would alarm the Wang family, but she didn't expect it would alarm the old man. The old man has always advocated keeping a low profile and never likes to get involved in any fights.
They are now going to great lengths to plot against Yi Tian's for the Tong family.
At the same time, so many big projects were launched.
If the old man knew, he would definitely be furious. Damn Yi Tian's. It would probably be impossible to deal with him again in such a short period of time. After all, they couldn't bear the old man's anger. But now the arrow is on the string and we have to shoot.
The net is about to be closed and Yi Tian's and others are caught in one fell swoop. It is really unwilling to give up just like that. Wang Zhenju lowered his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said coldly. Don't worry about the old man. Continue to plan and act according to the plan. I will take responsibility for any problems that arise. But miss, the old man.
What?
The old man's words are words,
but mine are not words?
What I say is what it is now that things have come to this. If I stop, wouldn't that be giving up halfway? I, Wang Jinju, have been active in Tiannan province for many years, and have never suffered such a big loss. I will not allow my life to be tarnished like this.
Are you kidding me? She is Wang Jinju, one of the legendary figures in Tiannan province. There is no word surrender in her dictionary.
Even if it means disobeying the old man's orders, she must win this game.
As long as you win, everything is fine.
The female assistant was stunned for a moment, but didn't dare to refute, so she can only agree.
Okay, I understand. I'll continue to make arrangements. Inside the car,
Rong Meiyan sat in the passenger seat and leaned her long legs wrapped in black stockings towards the gear lever. Yi Tiance understood what he meant and skillfully reached out to grasp the new gear lever.
Mr. Yi, please explain, why did you do this? She didn't understand this move and didn't know what Yi Tiance was trying to do. Like Wang Jinju, he believed that Yi Tiance's approach was inconsistent and illogical.
Yi Tiance raised his lips and said softly,
"What did Wang Jinju's kidnapping bring to Tiannan province?" Chapter 765, Questioning.
Rong Meiyan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. As the deputy director of the Tiannan Provincial Taxation Bureau, if something happens to Wang Jinju, it will affect the normal operation of the entire Tiannan Provincial Taxation Bureau.
At the same time, with the background of the Wang family, it will cause panic among many senior officials. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much impact. Seeing that Rong Meiyan didn't understand, Yi Tiance explained. Wang Jinju's kidnapping is bound to cause panic. Once panic occurs, the top leaders of the entire Tiannan province will take action.
This would alarm the Wang family. It is said that Mr. Wang advocates keeping a low profile, so he will definitely have opinions about Wang Jinju. From now on, if Wang Jinju wants to make any big moves, she will be restricted by Grandpa Wang, and her strength will be greatly reduced.
What will happen to her if what happened when she was kidnapped is leaked out? A word to awaken the dreamer. Rong Meiyan immediately understood Yi Tiance's plan.
From the very beginning, Yi Tiance asked Zhao Hailong to kidnap Wang Jinju in order to cause panic. Then force Mr. Wang to show up, and let him put pressure on Wang Jinju to limit Wang Jinju's strength. In this way, Wang Jinju will be forced to use his last trump card to make more chess pieces appear. At the same time, Yi Tiance created an alibi from the beginning to the end. Even if the Wang family suspected that he did it, there was no substantial evidence to accuse him. So Yi Tiance was able to escape successfully when he took out the photos taken when Wang Jinju was kidnapped. Once those photos are leaked, Wang Jinju will be under tremendous pressure from public opinion. Will she be able to continue to sit high and mighty at that time? The Wang family will never allow her to show up again. It might even make her disappear from officialdom forever. Gee, he is truly worthy of being her man. She knew that Yi Tiance was a sinister person, but she didn't expect him to be so sinister. But you've already returned the film to her. Does that mean? Rong Meiyan was surprised, then smiled, and said, I never thought you would dare to tease her. If she knew, she would be so angry that her face would turn green. It's not a joke, it's just 2 rolls of film. 2 rolls of film? Good guy. No matter how smart Wang Jinju is, he would never think of this. This trick of replacing one thing with another is really clever. If it were in the past, Yi Tiance would definitely be a qualified military strategist, even better than Zhuge Liang. So what should we do next? Now that the situation is at a fever pitch, we can't just wait for the Wang family to make a move, right? Rong Meiyan just wants to lie down now. She felt that with Yi Tiance around, she didn't need to think too much. Whether it is brains, strength, or connections, she cannot compare to Yi Tiance. Why waste your time when you have a thigh to hug? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life while you have this time? Yi Tiance said without changing his expression. They have shown us a clear path, and the best opportunity is 3 days from now. Also, have the Lin family prepare to host an engagement party for Lin Yuyan and me during the inauguration ceremony 3 days later. Engagement party? Rong Meiyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
Are you so impatient to be with Sister Yu Yen?
That's right, she is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, everyone wants to be with her.
Her tone seemed a little sour.
Because they have been with Yi Tiance for so long, although they have never asked for a formal status, Lin Yuyan had it as soon as she arrived. Although it is designed for the current situation.
But who knows whether Yi Tiance has any selfish motives? But she quickly calmed down after changing her mind.
She said she would be an obedient woman.
If Yi Tiance needs it, she will even help. What's more, with Yi Tiance's excellence, they are not qualified to compete for his favor. Yi Tiance also understood what Rong Meiyan meant and couldn't help but touch the black stockings a little more. Don't worry, you will all have it.
These words made Rong Meiyan feel a little relieved.
A woman. How is it possible that there is really no competition for favor?
By the way, you have to take good care of the company these 2 days and try to amplify the company's momentum and attract the attention of the 4 major families. Also, if I can take advantage of the opportunity to acquire the assets of the 4 major families, that would be the best. I want the 4 major families to completely disappear from this world. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes, and a bold idea already came to his mind.
Rong Meiyan would not refuse such a good thing.
Because the greater her power, the more she can shake Rong Tianli's position. In this way, she will be able to have a greater chance of controlling the Rong family.
Wang family.
Old man Wang Guoxiang sat on the main seat and looked at everyone coldly. Although he is nearly 100 years old, he has a ruddy complexion and is in good spirits.
Remember what I said?
The cold words, with their intimidating power without even being angry, made the Wang family members nervous.
Wang Jinyuan and his wife were closest to him and could feel his powerful aura the most, and were somewhat frightened. Xiao Yuan, tell me what I said before. Wang Guoxiang specifically mentioned Wang Jinyuan, and the meaning is self-evident.
Everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound.
Wang Jinyuan endured the pressure without changing her expression.
Father, we cannot be blamed for this. If Yi Tiance hadn't heard Xiao Xiu, we would never have provoked him. Today, the Tong family's foundation is shaken and its vitality is severely damaged, all thanks to Yi Tiance, who even touched our Wang family.
If we don't take revenge, how will others view our Wang family? What prestige will our Wang family have? She didn't think she was wrong.
Even Wang Guoxiang felt that he was the one who was wrong. The Wang family has deep roots and has stood firm in Tiannan province for many years, and has many disciples in the officialdom. He obviously has such ability, but he chooses to keep a low profile.
She didn't understand what the point of doing this was. Does it mean that if we keep a low profile, no one will come to provoke the Wang family? It's out of the question.
People who are good are bullied by others, and horses who are good are ridden by others.
This is an eternal truth since ancient times.
Nowadays, people only remember the 4 major families but have forgotten the Wang family. It is precisely because they have kept a low profile for a long time that everyone thinks that the Wang family is no longer viable.
Wang Guoxiang remained calm.
He was intimidating without being angry, and said in a cold voice.
Do you think I don't know that it was the Tong family that provoked Yi Tiance first? If you are not as skilled as others, you have to admit it.
After beating the younger one, they take the older one away, then the older one gets beaten again. How shameful.
Now you are dragging the Wang family into this. You are really getting more and more daring. Tong Ligui looked unhappy and didn't dare to say a word. This is indeed the case.
It's because Tong Gu's skills are not as good as others, but he is unwilling to accept this, so he has been fighting with Yi Tiance until now. But they didn't expect that Yi Tiance's ability was beyond their expectations.
Wang Jinyuan frowned slightly and said, Father, what you mean is that Xiao Xiu deserves to be beaten, and as the elders, we shouldn't intervene? If this is true, what dignity does the Tong family have? What dignity does the Wang family have? Someone from my Wang family has already been imprisoned because of Yi Tiance. Should we just stop there? Do the Wang and Tong families deserve everything that happened to them? She doesn't agree. Tong Guxiu is her biological son.
As parents, if we cannot support Tong Guxiu and cannot take revenge, we would not be worthy of being parents.
Chapter 766, Paranoid Wang Jinyuan. Parents? What are parents?
Helping their children on the right path is a good thing as a parent. Answering their questions and resolving their doubts is a good thing as a parent.
It is absolutely not the case that they are aiding and abetting the evil and doting on their children wantonly.
Wang Guoxiang frowned, and a powerful aura was released, mixed with a hint of anger, which made the hearts of the Wang family members present tremble.
They knew very well that Wang Guoxiang was really angry. Even Wang Jinyuan felt a little frightened at this moment.
However, she still looked at Wang Guoxiang without changing her expression.
She knows.
If she bows her head now, it means she admits that everything she is doing now is wrong. From then on, she no longer had any say in the Wang family, let alone helping Tong Guxiu to get revenge.
Humph! How ridiculous! You are one of the two proud members of the Wang family.
During these years in the Wang family, you have been galloping in the officialdom.
Do you know? If you don't have the Wang family's background, you are nothing. Who gave you the confidence to make you think that all this is related to your excellence? Only by keeping a low profile can you accomplish great things. Look at you guys, you've made such a big move now, what can you do to Yi Tiance?
If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of his father. Whether in the government or in the business world, you must admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten.
Don't you understand such a simple truth?
Wang Guoxiang spoke word by word, and the questioning and majesty in his tone made Wang Jinyuan slowly lower her head.
She is so smart, how could she not know these principles? But knowing doesn't mean she wants to put it into practice.
She just protects her own shortcomings. Because she only has Tong Guxiu as her son. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and said, Father, I know that the Wang family gave me everything, but no matter what, Xiao is also a member of my Wang family. Now Yi Tiance is not only targeting the Tong family, but also challenging the authority of the Wang family.
How glorious was my Wang family in the past. Although it is low-key now, it is not bad he has provoked me again and again. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't take my Wang family seriously? Seeing that Wang Jinyuan was still arguing, Wang Guoxiang was extremely angry. He picked up the ruler next to him and hit Wang Jinyuan's arm hard. He said angrily, If you really respect him, just keep it in your heart. What's the point of keeping it in your eyes? If you hadn't provoked him repeatedly, how could he look down on my Wang family? The foundation of my Wang family has been hard-earned for many years. Do you want to destroy it?
This child has escaped danger many times under your siege.
Do you still think it's his luck? No. It's his strength. This only shows that his identity and background are far more powerful than our Wang family. He is a smart guy and a bystander. He had a very thorough understanding of this matter. Let's not talk about the Wang family, let's just talk about the four major families. With their abilities, it would be easy to deal with a young boy in Tiannan province. But the result? Now that the four major families are severely damaged, the Tong family is even more dispensable. All of this is the consequence of underestimating Yi Tiance. Also, his Wang family has already intervened. If you escape danger once, it can be said to be a fluke. If you can resolve the crisis twice, you can call it luck. But if you can get away one after another, it's no longer luck, but strength. The power behind this Yi Tiance may very well exceed that of their Wang family. You know, even the Wang family doesn't have the ability to mobilize the Dragon Group, and they don't even have the opportunity to work together. But Yi Tiance repeatedly asked the Dragon team to take action for him. This alone is enough to prove Yi Tiance's strength. But he just couldn't understand why Wang Jinyuan and others never thought of this? If this continues, it will not only be the Tong family that will be ruined, but also the Wang family. That's enough. Father, you don't have to help Xiao get revenge, but please don't stop us from doing this. Yi Tiance is just a nobody, relying on his strength to be arrogant. I must make him pay the price. The Wang family cannot decline because of him. If you don't believe it, then just watch carefully to see how I accomplish this. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Even if you expel me from the Wang family, I will still do this.
But father, think carefully before you do this. Over the years, I have also built my own connections in the officialdom, which are not inferior to the resources given to me by the Wang family.
This time, she won't compromise.
Wang Guoxian was so angry that he felt a dull pain in his chest. He immediately covered his heart with his hand, his face showing pain. Tong Ligui hurried forward to support him, his face full of anxiety.
Father, are you okay? Get lost. I think you guys are just hoping something bad will happen to me. As long as I die, the Wang family will fall into your hands and you can do whatever you want. Wang Jinyuan frowned slightly, but her attitude remained firm.
Father, you said this yourself, not me. Besides, I hope you believe me. I can get revenge, and nothing will happen to the Wang family. I know my father doesn't welcome us now, so let's leave now, and take care of yourself during this time.
Done.
She looked at Tong Ligui.
Walk.
The tone was cold, as if there was no emotion at all.
Although Tong Ligui was a little hesitant, he still followed Wang Jinyuan out of the Wang family's gate. Looking at the backs of the two people, Wang Guoxian felt very disappointed. Damn it! Damn it! You really deserve to die.
If you still don't repent now, you will pay the price sooner or later.
Someone, come.
Prepare the car.
I want to go to Jiangnan. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong.
Lin Yuyan sat on the sofa, blinking and staring at Yi Tiance opposite her.
For some reason, she never got tired of watching it. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan were a little unhappy about Lin Yuyan's arrival. Because this was too sudden.
Especially after hearing that Yi Tiance was going to get engaged to Lin Yuyan in 3 days, he felt terrible. The look in Yi Tiance's eyes was full of resentment. They were the first to become Yi Tiance's women, but when Lin Yuyan came, they received treatment that they had never received, or even dared not to imagine.
Rong Meiyan saw that the two women were unhappy and quickly took them back to the room. One is to create independent space for Yi Tiance and Lin Yuyan. The second is to convince the two girls to accept Lin Yuyan and not reject each other. In this regard, Yi Tiance couldn't help but give Rong Meiyan a thumbs up in his heart.
She is worthy of being his most sensible woman.
Yang Yang said that if you are willing to marry someone, you must like them. Do you like me?
Lin Yuyan blinked her eyes and asked the question in her mind.
Hiss.
Yi Tiance was stunned. He never expected that one day he would be asked this kind of question by his own woman.
This Lin Yuyan is a complete naive girl. Of course I like you. If I don't like you, I'm not really a man.
Lin Yuyan was not shy at all, but instead felt a little expectant and immediately sat next to Yi Tiance.
So what exactly is love?
I asked Yan Yang, but she couldn't explain it clearly. I really want to know whether I like you or not.
This. Got it. Yi Tiance immediately thought of a way to explain his liking for her.
He hugged Lin Yuyan and kissed her hard.
Chapter 767. This is called love. Well.
Lin Yuyan was stunned for a moment, and felt as if she had been electrocuted, with numbness all over her body. And a wonderful pleasure began to spread throughout her body, eventually causing her to collapse powerlessly in Yi Tiance's arms.
Yi Tiance pried open Lin Yuyan's red lips and pearly teeth with ease. Lin Yuyan's body trembled slightly, but she did not refuse and let Yi Tiance take it. After a while, the feeling of suffocation made her subconsciously push Yi Tiance away.
Then her breathing quickened and she lowered her head with a blushing face.
See this. Yi Tiance couldn't help but laugh.
This is what love is. When you love someone, you can't help but want to possess that person, just like I did just now.
You are not resistant to me. Does this mean that you like me too?
Lin Yuyan was stunned. She never expected that love would be like this. The feeling of shame swept over her, making her want to escape. But she felt that Yi Tiance was right. She didn't want to resist just now, and even felt that the wonderful feeling was very comfortable and made her feel at ease, and she couldn't help but want to cater to it.
Is this what you like? Why is it different from what Yan Yang said? Moreover, her heart was beating so fast.
She also thought the man in front of her was very handsome, especially when he kissed her just now.
Two don't know either. I'll ask Yan Yang when I have time and give you an answer. Thought for a moment.
She still hadn't figured it out, nor was she sure whether she liked Yi Tiance.
Because this was completely different from what Lin Xiaoyang said she liked, she was a little at a loss. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was stunned. Ask Lin Xiaoyang? Has that little tablet ever been in love? Does she know what love is?
Before he could come to his senses, Lin Yuyan had already stood up and smiled.
I haven't been out for a long time, and this is my first time as a guest at someone else's home. Can I visit your home and chat with Mei Yan? If possible, I would also like to ask her to take me out for a walk, because I have never been free. From childhood to adulthood, she has been protected by the Lin family and the Gao family and is not allowed to go out. Having freedom can be said to be her greatest wish. Even though she couldn't change her fate and would eventually die, she still longed for freedom. Now that she can finally be free, how can she not yearn for it? Yi Tiance lowered his eyes, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Gentle way. Okay, go ahead. This is a bank card. The password is 6 nines. You don't need the bank to verify your identity. Just buy whatever you like. He handed the bank card that he had cheated from Wang Zhenju to Lin Yuyan. Money. He never lacks. After all, there is a full 1 trillion in the Supreme Black Card. Even if Lin Yuyan didn't make this request, he would let Rong Mei Yan take her out for a walk. After all, we will be living here for a long time, so we need to buy some daily necessities. Although he looked down on the 50 billion, he felt that it was not much money. But this little money is enough to give to Lin Yuyan and others for shopping. Lin Yuyan didn't act pretentiously. She took the bank directly, said thank you, and went upstairs to find Rong Mei Yan. After she left, Yi Tiance frowned slightly. The Wang family wanted to attack the new mayor at his inauguration ceremony 3 days later. Then he has to give something back. Gifts, it's time to prepare them. He dialed a familiar number, gave a few brief instructions and went out. Hospital. Hiss. Can't you be gentler? Don't you know my waist hurts? Do you believe that I will cut you into 8 pieces and throw you into the river to feed the turtles? Zhao Hailong lay on the hospital bed, grimacing in pain and glaring at his men in front of him. After he was rescued from the abandoned building by his men, he was immediately sent to the hospital. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious, so he woke up in time. But in his opinion, he was seriously injured. What the hell? That living devil showed no mercy at all. Even if it's just acting, you can't kill anyone. If he gets slapped again, he'll have to stay in bed for another month. Long Lord Long, you can't blame me for this. Who knew that Mr. Yi would attack you? Even if you are angry, you can't take it out on us. The subordinate lowered his head and spoke tremblingly. But this only made Zhao Hailong even angrier. Snapped. He endured the pain and stood up, slapped his subordinate, and roared. Does this slap hurt? It hurts me 1,000 times more than you do. What's wrong with getting mad at you? Who the hell made you a subordinate? I'm the boss. The subordinates didn't dare to speak at all. He didn't dare to offend Zhao Hailong. Because Zhao Hailong is really a ruthless person, he will definitely drown him in the river to feed the turtles. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and peel an apple for me. You have no sense at all. I really don't know why I keep you around. The more Zhao Hailong looked at his subordinates, the less he liked them. The man quickly picked up the apple and prepared to peel it. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open and a sneer was heard. Ha, you can even ask someone to peel an apple for you. It seems that there is nothing wrong with you. Since there is nothing wrong with you, then do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Yi Tiance walked in slowly. The teasing look on his face made Zhao Hailong's heart skip a beat and he became extremely nervous. What the hell? Why is this devil here again? I should have known this earlier and it's not ready yet. Mr. Yi. Thinking back to those 2 slaps, his body couldn't stop shaking. He hurriedly forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying.
The mission has been accomplished. This is the bank card that I swindled from Wang Jinju. There is 20 billion in it. I will hand it over to you now. Zhao Hailong tremblingly took out the bank card from his clothes bag. He suffered so much for the 20 billion. But he couldn't say it. If he said it, he might suffer even more. Yi Tiance took the bank card and looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. These 20 billion are your medical expenses, please accept them. Besides, you performed very well this time, so you deserve a little reward. After this matter is over, I will push you to be one of the leaders of the 4 major families. By then, your status in Jiangnan will rise rapidly, and you will be able to call the shots. What the hell? Real or fake? Zhao Hailong immediately sat up straight, completely ignoring the pain. To know. That's one of the 4 major families. He is now the king of Jiangnan, but the 4 major families still suppress him. They are simply not of the same size. If he can become one of the leaders of the 4 major families, who in Jiangnan city can restrict his development in the future? Zhao Hailong laughed and said, I knew that Mr. Yi would never treat me unfairly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Don't worry, I will definitely do my part in the future. If Mr. Yi needs me to do anything for you, I will do my best to help you until my death. I suffered such a small injury, but got such a high reward, it's worth it. Yi Tiance nodded and said. In that case, then hurry up and get well. I need you to help me with one more thing. The smile on Zhao Hailong's face disappeared instantly and he was stunned again. This living devil, would he let him mess with the Wang family again? Chapter 768 Self-Righteous. Well, Mr. Yi, I can do anything you ask me to do, but the premise is, can you not do it next time? Or tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. He knew that Yi Tiance wanted to use a self-torture tactic to gain Wang Jinju's trust. But that's not how the self-torture tactic is used. Without even saying hello. He didn't even have a way to deal with it. Fortunately, Wang Jinju believed Yi Tiance. Otherwise, he might be beaten a few more times. If Yi Tiance accidentally failed to control the strength, he would really be dead. At this time, Yi Tiance frowned slightly. This frightened Zhao Hailong, and he quickly smiled and said, Whatever you say is what I will do. I will listen to you without any complaints. Forget it. It hurts a little, so be it. It's better than angering this living devil and dying directly. What I want you to do is very simple. Cooperate with Mei Yan to acquire all the industries of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. I will provide the capital chain, so don't worry. In addition, the inauguration ceremony of the new mayor of Jiangnan City will be held in 3 days. I want you to collect evidence of Wang Guiyuan suppressing all of you when he came to power. 3 days later, you can cause trouble at the inauguration ceremony, the bigger the better, but I hope you have some brains and are well prepared. The inauguration ceremony of the new mayor? How come he hasn't heard about this? Although Zhao Hailong was confused, he quickly nodded and agreed. Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. To be honest, he still feels resentful. What the hell? The last time Wang Guiyuan came to power, he targeted the Tianlong group without saying a word. Even targeting people from the surrounding areas who came to complete the construction period. So all the pressure fell on him. Although Wang Guiyuan was taken away by the Dragon Group for investigation and removed from his post, he was left with a lot of questions. It has not been figured out until now. He's not stupid. It is known that this so-called new mayor is still a pawn sent by the Wang family. I heard that Yi Tiance wanted to become the new mayor. He suddenly felt relieved and felt that he had found a way to vent. By the way, if you can stay at home for the next 2 days, please stay at home. Be careful of Wang Jinju. Done. Yi Tiance turned and left. Zhao Hailong was stunned and took a long time to come back to his senses. What the hell? What does this living devil mean? Was he exposed? Did Wang Jinju know that he was the one who kidnapped her? Finished. If he really knew, then he would be finished. Quick. Quick. Send me home and have a private doctor come to the villa to see me and treat me there. Find me 3 more women and get them to do it right away.
Zhao Hailong was extremely panicked.
He did this simply because he treated these 2 days as his last days and spent them in a carefree manner. Although Yi Tiance didn't say that he would be finished.
But isn't this warning telling him that the Wang family will come after him?
If he was really exposed, he would be dead, so he should just treat it as his last indulgence. If he can escape this disaster, everyone will be happy and celebrate in advance that he has become one of the leaders of the 4 major families.
The subordinates didn't dare to offend Zhao Hailong here. If there is a chance to run away, then of course you should run away. Wang Zhenju's home. Miss, we found it. Wang Zhenju sat on the sofa, cold as ice. The female assistant walked over quickly and handed over the information with both hands.
Wang Zhenju took the information and started to look at it. The more he looked, the uglier his expression became.
Boom!
She slammed the information on the coffee table and said coldly. I was wondering why that guy surnamed Ji could be so kind. It turns out he wants me to return the favor. But he had already brought up the matter, so how could he let it go just like that?
Notify everyone to prepare gifts for the Lin family. I want them to regret offending the Wang family.
Ever since she came back, she has been trying to find out why Yi Tiance helped her. She knew very well that Yi Tiance, like her, was too arrogant.
This kind of person will never bow down for a little money. Although 50 billion was extorted from her. But she knew that Yi Tiance's purpose was definitely not this. Unexpectedly, she actually found out. Yi Tiance will hold an engagement party with Lin Yuyan in 3 days, which happens to be the same day as the inauguration ceremony of the new mayor. Miss, is this really okay? The Lin family. The Lin family?
The Lin family today is no longer the Lin family of the past with Lin Wan gone. Lin Wantai can't stand alone and can't make any waves. That kid is really smart. He wants to use the Lin family to ward off disaster. No wonder the Lin family announced good news in the past 2 days. They want to help the kid avoid trouble.
But it's useless. I'm not afraid of the Lin family at all. I even want to bring the Lin family down. In her opinion,
Yi Tiance is just trying to take advantage of the situation and wants to use the Lin family to ward off disaster. The engagement banquet is to tell everyone that he is the son-in-law of the Lin family.
Moreover, Yi Tiance was also very clear that once the new mayor took office, he would definitely target him and everyone around him.
Therefore, if he waits until after the inauguration ceremony to get engaged to Lin Yuyan, he will no longer have this protective umbrella. If she attacks Yi Tiance at that time, even the Lin family will not be able to protect him in time. It is indeed very smart and can accurately take advantage of everyone. Yi Tiance saved her in order to get her to stop.
Wang Zhenju regained his former confidence, and the pride on his face was obvious.
Pass on my message. The inauguration ceremony in 3 days must be done in a grand manner.
All preparations must be carried out to the highest standards.
This time, I will trample Yi Tiance under my feet and make him pay the price for offending the Wang family and the Tong family. Miss, I'm afraid that's difficult to do. The old master has already ordered that you are not allowed to use the power and resources of the Wang family. Besides, he is already on his way to Jiangnan City, and it is very likely that he is here to cause trouble for you, young lady.
It is said that the old master and the eldest daughter had a big quarrel and were very angry. In my opinion, should we avoid it for a while? The female assistant looked worried. She knew very well what Wang Guoxian's coming out represented. He wants to reorganize the Wang family. Suspending all of Wang Zhenju's rights in the Wang family is the best proof.
If we continue to take action now, the results will be counterproductive.
Wang Zhenju frowned slightly.
The old man's coming out was really beyond her expectations. I didn't expect so many things happened in the provincial capital in just a few days. That's fine, let's use our own connections and power. The old man just wants to say that we are nothing without the Wang family. In that case, let's do it and show him that my sister and I made the right choice. He is the one who was wrong and corrupt.
The female assistant was helpless. By now,
she shared the same opinion as the old man, thinking that Yi Tiance was not that easy to deal with. If not for this, with the capabilities of the Wang family, they would have defeated the other party long ago. Now, not only has the Wang family failed to win, but they have suffered losses repeatedly. But she was just an assistant, she had no right to interfere with the decisions of the two young ladies, let alone refuse them.
Yes, I'll make arrangements right away. After she left, Wang Jinju leaned on the sofa and squinted at the information on the coffee table. Father, if you knew that Yi Tiance used the Lin family as a shield, would you still insist that my sister and I were wrong? Chapter 769, Leaving the Mountain. Fu Lai Restaurant.
Yi Tiance sat in the private room, playing with his mobile phone with a calm expression. Behind him stood 6 bodyguards, surrounding him. And sitting on the main seat was an old man with white hair. He looks energetic, his eyes are bright, and he doesn't look like he is nearly 100 years old at all.
Now. He was looking at Yi Tiance, slightly shocked. The legendary Yi Tiance is actually a young man in his 20s?
If he didn't know the other person's identity and he just sat in front of him, he would just think that this was a useless person or a gigolo. You know, ever since he came in and sat down, he has been putting pressure on Yi Tiance. But Yi Tiance didn't seem to be afraid of him, and didn't even take him seriously. As the head of the Wang family, he is far superior to Yi Tiance in terms of seniority and status. This was the first time that he was looked down upon by such a junior, and he felt somewhat annoyed. But he is different from Wang Jinju and others, he will not get angry or embarrassed, but will only appreciate it. Because those who are afraid of authority will always be trampled under the feet of authority throughout their lives and will never be able to stand up. Only those who dare to fight against authority have the opportunity to stand at the top of this world. Old man, half an hour has passed since you called me here. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, just fart. If you have nothing to say, don't waste my time, you can't afford it. Feeling the sharpness in Wang Guoxiang's eyes, Yi Tiance slowly raised his head and looked at him. The coldness and sharpness in his eyes met. The extremely strong attack power made Wang Guoxiang feel pressured. Good boy. He is so domineering at such a young age. He is definitely not a good person. How dare you disrespect our old master? You are courting death. The head bodyguard, Wang Quan, stepped forward and released the martial arts pressure of a mid-stage god of war, hoping to suppress Yi Tiance. Although he knew that this was useless to Yi Tiance, after all, the result of Yi Tiance fighting against the 4 major families alone was known to everyone in the Wang family. But as Mr. Wang's bodyguard, he cannot retreat, nor will he allow anyone to disrespect the old man. Even if the end is death. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me so loudly? Your master hasn't said anything yet, but you, as a dog, are barking first. I advise you to be quiet, I don't like noise. Boom! Suddenly, he emanated a terrifying murderous aura, which frightened Wang Quan so much that he quickly took a few steps back, gasping for breath. Wang Quan's eyes were full of shock. I can't believe that Yi Tiance, at such a young age, has such a terrifying murderous aura. When he heard everyone bragging about Yi Tiance before, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But now he realized that it was his self-righteousness that made him underestimate the culprit who caused the bloody storm. But as the chief bodyguard of Mr. Wang, his arrogance prevents him from bowing his head. Boy, even if you are strong, you don't have the capital to humiliate me and the old man. That's enough, you are no match for him, he is right, you are seeking death, back off. Wang Guoxiang called Wang Quan, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Yi Tiance. Master, Okay, don't worry if he wants to harm me, none of you can stop him, just retreat first. He is very clear. A man who can fight against countless masters of the 4 major families and kill countless early war gods, it is easy to kill him within a short distance, and no one can stop him. The bodyguards he brought with him are able to deal with other people. But in front of Yi Tiance, he was just a decoration. Wang Quan was still unconvinced, but he had no choice but to retreat. Wang Guoxiang poured a cup of tea, stood up and handed it to him, smiling. You are very courageous, and I admire you for that. Yi Tiance did not take the teacup, but looked up at him and said disdainfully. You are very courageous, you dare to come to me, aren't you afraid that I will punch you in the head and let you die here? Seeing him being so disrespectful, Wang Guoxiang sat down next to him and asked with a smile. Do you know who I am? I'm not as stupid as you Wangs, besides,
You and your daughter look so much alike. If I can't recognize you, wouldn't it be laughable?
Old man, I was really worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. If that's the case, then your Wang family doesn't need to exist anymore. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and no longer restrained the murderous aura he released.
Wang Quan and other bodyguards felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and felt under great pressure.
The same is true for Wang Guoxiang, but he has been in the military for many years and has made great military achievements. He has also been in the officialdom for many years and has seen many big scenes. So it didn't scare him.
He suppressed his inner fear and laughed. You won't. If you really wanted to do that, I would have been dead when I walked in.
Besides, you could have threatened me with Xiaozhu and showed up to kill me, but you didn't.
Your target is the Wang family, but not me.
Besides, I came to find you because I am not afraid of death, otherwise there is no point in coming here.
Seeing him so calm, Yi Tiance couldn't help but nodded.
This old guy is not only courageous, but also very smart. Unfortunately, she gave birth to a bunch of children who are ignorant of the times.
You're right, I'm not targeting you, but the entire Wang family. I never provoke anyone, but I also don't allow anyone to provoke me.
You, the Wang family, have caused trouble for me time and time again, and I am just fighting back normally.
In the end, they said that I didn't know what was good for me and offended your Wang family. How ridiculous.
Yi Tiance played with the teacup, and finally let it fall to the ground and break into pieces.
This time,
Wang Guoxiang was stunned for a moment and his face looked a little ugly.
Because this represents that Yi Tiance is firm in his attitude and there is no possibility of negotiation.
But he quickly regained his composure and frowned. It is indeed my Wang family's fault, but you have also made us pay a price, even more than the impact on you.
The price? You old fool, you indulge your children and allow them to do whatever they want. Not only does he disregard human life, he is also arrogant and thinks he is superior to others. He even supported many scumbags to rise to power and cause trouble in the officialdom, turning the Tiannan province upside down and making the people live in misery. He even drives the direction of the entire officialdom, covering the sky with one hand. I was able to fight back, which saved my life. But what if it was an ordinary person? He would have died in the hands of your Wang family.
No, I'm afraid that before your Wang family can take action, he will have been killed by the four major families.
Compared to what your Wang family did, I only made a small move, and you call this the price you have to pay? Yi Tiance thought this was the funniest joke he had ever heard.
Not only do they not repent when they do something wrong, but they also take it for granted to cause trouble to others.
Is this what is called a big family?
It would be better if such a big family did not exist, so as to avoid continuing to cause harm to society.
Wang Guoxiang looked unhappy and speechless. This is indeed an indisputable fact.
He also didn't expect that the Wang family, under the leadership of the younger generations, would become what it is today. The child does not teach, the father too. Now that he was being questioned by a young guy, he felt extremely ashamed.
Young man, you are right. I am ashamed now that things have come to this. I want to know, what do you want? Chapter 770. Lao Dang, you are about to die. At this point, it's impossible to make peace with it.
After all, it was his Wang family and the four major families who had always been causing trouble. He came here today to make a big deal out of a small matter and didn't want to cause any more trouble.
Seeing Wang Guoxiang take the initiative to make peace, Wang Quan and others felt a little embarrassed. This is the head of the Wang family. What big scene haven't you seen? Now we have to bow our heads and beg for peace with an unknown young man? If this gets out, it will be really embarrassing. The public opinion of the entire Wang family will fall to an unprecedented low. Yi Tiance raised the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "You are old and have no right to negotiate with me. Your Wang family must pay the price for their mistakes." He has been confronting the Wang family for so long, and now he is only one step away from destroying the Wang family. And now you come to ask for peace and ask him to stop? What were you doing in the morning? Why didn't you feel regret at that time? Wang Guoxiang frowned and his face looked unsightly. He didn't expect that after After saying this, Yi Tian still didn't give him face?
Yi Tians, I know that the power behind you may exceed that of my Wang family, but if you continue to persist, the worst result can only be a lose-lose situation for both sides. I am indeed old, but I am not dead yet, and my old friends are still willing to give me face. If I don't care about this old face, I can still stir up trouble. He narrowed his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and stared at Yi Tians intently, trying to put pressure on Yi Tians with his momentum. At the same time, it is also a threat to Yi Tians.
It's known to everyone.
All his friends are from the military region.
Those people are completely different from those in officialdom. They are more ruthless and bolder in doing things.
Over the years, each of them has developed their own power. If they join forces, they will definitely be able to compete with Yi Tians.
At first he didn't want to use this kind of connection because he would owe him a big favor. And if it gets out, the Wang family will become a laughingstock. After all, he had been in a high position for too long and had never asked for help. Asking for help suddenly will naturally make you a laughingstock. Another point is that doing so will make outsiders think that the Wang family is no longer viable. This will cause great reputational damage to the Wang family. This will affect the Wang family's industries and even the officialdom. But if Yi Tian still insists on holding on, he doesn't mind losing face. With the Wang family's connections and capabilities, he will be able to recover in a short time. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Tian's real purpose was to stir up trouble for his Wang family. Yi Tian laughed disdainfully. Haven't you heard that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Whatever trump cards your Wang family has, it's best to take them out as soon as possible. Also, the connections you think you have are nothing in front of me. Besides, you don't have much time to jump around. Instead of looking for me to make peace, you might as well go and find out who in your Wang family is poisoning you. Wang Guoxiang was shocked and frowned. What do you mean? Someone poisoned me? Yi Tian laughed. You so-called big families are all quite interesting. You all use the same methods to fight for power. Looking back, he had already seen many heads of large families in Zhongnan being poisoned. First, old man Lin Yuanchuan was plotted against and Lin Zhaoyang was used to poison him. Later, Rong Yuanda was schemed by Rong Tianli and Wu Qishan to poison him. Now even the Wang family, who were at odds with him, were poisoned. Funny and boring. Swish. Wang Guoxiang's face immediately turned ugly. During this period, his health was indeed getting weaker, but he had blocked the news. Even the Wang family didn't know. How did Yi Tian know? He also consulted his personal doctor, but could not find any cause. But your body is your own. He himself knows best whether it feels good or not. Yi Tian's words also made him doubt whether he was really poisoned. If that's the case, it's too ridiculous. There's no need to sow discord. I'm in good health, but you don't have much time to think about it. He certainly wouldn't admit to being weak. Once acknowledged. Doesn't this mean that Yi Tian is right and he is wrong? However, when he returns this time, he really wants to investigate thoroughly to find out who is behind this. Yi Tian joked. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet, but don't worry, before you die, I will let you see the decline of the Wang family with your own eyes. Okay, I don't have time to continue wasting time with you. I am willing to tell you so much just to respect your great military achievements. Otherwise, do you think you have the right to sit next to me and talk to me? While talking, he had already stood up, a look of disdain on his face. After giving her a provocative look, he turned and left. Wang Quan and other bodyguards were extremely unhappy with Yi Tian's attitude and wanted to stop him immediately, but were stopped by Wang Guoxiang. That's enough. If you don't have enough strength, just keep your tail between your legs and don't embarrass yourself. Wang Guoxiang suppressed his anger, narrowed his eyes, lowered his head and remained silent. He was more shocked than angry. Before coming here, he also investigated all of Yi Tian's experiences in Jiangnan City. I also know about his title of Dr. Yi. But unexpectedly, he did not get the reputation for nothing. I could tell something was wrong with his body at a glance.
This Yi Tiance is a real talent. Unfortunately, those idiots in his Wang family all claim to be noble and conceited, always thinking that they are superior to others. Not only did he offend Yi Tiance, but he also caused the Wang family to lose a great talent. He was determined to fight to the death with others, causing his Wang family to be in danger now.
However, why is Yi Tiance so confident?
He has already revealed his trump card, which is the power of the military region. But Yi Tiance was not afraid, and even felt that he was not taking it seriously.
Could it be that the boy still has some powerful trump card that he hasn't used yet? Up until now,
the only force behind him that the kid revealed was the Dragon Group. The Light Dragon Group's card is enough to defeat most forces.
What other trump cards does he have that can be more powerful than the Dragon Group?
He couldn't figure this out.
That's it. At this point,
it was no use for him to think more. Yi Tiance refused to give in and still chose to confront the Wang family, so he would naturally fight them to the end. Even if Yi Tiance saw through his current physical condition, he could not retreat.
Otherwise,
his Wang family is really finished. Hiss. The sudden pain in his heart made him gasp and he subconsciously covered his heart with his hand.
Damn. His body is getting weaker and weaker. No. He couldn't fall now.
At least you can't fall down before solving the trouble of Yi Tiance.
After that is resolved, he will deal with the internal problems of the Wang family. He wanted to see who was so bold as to attack him. Inside the clubhouse,
Zhao Feiyu was lying on the bed, hugged by people on both sides.
Mr. Zhao, you haven't been here for a long time, have you forgotten me?
Zhao Feiyu smiled and said, I have something to do as soon as I finished my work. I came to see you today. I want to test and see if your skills have regressed. Don't let me down.
Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
The two women slowly moved down and made some movements. Zhao Feiyu was extremely satisfied and was about to give praise when his cell phone suddenly rang. He was about to get angry because his fun was disturbed, but when he saw the name of the caller, he was instantly frightened.
What the hell? Why did this living devil suddenly call me? Chapter 771 Wang Guoxian under house arrest. Mr. Zhao, have you been under too much pressure recently? Why are you suddenly?
The sister who was about to operate stopped and looked at Zhao Feiyu with a puzzled look.
Shut up. Zhao Feiyu was very frightened.
This also made my sister stop what she was doing and dared not say a word. Zhao Feiyu quickly adjusted his breathing, quickly regained his composure, and forced a smile before answering the phone.
Hello? Mr. Yi, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Is there anything you need me to do?
It is my honor to work for you, don't worry, no matter what it is, I will help you get it done.
Now.
Zhao Feiyu was terrified and quickly went over his actions of the past few days in his mind.
It seems like he didn't do anything to anger this living devil. While thinking,
his eyes happened to fall on the three younger sisters and he was stunned.
What the hell? Is it wrong to come out for a bath or a spa treatment? Zhao Feiyu was nervous, but he tried his best to suppress his fear to prevent Yi Tiance from hearing anything wrong. Soon,
Yi Tiance's voice came from the phone. Xiao Yuzi, if you do this well, you will be one of the leaders of the 4 major families in the future.
Whoosh! Zhao Feiyu immediately perked up and sat up straight. Mr. Yi, what do you need me to do?
I promise to satisfy you. All heroes of the provincial capital, he also relied on his strength as a half-step god of war to win over many important figures and build up his own network of contacts.
But who would despise their high status? The 4 major families can be said to be the iconic wealthy families in Tiannan province.
If he can become one of the leaders, he will be able to rule Tiannan province in the future. Yi Tiance's voice came from the phone again. It's very simple, there's no one at the Wang family right now. Take some people and destroy the Wang family for me.
Fuck! Zhao Feiyu was horrified and screamed out subconsciously.
By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to regret.
Mr. Yi, that's not what I meant, but isn't your decision a bit hasty? That's the Wang family. Crazy. Yi Tiance is absolutely crazy.
It is not an exaggeration to say that the Wang family is the local tyrant of Tiannan province. Although he knew that Yi Tiance was powerful and had a strong background.
But he didn't. If he were caught by the Wang family, he would definitely be chopped into pieces. It's not that he doesn't believe that Yi Tiance can't protect him, but he is afraid that Yi Tiance will not be able to protect him in time. Because there must be a lot of powerful bodyguards within the Wang family. Think about it, the 4 major families can cultivate so many early-stage war gods, let alone the Wang family? Yi Tiance certainly knew what he was worried about and made a promise. Just go ahead and do it, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. I have already assigned people to you, just let them work with you. How come this living devil has already been arranged? What's the point of calling then? There's no room for discussion, it's just a notification. But, that's the Wang family. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Okay. Promise to complete the mission. He agreed immediately. As long as Yi Tiance gives people the manpower, he would dare to go to the Great Hall, not to mention smashing the Wang family. Zhao Feiyu and Yi Tiance exchanged a few casual greetings and then hung up the phone. Damn it! I'm finally going to take off. God really does reward those who work hard. The 3 girls quickly came over and greeted him with smiles. Because they also heard the conversation on the phone. Mr. Zhao, if you become successful in the future, please don't forget me. That's right, Mr. Zhao, please don't forget us. The 3 women pressed against Zhao Feiyu's chest, making circles with their fingers. Zhao Feiyu hugged the 3 girls, raised his eyebrows and smiled. That depends on your performance. The 3 girls looked at each other knowingly and began to work together. 2 women moved up, while the other moved down, continuing the work they had just done. Wang Zhenju's home. You are really getting more and more daring. How dare you disobey my orders? Wang Guoxiang sat on the sofa, glaring at Wang Zhenju. Now. Wang Zhenju lowered his head and said nothing. She had already received news that Wang Guoxiang was coming to Jiangnan, so she naturally knew that he would come to see her. She didn't want to have a conflict with her old father. What? You don't have the face to talk to me anymore? Wang Guoxiang's powerful aura was released again, and the anger on his face was obvious. Father, it's not that I have no face, but I think you are being unreasonable. You are old and have become timid and hesitant. Times have changed now. It is no longer as simple as when you were young. Some people and things need thundering means to be suppressed. Also, why do you think that the decision made by my elder sister and I was wrong? Have you ever thought that the emergence of Yi Tiance has caused such a headache for our Wang family and even threatened the status of our Wang family? But what if everyone in the world is Yi Tiance? What should we do if we face thousands and thousands of Yi Tiance? What is the need for my Wang family to exist? Wang Zhenju remained calm. This made Wang Guoxiang very angry. He never imagined that the 2 proud children of the Wang family, whom he had personally trained, would be so radical in nature. The ambition is really huge. Shut up. Even if everyone in the world is Yi Tiance, you can't do this. Power does indeed override everyone else, but power cannot be used to override everyone else. Xiaozhu, it is good to have ambition, but once your ambition is greater than your current strength, it is a bad thing. Wang Guoxiang knows. The fundamental reason for the destruction of a family is the disagreements within the family. When gang divisions appear, it proves that the family is not far from destruction. Now he advocates keeping a low profile, while Wang Zhenju and others advocate keeping a high profile. This is the difference between gangs. At this time, Wang Zhenju stood up, his eyes full of indifference. Father, you are not in good health, so it is better for you to go back this morning, in case something happens to me and I will not be able to explain to the tribe members. Of course, if you want to see me win this game with your own eyes, I welcome you to do so, but you can only stay here and cannot go out. You also know that Jiangnan City is full of people of all kinds. Even I have been kidnapped, not to mention you as the head of the Wang family. Of course Wang Guoxiang understood what she meant. This is an attempt to put him under house arrest, so that he won't try to stop this. Wang Guoxiang's face turned red with anger. He traveled extensively throughout his life and made great military achievements, which is why he turned the Wang family into the superfamily it is today. But in the end, he was defeated by his own people. Good. Very good. You and Xiao Yuan really did not bring shame to the Wang family. I want to see if you can win. By now. He could no longer dissuade her. Fair enough. If you win, everyone is happy. If he loses, he can take the opportunity to remove the two women's rights in the Wang family and their official positions. Just as Wang Zhenju was about to leave, the female assistant ran in hurriedly. Master, Miss, something bad has happened. The Wang family has been smashed. Chapter 772 The cocktail party begins. What? Wang Guoxiang was shocked and stood up suddenly. Wang Zhenju also had a look of disbelief on his face. That's their Wang family. Who is so brave? How dare you go and destroy their base camp? Does this mean you don't want to live? Who did it? Wang Zhenju narrowed his eyes, his aura was fully open, and he exuded murderous intent. The female assistant shook her head and said, I don't know. I heard that quite a few people came. They are very powerful and they all wear masks, so it's impossible to tell their identities. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless. Why did the Wang family keep you? Now that something happened, you just said you didn't know? Check. You must check. If you can't find out, then all of you get out. The Wang family never keeps useless people. Wang Zhenju was very angry. It is said that it takes 1,000 days to train an army and only a moment to use it. Her Wang family has trained these people for many years, but they were of no use at the critical moment and failed miserably. It's better to have a dog than a person like this. At least dogs know how to guard the door, and when they know when a stranger comes, they know how to bark to scare the other person. The female assistant looked grim and her eyes were full of panic. Yes. Miss, I will check it right away. Please give me some time. She knew it. If he can't find out, Wang Zhenju will really let her go. It's even possible that after he leaves, he'll hire a killer to kill her and make her disappear from the record. This is the Wang family's method. Once you are no longer useful, you are a dead person in their eyes. Think of this. She couldn't help but shudder, the fear in her heart was infinitely magnified, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. But this time, Wang Guoxiang frowned and said, No need to check, I know who did it. No one else would have the guts to do it except Yi Tiance. At this point, is it still necessary to investigate? In the entire Tiannan province, the only one who dared to openly oppose his Wang family was Yi Tiance. And given the current situation, even a fool can guess who was behind it. Wang Zhenju was stunned for a moment, his eyes drooped, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. It is good. It's Yi Tiance again. This bastard is really haunting me. Wang Guoxiang glared at Wang Zhenju and said coldly, Do you know how stupid you are now? Look carefully for yourself. That kid is in Jiangnan, but he can take action against the Wang family in the provincial capital. That's our base camp. How much courage and strength does it take to cause trouble there? Do you still think that guy is just a loser who relies on luck and has no background? Think about it yourself. How many people has that kid won over? Which one of them is not a first-rate figure? Now, Wang Zhenju was speechless. These were facts, and she had no power to refute them. But so what? Even if Yi Tiance has won over many people's hearts, how can those people compare with the Wang family? Her Wang family is the real king of Tiannan province. Even if a coin falls from the sky, his surname must be Wang. Yi Tiance is just an outsider. Even a fierce dragon crossing the river would have to coil in front of her, a local snake. Father, I still say the same thing, you are old and have become history. Times have changed, and your old ways will not work.
If you don't believe me, then just wait and see how I make Yi Tiance kneel down and admit his mistake. In addition, I will deal with the Wang family's sneak attack, so you can just stay here and take a rest.
Done. Wang Zhenju got up and left. Although the female assistant was a little hesitant, she quickly followed her footsteps. Wang Guoxian was so angry that he slumped on the sofa. Heaven wants to destroy me, heaven wants to destroy my Wang family. He took a deep breath and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He took out his cell phone and quickly made a call. Gather all your strength to protect the Wang family also, transfer the assets to overseas accounts and freeze Xiao Yuan and Xiaozhu's accounts. After hanging up the phone, he felt weak. In an instant, he seemed to have aged by 10 years. He also didn't want the Wang Zhenyuan sisters to lose, but judging from the current situation, their chances of winning were not great. For this reason, he had to take countermeasures. If you really lose, at least there is still room for recovery. Wang family. Fuck, this is so cool, I've never felt so good in my life. This is the Wang family, and I actually destroyed them. I can brag about this for years. Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly and patted his chest with pride. Pang Huayuan patted him on the shoulder and said, Huzi, wait until Mr. Yi has dealt with the Wang family before you brag. If the Wang family rebounds, you will be slapped in the face. He knew that Yi Tiance was very powerful, but no matter what he did, he should avoid opening champagne at halftime. Zhong Tao stood up immediately with a determined look in his eyes. The master is so powerful, there is no way he will lose. I believe in the master, he is my god. Zhao Feiyu, who was standing by, saw that Zhong Tao was so determined and sensed a hint of crisis. So cool. This big guy can lick better than him? No. If I let him continue to lick like this, what if I accidentally take his place? After all, this big guy is guarding the door for Yi Tiance. They see each other every day and he can lick him all the time. It seems. After this matter is over, he will have to find an excuse to move to Jiangnan City, preferably living next to Yi Tiance's villa. Think of this. Zhao Feiyu immediately took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera. He quickly adjusted the lens and put himself and the Wang family's damaged house into the camera. He even made a yeah gesture, took a smiling selfie, and immediately sent it to Yi Tiance. The people standing by were stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell? Is there such a way to play? Is this a foul? Zhong Tao said he learned something. Not willing to be outdone, he immediately took out his cell phone and shot a video for Yi Tiance. It's rolled up. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Yi Tiance sat on the sofa, tapping his thigh lightly with his fingers. Ding! His cell phone rang when he opened it and saw the photos and videos sent by Zhao Feiyu and Zhong Tao respectively. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Mission completed. The final result will only be known after 3 days. Time flies. 3 days later. Suiyun Villa. There are huge crowds of people and it's very lively. Yi Tiance and others set foot here again, full of smiles. It was here that he personally destroyed the dream of Wang Guoyuan and others to cover the sky with one hand. Today, he will be here again to completely defeat the Wang family. Have to say, the Wang family really invested a lot this time. The scale of this cocktail party was much larger than the one hosted by Wang Guoyuan. At the same time, many people also saw Yi Tiance and talked about it. Isn't today Yi Tiance's engagement party? Why is he here? Yes, you see, Lin Yuyan from the Lin family is here too. Could it be that these two have booked their engagement party here? I heard that the organizer of the new mayor's inauguration reception is Deputy Director Wang Zhenju. Isn't Yi Tiance ruining the party by doing this? Isn't this too outrageous? If you ask me, Yi Tiance must have realized that he couldn't defeat the Wang family, so he came to apologize. Yes, that must be the case. He was afraid that Deputy Director Wang would not give him face, so he brought Lin Yuyan here. After all, the Lin family is the former mayor, so this little face should be given. In the discussion room, Yi Tiance had already walked in with Lin Yuyan and others. Everyone gave way.
Yi Tiance is famous and is a living devil, they dare not provoke him. Besides, they came here today more to watch the show and did not want to cause any trouble.
However, Yi Tiance took the initiative to find them. Jokingly said, "Since you are having such a good time chatting, why don't you tell me who will win today? If you guess right, I don't mind giving you some rewards." Chapter 773 New City Head. What the hell?
They all shut up in time and stopped discussing it, and even gave way.
How come this living devil still finds them? Everyone hesitated and couldn't say a word.
I didn't expect that the famous Yi Tiance would one day embarrass ordinary people, so this is how you got your reputation. The laughter came along with the sound of high heels.
Wang Zhenju walked in slowly and looked at Yi Tiance jokingly.
The moment the two looked at each other, they both felt the other's hostility.
It's Deputy Director Wang. Pub Future ads.
I was so scared, I thought the plague god was going to take action. Luckily Deputy Director Wang came.
Of course not. I really don't understand. Yi Tiance came here to apologize, so why is he still so arrogant?
He definitely can't lower himself, but he's unwilling to give in, so he can only vent his anger on us.
It makes sense, it must be so. Hearing these words, Rong Meiyan wanted to laugh. Knew it.
The world of fools is so plain and simple, with nothing but various fantasies.
Han Ruoyun couldn't bear these people's clamor.
She put her hands on her hips, stepped forward and snorted.
Who gave you the confidence to think this way? What if it was Deputy Director Wan who apologized today? A bunch of lackeys, just being dogs is fine, but they are so brainless. Have they drunk too much poisonous chicken soup on short videos?
After hearing what she said, everyone felt embarrassed and dared not speak out.
No way. This is Yi Tiance's woman.
Yi Tiance might be afraid of Wang Zhenju, but he would definitely not be afraid of them. Crushing them to death is no different from crushing an ant.
Lu Ruyan couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said angrily.
That's right, a bunch of lackeys who bully the weak and fear the strong. I don't know why they like barking so much, it's annoying just to hear them. Xiao Sisi, ignore them.
I am really impressed. What level?
They can also attend the same cocktail party as us.
Some people will naturally feel unhappy when being humiliated like this. But it's just a moment of annoyance.
Yi Tiance, your ability to threaten vulnerable groups is only increasing.
Wang Zhenju stepped forward and confronted Yi Tiance.
Yi Tiance spread his hands and smiled.
Deputy Director Wang, are you blind or deaf? When did I threaten them? Or are you just as stupid as them, with no brains and a dog barking habit?
I didn't expect that Deputy Director Wang has such a strong taste and likes this. No wonder they all like to bark like a dog to curry favor with you. Hear the words. Han Ruoyun immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile.
Well said. I give you a thumbs up.
Seeing Yi Tiance and others humiliating her so casually, Wang Zhenju narrowed her eyes and looked a little ugly. Miss Han, Yi Tiance dares to be so arrogant because he has strength to back him up, so what do you have? As far as I know, your Han family is just one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, but not well known in Tiannan Province.
I really don't know where you get the capital to be so arrogant. Or have you been following Yi Tiance for so long that you have also learned to talk nonsense?
She is not even afraid of Yi Tiance, so how could she be afraid of a mere daughter of the Han family?
When faced with humiliation, we naturally have to fight back.
But what surprised her was Han Ruoyan was not angry. Instead, he came forward with his chest puffed out and said proudly.
Just relying on this e-cup, I won Xiao Sisu. I have Xiao Sisu backing me up. What should I be afraid of? He is my greatest asset and confidence. What? You old witch, you don't accept it? You can't deny it. It's your fault that you are not pretty and you look small. Moreover, your Wang family has lost to Xiao Sisi many times. I really don't know where you get the capital to continue to clamor. Then quarreling? She has never lost.
Even though Wang Zhenju had been prepared for a long time, he was still a little defensive at this moment. As a woman, I pay special attention to my figure and appearance. Although she is usually decisive, she is particularly worried about her out-of-shape figure due to her age. Moreover, because of the fight with Yi Tiance during this period, his skin has become worse and he even looks several years older. But she quickly regained her composure, but the anger in her eyes grew instead of diminishing, and she sneered. You are so sharp-tongued I am too lazy to argue with you. The inauguration ceremony will begin immediately after the ceremony is over, you will all die.
Done.
She walked straight toward the hall. Han Ruoyun quickly followed and said loudly.
Auntie Wang.
Why is your butt a little droopy?
Take good care of it, then a man will love you. Wang Zhenju staggered and almost sprained his ankle. Good. This bitch actually dared to humiliate her.
I'll kill her first.
Han Ruoyun ran to Yi Tiance with a chuckle and took credit. Xiao Sisi, how was it? Did I scold you well? Did you enjoy it? Yi Tiance nodded and said.
It's a good scolding, very enjoyable, I'll continue next time.
Upon hearing this, Han Ruoyun immediately became alert. Xiao Pingban, Queen Rome, did you hear me? You should learn to curse like me from now on, otherwise it won't have any killing power.
Forget about Goddess Lin, the education she received since childhood does not allow her to curse like that, but don't worry, we will protect you, we are all sisters.
Han Ruoyun took the initiative to step forward and hold Lin Yuyan's arm, with a smile on his face.
During these 3 days, they got to know each other a lot and their relationship improved a lot. At first they were somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuyan's arrival, but they had no intention of targeting her, it was simply because she came too suddenly. After getting to know her, I found that Lin Yuyan was very simple and natural, and she didn't have that many ulterior motives.
After a while, their relationship improved. This surprised both Rong Meiyan and Yi Tiance. Lin Yuyan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll try to learn it. She didn't think it was wrong to curse like that because it was very casual. She has been confined to the Lin family since she was a child, which may be a kind of freedom for her. And she didn't think there was anything wrong with what Yi Tiance did. She knew very well that Yi Tiance was helping the Lin family. Whatever Yi Tiance did had its reasons, and there was no need for her to interrupt. Okay, it's almost time, let's go in and see the new mayor also, the gift I prepared will be here soon. Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets and walked in first. He also wanted to go in with his female companion. But there is no other way. If I bring 4 people at once, I won't be able to help anyone. So I might as well not hold anyone's hand for now. Hall. Everyone took their seats, looking forward to the new mayor taking office. Because they all knew that the new mayor taking office would mean going to war with Yi Tiance. This time the Wang family intervened openly, and everyone wanted to see how Yi Tiance would respond. Yi Tiance was not vague and took the 4 girls to sit at the main table, completely ignoring the eyes of others. When Wang Zhenju saw this scene, he was surprised and then sneered. What a great Yi Tiance, he is really not afraid of death. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Wang Zhenju took the microphone and slowly walked onto the stage. Her today. A black hip skirt not only outlines the figure, but also shows the wealth and elegance. Everyone, I'm Wang Zhenju, and I'm very happy to be able to gather with you all, thanks to the appointment of our new mayor of Jiangnan City. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have had the chance to meet so many important people. I'm sorry for wasting your time, but this is a serious matter involving the new mayor. I don't want to say too much nonsense. I believe everyone is curious about who the new mayor is now. We invite our new mayor to come on stage and say a few words to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. Followed by a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walked onto the stage. He was thin, but he looked intimidating without even getting angry. The temperament of the superior seems to be innate, making people intimidated. When he stood on the stage, Rong Meiyan was shocked. It's him? Chapter 774. I said you are fake. Queen Rong, do you know him? Who is he? Han Ruoyan asked, blinking his big eyes. Lu Ruyan was also shocked, and then said softly. He is Tong Gushio's father. Tong Ligui. The Wang family actually pushed him to the stage. Are they crazy?
As a member of one of the four major families, of course she knew Tong Ligui.
Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. He really didn't expect this.
Before, he thought that the Wang family would push the Wang family members to power and thus penetrate the officialdom of the entire Tiannan province. But I didn't expect that Tong Ligui would be pushed to the stage.
The Wang family wants Tong Ligui to be a scapegoat. Everyone, my name is Tong Ligui. I'm sure many of you know me, but today I am not meeting you as the head of the Tong family, one of the four great families.
I am not inviting you as the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but I am meeting you as the mayor of Jiangnan City. I believe everyone is shocked that I became the mayor. I am also shocked because I am a businessman and have never had any political achievements. But this is a fact. Tong is willing to take responsibility for the general public. Thank you for your kindness. Please give me more advice in the future. Tong Ligui has taken the microphone and started speaking. The whole process was full of smiles, but there was a dagger hidden behind them. Especially when he saw Yi Tiance, the hostility in his eyes was very obvious.
But he quickly looked away.
After all, there are other people here. He has just taken office and he can't go too far because of personal grudges.
The people in the audience were also confused. They never dreamed that Tong Ligui would suddenly become the new mayor of Jiangnan City. This news is truly shocking.
But this also proves a point. The saying that officials and businessmen collude makes so much sense.
At this time, Wang Zhenju came on stage again and smiled professionally.
Congratulations to Mayor Tong for being elected today. I hope you will serve the people wholeheartedly in the future and do not disappoint the people. In addition, I just came to Jiangnan City for an inspection today, and learned that there have been undercurrents in Jiangnan City recently, with a very small number of people inciting the masses to resist official work. Mayor Tong, as the mayor of Jiangnan City, I hope you can catch these few individuals and bring them to justice.
Hiss. Isn't this very individual referring to Yi Tiance? Only a fool can't see that.
Tong Ligui smiled, then faced everyone again, and his expression quickly changed to be cold as ice. During this period, the public security in Jiangnan City has been in a mess.
All of this is due to Yi Tiance.
He ignored the warnings from the Law Enforcement Bureau, disregarded the decisions of the Martial Arts Action Team, and openly resisted. As the mayor, I should not allow this kind of person to continue to cause trouble in Jiangnan. Even if it means losing my official position, I must bring him to justice and restore peace to Jiangnan.
Tong Ligui looked at Yi Tiance. If looks could kill, he would kill Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance chuckled, crossed his legs, and said disdainfully, "Are you unhappy with what I did? Fine, then call the police and arrest me." He stretched out his hands and motioned Tong Ligui to put the silver bracelet on him. The provocation in his eyes was obvious, making Tong Ligui even more annoyed. "Yi Tiance, do you really think you can get away with it? Today, I will catch you even if it means I have the power to do so." Yi Tiance withdrew his hand and laughed. "Don't talk nonsense. If you really have the ability, wouldn't you have come to me and caught me long ago? Besides, you don't even have an official hat, so how can you gamble?
You, the Tong family and the Wang family, have been working on this for so long, but this is all you have. I am really disappointed. I advise you, if you have any other tricks, you'd better use them quickly, otherwise you will have no chance." His aura was fully open, as if he was sitting there like a god of death. The cold eyes made people dare not look into each other's eyes, and they all lowered their heads to avoid the sharp edge temporarily. The powerful feeling of oppression brought a feeling of suffocation, making them dare not even breathe. Wang Zhenju was stunned and surprised by this aura. What on earth has this kid been through? He is so young, but his aura is so strong. Moreover, this aura is different from theirs. It is full of murderousness and hostility, which makes people afraid and don't even want to look at it. However, she is not a vegetarian. With a glance, Gu Xuanshang, the director of the law enforcement department, stood up and said in a cold voice, "Yi Tiance, you are openly provoking the authorities. I can detain you on charges of provocation and send you to the martial arts action team according to the law." Rong Meiyan frowned slightly, feeling surprised. She knew that the Wang family had inserted many people into the official circles of Tiannan province, but she didn't expect that the current director of the Tiannan province law enforcement department was one of theirs.
That's the director. The Wang family's method is really too clever. Pity. This is far from enough. Moreover, Yi Tiance was waiting for these people to jump out. Whoosh! Yi Tiance suddenly appeared in front of Gu Xuanxiang. This scared Gu Xuanxiang. He knew that he had the support of the Wang family, and he had also heard of Yi Tiance's reputation. But now that I have faced this pressure personally, I want to back off and dare not confront it head-on. He took a deep breath, withstood the pressure, and said coldly, "What do you want to do?" Yi Tiance opened his palm and looked at his own palm, sneering. "Didn't you just say that I openly provoked you?" "Then I think the provocation just now is not enough, I need to add something, so you have to suffer a little." While talking, he has raised his hand. Snapped. After a crisp sound, Gu Xuanxiang flew backwards instantly. Boom! He slammed heavily on the dining table, smashing it into pieces. Puff! He then spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Wow! This action caused the whole audience to be silent. Really? He is a fucking lunatic. They start fighting as soon as they disagree with each other, and they even kill each other. Many people were glad that they did not mock or provoke Yi Tiance. Otherwise, they would be the ones falling now. This also made many people think about stopping watching the show. Because they are afraid that they will be affected and unable to walk out safely. Tom Ligui narrowed his eyes, filled with resentment and shock. This damn lunatic. How dare you do this at his inauguration ceremony? Whoosh! Yi Tiance flashed again, came in front of Tom Ligui, and said with a provocative smile. So what if I provoked you? What can you do to me? Or is my provocation just now not enough? Do you need me to provoke you again? Everyone was terrified. Does he still want to attack Tom Ligui? Today, Tom Ligui is the mayor of Jiangnan City. But he even dared to beat Gu Xuanxiang, the director of the law enforcement department, and he didn't seem to be afraid of a mayor. Yi Tiance, I really admire your courage. My identity is different now than it was in the past. You still dare to provoke me? You are really courting death. Identity? A small city mayor, I don't even take him seriously. Besides, do you really think you can confront me? The corner of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up. Tom Ligui frowned and said coldly. The news of my taking office is known to everyone, and there is even a notice document issued by the higher-ups. Do you think it's true or false? In this regard. Yi Tiance nodded and smiled. I said it was a lie. You are not the mayor, not now, and never will be. Oh, the premise is that you can survive today before you can talk about the future. Chapter 775 Giving Gifts. Ha, Yi Tiance, you really can't change your habit of bragging. Now I am the mayor of the city, so, do you want to kill me in public? Also, do you think the announcement document released above is fake? Are you questioning it? Very good. I was just worried that I couldn't find any evidence against you, but you came to me on your own. I can arrest you on the grounds that you questioned the higher-ups, or even execute you without going through the martial arts action team. Tom Ligui was ecstatic. He has not stepped forward to stop Yi Tiance from making a scene here, just waiting for Yi Tiance to reveal a flaw. Now, here comes the flaw. Questioning the above is much more serious than questioning him. Because this is a naked provocation. The people above will never allow an ordinary person to provoke them like this. Yi Tiance took a step forward, and the powerful pressure made Tom Ligui subconsciously bend over and have difficulty breathing. He sneered. It seems that you are very confident and think that the people above you will definitely stand up for you? If that's the case, I'm going to make a scene even more. I want to see how the higher-ups will help you. Wang Zhenju, who was not far away, frowned at this moment. What else does this lunatic want to do? At first she didn't think that Yi Tiance would come to cause trouble. Because judging from the incident of her being kidnapped,
Yi Tiance came forward to rescue her just to seek a relaxation of the tension.
And today is his and Lin Yuyan's engagement party.
It doesn't make sense that he gave up the engagement party and came here to cause trouble.
Damn. She couldn't actually see through Yi Tiance. Clap clap.
While she was thinking, Yi Tiance had already clapped his hands.
In an instant,
there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside, in an orderly manner, and it seemed that there were a lot of people.
Boom.
The hall doors were knocked open. 4 burly martial arts masters walked in carrying a black coffin.
Followed by countless martial artists stepped in.
They were grouped in 4, each carrying a coffin. If you count carefully, there are dozens of them.
Boom. Everyone put the coffin on the ground. Then a warrior in black came forward, clasped his fists towards Yi Tiance, and said respectfully, "Zhang Xiaowu has met Mr. Yi." Zhang Xiaowu? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. In Jiangnan, everyone knows Zhang Xiaowu. This is Lord Tiger from the Black Tiger Society. He is cruel and hates evil. How could he be so obedient in front of Yi Tiance at this moment? It seems that the rumors outside are true, and all the bigwigs in Jiangnan obey Yi Tiance. But this is Tong Ligui's inauguration ceremony. What is Zhang Xiaowu doing here? And they brought so many coffins. Is he also going to follow Yi Tiance's example and become a madman? Before everyone could come to their senses, Yi Tiance nodded at Zhang Xiaowu. The latter nodded, immediately clasped his fists towards Tong Ligui and said with a smile, "My name is Zhang Xiaowu. Today I heard that Patriarch Tong is taking office as the mayor of Jiangnan City. As a citizen of Jiangnan City, how could I not send him some gifts? On Mr. Ye's orders, we are sending 12 coffins. Mr. Yi specifically instructed that we must send an even number, for good luck. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect, but please accept it, Mayor Tong." There was a gleam in Zhang Xiaowu's eyes, and the provocation was obvious. This time, everyone was shocked again. What the hell? Is this really a gift? What the hell is a coffin as a gift? Even numbers are auspicious? He's already been put into the coffin, can this still be called auspicious? And even Tong Ligui accepted it with a smile? This action made Tong Ligui look extremely ugly. He thought that Yi Tiance had 10,000 ways to provoke him, but he didn't expect it to be this one. A little tiger dares to pretend to be a king. You don't think Yi Tiance can protect you, do you? Now. Although he tried hard to suppress his anger, he still couldn't do it and had to release some. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaowu was not afraid and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Tong's words are too polite. Patriarch Tong is truly the one who says when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king. Besides, aren't you better at impersonation than me, Master Tong? Now, aren't you impersonating the mayor of Jiangnan City? Impersonating? What does Zhang Xiaowu mean by this? Everyone was puzzled. Tong Ligui frowned. This was the second time he heard that he was impersonating the mayor of Jiangnan City. What did Yi Tiance and others mean? Do not. There is no way he can be a fake. The document confirming his appointment as mayor was issued from above. Documents can be priced, but official seals cannot. If a public official is found to have forged an official seal, he will lose his head. The people in power will never do that. Yi Tiance and others must have said this on purpose in order to shake their beliefs. At this time, Wang Zhenju walked forward and stared at Zhang Xiaowu coldly. You said he was pretending, then show me the evidence. If you can't, you'll die. She didn't want to endure it anymore. The plan was made so that Tong Ligui could come to the stage in order to get rid of Yi Tiance and others today. If it were the pawn of her Wang family who came to power, she would certainly be timid and dare not use power. But Tong Ligui is different. He is one of the heads of the 4 major families. In terms of business status, it is one of the best in Tiannan province and has huge financial backing. When he also holds a powerful position in the officialdom, he will be able to become a big shot in both the business and political worlds. Combine the strengths of both parties. Tong Li can magnify his own power countless times. In this way, it will be easier to deal with Yi Tiance.
They spent a lot of energy and time in making this layout.
This time, they want to kill Yi Tiance and others. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said nothing. Sudden. A laugh came from outside the door. Ha ha ha.
I didn't expect that someone of Deputy Director Wang's status would want to kill someone. But given your status, it would be very easy to kill us.
Zhao Hailong walked in slowly with his men.
It seems that today's inauguration ceremony will not end so easily. Everyone paid more attention, wanting to see what would happen in the end.
Since you know that, why do you dare to challenge me?
It seems that you have had enough of being the king of Jiangnan. Wang Zhenju had a cold face, and the aura of a superior burst out instantly. There was disdain in his eyes, as if he didn't take anyone present seriously.
Zhao Hailong was not afraid and continued laughing.
Ha, then before Deputy Director Wang removes me from my position, I'll give you a gift. I hope Deputy Director Wang will accept it.
Gift? Are you here to give gifts again? Could it be that Zhao Hailong is here to deliver the coffin like Zhang Xiaohu? If that's true, then they are definitely here to cause trouble.
Zhao Hailong didn't care whether Wang Zhenju agreed or not, and nodded to his subordinates. The men hurried to the backstage. The next second, the projector on the stage suddenly lit up, and the screen was also illuminated. Then, one photo after another was played like a slideshow. After seeing the person in the photo clearly, everyone's face changed drastically. When Wang Zhenju saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Because the person in the photo was actually herself. And those were the nude photos taken when she was kidnapped.
Chapter 776. Kneel down. Wang Zhenju in the photo is charming and cool.
Especially since she is middle-aged, she still maintains her figure very well, which makes people have to take a second look at her. She is worthy of being the dream lover of countless men.
One photo after another kept scrolling and playing, and Wang Zhenju in the photos kept changing his poses.
Many people drooled at the sight, their eyes full of greed. This scene made Wang Zhenju furious. She immediately looked at Yi Tiance, clenched her fists, and the anger in her eyes was about to erupt.
Yi Tiance, how dare you fool me?
When she was kidnapped, she spent 20 billion to buy the film from the kidnappers. Unexpectedly, Yi Tiance suddenly arrived and blackmailed her for 50 billion with the help of the film. She asked why Yi Tiance gave her the film so readily. At that time it turned out that he had a backup plan and never intended to give the film to her at all.
Damn bastard.
How dare he tease her like this? She didn't find out who the kidnapper was, nor did she know who took the photos. In the end, apart from her, the film fell into Yi Tiance's hands. Now that the photo has been projected, it could only be him. Yi Tiance spread his hands and smiled.
Deputy Director Wang, you are just turning the tables. Which eye of yours saw me playing tricks on you?
Seeing that he did not admit it, Wang Zhenju narrowed his eyes with murderous intent.
Yi Tiance, you are all foxes from 1,000 miles away. Why are you playing Liao Zhai? If you didn't leak this photo, who else could it be? Now.
Everyone seemed to understand a little bit, and they all held their breath, not daring to say a word.
Yi Tiance stretched out his index finger and shook it, pretending to be innocent.
No, Deputy Director Wang, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. I handed the film to you personally. The money was exchanged with one hand and the goods were delivered with the other. President Rong Meiyan was right next to them and saw it all clearly. I won't take the blame for this. But I have to say that Deputy Director Wang has a really good figure. It must be so great to be your man. I guess I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Oh, by the way, you have such a great figure. Maybe you wanted to deliberately show off your figure in front of others, and took the initiative to expose your sexy photos, and then put the blame on me? Now the entire Tianan province knows that you, Deputy Director Wang, dislike me, and it is only a matter of words to accuse me of a crime.
Rong Meiyan couldn't help but smile. What a bad man. It's really dirty to treat Wang Zhenju in this way.
But she likes this dirty trick. At that time, she wondered why Yi Tiance kidnapped Wang Zhenju and then showed up in person to save him. Now it seems that he had already figured out how to play a prank on Wang Zhenju. Wang Zhenju was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his chest rose and fell. The scenery was beautiful and quite interesting.
Yi Tiance said proudly. Deputy Director Wang, please don't be angry. Once you get angry, you'll be in big trouble. Aren't you making things easier for everyone?
Although I think you are too old and have no interest in you, it is inevitable that some people have been coveting you for a long time and have fantasies about you.
Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you. Now.
Wang Zhenju's anger had reached its peak. His breathing became rapid, his face flushed, and his chest heaved more and more violently. There was hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to cut Yi Tiance into pieces on the spot.
What a damn bastard.
It would be fine if they posted the photos in public to humiliate her, but they actually turned around and said that she was the one who took the initiative to release the sexy photos to attract attention.
If she wanted to attract attention, why would she do this? Just by standing there, she attracted everyone's attention.
Moreover, she has always disdained to use her body to attract anyone, and she is not so despicable.
Yi Tiance is humiliating her personality. Everyone took 2 steps back. They knew that Wang Zhenju was really angry.
I have to say, Yi Tiance is really awesome. He actually dares to provoke Wang Zhenju like this. He is worthy of being the troublemaker of Jiangnan.
Hear the words. Yi Tiance's face turned cold. You want me to die? Just you? If a loser like you can kill me, wouldn't I have died long ago? How can I still be alive today?
You should think carefully about whether you can survive, because I am here to kill you today.
Whoosh. While talking, Yi Tiance has already arrived in front of Wang Zhenju. Boom.
His aura was fully unleashed, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire hall, making everyone breathless.
Wang Zhenju was forced to bend slightly due to this oppressive feeling and had to lower his head. But who is she? How can I accept this?
She forced herself to raise her head despite the pressure, and her strong willpower actually allowed her to straighten her back. But just this one movement made her breathless and sweaty. Despite this, her eyes remained firm and her hatred remained unabated.
Yi Tiance, you are not worthy of making me bow my head. Are you kidding me?
She has never known what it means to bow her head in her life. Even when facing the old man, she is not afraid.
Why should she bow her head to a mere Yi Tiance? Yi Tiance sneered disdainfully. You are not worthy enough to bow down to me. Kneeling down is better. Boom. He once again burst out with a powerful aura.
This time, Wang Zhenju was pressed so hard that he could no longer straighten his back. Then he put his hand on Wang Zhenju's shoulder and pressed down gently.
Boom. Wang Zhenju knelt on the ground instantly. The moment the crisp sound rang out, she only felt severe pain, and her kneecap seemed to be broken.
Blood flowed down her knees and soon dyed the hem of her skirt red.
Wang Zhenju still wanted to resist. But in Yi Tiance's eyes, this was simply a joke. Knock.
He made a sound with his tongue, looked at Wang Zhenju teasingly, and stepped on Wang Zhenju's shoulder.
I said, kneel down. Suddenly,
Wang Zhenju was in a trance and had lost the strength to resist. He actually knelt down with a dull look in his eyes.
Wow. Wow. This scene caused an uproar in the audience. Were they sure they weren't seeing things? How dare Yi Tiance use violence to make Wang Zhenju kneel down to him? He is indeed a lunatic.
Tong Ligui was stunned for a moment, then stared at Yi Tiance sinisterly.
He knew that it was impossible to defeat Yi Tiance by force. Otherwise, they would not go to great lengths to set up a plan to make him an official figure to deal with Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance, you are so bold. How dare you treat Deputy Director Wang like this? You are courting death. Come. Capture this lunatic. Shoot him immediately. Can't wait any longer. Otherwise, I don't know what this madman will do. What's more, he really wanted Yi Tiance to die. However, Master Tong, if you want to take my son-in-law away like this, do you need my consent? This sound is. Everyone looked towards the door quickly.
I saw Lin Wantai and Gao Lan frowning and rushing over aggressively. Lin Yuanxuan and Gao Qiqiang followed closely behind, also with serious expressions.
Everyone was surprised at the Lin family's arrival.
Tong Ligui's face turned pale, he squinted his eyes and stared at the Lin family, and said coldly.
Oh?
Yi Tian's provoked public officials in public, beat the director of the law enforcement department, and humiliated Deputy Director Wang as the mayor of the city. I have the right to arrest him.
What does Lin the censor mean is that he shouldn't be arrested for committing these crimes. He even gave you a heads up before arresting you? Are you trying to say that the power of law enforcement in Tiannan province is in the hands of you, Lin and Shashi? All actions require your approval before they can be taken? Chapter 777 Wang Jinju, Die. Everyone understood what Tong Ligui said. This is accusing Lin Wantai of favoritism and abuse of power. As long as Lin Wantai intervenes, Tong Ligui will definitely find an excuse to attack him. This cocktail party is really a fight between gods. These scraps can't get involved at all. Even sitting here, I feel a little nervous and scared. Lin Wantai walked straight up to the stage and snorted coldly. Tong Ligui, it's not that I look down on you, but do you think you can do whatever you want just because you become the mayor of Jiangnan? From the past to now, I have never taken you seriously. You can cause trouble for Yi Tians for your son's favoritism and abuse of power. I can also protect Yi Tians for my daughter. What? With the support of the Wang family, you can't find your place? Pub Future adds. Lin Wantai's aura is much stronger than Tong Ligui's. After all, a person who has struggled in the officialdom for so many years cannot be compared with Tong Ligui who has just taken office. Moreover, officials and businessmen are different from each other, and Lin Wantai's status is much higher than Tong Ligui's. He had a cold face and stared at Tong Ligui. Now, he was announcing to the entire Tiannan province that Yi Tians was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Tong Ligui narrowed his eyes, already furious inside. Lin. What a great Lin family. They actually want to stand up for Yi Tians. At this time, Lin Yuanxuan stepped forward and snorted coldly. You touched my Lin family before, and I didn't bother with you, but if you touch Yi Tians, then you are making things difficult for me. I have long heard of the reputation of your Tong family today. I would like to see what kind of style the Tong family, one of the four major families, has. At the same time, Gao Qiqiang lifted up his windbreaker, revealing the big knife on his waist, full of provocation. The appearance of the two people changed the situation again. Everyone sighed that Yi Tians was really lucky. Not only does he have many female confidants, but he also has the Lin family to help and support him. Even two veteran figures, Lin Yuanxuan and Gao Qiqiang, came forward to help him. What will the Tong family do next? Ha, I didn't expect you to come out. It looks like you are determined to protect Yi Tians to the death? Well, I will arrest you all. I want to see what can happen to you law-breaking traitors. Tong Ligui showed no fear on his face, and even looked a little proud. He had been planning for such a long time just to eradicate all of Yi Tian's forces. Now they come to our door on their own initiative, and we couldn't ask for more. However, have you said enough? Yi Tians, who was stepping on Wang Jinju's shoulder, looked at Tong Ligui impatiently. Tong Ligui sneered complacently. Ha, why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, I will catch you right away. Yi Tians, you can't beat me. Yi Tians looked displeased and said impatiently. You're done? Now it's my turn. I'll deal with her first, then you. Done. Boom. He raised his foot and kicked Wang Jinju in the chest. Wang Jinju flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall heavily. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he died. Leaning against the corner, staring blankly ahead, he looked horrified and desolate. Her chest had already sunken in. Some of the meat has even turned into meat paste. Hiss! Too bad. This madman is so cruel, he can destroy a flower so ruthlessly. Tong Ligui was greatly shocked. He never thought that Yi Tiance would kill Wang Jinju directly.
Then he was overwhelmed by fear, making him feel uneasy.
Yi Tiance dared to kill Wang Jinju, so how could he be afraid of him? The most pitiful one is Wang Jinju.
She never dreamed that the photo played on the big screen would be the last photo of her in her life. I never expected that my end would be so miserable and I would die with my eyes open.
Yi Tiance, you. Tong Ligui came to his senses and was shocked and angry. Whoosh!
Yi Tiance took a step forward and in the blink of an eye he stood in front of Tong Ligui. He and Tong Ligui looked at each other, their eyes full of mockery.
I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Do you see those coffins? They're prepared for you. You have a share.
It's your turn next. If you have any last words, please say them now, or you'll accuse me of being completely heartless.
Hiss. Others are quite nice. You want to beat someone to death and still let them leave a last word? No. Is Yi Tiance really lawless?
Tong Ligui had a gloomy face and said coldly.
Yi Tiance, I am now the mayor of Jiangnan City. If you want to kill me, the higher-ups will definitely not let you go.
Also, my Tong family will send countless elites to seek revenge, and by then, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings.
These words sound so familiar. Yi Tiance couldn't help but shook his head. He really didn't understand why they always said the same things, without any creativity at all. And every time I just talk about it, I have no ability to do it at all. I really don't know what the point of saying these things is. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up! Capture him and shoot him. Do we have to give him a chance to continue killing people here like we did with Deputy Director Wang?
Tong Ligui was already furious and roared. The people from the law enforcement department quickly took action, pulling out their guns, quickly gathering together, and pointing their guns at Yi Tiance.
In this regard,
Yi Tiance did not feel flustered, but found it interesting.
Because what's coming next is the highlight. Shot.
Tong Ligui gave the order. He just wanted Yi Tiance to die quickly so that he could avenge everyone.
The law enforcement officers immediately loaded their guns and prepared to pull the trigger. Let's see who dares. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention and they all looked towards the door. No. Who comes to the rescue again? The continuous pauses made everyone both expectant and irritated, and they gradually lost their patience. They didn't understand why there was always someone showing up to help Yi Tiance at critical moments. But when they saw who was coming, they all stepped back 2 steps, making way for him, and were extremely respectful. Some even lowered their heads, not daring to look at the visitor. When Tong Ligui saw the person coming, he was also shocked and his face turned pale. He hurried forward and bowed his head to greet him. Your Excellency, why are you here? Not bad. The person who came was Zhu Zicheng, the governor of Tiannan province. Next to him is the former mayor Lin Wanda. When the people from the law enforcement bureau saw the 2 people walking together, they looked at each other in confusion. What's the situation? How could Lin Wanda be walking with the provincial governor? Hasn't he been fired? Tong Ligui was also puzzled by this and felt uneasy. Zhu Zicheng said coldly with a cold face. If I don't come again, you're going to tear down the entire Jiangnan city. What? Are you trying to use your authority as the mayor to bully others? This made Tong Ligui stand there in a daze for a moment, his face extremely ugly, with anger and resentment mixed together, ready to erupt at any time. Your Excellency, I have never oppressed anyone, but it was him. He, Yi Tiance, provoked the judicial authorities and killed Deputy Director Wang. If this boy is not eliminated, Jiangnan City will never have peace. My lord, are you willing to watch Jiangnan City be ruined by this boy? Damn. The provincial governor actually came to help Yi Tiance. Where does this kid come from? Why are there so many people standing up to speak for him? And Lin Wanda, hasn't he been dismissed from his post? Why can we still walk together with the provincial governor? Could it be that he was the one behind this? At this time, Yi Tiance raised his lips and sneered. Now is the highlight, specially sung for you. Chapter 778 The Truth. The highlight? What does this lunatic mean? Tong Ligui frowned, feeling uneasy. Ever since Lin Wanda and Zhu Ziqiang appeared, he felt that the situation had changed and did not develop as he expected. Zhu Ziqiang is the provincial governor, so he would not come to congratulate a city governor on taking office. Lin Wanda, as the former mayor, has been removed from office and now has no official status at all. He should not be associated with Zhu Ziqiang. When did these two people collude? Yi Tiance, you'd better shut up, you have no right to speak here. Tong Ligui had a sinister look in his eyes and a cold face as he stared at Yi Tiance. Zhu Ziqiang was intimidating without being angry, and said in a cold voice. You have no right to speak here. Boom! These words hit Tong Ligui like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shudder. Because this has already made its position clear. Zhu Ziqiang is here to help Yi Tiance. Damn! What happened? How is Yi Tiance related to Zhu Ziqiang? But he still asked. My lord, what do you mean? Zhu Ziqiang did not answer in a hurry, but waved his hand. Wow! Next second. Law enforcement officers from the law enforcement department immediately rushed up and surrounded Tong Ligui. Tong Ligui frowned. Zhu Ziqiang stretched out his hand, and the assistant opened the file and handed it to him. He immediately raised the document and handed it to Tong Ligui. Tong Ligui, you used the hands of Wang Zhenju and Wang Zhenyuan to illegally gain power, and joined forces with senior officials to enter the officialdom to make illegal profits. You have also abused your power to target others, and you have taken advantage of your power to bully others today. I have come to arrest you according to the law. What else do you have to say? What? Tong Ligui was horrified. He knew very well what consequences these charges would bring to him. This was a capital crime. Impossible. This must be fake. He couldn't believe this would be the result. Because the Wang family had taken care of everything, and he had also invested a lot of financial resources. Although there were some tricks involved, they were not revealed to outsiders, so no flaws could be found. How did Zhu Ziqiang know that? Wrong. It must be a fake document that Yi Tiance, that damn bastard, asked someone to get. But he still couldn't help but take a few more glances at the document. All these charges were indeed written on the notice, and it was also stamped with the official seal. Now it is brought here by Zhu Ziqiang himself. This cannot be fake. Thump thump. Tong Ligui staggered. He took 2 steps back, his panic visible to the naked eye. Zhu Shangshou, are you mistaken? How could there be something wrong with me? Hear the words. Zhu Ziqiang did not answer him, but walked straight to Yi Tiance, nodded and smiled. Mr. Yi, thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, it would be difficult to catch these bad apples. Tong Ligui suddenly realized and was shocked. His face suddenly became extremely ugly and he could no longer control his anger. Yi Tiance. It's you who's causing all this trouble. You deserve to die. I'm going to kill you today. Snapped. He just rushed up. Yi Tiance slapped him back and sent him flying. However, the slap was not strong enough, so the man didn't fall far. The play is not over yet, and Yi Tiance will not let him die. You are so noisy, I want to die. Wait until the show is over, it will be as you wish. At this time, Lin Wanda walked up to Tong Ligui with another document. He looked down at him, his eyes full of disdain. Tong Ligui, it's true that you have taken the position, but we deliberately let you take the position. Only in this way can you uncover the Wang family behind you and the various pawns placed by the Wang family. I never stepped down from my position, and was secretly transferred back to Jiangnan City to serve as the mayor. The reason why we concealed this news is just to punish you for being the first to stand out. Do you really think that someone like you can become the mayor of Jiangnan City? You are just daydreaming. Lin Wanda took out the document and placed it in front of Tong Ligui. On it was Lin Wanda's transfer letter. The transfer time was before Tong Ligui took office. Now, Tong Ligui's defense was completely broken, and he felt extremely insulted. He said with a grim face, "Damn it! You all deserve to die. How dare you plot against me like this?
If I had known earlier, I should have wiped out your Lin family in advance."
He regretted it.
When the Wang family arranged people to keep an eye on the Lin family, they should have taken action directly without having to worry too much.
Now that the Lin family has struck back, how can he accept this? And Xu Ziqiang, this bastard deserves to die. He actually cooperated with a loser like Yi Tiance to plot against him. Boom!
Lin wanted to kick Tong Ligui in the chest, also venting his anger, and said coldly, "I also regret that I should have completely restricted your Tong family earlier, so there wouldn't be so many problems. But it's not too late now, and we have to thank you for helping us capture the pawns planted by the Wang family. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your wife Wang Jinyuan has been captured by us, removed from her official position, and awaiting her fate."
What? Has Wang Jinyuan been arrested? How can this be? Xiao Yuan does everything perfectly. Even if the plan fails this time, it is impossible for her to be exposed. How could she be caught? Yi Tiance. It must be Yi Tiance again. Hateful. But how did he do it? Is it true, as Mr. Wang said, that he has an unfathomable background? If there really is, why don't you start not showing it? But if not, why would Xu Ziqiang be so nice to him and be so respectful to him? In times of doubt, Yi Tiance walked over slowly and said mockingly, "Master Tong, you never thought that one day you would be in such a mess, right? The plan you thought was a sure win is not even a game in my eyes. You are so self-righteous all day long, thinking that your Tong family and the Wang family together are the sky of Tiannan province. Now that the sky has collapsed, how do you feel?" The naked humiliation dealt another blow to Tong Ligui's proud self-esteem. He really didn't expect that he would lose everything. Even Wang Jinyuan was arrested. It's like they have been guarding a cake for many years, and when they are about to share it, they are told that the cake is fake. Tong Ligui gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Yi Tiance, don't think you've won. I'm telling you, I won't admit defeat. I will definitely cut you into pieces and avenge my son." Now he is already extremely angry and frustrated, and has no idea of how to turn the situation around. Yi Tiance sneered. "Since you miss your son so much, I will send you to see him and reunite your family. It will be considered a good thing." At this point, the corners of his mouth curled up. When Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiuhu saw it, they shuddered instantly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and fear instantly enveloped their whole bodies. Because they know that this living devil doesn't want the family to be reunited at all, he clearly wants to torture the whole family to death. Clap clap. Yi Tiance clapped his hands lightly, and immediately 5 powerful warriors in black combat uniforms walked in. The person leading the group was Ling Yun. "Take away." Ling Yun and others walked to the center of the hall, and a few steps with a wave of his hand, his men immediately stepped forward and arrested Tong Ligui. "See this." Xu Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. This Yi Tiance is definitely not an ordinary person. Ever since the Dragon Group and Li Duca found him and started planning, he knew that this guy had an unfathomable background and must not be provoked. Maybe, this boy will be the king of Tiannan province in the future. Chapter 779, Building Momentum. Yi Tiance, you deserve to die. Just wait, I will definitely seek revenge on you. I will make you regret provoking my Tong family. Although Tong Ligui was detained, he remained unwilling to give in and continued to clamor. Snapped. Ling Yun slapped him directly and said coldly, "Be quiet. If you want to talk, you'll have the chance to speak once you get to the Dragon Group." Everyone was terrified and dared not say a word. They all knew very well that if they were taken away by the Dragon Group, life would be worse than death. This Tong Ligui is finished. And this Yi Tiance is really awesome. Could this kind of person be the trash that Tong Ligui and others talk about? Which loser can make friends with all the big guys one after another?
You must stay away from Yi Tiance from now on. Even the Tong family and the Wang family were killed by Yi Tiance.
Then dealing with them is as easy as drinking water. At this time,
Ling Yun came in front of Yi Tiance and said with a chuckle.
Mr. Yi, you've helped me boost my sales again. I'm very grateful. Do you think you can have dinner with me when you have time?
Hey! It would be great if Yi Tiance could agree to have dinner with him.
This is a blessing that he will never get in his entire lifetime. Moreover, this arrest operation can be said to have cleansed the entire Tiannan province officialdom.
Although we cannot completely eradicate the evil forces, we have cleared out most of them, and we just need to continue investigating later. With this little achievement, if I can't get promoted several levels, it will all be in vain. However, he hoped that he would not be promoted, so that he could take the opportunity to leave the dragon group and then discuss with Yi Tiance to become a lackey. Or let him return to the fallen city. He looked at Yi Tiance expectantly, feeling extremely nervous. Yi Tiance glanced at him and nodded. You did a good job on this matter. We can have dinner. You can make the arrangements.
What the hell? He really agreed. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi.
Hiss.
I was so excited that I almost called out the wrong name.
Ling Yun quickly covered his mouth and told himself to talk less. If Yi Tiance's identity as the young city lord is to be revealed, then the meal can be changed into a feast for his dead. Xu Ziqiang saw this scene clearly, and he began to speculate about Yi Tiance's identity.
Where did this kid come from? He is not as simple as he seems. Which ordinary person can get help from the dragon group continuously? And Ling Yun is very respectful to Yi Tiance.
Even Li Duca, who was known as the impartial and just Justice Bao, was on good terms with him. In this world, absolutely no ordinary person can do this. Apart from personal charm and strong personal strength, the only thing left is background.
Also, what did Ling Yun want to ask him to do less just now? Master? It should not be.
In Tiannan province, no family can compare to the Wang and Tong families combined. Not to mention the young masters from outside the family, they are no match at all.
What else could be missing? Xu Ziqiang thought for a long time but couldn't get an answer.
It seems that I will have to get in touch with this kid more often in the future to find out more about his background and strength. Thinking of this, Xu Ziqiang walked forward with a smile and said with satisfaction. Mr. Yi, you helped me a lot this time and made Tiannan province much cleaner. If you need any help, please feel free to ask as long as it does not violate your professional bottom line.
How could Yi Tiance not understand what Xu Ziqiang meant? This is an olive branch to him, trying to make friends with him.
Although he has not investigated Xu Ziqiang, the fact that Lin Wanda can travel with him shows that there is no problem with his character and they can be friends. What's more, he has now single-handedly changed the official layout of the entire Tiannan province with some official power. What he has to do next will be easier.
We can't let Ling Yun do everything. The dragon group is not that cheap.
Don't worry, if there's a need, I'll speak up. What you should do now is to strike while the iron is hot and investigate every official again. We must root out the evil. If we fail to do so, sooner or later this evil force will grow and wreak havoc on society. Xu Ziqiang was stunned, obviously not expecting Yi Tiance to say such a thing.
Good guy.
This young guy actually taught him how to do things.
Xu Ziqiang couldn't help but shook his head and laughed.
Okay, then I'll solve the trouble at hand first. Ling Yun will help you. If you can't do this well, I don't mind letting you sit in the interrogation room of the dragon group.
Yi Tiance suddenly looked at Xu Ziqiang.
The cold and sharp eyes made Xu Ziqiang tremble subconsciously and feel fear.
He knew that Yi Tiance was not joking. Interesting. A provincial head can be replaced at any time. It seems that this kid's background is really impressive.
Xu Ziqiang has made up his mind to make this friend.
Go! Xu Ziqiang didn't say anything more and turned and left. Ling Yun also left with Tong Ligue under pressure. The whole farce ends here. Yi Tiance withdrew his pressure, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. The Tong family and the Wang family did so many things to allow Tong Ligue to take power and complete the layout to target Yi Tiance.
But Yi Tian's only took a slight move to resolve the crisis and completely disintegrate the Tong and Wang families.
Not only that, Yi Tian's killed Wang Zhenju, who was the deputy director of the Provincial Taxation Authority and held a very high position. As a result, Zhu Ziqiang didn't even ask a question, nor did he do anything to Yi Tian's. After today, I'm afraid things in Tiannan province will really change.
Zhu Ziqiang and Ling Yan took a number of law enforcement officers away, leaving only a few to maintain order at the party.
At this time,
there was a sound of footsteps coming from the door. Soon after, many people walked in quickly.
The leader was actually Zhao Feiyu, one of the three heroes.
Peng Huayuan and Zhong Tao were on his left and right, like the left and right guardians. Zhao Feiyu's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. He quickly walked up to Yi Tian's and knelt down on one knee.
Zhao Feiyu has met Mr. Yi.
The voice just fell. Peng Huayuan and Zhong Tao took the lead and knelt on one knee, followed by countless subordinates who knelt down behind them.
I've met Mr. Yi. Yi Tian's glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Get up."
Zhao Feiyu then took the lead and stood up.
Gao Qiqiang, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. Good boy. He really is worthy of being the one chosen by the god.
Not only does he have courage and connections, he also has incomparably powerful strength.
From the moment Zhao Feiyu knelt down, he knew that Zhao Feiyu wanted to build momentum for Yi Tian's. This is equivalent to announcing to the entire Tiannan province that he, Zhao Feiyu, is Yi Tian's subordinate. Coupled with what just happened, Yi Tian's status in Tiannan province will surely rise in the future. Yu Yan will definitely not suffer any loss if she follows this boy. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Yi Tian's took a step forward and released his powerful pressure again.
Everyone had just taken 2 breaths when faced with this pressure again. They were sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and had to look up at Yi Tian's.
Yi Tian's glanced around and said coldly, "From now on, the Tong family and the Jing family will no longer be among the 4 major families. They will be replaced by Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Hailong. Now that I have finished speaking, who is in favor? Who is against?" Chapter 780 Heroine Lin Yuyan. Wow.
The whole audience was in an uproar and shocked, but no one dared to express their opinion.
I can only say that Yi Tian's action is awesome.
The 4 major families in the provincial capital have existed for decades, even hundreds of years.
Now, Yi Tian's only made a slight move, but the Tong and Jing families among the 4 major families were severely damaged and even expelled. Moreover, the Jing family has not been destroyed, and Jing Jianye is not dead, but Yi Tian's dares to make such a decision. Doesn't that mean he doesn't take the Jing family seriously?
The 4 great families that seemed so high and mighty in their eyes were actually nothing in Yi Tian's eyes.
As for the Lu family,
if it weren't for the relationship with Lu Ruyan, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to escape destruction.
No one present here could be so domineering. As expected, it's Yi Tian's. Every time, it always brings them shock. And each time is more powerful than the last. Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Hailong were very excited. They never dreamed that Yi Tian's would fulfill his promise to them so quickly and make them one of the leaders of the 4 major families. Cool. It turns out that following Yi Tian's is the right choice. As for who opposes, they are not afraid of someone wanting to be the first to speak out. Because whoever has an opinion will die. See this. Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "In that case, then this matter is settled." At this time, the discerning people in the crowd immediately stood up, clasped their hands together, and knelt on one knee. Congratulations to Master Zhao and King Jiangnan for joining the 4 great families. This made Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Hailong very happy. Yes. Their status and position are not low. One of the 3 heroes of a provincial capital, the King of Jiangnan. But they knew that this title did not carry much weight in front of the 4 major families.
If they become one of the leaders of the 4 major families, they will completely take off. The people behind him also knelt down on one knee to express their stance. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao and King Jiangnan for joining the 4 great families.
This is cause for celebration.
Their voices echoed throughout the hall, the momentum was mighty, and the scene of everyone kneeling down was very shocking. Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Hailong smiled at each other, and both saw the expectation and ruthlessness in each other's eyes. After successfully taking office, they will accomplish great things. Thus, he is worthy of the title of one of the leaders of the 4 major families. They also understood that Yi Tiance was using his intimidation to build momentum for them. From then on, all the big shots in the entire Jiangnan province, all the big shots in the entire Tiannan province, knew their new identities.
The two understood each other.
They turned around, clasped their fists and knelt down in front of Yi Tiance, saying in unison,
"Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your cultivation. We will definitely not let Mr. Yi down." Yi Tiance built up momentum for them, so naturally they would give back.
Let everyone in Tiannan province know that Yi Tiance is their direct superior, and raise Yi Tiance's status again.
Yi Tiance stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly,
"Go ahead, the Tong and Jing families have ready-made mansions, just take them as for what means you use, that's up to you. If the Jing family dares to resist, then tell Jing Jianyu that when I am done, I will go to the Jing family in person to talk to him."
What the hell? With Yi Tiance's support, they have nothing to fear. The Jing family will definitely be demoted. Follow Mr. Ye's instructions.
The two of them agreed with a smile and left immediately. But they were not in a hurry to leave because the matter was not over yet and there were still arrangements to make.
At this time,
Rong Meiyan supported Lin Yuyan, who had already changed into a dress, and walked slowly towards them.
The attention of everyone present was attracted by Lin Yuyan. Even Yi Tiance was fascinated by what he saw.
A light white strapless long dress perfectly shows off her exquisite figure. 3,000 strands of black hair fell on her shoulders, natural and a little hazy. The pair of crystal shoes on her feet once again highlight her princess temperament, making her seem unattainable. Her smile touched everyone's heart. Blinking his eyes, he slowly walked towards Yi Tiance. With every step he took, Yi Tiance's heart trembled. She is truly worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. Han Ruoyan, who was in the audience, felt inferior to Lin Yuyan when he saw how beautiful she was, and even a little inferior, with envy in his eyes. Lu Ruyan saw through her inferiority complex and laughed at her.
"What's up, big cow? Do you know that you have no other advantages besides your big pears? You should have known this a long time ago. You can't even compare to me in terms of looks.
If you didn't have such a pair of supersized cups, Xiao Sisi wouldn't have fallen for you. Unlike me, I defeated Xiao Sisi with my looks and made him fall at my feet."
Talking.
Lu Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest, looking very proud. She would not let go of this great opportunity to attack Han Ruoyan.
Who made this big cow always compete with her for favor? Really? Han Ruoyan immediately got angry and walked over quickly to confront him. "Shut up! You, a tech idiot, dare to compare yourself with my natural softness? Little tablet, you call your face that hits the technology pretty? Come on. Not only is my big breasts natural, but even my face is natural. Do you think it's the same as yours? I can't compare to Lin Yuyan, and I can't compare to you, a little tablet. Don't forget, I was the one who got Xiao Sesei's first blood. The first oyster he ate was also mine. You." Lu Ruyan was extremely angry.
In comparison, her and Xiao Sesei's progress seemed to have always lagged behind that of the big cow.
Even the knowledge of Xiao Susu was later than that of the big cow. It seems that there is really no way to beat the big cow. Ah! It's so infuriating.
Han Ruoyan crossed his arms and was extremely happy, with a smug look on his face.
How is it? Are you speechless? It's okay that you talk about your tablet, but you are also a technologist. How can you fight with me? Unless you have a second growth spurt and can have a daughter like me, I will be convinced. Tell me, you can't even compare to me, how can you compare to Lin Yuyan? Lu Ruyan's chest heaved with anger. What a big cow. It directly escalates to personal attack, right? Row. Row. See how I deal with you. Who wants to compete with Lin Yuyan? I know I can't win, so why should I compete? Do you think you are as ignorant as the big cow? Also, this lady has mixed in a little bit of technology, but this lady is diligent and studious, and will make up for the essence of the movie, and I guarantee that I can make little Sisa feel so happy that he will take off. When the time comes, Xiao Su can take some action to help me develop again. Do you think you, big cow, will be able to compete with me by then? Whoever can hold Xiao Su's heart tightly will be the winner. What's the use of having a big cup? Big breasts mean no brains. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and raised her head proudly, showing disdain. Han Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, then became angry, and immediately pressed against Lu Ruyan with his e-cup. Xiao Pingban, just wait. I won't let you seduce Xiao Sisi away. Xiao Sisi is mine. Okay. Then let's see who Xiao Sisi chooses in the end. The two women confronted each other with their arms around each other's waists, neither of them willing to give in. Can't compare with Lin Yuyan, and can't compare with the other party? At this time, with the support of Rong Meiyan, Lin Yuyan has come in front of Yi Tiance. She blinked and looked at Yi Tiance, and Yi Tiance looked at her as well. Beautiful. If I could have such a lovely wife, I could be the bridegroom every night. Rong Meiyan saw through Yi Tiance's love for Lin Yuyan and smiled softly. Sister Yuyan, it's your turn. Lin Yuyan was stunned for a moment, her face flushed, she lowered her head and said softly. Old husband. Chapter 781. This is my future wife. Boom. Yi Tiance felt as if he was struck by lightning, his whole body was stiff and his nerves were tense. What the hell? Is there something wrong with his ears? What did Lin Yuyan call him just now? Husband? No. No, why would Lin Yuyan suddenly call him like that? But I have to say, it feels really fucking good. The most beautiful woman in Tiannan province calls him husband, so wouldn't his happy life with Lin Yuyan be guaranteed? Rong Meiyan saw that Yi Tiance was in a trance, but the corners of his mouth were raised in a big arc, and his smile was obvious, so she couldn't help but smile. That's right. As a man, you have to behave like this. No matter how powerful Yi Tiance is outside, she can make him surrender with just one word, husband. Of course, she can't call him husband, and neither can Lu Ruyan or Han Ruoyun. Because the three of them have been with Yi Tiance for so long, they know a lot about him and understand each other's personalities. There is something a bit quirky in their personalities, and calling them out would not create a contrast and attract Yi Tiance. Instead, they will think that they are joking or being naughty, which will not have much effect. But Lin Yuyan is different. She is very serious and no normal person would expect her to speak like this. Another thing is that she has not had much contact with men, which will make men even more happy, so the shouting will be more convincing. This is the gift she carefully prepared for Yi Tiance. She has never forgotten what she promised Yi Tiance, to help him win the woman he likes. For this gift, she had been doing a lot of ideological work on Lin Yuyan these past 2 days. It was all a lie, and finally Lin Yuyan agreed on the grounds that they were about to get engaged and married. Seeing Yi Tiance being hooked and having a great time, Rong Meiyan smiled gently and pushed Lin Yuyan lightly with her hand. Lin Yuyan subconsciously looked at Rong Meiyan, and Rong Meiyan quickly gave her a look, asking her to continue calling. She was stunned, feeling extremely embarrassed. The face, which had already turned red again. But she still mustered up the courage to look at Yi Tiance and called him softly. Husband. She was responded with a big hug. Yi Tiance hugged her tightly, making her feel a little helpless. But she did not resist and even felt at ease. It was just like when her illness broke out and Yi Tiance held her in his arms and went up to Hujiao Mountain to change her fate, she felt inexplicably relaxed. These 2 days, she also secretly asked Lin Xiaoyan what it meant to like someone. When she told Lin Jiaoyang that Yi Tiance kissed her, Lin Jiaoyang was shocked and kept questioning her. She knew that Yi Tiance had not lied to her and that he just loved her. When she was free, she kept thinking about Yi Tiance, and the image of Yi Tiance kissing her kept flashing through her mind. She also confirmed that she liked Yi Tiance. When Rong Meiyan taught her to call him hubby, she subconsciously refused because she was shy, not because she was unwilling. She knew that Rong Meiyan was fooling her, but she still agreed. Because she wants to. The two did not say a word, both enjoying each other's embrace and the gradually quickening breathing and heartbeat. Lin Yuanshuan on the side was very pleased and relieved, looking at the two of them with an anti-smile. Although there was reluctance on the faces of Lin Wantai and his wife, they were more relieved and happy. The happiest person was Gao Qiqiang, who laughed heartily. Okay. It finally worked. Old Lin, your Lin family is going to be rich now. That senior is a god, he will never harm us. Thinking back, he became rich because of Yi Tiance's master and became the big boss he is today. There must be a reason why he arranged this engagement this way. What Yi Tiance has brought to the Lin family is absolutely unattainable heights. Whether to send it or not is another matter, but Yu Yan's future life will definitely be better than in the Lin family. Lin Yuanshuan appeared modest on the surface, but was ecstatic on the inside. How could he not know this? But he never thought of using Lin Yuyan to exchange for benefits from the beginning, nor did he have high hopes. But now he could kill two birds with one stone, and he couldn't help but think more about it and look forward to it. At this time, Yi Tiance also let go of Lin Yuyan, took her hand actively, walked to the center of the stage, and smiled at each other. Rong Meiyan retired after accomplishing her mission and came to Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. The two of them also stopped fighting each other and looked at the male and female protagonists on the stage with envy. Queen Rong, were you the one who taught Goddess Lin to call Xiao Sisi that? Han Ruoyan looked at Queen Rong with anticipation and confusion. I taught you that, are you jealous? You can't blame me, you had plenty of opportunities before, but you didn't take them. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she snorted coldly. Damn it! Goddess Lin got there first. Looking at how little Sisi was hooked, he must be so happy. It's all your fault, big cow. If you hadn't been targeting me every day, I wouldn't have thought of controlling Xiao Sisi like this. Han Ruoyan didn't care and said disdainfully. If you think you can compete with Goddess Lin, then you should continue to think of ways to control her. With Goddess Lin here, I can't control Xiao Sisi, I just need to control Xiao Su. Hiss. This sounds reasonable. Even if Lin Yuyan has Yi Tiance under control now, it is impossible for their relationship to develop to the point where they sleep together tonight. Moreover, they had already let Yi Tiance experience the feeling of heaven, so it would be easy for them to do it again. Can't they just take control of Xiao Xiaozi before the two of them have sex? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to hold Han Ruoyan's hand. Big cow, your idea is great, I fully agree with it. Then it's settled, we sisters must take down Xiao Xiaozi and conquer Xiao Sisi. Little Pingban, you should be thankful that you and I have the same idea, otherwise I would not bother to pay attention to you. The two of them reconciled instantly and treated each other like sisters. Rong Meiyan on the side smiled and shook her head. These two people are really a spice in boring life, full of joy. I really envy them, they are carefree and only think about how to stick to their beloved men every day. But she is different. Her great hatred has not yet been avenged, her position is unstable, and she has to work hard every day. When everything is settled, she will also be like them, doing whatever she wants and sticking to Yi Tiance unscrupulously. At the same time, Yi Tiance took Lin Yuyan 2 steps forward, and the spotlight came on at this moment, shining on the two of them. He turned to face Lin Yuyan and knelt on one knee. Zhao Hailong sensibly stepped forward and handed over the ring box, then quickly stepped back to avoid stealing the spotlight. Yi Tiance opened the ring box and took out the ring. The diamond on the ring weighs 10 carats and is very dazzling. Lin Yuyan also took the initiative to stretch out her hand and let Yi Tiance put the ring on her finger.
The relationship between the two of them came naturally without any temptation.
Followed by Yi Tian stood up, took Lin Yuyan's hand, and smiled at everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the farce is over, and now I have another announcement to make.
Yi was lucky enough to be favored by the daughter of the Lin family, and we two were engaged. Today I want to tell you that the two of us are going to fulfill our engagement, and this is also our engagement party. Lin Yuyan is my, Yi Tian's future wife. The Lin family is also my, Yi Tian's, home.
Chapter 782 Send a Gift.
Clap clap. Everyone applauded and looked at the Lin family with envy in their eyes. Everything he did in Jiangnan during this period was known to all those respectable people. The bravery in fighting against power is well known.
And after these things happened, they finally understood.
Yi Tian is very capable regardless of whether there is a powerful force behind him or not. He has even demonstrated the ability to influence both the business and political circles of Tiannan province. Relying on Yi Tian, even if he couldn't become successful in the future, at least he would be rich in Tiannan province without worries.
Just look at Zhao Feiyu and Zhao Hailong and you will know.
Although Zhao Feiyu is one of the three heroes of the provincial capital, he has won the hearts of many people through his half-step war god's means and has a very high status in the provincial capital. But compared with the four major families, it is still far inferior. There is no need to mention Zhao Hailong. He is the king of Jiangnan in Jiangnan, but in the provincial capital, he has no status at all, and is nothing compared to the four major families. Now, thanks to Yi Tian, they have successfully ascended to power and become one of the four major families. After this banquet is over, they must find an opportunity to curry favor with Yi Tian.
At this time, Zhao Feiyu took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands. Followed by
5 etiquette ladies walked in with plates and smiled, and soon came in front of Yi Tian. Mr. Yi and Miss Lin are getting engaged today. I have prepared a small gift for you, please accept it. Everyone stood there in a daze, looking over.
What the hell?
Top quality jade rui, dragon and phoenix hairpins, gold and jade bowls and chopsticks. Not only does it have a beautiful meaning, but the quality is also impeccable. They are all first-class products.
It seems that Zhao Feiyu had prepared the gift a long time ago. And he also knows what Yi Tian did at the cocktail party today. Damn!
The news of Yi Tian and Lin Yuyan's engagement had been leaked a long time ago, and they had known about it for a long time. But they had no preparation at all, let alone sending any gifts. Because they all knew that today was the decisive battle between Yi Tian and Wang Tong's families.
The Wang family has been entrenched in Tiannan province for many years and is very powerful. In their eyes, the Wang family will not lose. But I didn't expect that I would lose so completely in the end. Now it seems that no matter what I do in the future, I have to be prepared for both situations. Otherwise, it will be the same as now, they won't even have a chance to curry favor. When everyone regrets.
Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiuhu stepped forward and clapped their hands together. A group of etiquette ladies came out again with plates and finally stopped in front of Yi Tian.
I, Zhao Hailong. I'm Zhang Xiuhu.
The two of them clasped their fists and saluted, saying in unison.
Congratulations, Mr. Yi, and Miss Lin. I wish you two will grow old together and be together forever. This is our gift, please accept it. Say it. Zhang Xiuhu even personally stepped forward and took the document and handed it to Yi Tian.
Mr. Yi, this is the contract transfer for all of the Tong family's projects in Jiangnan City. In addition, there are also shares of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They are all gifts for Mr. Yi.
Everyone was in an uproar. What the hell? Is the Black Tiger Society's president playing such a big game?
You know, they have just replaced the Tong family and the Jing family.
Whether in terms of resources or strength, they cannot be compared with the original Tong family.
They also urgently need such powerful resources to serve as a backup.
But Zhang Xiuhu actually gave it to Yi Tian like this. Yi Tian took a look and his face showed no emotion. Have a heart.
After saying this, he no longer looked at Zhang Xiuhu and tactfully withdrew.
This reaction made everyone even more confused. Yi Tiance didn't even look at it. Does this mean he looks down on the Tong family's assets? He really is worthy of being Yi Tiance.
On the other hand, the Lin family was very excited. They all knew that all this was arranged by Yi Tiance. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaowu's ability, he couldn't get so many things from the Tong family.
Father, this kid is really amazing. It will be difficult to suppress him in the future. Lin Wantai shook his head.
He knew that Yi Tiance was a talented person, but if he could not be controlled, there would be no point. After all, his Lin family doesn't need this kind of time bomb.
Okay, if you don't understand, stop talking nonsense and go sit aside. This kid is a real benefactor of our Lin family. Why should we suppress him?
Even if he were placed in the capital, few people would be able to suppress him. This kid designed all this without anyone noticing. He is really amazing. Lin Yuanxuan knew very well that it was impossible to suppress Yi Tiance. His Lin family is indeed powerful in Jiangnan, but it is only powerful in Jiangnan.
What's more, they can't even defeat the Wang family, so how can they defeat Yi Tiance?
Lao Lin, your son is good in every way except that he has a poor vision. You should teach him a lesson when you have time, so that he won't become arrogant in the future. Gao Qiqiang's words left Lin Wantai speechless, and he chose to shut up and watch.
And the build-up hasn't ended yet.
Zhong Tao, Pang Huayuan, and others came forward to present gifts, which made Lin Yuanxuan very happy.
Lu Ruyan and Han Ruoyan were no exception. They sent gifts together, which once again livened up the atmosphere. The last person to come on stage was Rong Meiyan.
Her perfect figure of 9 heads is perfectly set off by the cheongsam, and her graceful curves make many men have wild thoughts. But it was just a thought. I didn't dare to do anything.
Because this is Yi Tiance's woman.
I am Rong Meiyan from the Rong family. I would like to congratulate Mr. Yi and Ms. Lin on their happy marriage. I hope they will grow old together. My gift is very simple. This is a platonic pink crystal necklace that I asked someone to customize. I hope you will accept it, Sister Yu Yan. She opened the box and the crystal necklace was shining brightly. She did not hesitate and went straight forward to put it on Lin Yuyan.
Sister Yu Yan, this necklace suits you very well. It's very beautiful. I hope you like it.
Lin Yuyan glanced at the necklace around her neck and smiled.
Thank you, Meiyan. Rong Meiyan smiled, nodded, and stepped back.
When passing by Yi Tiance, he smiled softly. Mr. Yi, Meiyan still wants to wish you a happy wedding night and be a bridegroom every night, but you must be restrained and don't let us down. Hiss. Looking at Rong Meiyan's graceful figure as she stepped down from the stage, Yi Tiance took a breath of cold air.
She is truly a goblin.
But he liked this blessing.
As for physical weakness, that's impossible, not in this life.
The yang energy accumulated after taking the elixir in Lingyuan cave last time has not yet completely dissipated. Even without the yang energy accumulated from the elixir, he can still fight against 4 people at once and play like a dragon and a phoenix. After all, he has 5 fiancés. If this is not possible, wouldn't it be a waste of so many fiancés? But no matter what I think, there is still something important to do. Yi Tiance took Lin Yuyan one step forward and smiled softly. Thank you very much for coming to my and Yuyan's engagement party. It is an honor for Yi and Yuyan, and also for you. But after all, this is an engagement party, and someone has already sent gifts. Wouldn't it be unreasonable if you didn't send something? It's not that Yi is short of this gift, but if I tell you about it, it will be embarrassing for you all. I am also thinking about you all, right?
Chapter 783. Isn't this faster than robbing a bank? What the hell? How the hell is it possible? They didn't prepare any gifts, but they couldn't ask for them either. But they dared not express any dissatisfaction.
Don't make Yi Tiance unhappy, or they will end up like the Tong family. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to look directly into Yi Tiance's sharp gaze. But after just a moment, someone stood up to explain the situation.
Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. We came in a hurry and didn't know your engagement party was held here, so we haven't prepared any gifts yet. Can we make it up to you later? While talking, everyone had lowered their heads, feeling uneasy, both expecting and fearing Yi Tiance's reply. Now, Zhao Feiyu and others looked at Yi Tiance.
They also didn't know what Yi Tiance would do, and they were both expectant and curious.
As long as Yi Tiance gives the order to take action, they must take action. But what they didn't expect was that Yi Tiance was friendly and smiling, completely different from his previous domineering attitude. Yi Tiance laughed softly. It's okay, it's understandable that I didn't bring any gifts as you said, you didn't know that my engagement party was held here. However, it is impossible to make up for it after all, there is only one engagement party with Yu Yan, it would be disrespectful to make up for it again. How about this, I'll take this opportunity to see your abilities since you don't have any gifts, I'll just give you cash gifts. This is more direct than giving gifts, do you have any opinions? After these words were spoken, the whole audience was speechless and a little shocked. Zhao Feiyu and others smiled at each other, they were not surprised by this result. This is Yi Tiance's style of doing things. If he doesn't do something, then how could it be him? Now they also understood why Yi Tiance chose to hold the engagement banquet at the hotel where the inauguration ceremony was held. This is completely intended to catch these famous businessmen off guard. To put it simply, it's a pig-killing scam. Drive all the piglets into the cages and kill them one by one, just like cutting leeks. Now they can't escape even if they want to, and if they give too few gifts they will lose the opportunity to curry favor with Yi Tiance. This move works in seconds. Lin Yuanxuan laughed and said, "Good boy, you are so deceiving, it's really interesting." Gao Qiqiang also smiled and praised. "Yes, I appreciate this. Lao Lin, go back and teach your son a lesson, don't be so foolish as to follow rigid rules, learn from this kid, this is what a capable person is." Lin Wantai, who was suddenly called, looked a little unhappy. He thought to himself, what does Yi Tiance's trouble have to do with him? What's there to learn? Everyone looked grim and looked at each other. They thought Yi Tiance had given up targeting them, but they didn't expect that they were too naive. It's not that we don't target it, but the time has not come yet. The main thing is that he doesn't hide his face when asking for money, it's too damn blatant, isn't it? What's the difference between this and just robbing? At this time, Yi Tiance had already taken out his mobile phone, opened the payment code, and handed it to Zhao Feiyu with a smile. Zhao Feiyu understood what he meant and immediately put it on the table in front. I would like to thank you all here first. As for how much to give, it depends entirely on your willingness. Do you still care about their feelings? This is absolute nonsense. Things have come to this, would they dare to send less? Zhao Feiyu, Zhao Hailong, and others have already raised the standard of the gifts so high if they can't compare, they will be dead. Now they understand too. From the moment they entered this gate, they were lambs to be slaughtered. Yi Tiance calculated every step and played them in the palm of his hand. Even Zhao Feiyu and others were authorized by Yi Tiance to give gifts. The first person has already set the price, and they can only do it according to this standard. Everyone was very unhappy, but more of them were helpless. However, they did not dare to delay, and soon someone came forward and opened his mobile phone to scan the code. Ding! 500 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. Mr. Yi, I am not strong enough, so I can only give you this gift for now. When you and Miss Lin get married, I will definitely prepare a generous gift to congratulate you too. He was sweating profusely, he bowed deeply but did not dare to stand up, for fear that Yi Tiance would be dissatisfied. Yi Tiance did not answer, but nodded slightly at Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu quickly walked up to the guest and said disdainfully, Mr. Yi will not bother with you this time. If he is not satisfied next time, pack your bag and get out. Yes, thank you Mr. Zhao, no, Mr. Zhao, for your advice. Done. He quickly ran to the side and stood there, not daring to breathe. Finally escaped. This living devil is oppressive just by standing there. No. I have to find a way to escape quickly. Not only did I not get any benefits, but I also lost 500 million. It makes me so sad just thinking about it. And next time I have to give a better gift. This is too bullying, it's faster than robbing a bank. At this moment, he regretted coming to attend this inauguration ceremony. When others saw this scene, they also had an idea in their minds. Yi Tiance is not interested in 500 million. Damn. If they want to please Yi Tiance next, they will have to spend a lot of money.
If they had known earlier, they would have been the first to come up and give gifts, so they could have given less.
Zhao Feiyu glanced around and laughed. Is it time for the next one? I can't let this young master hold his phone and look for you one by one, right? Everyone, please be more conscious. Today is Mr. Ye's great day, let's be more festive.
Everyone heard the threat in Zhao Feiyu's words and hurried forward to start scanning the code.
Alert sounds rang out one after another, and Yi Tian's Alipay balance continued to increase.
Those who came up later gave at least 8 million, and generally 10 billion.
Although there are not many people giving gifts, there are still dozens of them, and hundreds of billions are easily obtained. At first, Zhao Feiyu and others thought this pig-killing dish was very interesting, but after watching it for a while, they found it boring. Because they are all envious. If you have no money in the future, don't rob a bank. How can robbing a bank be this fast?
Lin Yuanxuan and others became more and more excited. The Lin family is a good family, but they have never seen so much money.
TSK.
This guy deserves to be called the living devil.
To know.
100 billion is half of the wealth of most people today, or even the entire wealth of a few people.
Just a few words made these people spend their entire fortunes.
It is possible that because of this move, the number of wealthy people in Tiannan province will be reduced by half, and Yi Tian's will become the only one in power.
Of course they knew why Yi Tian's did this.
Once the assets of these wealthy people shrink, the things they can do will naturally be reduced. This can also effectively curb the evil psychology of the rich. But what they didn't know was that Yi Tian's didn't have such an idea at all, he just wanted to make money. Although these fence-sitters are not guilty of capital crimes, they still have to pay a price. Otherwise, they will be torn between two sides in the future. Soon, everyone had given their gifts and sat back at the dining table. Now that the money has been given, of course it's time to eat.
And Yi Tian's wouldn't let them go so easily, right? However, Yi Tian's smiled and said softly. Everyone, now that you have given your gifts, you can leave. You all saw that with the situation like this, we didn't expect to be able to eat in peace, so we didn't order any dishes. Of course, if you want to eat, you can order the dishes yourself, and I can talk to the manager and give you a discount.
I apologize for the poor hospitality.
Chapter 784, The Complete Defeat of the Wang Family.
Everyone stood there in a daze, looking at each other, unable to believe their ears. It seemed that they both wanted to confirm from the other's eyes whether they had heard correctly.
No. Whose engagement party doesn't have a banquet arranged? It would be fine if we don't arrange it, but they have to pay for their meals out of their own pockets? I just gave you 10 billion. Even if they are really sheep, you can't just catch them and pull them out like this, right? Everyone lowered their heads, angry but not daring to speak. Of course, there is more discouragement and breakdown. Because his mentality has been ruined by Yi Tian's.
Zhao Feiyu and others did not expect that Yi Tian's would do this in the end, and they could not help but give Yi Tian's a thumbs up.
Awesome.
They have lived for more than 20 years and have seen a lot of the world and met many bigwigs who were operating the business during their years of working in the provincial capital. But I have never seen such a thorough pig-killing scheme. This sickle completely cuts the leeks in front of it to the roots. As for this method, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they might not be able to learn it even if they were given another 10 years.
Farewell Mr. Yi and Miss Lin. Zhao Feiyu also has good insight.
Knowing that Yi Tian's wanted to humiliate this group of people, he immediately followed suit. If these people are unhappy and call Yi Tian's, then he can take this opportunity to cheat them again. Of course, if they don't dare to express their opinions, it means that this group of people has been suppressed to the extreme by Yi Tian's. From now on, they can only be like dogs, and be slaughtered by Yi Tian's.
Really?
Everyone was just stunned for a moment, without any unusual behavior, and bowed one after another.
Farewell Mr. Yi and Miss Lin. They are not stupid.
I know what will happen if I stand up and become the first one to speak out. We have already given away 10 billion, we can't be stupid enough to give away all the money.
See this. Yi Tian's felt a little disappointed.
He did have the urge to cut another handful of leeks, but no one gave him the chance.
That's it. We have harvested enough today. We cannot be too ruthless. We must always show some mercy so that it will be difficult to harvest again in the future. Yi Tiance took Lin Yuyan's hand and left the hall first.
The three Rong Mei Yen sisters followed closely behind, forming a beautiful landscape, which made everyone feel a little better. Lin Yuanchuan and Gao Qiqian led the Lin family out of the hall in a swagger, with smug looks on their faces.
Today, Yi Tiance really made them proud, and they felt so happy. Zhao Feiyu and others finished up. It is also telling everyone that even if they become one of the four major families, they can only be Yi Tiance's dogs. This is to warn everyone to be clear about their position. The effect was significant. Everyone no longer had their previous fighting spirit and could only lower their heads and admit that their skills were inferior to others. Wang Zhenju's home. Boom!
Wang Guoxiang was furious and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground.
Useless. They are all a bunch of useless. I told you not to mess with that guy. Why didn't you listen to me? On TV, the news about Lin Wanda succeeding as the mayor of Jiangnan City was being broadcast.
Once this news came out, it meant that the Wang family had been defeated. He also understood that all of this was the plot of Yi Tiance and his superiors. His Wang family has been targeted because of their recent big actions. The higher-ups want to eliminate his Wang family completely.
Damn it! Why did it turn out like this?
Wang Guoxiang couldn't believe that things had turned out like this.
The Wang family's foundation for so many years was finally lost to an unknown kid. If this gets out, who the hell will believe it? At this time,
the female assistant ran in quickly, her face full of fear and panic. Master, something bad has happened, something bad has happened.
What's the matter?
You're yelling and making noises, how disrespectful.
Wang Guoxiang was already furious, and this assistant was so ignorant, which made him even more upset.
But he still suppressed his anger and wanted to see what else happened.
The Wang family has already been defeated, there can't be anything more serious than this. However, he still underestimated Yi Tiance.
The female assistant lowered her head in fear and said softly. Miss Wang was taken away by the dragon group. Miss Wang was shot dead on the spot by Yi Tiance, and her body was also taken away by the dragon group.
What? Say it again.
Wang Guoxiang was so angry that he was shaking all over.
The two prides of the Wang family are gone just like that? He was very clear about the dragon group's methods. If he fell into the hands of the dragon group, would he be able to come back?
What's more, Wang Zhenju was killed on the spot.
Damn it! Damn it!
It's not God who wants to destroy our Wang family, it's Yi Tiance who wants to destroy our Wang family.
Puff!
Wang Guoxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly on the sofa.
The female assistant panicked and rushed forward to help. Master, are you okay? Tool take you to the hospital right away.
Now that such a big change has happened to the Wang family, if something happens to Wang Guoxiang again, the Wang family will really be finished.
Then she would lose the protection of the Wang family and become an exile from then on.
Over the years, she has offended many people by relying on the prestige of the Wang family.
If she were really left to wander around, she would be doomed. Wang Guoxiang took a deep breath.
He shook his head and sighed. No, I'm fine. Even if I'm fine, it won't help if I go to the hospital. In an instant, Wang Guoxiang seemed to have aged by 10 years, making him, who was already in his 80s, look even older, like a centenarian, lifeless and pale. He slumped on the sofa, his head buzzing. The successive shocks made him at a loss as to what to do for a moment, and he began to doubt whether everything he had done was wrong.
If he hadn't left the Wang family to Wang Zhenyuan and others, wouldn't so many troubles have happened? If he had discovered the actions of Wang Zhenyuan and others earlier and stopped them in time, would the tragedy have been avoided? The answer is yes. Unfortunately, it's too late. Now no matter what he does, he can't win back the Wang Zhenyuan sisters, and he can only see them off to their deaths. The Wang family is probably really going to fall this time. All is lost. Master, I The female assistant was still very worried and hoped to cure Wang Guoxiang in time and grasped this last umbrella of protection.
Wang Guoxiang also saw through her little thoughts and waved his hand. Alas, I can no longer protect you when you go out to do things. You must admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. If you have done something wrong, you must accept the punishment. But you have been with Xiaozhu for many years and have done a lot for my Wang family. In view of this, I will finally show you a way forward. Go find Yi Tiance and exchange my Wang family's property and secrets for a way to survive with him around. No one in Tiannan province will dare to trouble you.
I don't have much time left, and you don't need to go back to the Wang family anymore. Let's go, let's go. By now, he could only accept reality.
The two heroes of the Wang family are gone, and he no longer has the energy to reorganize the Wang family. In this situation, it is impossible to let other descendants of the Wang family take over.
Because most of the Wang family members are in the officialdom of Tiannan province. Yi Tiance's plan this time was to capture all these people. There is no one available in his Wang family. The female assistant was stunned, obviously not expecting Wang Guoxiang to say that.
She was also hesitant.
Doing so can indeed save your life and find a new umbrella of protection.
But this would cause her to lose all her reputation, and she might even be accused of joining forces with outsiders to target the Wang family.
Boom! Sudden. The door of the room was suddenly kicked open and fell heavily behind Wang Guoxiang. This scared the female assistant, and she quickly dodged to the side.
Wang Guoxiang, on the other hand, was very calm, but the life on his face had disappeared a little.
Next second, Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan walked in slowly and sneered.
Old man, you are really good at calculating. You actually want to give me your Wang family's guard dog and ask me to save her life.
Have you ever thought that if I kill you and then kill her, I can also take over your Wang family? Chapter 785 Wang Guoxiang and #039, S question. Yi Tiance? Tiance? The female assistant was horrified and quickly ran to block Wang Guoxiang.
Although she was afraid of death, she was deeply touched by what Wang Guoxiang had just said, and she subconsciously wanted to save Wang Guoxiang.
See this.
Wang Guoxiang stretched out his hand and gently pushed the female assistant away, laughing at himself.
Ha ha. I have lived for decades, and have been in the officialdom for decades, pushing the Wang family to its peak. I never expected that I would be defeated by you so easily. I have to admit that you are very capable and I can't see through you, but it doesn't matter anymore. I don't have the energy to figure you out anymore. I am running out of time, and before I die, I have a few questions for you. He is very clear. Yi Tiance came to him now not only to show off his power and achievements. It also makes him die with a clear conscience. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and sneered. Don't say I'm inhumane. I'll give you a chance to ask. Wang Guoxiang nodded and admired Yi Tiance even more. First, when did you start designing all this, and successfully budgeted for the subsequent development? He couldn't figure it out. It is obvious that his Wang family has many talented people and many chess pieces. Through the officialdom, one can observe every move of the entire Tiannan province. But Yi Tiance's layout made their attention useless. And he did not play by the rules, successfully disrupting their plans. Take the kidnapping of Wang Jinju for example. Who could have thought that Yi Tiance planned the kidnapping and then personally came forward to rescue him? Finally, at the inauguration ceremony, nude photos of Wang Jinju were released to ruin his reputation. He knows. Yi Tiance is trying to destroy their prestige to build up momentum for himself. All of this seemed to be firmly controlled by Yi Tiance. They were led by the nose, and all their plans were in vain. Yi Tiance took Rong Meiyan to sit opposite Wang Guoxiang and said with a disdainful smile. I have already calculated all this since your Wang family started to attack Fingrong Group. Your Wang family prides themselves on being noble and upright, so you will definitely not think that you will lose. You are arrogant and proud, so it is natural that your behavior will be routine. I didn't predict your actions, I just made multiple plans, and your plan just happened to be included in my plan. Wang Guoxiang nodded and talked to himself. I see. Now. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Yi Tiance. How good would it be if Yi Tiance was a member of his Wang family?
Those two idiots had to offend such a talented person just for that loser Tong Guxiu. It was expected that the Wang family would lose.
Second, why are you so determined to bring down the Wang family? What good will this do you? If you let go, and the Wang family helps you clean up Tiannan province together with you, wouldn't that be better? Your status will rise overnight, and we won't be your enemies anymore.
He had expressed his desire to negotiate with Yi Tiance at the beginning.
If Yi Tiance really agrees, he will also use the power of the Wang family to join forces with Yi Tiance to allow Yi Tiance to reach an unprecedented height.
Of course, he knew that Yi Tiance looked down on his Wang family, and perhaps the power behind him was even greater. But his Wang family has been watching Tiannan province for so many years, and they have many disciples from all walks of life.
Once the Wang family is gone, these people will definitely fight back and cause a lot of trouble for Yi Tiance. Is he really not afraid of these troubles? Or was this the moment he had been waiting for?
Yi Tiance lowered his eyes, put away his smile and became serious. I've said before that the people need fairness and justice, and your Wang family can't give it to them.
Since you can't give it, then I'll give it. Is there any problem?
As for status, I never care about it, because I represent status.
Old man, you overestimate yourself and think you can represent the entire Tiannan province.
You have also forgotten that you were once pursuing fairness and justice, and it was you who destroyed it with your own hands.
The Wang family is not the lucky star of Tiannan province.
On the contrary, it is a protective umbrella. The leaves of this umbrella are huge, large enough to cover the entire Tiannan province and make the covered area dark. He never thought of being a savior, he just happened to come across the situation and took action to help. Wang Guoxiang was stunned, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes, but it soon dimmed and he laughed at himself.
Yes.
When he had made great achievements in the military, he also had great ambitions and wanted to hold fairness and justice in his hands to judge all injustices.
He made it. Pity.
In the end, he simply handed over power and wealth to his descendants, but did not pass on his ideals.
As a result, in this age of greed, the Wang family gradually went astray and had long forgotten his teachings.
Well said, I am ashamed of myself for having such a broad mind, and it is also because I did not keep my original intention.
The last question is, what are you going to do next? Completely destroy the Wang family? Or subjugate the Wang family? This was the question he wanted to know most.
Perhaps it was because he was the patriarch of the Wang family that he felt unwilling to accept the outcome even after knowing it.
Yi Tiance said softly. What do you think? Do you want the Wang family to stay, or be destroyed?
As soon as these words came out, Wang Guoxiang knew the answer and shook his head and smiled. As expected of you, Yi Tiance, you are really merciless when you start fighting. I am old and useless. I am a dying man and I can't care about so many things. But I have one last request. I hope you can keep her. She has worked for my Wang family for many years and knows a lot of our Wang family's connections. You can use her to your advantage. I have never begged anyone in my life, so I will beg you this time. I will use my Wang family's wealth and official connections to let her stay alive by your side.
The female assistant was stunned and trembled all over.
These words touched her heart and made her feel guilty.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly and said coldly. Old man, what's the point of doing this? Wang Guoxiang turned his head and looked out the window, and couldn't help laughing. As you said, to be fair and just, she is not a member of my Wang family, she just works for my Wang family. Even if she is arrogant and domineering, it is only because of the pressure from my Wang family. It is none of her business and she should not pay for it. Hear the words. Yi Tiance was speechless for a long time. He really did not expect Wang Guoxiang's move. This is the patriarch of the Wang family, and he actually begged him for an assistant and was willing to give up the Wang family's property and secrets. Interesting, but you have to have the attitude of asking for help. She is an assistant in your Wang family, but in my place, she is just a guard dog. Old man, you want to use me, but this price is not enough, but your Wang family doesn't have anything left, and I don't care about it. What I want is attitude. Manner? Wang Guoxiang fell into deep thought. Of course he understood what Yi Tiance meant. The female assistant was not stupid either, and looked at Wang Guoxiang helplessly. Finally, Wang Guoxiang sighed. If you want to continue to stay in Tiannan province safely, then show some attitude. At this point, if you continue to be controlled by your so-called self-esteem, you will end up in a dead end. The female assistant was stunned for a moment, and fell into hesitation, with a look of struggle on her face. But she made a decision quickly, her eyes were dull, as if she had lost her soul. Thump! She knelt down towards Yi Tiance and kowtowed slowly. Greetings, Master, please accept Xiaoyu. Chapter 786. The note on the table. Xiaoyu didn't look up. Without Yi Tiance's order, she didn't dare to stand up and just knelt quietly. Now, she no longer has the right to choose, let alone the right to speak. Because she wants to live. Wang Guoxiang looked up at Yi Tiance and said softly. Is this enough? Yi Tiance clapped his hands and laughed. As expected of the head of the Wang family, you can understand the situation, unlike your two stupid daughters who have no brains at all. Okay, I'll protect this person, I hope she won't let me down. Call. Wang Guoxiang breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if I had fulfilled my last wish and felt a few years older. Don't worry, she won't let you down and will be able to help you a lot in the future. Done. Wang Guoxiang slowly stood up and walked straight out of the villa gate. He hunched over and never looked back. Yi Tiance looked at his back without any pity. If you do something wrong, it's wrong even if you feel regretful in the end, it's still wrong and you have to pay the price. As for this assistant Xiaoyu, he still didn't understand why Wang Guoxiang was determined to protect her. Could it be that her identity in the Wang family is not ordinary and she has some hidden identity? Or maybe this assistant has the contact information of the Wang family's pawns at various levels? He just couldn't figure this out. He also didn't know that Xiaoyu's existence would save him from danger in the future. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Yi Tiance brought Xiaoyu back here. Zhong Tao had also returned to the door a long time ago. He was delighted to see Yi Tiance coming back and hurried forward to greet him. Master, madam, are you back? Please come in, I'll open the door for you. Of course he saw Xiaoyu first. But he didn't dare ask more. After all, she was a woman brought back by Yi Tiance, maybe she was his wife? When Xiaoyu heard him call Yi Tiance madam, she stood there in a daze, feeling a little at a loss. When Yi Tiance agreed to protect her, he had already made the conditions very clear and asked her to show her attitude. Although she called him Mr. Yi, her act of surrender was no different from that of a dog. Yi Tiance also said that she was just a watchdog. Now Zhong Tao was waiting at the door. Is she going to be a watchdog like Zhong Tao in the future? I am a woman. You've behaved well during this period. You don't have to guard the door anymore. Find a room on the first floor. Otherwise it would be immoral, and if others saw it, they would say I was heartless and ungrateful. What the hell? The sun rises from the west today? This means that he won't be allowed to be a dog anymore? Yi Tiance's attitude towards him is so good? Zhong Tao was shocked, but he quickly came to his senses and bowed quickly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Oh shit. Finally, no need to live in a doghouse anymore. Only he himself knows how cramped and uncomfortable it is for a person of his size to squeeze into a doghouse every day. Now that I can live in this house, I wonder how much my ancestors have done. You're welcome. Go help me with something. Find a warehouse, call Zhao Feiyu and the others tonight. I have something to tell you. Zhong Tao quickly clasped his fists and agreed, then went out quickly to start working. At this time, Yi Tiance looked at Xiaoyu and said coldly, Don't worry, I won't let you guard the door. You can't even guard the door with your current condition. Don't ask me to send someone out to check on you. But I'm very curious about what kind of help you can bring to me. You know what the old man said. Very well, you can follow Mei Yin to the company and be her assistant. If you can take Fingrong Group to the next level, I will keep you here. If not, you will have nothing to do in Tiannan province, but you will no longer have a worry-free life. The threat in the words was obvious. Xiaoyu didn't dare to refuse and agreed immediately. Please rest assured, Mr. Yi, I promise I won't let you down.
Yi Tiance nodded, hugged Rong Meiyen's slender waist, and chuckled. Now 3 of the 4 major families have been destroyed, leaving only your Rong family. I said that I would help you take down the Rong family and help you get revenge. Now is the time.
Among the 4 major families, the Tong family has been replaced, and the Jing family will soon follow.
Lu Yuankai of the Lu family lost to Yi Tiance and has agreed to let Lu Ruyan succeed him as the head of the family.
3 of the 4 major families are already in Yi Tiance's pocket.
As for her Rong family, she knew that Yi Tiance would take action sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon.
Unable to conceal his excitement, he put his arm around Yi Tiance's hand and inadvertently touched his big eyes with his elbow.
Hiss. This little devil is really annoying. He actually used this method to bribe him. Then I will wait for good news, waiting for the day when you push me to the top. When the time comes, you can take whatever you want from the Rong family, including me. She knew very well what it meant for Yi Tiance to help her take down the Rong family. This means that the truth of what happened 5 years ago will be revealed, his parents' revenge will be avenged, and Rong Tianli will die in her hands.
But in Yi Tiance's eyes, Rong Tianli cannot die.
This old Biden is related to the strange forbidden potion. He is related to many things that happened 5 years ago and may even know a lot. He would not let Rong Tianli die before he figured this out. But this did not affect his efforts to bring down Rong Tianli and let the Rong family fall into the hands of Rong Meiyen.
As for how to destroy it, he already had a plan.
He walked into the villa holding Rong Meiyen's hand, and Xiaoyu followed closely behind, but did not dare to make a sound.
Now, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were sitting on the sofa with Lin Yuyan to chat.
His words were full of envy for her.
Goddess Lin, we don't have the same fate as you. Xiao Cici is too good to you, so good that we are jealous, but we are all sisters. I won't be angry, I will only be happy for you.
Yes, Goddess Lin, look, I told you, Xiao Cici is a very good person and will never treat you unfairly.
Look how handsome he was when he declared his sovereignty in the hotel today.
The 2 girls talked to each other, which made Lin Yuyan feel shy and blushed.
At this time, they also noticed that Yi Tiance had returned.
Xiao Cici is back, Goddess Lin, look, he came back as soon as he finished his work, and there's Queen Rong, and holy shit.
Who the hell is that woman? Han Ruoyun originally wanted to say something good about Yi Tiance.
But the moment she saw Xiaoyu, she just wanted to strangle Yi Tiance to death. She was just here helping him to persuade Lin Yuyan, but she ended up going out to pick up girls?
It's fine if you just pick up girls, but you also bring them home and in front of them?
Lu Ruyan also noticed Xiaoyu, and immediately jumped up from the sofa, walked in front of him, and looked him up and down.
Xiao Cici, who is she?
If you don't tell me clearly, Big Cow and I will not let you go.
That's right.
Xiao Pingban's words hit the nail on the head. If you can't explain it clearly, I would rather be a widow. The 2 women immediately surrounded Yi Tiance, demanding an explanation.
Lin Yuyan was already enough to threaten their status. And another one comes?
Although Xiaoyu is much inferior to them, she is also a woman.
Suddenly multiple women come back, isn't that a competition for favor? Rong Meiyen shook her head inside, then walked towards Lin Yuyan.
The fight between these 2 sisters will not end in a short time, let alone they are looking for trouble with Yi Tiance. She had to help comfort Lin Yuyan and not let her have a bad impression of Yi Tiance. But as soon as she sat down, she found a note on the coffee table.
This is...
She subconsciously took it and looked at it, frowning.
Stop arguing, who put this note here? Chapter 787 News about the Saint. Note? What note? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, stunned, and hurried over to check.
Even Lin Yuyan, who seemed to be out of touch with the world, was a little curious and stood up to take a look. There was a line of small words on the note. Brother Yi, the saint is in danger, see you in Medicine King Valley.
Rong Meiyen frowned.
She didn't know about Zhuge Ruiji's existence because she was not present when Yi Tiance went to attend the Xianmen conference.
But this brother Yi obviously refers to Yi Tiance. So, this note was sent to Yi Tiance, asking for help. But this saint.
Most likely, it was Yi Tiance's affair outside. She didn't want to be as careless as Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, who didn't even notice such an obvious note. She immediately handed the note to Yi Tiance, who lowered his eyes after reading it.
Saint, isn't that Luo Yushi? Looking back. Back then in Lingyuan Cave, he and the Saint Yushi had a wonderful night. However, this Saint Yushi is quite powerful and she is the Saint of Lingyu Pavilion. What kind of danger could there be? Could it be that they are from the Shadow Cult? After all, they caused a lot of trouble to the people of Shadow Cult in Lingyuan Cave. And they were the only two who escaped. It is only natural that the Shadow Cult comes knocking on our door now. But this group of people has been around for a long time and shouldn't appear suddenly. What exactly is that? Thinking of this, Yi Tiance also began to get nervous. She was one of his fiancés. Although they had no official relationship, they were already husband and wife. Even if not, you can still be saved. Xiao Sisi, who is this saint? Why have I never heard you mention her? Han Ruoyun frowned slightly. This time she was not jealous, but felt there was danger and was worried about Yi Tiance. After all, Yi Tiance never mentioned any saint. It was a bit strange that they had just dealt with the Wang family and caused such a big commotion and immediately received a message for help. Of course, it would be a lie to say that I have no selfish motives at all. Because Lin Yuyan just came, and there is another saint, doesn't this mean that Yi Tiance has another woman outside? The four girls looked at Yi Tiance together, with questions, doubts, curiosity, and confusion in their eyes. In this regard, Yi Tiance didn't hide anything. She is my savior and also one of my fiancés. What? She's one of your fiancés too? Except for Lin Yuyan, the other three women were shocked. They knew that Yi Tiance had 9 fiancés, but they didn't expect that he had such a saintly fiancé. The word saint means pure and flawless. As soon as you hear her, you can tell that she is the beloved princess of some hidden and powerful sect. It was shocking enough that he had just accepted Lin Yuyan, the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. I didn't expect it to be related to a big sect. Moreover, the two of them had actually met before. From this letter, we can judge that the relationship between the two is probably quite good, otherwise the letter for help would not have come to him. Yi Tiance then told Luo Yushi about his meeting at the Xianmen conference and his experiences in Lingyuan Cave. However, he still concealed some key points, such as the night of love between the two in the cave and the strange shadow cult. After all, there are a lot of secrets involved here. After listening, Han Ruoyun nodded and said, "Then we should really go and help, Xiao Sisi, we've got it. Go quickly, and don't make any mistakes." Jealousy does not affect her ability to distinguish right from wrong and consider the overall situation. And that was just to compete with Xia Abanban. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, indicating that Han Ruoyun was right. The two of them sat down arm in arm like sisters and chatted happily. Yi Tiance looked at Lin Yuyan and said gently, "Wait for me at home. Mei Yan will accompany you. If you have any questions, call me." Lin Yuyan blinked her big eyes, nodded and smiled. "Be careful on the road." Yi Tiance approached Lin Yuyan, bent down and kissed her forehead. "Don't worry, it'll be okay. I'll be back soon." "Well, I'll wait for you to come back." There was no fighting between the two. Lin Yuyan was also unusually quiet. Her quietness was different from that of ordinary people. She was full of charm, just sitting there, making people unable to help but take a second look at her. She smiled at Yi Tiance, instantly melting and capturing Yi Tiance's heart. She didn't know why, but she trusted Yi Tiance very much. No matter what he wanted to do, she felt that he would be able to succeed, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. So, she believed that Yi Tiance would be back soon. At this time, Rong Mei Yan came down from upstairs with a small bag in her hand. She went straight to Yi Tiance and handed it to him. "There are some emergency items in here. I've put them all away for you. Be careful on your way." Long before Han Ruoyan began to doubt, she had already quietly gone upstairs to help Yi Tiance pack his things. Saving people is not as good as participating in the Xianmen conference. You never know what kind of trouble you might run into when saving someone. The destination is not as prosperous as the Xianmen conference,
and there are various items for sale.
So it's a good idea to bring some emergency items with you to be prepared. See this. Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile.
You are the most caring one with you here, this family will not be in chaos.
Have to say.
Rong Mei Yan is definitely the most considerate, intelligent, and the one who can best understand his heart among them. She is a real fairy. The master has a really good vision, arranging such a fiancé for him.
With her around, there will be no chaos in the harem. Rong Mei Yan came forward and whispered softly. I'm afraid this saint has become your woman? Yi Tiance was suddenly stunned and looked at her warily. What the hell? She guessed it right away? What is this little goblin planning to do? Please.
At this critical juncture, he must not say it out loud, otherwise Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan would pull him aside to ask him about it.
As if she saw Yi Tiance's worry, Rong Mei Yan laughed and said,
Don't be nervous, as your good wife, I won't cause you any trouble.
I just want to tell you to try to bring the person back so that everyone can see the new sister.
Don't worry, I will do some ideological work on them, especially Sister Yu Yan.
Maybe when you come back, there will be even bigger surprises waiting for you. Hiss. A bigger surprise? Could it be that he was consummating his marriage with Lin Yuyan? Well, this is indeed a surprise.
Thinking of this, Yi Tiance became full of energy and secretly vowed to bring Luo Yushi back. If you don't come back, I'll knock you out and take you away. Wait until you come back and sleep with Lin Yuyan before letting her go by then. The matter will have been settled, so why would you need to care so much?
Cough. This idea is somewhat inhumane and we shouldn't think this way.
Take good care of the house also, don't forget what I told you to do. I'm leaving now.
Yi Tiance looked at Xiaoyu meaningfully, then turned and left.
Rong Mei Yan naturally knew what he meant, and she would do it without him saying anything.
At the same time, the news on TV came on.
Now let me insert a piece of latest news. The Wang family, a well-known family in our province, collapsed in an instant. All the members of the Wang family have been taken away by secret agencies for investigation. The former meritorious old minister, now the head of the Wang family, Mr. Wang Guoxiang, also just received the bad news that he had a car accident while traveling and unfortunately passed away.
Rong Mei Yan was stunned for a moment. Did Wang Guoxiang commit suicide? Chapter 788 Goodbye Zhuge Ruizhi. Oh my god. The old man of the Wang family died just like that? Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan didn't quite dare to believe it. If Han Ruoyun didn't know the importance of the Wang family, then Lu Ruyan definitely knew it. Moreover, Mr. Wang is an old and meritorious official who has been trained in the military region for many years.
Both the muscles and bones as well as the mind can withstand tremendous pressure. Now he is seeking death. It seems that the shock Yi Tiance has brought to him is too great.
But think about it. The Wang family has stood firm in Tiannan province for many years. Not only is it a large family, it also controls most of the officialdom in Tiannan province.
They had been planning for so long, but in the end they were nothing in front of Yi Tiance. After being on top for so long, no one can accept the sudden fall to the bottom. Rong Mei Yan frowned slightly. Although she was a little surprised, she quickly came to her senses.
Wang Guoxiang's death was inevitable.
Because now all the Wang family members have been taken away by the Dragon Group for investigation. Once they enter the Dragon Group, even the toughest mouths will be pried open. Although these charges are against the Wang family, they will ultimately be blamed on Wang Guoxiang. He can't bear this debt. What's more, he is an old minister with great merit. Once punished, the consequences will be much more serious than those for ordinary people. Wang Guoxiang also could not accept that his entire life's innocence had been smeared in this way. The most important thing is that Wang Guoxiang died and the Wang family collapsed. Those forces affiliated with the Wang family will definitely be in chaos. These people will definitely blame all their hatred on Yi Tiance and cause trouble for him.
Broken.
Yi Tiance went to rescue people based on the information on the note. Maybe this was a trick used by these people to lure the tiger away from the mountain.
Because this note came too strangely.
Although they have not been at home, this is villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong, so the security issue is beyond doubt. If you don't have some skills, it would be impossible to sneak into the house and leave the note.
No. She had to notify Yi Tiance quickly and take precautions in advance.
Thinking of this, Rong Meiyan immediately walked out of the villa. Seeing Zhong Tao calling Zhao Feiyu and others at the door, she also came up with an idea.
Zhong Tao.
Zhong Tao was stunned for a moment, then hurried over.
Sister-in-law, what do you want me to do?
Notify Zhao Feiyu and others to go to Yaoang Valley immediately to help Yi Tiance. Also, have Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiuhu arrange some personnel around this villa to ensure everyone's safety. In addition, if we find anyone suspicious targeting us, regardless of gender, age or status, we will immediately arrest them and send them to the Dragon Team without mercy.
Zhong Tao was a little confused by Rong Meiyan's sudden decisiveness. What happened? Didn't Yi Tiance just ask him to contact Zhao Feiyu and others to come to the warehouse in the evening?
But he didn't dare to ask more questions and could only do as he was told.
Because Rong Meiyan is their sister-in-law.
Moreover, she was calm in her actions and would never suddenly issue such an order unless she encountered any trouble. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll contact them right away to make arrangements. I'm talking to Patriarch Zhao right now, and he's heard it, so he'll do it right away.
Rong Meiyan nodded and returned to the villa.
Zhong Tao was also very efficient. He received the notice immediately and was ready to go out.
Inside the house.
After Rong Meiyan came in, she looked at Xiaoyu. Wang Guoshan forced her onto Yi Tiance, definitely to deal with these troubles. Then she wanted to see what this Xiaoyu was capable of.
You should have remembered what Mr. Wang told you, right?
Now, it's time to show some of your strength, otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy to you. Xiaoyu is Wang Zhenju's assistant. He has always been wandering between the two prides of the Wang family. Naturally, he has a good brain and understands what Rong Meiyan means. Don't worry, Mr. Rong, I will go and make the preparations right away. Please prepare a computer, a notebook, and a pen for me. Ruoyun, go get ready. I'll take her to the study. Hurry.
Now. Rong Meiyan didn't care whether Han Ruoyun would be angry if she ordered him around. She just wanted to make all the preparations as soon as possible to deal with the trouble that was coming. Even if they are affiliated forces, their strength will not be bad.
It was also the first time that Han Ruoyun saw Rong Meiyan so serious, and he hurried to prepare.
For a while, the atmosphere in the villa was a bit depressing.
The three girls followed Rong Meiyan and Xiaoyu to the study, but they did not make any noise. They just stood quietly at the back and watched. Valley of the King of Medicine.
Zhuge Ruizhi paced back and forth at the door, very anxious.
Whoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared behind him. He, who had already reached the level of a god of war, also noticed something was wrong and turned around abruptly. But what responded to him was a big hand pressing down on his shoulder. But he did not feel any hostility, nor did it affect his turning around to check. When he saw who it was, he was shocked and could not hide his joy.
Brother Yi! You are finally here. Yi Tiance looked around and did not see Zhuo Jingjing and Zhuo Shanxue. You sent me a letter. What happened? Where are Zhuo Lao and the others? Zhuo Shanxue regards Yaoang Valley as his home.
Now that various spiritual medicines are in their growth cycle, he should protect these herbs and take good care of them. But now he is not in Yaoang Valley, which makes it hard for him not to wonder if something has happened. I gave the Ningzong pill I brought back last time to Jingjing. I don't know if it's because of the efficacy of the medicine, but Jingjing hasn't come out of seclusion yet. There are too many people asking for medicine here, and it's too noisy with people coming and going, so it's not suitable for Jingjing to retreat, so old Zhuo built a tent for her on the mountain and is now going to bring her food.
But this is not important. What is important is you, Brother Yi. Haven't you heard the news yet? Rumor?
He had indeed not paid attention to the news from Xianmen, so naturally he didn't know what the current situation was.
Seeing Yi Tiance's indifferent expression, Zhuge Ruizhi said anxiously.
Hey, Brother Yi, since the Xianmen conference, many Xianmen forces have taken action. Let's not talk about those far away, just take the Lingyu Pavilion as an example. I received a rumor that Lingyu Pavilion discovered that Saint Yushi is not a virgin, and they want to depose her from her position as a saint and execute her with burning, which will take place on the night of the lunar eclipse in 2 days. Saint Yushi is in danger now. I thought that she is my sister-in-law and she must be saved, but you also know that with my strength, I am not strong enough to fight against Lingyu Pavilion.
The Zhuge family is even less likely to help me. I have no choice but to inform you. Brother Yi, when do you think we should set off? Lingyu Pavilion? What a courage! He actually tortured his woman. He was really courting death. He had already told Saint Yushi that there was something wrong with Lingyu Pavilion's cultivation method and that it was not recommended to continue practicing. And it would be dangerous for her to return to Lingyu Pavilion, but she refused to listen. Back then in Lingyuan Cave, Saint Yushi helped him dissolve the yang energy at all costs, so he naturally had to repay this favor. Not to mention she was one of his fiancées. People must be saved. Where is Lingyu Pavilion? Yi Tiance had a cold face. Zhuge Ruizhi did not dare to neglect him and said quickly. Lingyu Pavilion is on Xinglian Mountain in Nanhai City. It takes about 3 hours to get there from here. Moreover, the execution of Saint Yushi is no secret within Xianmen, and many forces will attend. Because when a saint is abolished, the next saint must be chosen, and everyone wants to see who the new saint of Lingyu Pavilion will be. Chapter 789, The Saint is going to be executed? A new saint? There won't be any more in the future. Yi Tiance's eyes turned cold and filled with murderous intent, which scared Zhuge Ruizhi. The last time I saw Yi Tiance so angry was at the Xianmen conference after Yi Tiance came out of Lingyuan Cave. Wukishan and Yuanyang Valley made trouble for him, but he slapped them to death. Call. Fortunately, he got wind of the news in time and told Yi Tiance. Otherwise, if Brother Yi gets angry, there will be millions of corpses and blood will flow for thousands of miles. Of course, it will definitely not affect him. But Brother Yi was so good to him, he would feel guilty if he didn't give something in return. Brother Yi, calm down first. Since Lingyu Pavilion has decided to do this, it must be to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. They will not rashly do anything to Saint Yushi. The execution will be held in 2 days. During these 2 days, Saint Yushi will be safe and we still have time to discuss. There is another thing. There is a rumor coming from the Zhuge family that several hidden forces within the Xianmen have recently emerged. I heard that they have some connection with Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain. They must be coming for you, Brother Yi. You must be on guard. Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain? It's been so long, and these two broken forces are still not dead yet. They still want to ask others to come out and make trouble? It seems that the lesson we taught them last time was not enough. That's it. Since they want to come, let them know what the consequences of offending him are. Now that the officialdom of Tiannan province has been reshuffled because of him, he doesn't mind making big changes in the Xianmen. What is your current status in the Zhuge family? During the Xianmen conference, Zhuge Ruizhi was targeted by Zhuge Xiefeng, who even wanted to kill him. At that time he reminded Zhuge Ruizhi to be careful of Zhuge Xiefeng. As predicted. If he had not helped Zhuge Ruizhi, he would have died at the hands of Zhuge Xiefeng long ago. Now he has been promoted to God of War, while his brother Zhuge Xiefeng is still at the stage of half-step to becoming a God of War. Logically speaking, the Zhuge family should have also heard the news and taken some action. If Zhuge Ruizhi could take power in the Zhuge family, he would have a plan. However, Zhuge Ruizhi smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Brother Yi, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but my status in the Zhuge family has not been improved. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. There is not even any improvement at all? This really shouldn't happen. Zhuge Ruizhi saw through Yi Tiance's thoughts and felt a little embarrassed. In fact, the Zhuge family sent me a letter, wanting me to go back to discuss the issue of the successor. But at that time, Jingjing had just taken the Ningzong pill and was at the critical moment of breakthrough, so I refused. Brother Yi wants to use the power of the Zhuge family to fight back? I can call home right now. He knew that Yi Tiance was very powerful. But those hidden forces that came out of the mountains were not easy to deal with. If they really came for Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley, they would definitely be well prepared. Yi Tiance doesn't seem to have any helpers in Xianmen. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If there is any mistake, Yi Tiance will die. He quickly took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. But
Yi Tian stretched out his hand to stop him and said softly. Since you haven't taken the position of heir yet, there's no need to worry, they're just some clowns, I can handle them. In addition, when you have time, you still have to go back to the Zhuge family and find a way to take the position of heir. Zhuge Xiefeng has ulterior motives. If you don't go back, the Zhuge family won't decide on an heir, and he will become more and more anxious, and he might even attack you. Even without the Zhuge family, he could still solve the problem. It's just that if the Zhuge family is there, we can play on a bigger scale. Moreover, he can help Zhuge Ruizhi seize power of the Zhuge family. Unfortunately, this guy is a love-brained person. He stayed in Medicine King Valley all day long and had no intention of fighting for power or gain. Zhuge Ruizhi scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. He knew that Yi Tian was doing this for his own good, but he couldn't let go of Zhuge Jingjing at this time. Of course, after Zhuge Jingjing finishes absorbing and successfully breaks through, he will return to the Zhuge family to find Zhuge Xiefeng and put an end to it. He will never forget in his entire life what Zhuge Xiefeng did to him on Hujia Mountain. Okay, brother Yi, if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Yi Tian nodded. When it comes to the masters of Shenmen, Zhuge Ruizhi really can't help him much, but it's good that he has this intention. Buzz. At this time, there was a roar of an engine, followed by a Hummer rushed in from the valley entrance and stopped steadily in front of Yi Tian. Boom! Zhao Feiyu jumped out of the car, slammed the door shut, and hurried to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, are you okay? I'm here to help you. And me. Master. Zhong Tao also jumped down from the passenger seat and clasped his fists towards Yi Tian. The back door of the car was also opened, and 3 new faces got out and saluted Yi Tian one after another. I've met Mr. Yi. Zhao Feiyu was very sensible and started introducing himself immediately. Mr. Yi, these are the friends I made in the provincial capital over the years. They do not belong to any faction. They came here to seek refuge after hearing that you had eradicated the cancer of the Wang family. It's just that they, like me, have remained in the realm of half-step god of war for a long time. I hope you don't despise them, Mr. Yi. We are willing to serve you, Mr. Yi, at your service. Zhao Feiyu was the first to kneel down and salute with a very sincere attitude. The 3 people he brought with him also knelt down and looked at Yi Tian with sharp eyes. I am willing to serve Mr. Yi at all costs. The shout was deafening and quite impressive. Zhuge Ruizhi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. You are really worthy of being brother Yi, awesome. But why do I feel like these people are here to cause trouble? He had licked enough, but he didn't expect that Zhao Feiyu licked even more than him and even brought people to lick him. No. He has to flatter brother Yi well. As a bootlicker, he has never lost. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that Zhao Feiyu could bring people to help. He was also surprised that they appeared here. But without asking, we knew that it was Rong Meiyan who noticed something was wrong and asked them to come over. After all, she is the only one who has this kind of brain. Don't worry, follow me, I won't treat you badly. Zhao Feiyu and others' eyes lit up. They naturally knew this, otherwise they would not have followed Yi Tian so wholeheartedly. The people he brought with him also knew this. The best proof is that Zhao Feiyu was promoted to the position of one of the 4 major families. I follow Mr. Yi because he is an excellent leader. Under Mr. Yi's leadership, I will only get better and better. Mr. Yi, don't worry, my group all think the same from now on. We just want to follow you, Mr. Yi, no matter what happens. Hear the words. Zhuge Ruizhi said unhappily. Fuck, you can lick better than me, so shameless. But Zhao Feiyu did not feel ashamed, he was even very proud. That provocative look seemed to tell everyone that he was Yi Tian's best bootlicker. Zhong Tao snorted disdainfully. What's the point of being able to lick? After all, you are still a human being, unlike me, who has really been a dog for the master. Chapter 790 Advanced Pill. Hiss. This guy is such a ruthless person. The corners of Zhao Feiyu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to refute. At this time, Yi Tian frowned and said coldly.
Have you argued enough? If you have, shut up. Time.
The atmosphere became depressing and everyone was afraid to even breathe or move. This was the first time they saw Yi Tian so serious and sullen. Brother Yi, don't be angry, let's discuss how to go after all. Lingyu Pavilion is also a veteran force among the Xianmen forces and should not be underestimated. Zhuge was wise and perceptive and resolved the crisis immediately.
Yi Tian pondered. Zhong Tao, have you done what I asked you to do?
Zhong Tao was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and said respectfully. Master, don't worry about me, I have already contacted everyone and found a warehouse. Although Yi Tian told him that he no longer needed to be a dog and no longer needed to call him master.
But this is called a habit, and I can't change it for the time being.
And he didn't want to change his words. This address made him seem closer to Yi Tian than Zhao Feiyu and others. Speaking of this, Zhao Feiyu and others were also puzzled. He had indeed received a call from Zhong Tao a long time ago, informing him of Yi Tian's arrangements.
But I still haven't figured out what Yi Tian wants to do. Coupled with Rong Meiyan's arrangement, he was even more confused. However, it can be guessed that something big must have happened, which caused Yi Tian to gather them together again. The warehouse is no longer needed, there is no better place than here, ask all of them to come here quickly. If they can't come, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Yi Tian kept a cold face and gradually lost his patience, which made everyone frightened. Then he turned to Zhuge Ruizhi and said, Take them to the well and wait for me there. Okay. Brother Yi, leave it to me. Zhuge Ruizhi quickly waved his hand, signaling Zhong Tao and others to follow. A group of people headed towards the high mountain well deep in Yaoang Valley. Call. Yi Tian let out a long sigh, slowly walked into the house, and began to look for medicinal herbs. This group of people have been following him for a long time and have made many contributions. Now many forces are ready to make a move. Although he has helped Zhao Feiyu and others in terms of status, his strength has lagged behind a lot. Therefore, the top priority is to help this group of people improve their strength. If you think about the hidden strength of the four major families when they surrounded him, you will know that the group of people in front of you are not worth mentioning at all. The dozens of people they picked out at random were all in the early stage of War God. Among this group of people, only Zhong Tao and Zhuge Ruizhi have entered this realm. The situation will only become more and more complicated in the future, and they must always be able to protect themselves. And his strength has been improved, so he can help him more in the future. For example, this time we attacked Lingyu Pavilion. So, Yi Tian quickly found the necessary medicinal materials, took out the furnace he had won at the Xianmen conference, and started refining the elixir. After throwing the herbs into the furnace, he began to control his spiritual power to melt the herbs. Since entering the foundation building stage, he has become more adept at using spiritual power, and it has become much easier to control it. Pity. It is extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation level now, and it can even be said that there is no progress at all. Does this mean that he can only improve his cultivation by finding a furnace to practice? Now the only ones who can help him in this way are Lu Yenji and Saint Yushi. Lu Yenji is a very dangerous woman. Even though we have had sex so many times, I still can't figure her out. It's better not to go after her. As for Saint Yushi, as a natural cauldron, she is much more useful than Lu Yenji. But after that incident in Lingyuan Cave, she was too cold towards him, as if she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Moreover, using humans as a furnace for cultivation was not his original intention of cultivation. That's it. The more I think about it, the more headache I get. Let's rescue the people first, and as for how to improve our cultivation, we'll see later. The way of cultivating immortality that his master taught him cannot be a road that is blocked. Thinking of this, Yi Tian slowly closed his eyes, stopped thinking about it, and put all his energy into refining the elixir. The delicate control of spiritual power ensures that the temperature is just right. Gradually, a faint fragrance of elixir wafted out of the cauldron, filling the entire room. As time goes by, the fragrance of the elixir becomes stronger and stronger. And the cauldron actually began to tremble. It seems as if the elixir inside is about to jump out. Damn!
Too many pills were refined at once, and the pill fragrance accumulated too much, causing the furnace to be too full. If this continues, the pills will explode.
Once the pill explodes, all efforts will be wasted.
However, this is not a big trouble for him, but if it were someone else, it would probably be a big trouble. He gradually withdrew his spiritual power and gradually lowered the temperature.
Now the elixir has begun to emit its fragrance and is close to completion.
He only needed to use his spiritual power to slowly channel the elixir fragrance out, and he would be able to control the expansion of the elixir furnace. The moment he withdrew his spiritual power, the space inside the cauldron expanded significantly due to thermal expansion and contraction.
But Yi Tiance did not relax, but released his spiritual power again. Use spiritual power to guide the fragrance of the elixir out. Soon,
the rich fragrance of the elixir filled the entire room, which was several times stronger than the fragrance that had been emitted before. The surrounding plants became more vibrant after being covered by the fragrance of the elixir. Seeing that the fragrance of the elixir had almost been released, Yi Tiance stopped in time. He couldn't release all of the elixir's fragrance, as if he did, the elixir's effect would be several times weaker. When competing in the Xianmen conference, the small advanced pill was refined. That thing is just an experimental pill after all, and the risk is proportional to the benefit. What he refined this time was a true advanced pill. Advanced pills are pills that can truly help people advance, and they have no side effects. Of course, if the person taking the medicine is not in good physical condition, he or she will not be able to withstand the power of the medicine. Yi Tiance took a deep breath, released his spiritual power again, and refined the pill over a low fire.
Suddenly, boom!
A crisp sound came from the furnace, and the rich fragrance of elixir came to the nose again. The corners of Yi Tiance's mouth curled up, and then he withdrew all his spiritual power and breathed a sigh of relief. He gently opened the furnace, and there were dozens of pills inside. And on the elixir, there are actually white patterns, which are the elixir patterns. If Elder Guangchang and others saw this, they would probably exclaim fuck. You know, Danwen will only appear when the quality of the elixir is of high quality. Now that this advanced pill has pill patterns, it means that its quality has reached the highest level, or even the best. But after Yi Tiance looked at him, he frowned slightly. It's just a top grade one. It seems that I still can't refine so much at one time. I have to find a better furnace. When refining alchemy, the strength of one's own alchemy skills and the quality of the furnace will affect the final result. His alchemy skills had already reached perfection, and the only thing left was the problem of the furnace and cauldron. But in this era, it is very difficult to find a good furnace. You can only move around in the Xianmen forces and look for something. Yi Tiance put all the advanced pills into his pocket. He took a step forward and walked straight into the valley.
Chapter 791 Successfully Improved Strength. Yawang Valley, at the well.
Ever since Yi Tiance changed the feng shui formation here, this place has become full of vitality, prompting many medicinal herbs to grow well. Everyone wait here, Brother Yi will be here soon.
They didn't know what Yi Tiance was going to do and were very curious and expectant.
We are all martial artists, so we can naturally feel the abundant spiritual energy here.
Yi Tiance gathered them here definitely not to cause trouble, but to give them benefits. Soon,
Yi Tiance came here with the elixir, took out the elixir, and said softly,
"This is an advanced pill. After taking it, it can help you reach a higher level. If you continue to follow me at this level, it would be too embarrassing." Zhao Feiyu was stunned and felt extremely ashamed.
Among these people, he has the greatest reputation and is known as one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital. As a result, he remained at the half-step war god realm for a long time and was unable to break through. If he had not made a name for himself in the provincial capital before, he would never dare to act so arrogantly in the provincial capital now.
Of course, it's also very exciting. That is the legendary advanced pill. You know how valuable an advanced pill is. Even he had only heard of this kind of elixir.
Zhao Feiyu rubbed his hands, unable to hide his excitement.
If he had this elixir, he would be able to successfully enter the realm of God of War.
Even though the four major families called out a lot of early-stage war gods when they besieged Yi Tian's, that was the foundation they had accumulated over dozens or even hundreds of years. The resources and financial resources consumed are countless, and it was this kind of release that made them what they are today.
The God of War is not something that can be found everywhere. Once he becomes the God of War, he will be a real big boss in Tiannan province.
Plus, with his status as one of the leaders of the four major families, no one would dare to provoke him again.
Mr. Yi, is this for us? He couldn't help but stepped forward and asked.
Yi Tian's threw the bottle of advanced pills to him, and he was so scared that he quickly caught it, fearing that it would fall to the ground and break. Then he held it carefully in his palm and was extremely happy. Give them the pills according to the number of people and let them absorb them on the spot. There is a lot of spiritual energy here, and with the help of spiritual energy, they can digest more medicinal power.
What the hell? I really have to follow Mr. Yi.
The first move was an advanced pill. This is too powerful.
Don't worry, Mr. Yi, leave this matter to me and I guarantee it will be no problem. Zhao Feiyu quickly began to distribute the pills. He was so excited.
There was another person who was equally excited, and that was Zhong Tao. He ran to Zhao Feiyu in a hurry, fearing that he would lose his share.
However,
you don't need to. You've only taken the detoxification pill for a short time. Your strength has already increased. Your foundation is unstable. If you use the advancement pill again, it will be counterproductive. With just one sentence, Yi Tian sent him to the cold palace, which made him very sad.
Depend on. Why didn't you meet your master earlier?
Then he wouldn't have to suffer from the poison of the forbidden potion, nor would he have to take detoxification pills. He could directly use this advanced pill.
The effect of the advanced pill is definitely better than the detoxification pill.
Zhong Tao stood aside, feeling both aggrieved and envious. But Zhao Feiyu insisted on waving the pill in front of him, with a smug look on his face, which was no different from a provocation.
Subsequently,
Zhong Tao protected everyone. Zhao Feiyu and others sat cross-legged, took advanced pills, and began to impact the God of War realm.
Zhao Hailong, Zhang Xiaowu,
and Pang Huayuan also arrived later, successfully obtained the advanced pills, and sat cross-legged together to take them. As for Zhuge Ruizhi, he himself did not want the elixir. He shared the same opinion as Yi Tian's. He had just taken the medicine on Hujiao Mountain and had not yet completely refined the medicinal power and laid a solid foundation. Taking it now will only have the opposite effect.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye it was night.
Zhao Feiyu was the first to wake up after absorbing the medicine. As he swung his fist, he felt the endless power in his muscles and bones crackled.
Is this the realm of the God of War? It's so cool. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will never forget your kindness in giving me a new life. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly saluted Yi Tian's, extremely excited. Yi Tian's nodded but said nothing. Followed by.
The others also woke up and successfully advanced to the realm of God of War.
Everyone couldn't help but sigh that the realm of this God of War was indeed extraordinary.
A total of 7 people took the pills. Yi Tian's refined 13 pills in total, leaving 6 left.
Zhao Feiyu was also very sensible and returned the remaining 6 to Yi Tian's.
He dared not take it for himself. What's more, if others knew that he had this advanced pill, he might be in danger of being killed.
Even the God of War can't defend him. Yi Tian's put the pill away.
He can't use this thing now. The only ones who can use it are Zhong Tao and Su Qiangwei. But he had just explained the situation of the 2 people, and it would be the same if he gave it to them after a while.
Mr. Yi, I will never forget your kindness. From now on, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do.
That's right, Mr. Yi, my life is yours too. If there's anything you want me to do, I'll definitely do it.
So do I, Mr. Yi. I will follow you from now on.
The 3 people brought by Zhao Feiyu saluted with their fists clasped, and were very respectful to Yi Tian's, with awe in their eyes.
Yi Tian's nodded and didn't say much.
When it comes to winning people's hearts, he is no worse than anyone else.
There is still time. Let's go to Qinglian Mountain overnight. He didn't want to wait any longer.
Helping everyone improve their strength is to ensure they have a guarantee when they go to Qinglian Mountain. Although the execution was scheduled to take place in 2 days, time waits for no one and something was bound to go wrong. Other forces in the Shenmen will also go there if a real fight breaks out. He will not be able to save people. The sooner we go there, the sooner we can find out the situation, and maybe we can rescue the people when Lingyu Pavilion isn't paying attention. And he remembered that when the elders of the Tong family came to target Fingrong Group, the Zhao family of Nanhai City intervened. Since you took the initiative to provoke him, he will naturally fight back. Well, Brother Yi, I won't go for now. Jingjing hasn't come out of confinement yet. I have to leave. It won't be good if she comes out and doesn't see me. Don't worry, after Jingjing comes out of confinement, I will go to Qinglian Mountain to find you immediately. I will also ask my family for information, and if there are any changes, I will tell you immediately. Zhuge Ruizhi rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He really wanted to help Yi Tiance, but he also wanted to help Zhuge Jingjing. After all, the efficacy of Ningzong Dan is not very strong, but Zhuge Jingjing has not come out of seclusion for so many days, which makes him very worried, fearing that something unexpected will happen. In this regard, Yi Tiance didn't force it. As long as Zhuge Jingjing has not come out, Zhuge Ruizhi will not be interested in that. Rather than that, it would be better to let him stay here and pass on information to him through the Zhuge family's intelligence. In this way, it will not arouse the suspicion of the Zhuge family. Yi Tiance waved his hand, and everyone immediately ran towards the valley entrance. Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiuhu got the news from Zhong Tao and had already prepared a car and some daily necessities. Everyone got on the bus one after another. Yi Tiance said coldly, "Set off. Saint Yushi, here I come." Chapter 792 Qinglian Mountain. Qinglian Mountain. There are people coming and going at this moment, and it is much more lively than before. The inns at the foot of the mountain were almost all full of guests and brightly lit. When Yi Tiance and others arrived here, it was almost 11 o'clock and it was still lively. Those who want to barbecue can barbecue, and those who want to drink can drink. But they knew that this was just an appearance. The people in front of him were not ordinary people, nor were they good people. They were all top-notch forces in the Shenmen. Moreover, since they got off the bus, these people looked at them from time to time. He made a big splash at the Shenmen conference and caused quite a stir. In addition, the political situation in Tianan province has recently changed because of him, and he has also made some big moves. Their Shenmen forces simply do not interfere with the outside world easily, but that does not mean they are completely isolated from the outside world, so some people among them know him. Because he could clearly feel the murderous intent of several of them. "Mr. Yi, I'll go check out the inn." Zhao Feiyu would never miss any opportunity to lick Yi Tiance, so he volunteered and was about to go, but was stopped by Yi Tiance. "Avoid unnecessary complications and go together. The current situation is not suitable for falling behind. Once you are caught by these people, you will be in trouble." Of course. He was not afraid of these country bumpkins. But Zhao Feiyu and others had just been promoted to the realm of God of War and had not yet adapted. What's more, the people in Xianmen have many more methods than ordinary martial artists. Zhao Feiyu was stunned for a moment. The improvement of his realm made him feel a little disappointed, but he did not dare to refute Yi Tiance. He also knew Yi Tiance's concerns, so he immediately agreed. "Listen to Mr. Yi, then let's go together." Under the leadership of Yi Tiance, everyone slowly walked towards the inn. Along the way, we saw many inns with signs saying they were full, or there were not enough rooms to accommodate so many people. "This Qinglian Mountain isn't that great. There are only a few of us and we can't even accommodate them. It's really disappointing." Zhao Feiyu couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. "I really didn't expect Qinglian Mountain to be so popular. It was filled with people in a short time. If he had known earlier, he would have booked the room in advance. It doesn't matter whether he can live there or not, the main thing is that he is afraid that Yi Tiance will have no place to live. Let's take a look. Maybe there are still rooms in the inn ahead." Zhao Hailong glanced around and looked towards the street. The further you go to the street, the quieter it becomes. As a businessman, he knew very well that the further in you go, the fewer customers there will be.
This is why many people choose prime locations when doing business.
No one wants to go to a quiet place, especially a scenic spot.
Yi Tiance remained silent and frowned, which made them a little nervous. They didn't know what this living devil was thinking. But the first priority is to find a place to live. Zhao Hailong led everyone to go deeper and finally stopped at the last inn. Mr. Yi, his house still has 5 rooms, which is just enough. How about we stay here first?
He hurried over from the front desk and rubbed his hands as if to take credit.
Well, let's see the arrangements.
Yi Tiance didn't look at him directly, but was observing the surrounding terrain.
Although this is a street, there is a cliff opposite the inn. Although not high, it is somewhat steep.
If it were placed in ancient times, it would definitely be a place that military strategists would fight for, easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, this is the end of the street, it is a bit deserted and almost no one is willing to come here, so what happened here is probably unknown to others. In addition, if you continue to go forward, there will still be cliffs and the terrain is steep, with no way to retreat.
Interesting. Yi Tiance's mouth curled up and he couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems that Lingyu Pavilion released this news in order to lure him out. The current situation was obviously arranged by them on purpose. Such a large scenic area is also the foothold of the first-class Shenmen forces. How could there be a shortage of accommodation when hosting such a big event and inviting many Shenmen people to come?
And those people who are still busy at this moment must be spies.
Among them should also be people from Wuqi Mountain and Yuanyang Valley.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a strong desire to kill him.
Since they want to lure him into a trap, he has to cut off the fuel from the fire.
Zhao Hailong quickly arranged accommodation and everyone was assigned rooms. Zhao Feiyu and the 3 people he brought with him were placed in 2 separate rooms. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhao Hailong lived in one room, while Zhang Tao and Pang Huayuan shared one room. Yi Tiance lived alone in a room. After all, no one was willing to live with him. After a simple tidying up, Yi Tiance called everyone to a meeting.
Tell me, what do you want to say?
Yi Tiance's words stunned everyone, and they all looked at each other in confusion.
Didn't he ask them to come over for a meeting? What do they want to say? It's so late, you must want to have a good rest. What else can I say?
But no one dared to complain, and everyone was even racking their brains to say something. Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiaohu looked at each other. Zhao Hailong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reported. Mr. Yi, we have already made arrangements for President Rong and the others. We have hired 10 early-stage war god masters at a high price to guard the villa to ensure their safety. I can always be informed of their situation. If there is anything wrong, I will report it immediately. With bodyguards like that, nothing will go wrong easily.
Before coming, Rong Meiyan had greeted them and asked them to stay around the villa to protect Lin Yuyan and others. But they didn't listen and still came to Yi Tiance.
Because they felt that Yi Tiance might need more help. Moreover, they also had selfish motives. They wanted to follow Yi Tiance so as to strengthen their newly achieved reputation and secure their position as one of the 4 major families. Yi Tiance did not answer, but stretched out his fingers, tapped the table lightly, and looked at Zhao Feiyu coldly. You said. Before Zhao Feiyu had time to gloat over his misfortune, he stood there in a daze.
What the hell? Why are you suddenly targeting him? It seems that he hasn't been assigned to do anything, so what should he say? Mr. Yi, Hiss. He really doesn't know what to say.
The atmosphere suddenly became depressing, and no one dared to speak. They didn't know why Yi Tiance suddenly became so serious, and were also wondering if they had done something wrong.
See this. Yi Tiance said coldly. It seems like you've been taking it too easy lately, so I need to give you some slack. There are so many people, and no one noticed something wrong. What use do I have for you? Pine bark? What the hell? Is this living devil planning to attack them?
Everyone looked at each other, feeling very uncomfortable.
But he quickly reacted to Yi Tiance's second sentence. Wrong? What's wrong? Everyone fell into deep thought and reacted instantly. Yes, those people looked at us in a strange way, as if they knew we were coming. If that's the case, this is a trap, just to trick us here. Are they going to attack my sister-in-law and the others? Not necessarily. The real intention is to attack Mr. Yi. Zhao Feiyu's words hit the nail on the head, causing everyone to fall into deep thought. They knew that with Yi Tian's strength, these people were just clowns and were not worth mentioning at all. But no matter how powerful you are, you can't be on guard all the time. If these people suddenly launch a sneak attack, it will be really troublesome. Mr. Yi, how about we strike first and attack first? If we are not sure whether they will launch a surprise attack or not, why don't we launch a surprise attack first? Chapter 793. We are all Yi Tians. Zhao Feiyu's mind worked quickly and he immediately thought of a counterattack. Yi Tians is now famous. Although he is the sixth in command, he will never launch a sneak attack. Moreover, they were now staying at the last inn, which was in a dangerous location, so most people would not have guessed that it would be them. The main reason they came this time was to cause trouble. Then don't let them be quiet from the beginning. If they didn't take action and were really ambushed by that group of people, it would be a waste of time and effort. But Yi Tians immediately rejected his opinion. Do you think that if they really want to launch a sneak attack, they will give you the opportunity to do so? These people are well prepared, and their strength is almost the same as yours. Do you think you have a chance to kill them if you launch a sneak attack and actually run into them face to face? Or, is there a chance to evacuate quickly and get away safely without being discovered or exposed? If it were in the past, he would not have thought about these questions. Because only the weak would think about such unnecessary questions. But things are different now. He is here to save people. He still didn't know where Saint Yushi was trapped by the people from Lingyu Pavilion. If Lingyu Pavilion really wants to lure him out, then once he makes a move, Lingyu Pavilion will definitely turn against him and may even take action against Saint Yushi in advance. Don't wait until the person is rescued, or he is secretly executed by Lingyu Pavilion. Then his trip would be in vain, and he would also lose his fiancée, which would not be worth it. If you want to take action, you have to find out where Saint Yushi is trapped. Otherwise, you can only respond to changes with remain unchanged. Maybe the group of people outside are also waiting for him to take action. Otherwise, why would Lingyu Pavilion use the Saint Yushi, who had been trained for so long, to lure him to show up? But there was one more thing that puzzled him. That is, Lingyu Pavilion has invested so much time, energy, resources, and financial resources in Saint Yushi. How could they just give up like that? Is it because she lost her virginity? This is impossible. For Lingyu Pavilion, this only touched the bottom line of their cultivation method, not the bottom line of Lingyu Pavilion, and the crime was not punishable by death. But now, Lingyu Pavilion obviously wants Saint Yushi to die. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Or perhaps, there is a force behind Lingyu Pavilion that is pushing them to do all this. Things are getting more and more interesting. He wanted to see what had caused Lingyu Pavilion to become what it is now. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhao Feiyu and others were also in a dilemma. Mr. Yi, what should we do? If we don't take action, and they take action, we won't be able to rest well. We are not important. What is important is you have to fight against the entire Lingyu Pavilion. If you can't get enough rest, you will be doomed. He wasn't complimenting, he was telling the truth. We can't rely on just a few of them to fight against the entire Lingyu Pavilion, right? And it's not just Lingyu Pavilion, there are also the forces behind Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain, etc. They had already known all this from Zhuge Ruiji's mouth. There are many forces in Xianmen who want Yi Tian's dead. Because he destroyed Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain, and affected many people's interests, he was considered a public enemy. Yi Tian sneered. If they want to attack, let them do it. Keep these with you as soon as you leave the room. He threw a small backpack over and Zhao Feiyu quickly took it. When I opened it, I found 7 small boxes inside. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out all the boxes and opened one to check. Is this a human skin mask? Everyone was shocked and rushed forward to check. What the hell? It really is a human skin mask. What does this mean? Let them hide their identities?
But what's the use? Those people outside had already memorized their appearances. Moreover, they had already taken photos when they checked in, which can also be checked through the check-in records. Also, if the boss notices that they look different from before, he will definitely kick them out on the grounds that they are not guests staying at the hotel.
At this time, Zhao Feiyu had already put the human skin mask on his face. He looked in the mirror and was horrified. Fuck! Is this your face, Mr. Yi? What? Yi Tian's human skin mask?
Zhao Hailong and others looked at each other, not knowing what Yi Tian's was going to do. As long as I walk out of the room, I can pretend to be me. At least when they see me, they won't dare to act rashly. It can also confuse them and distract their sight. This way, they can't tell who we are or which room we live in, so they won't know where to start, and it will take them time to investigate clearly.
While refining the elixir, he also made these 7 human skin masks.
This thing is not difficult with his ability, it won't take much time and can be completed easily. At first, he wanted them to wear human skin masks and pretend that he was staying in the inn, so that he could sneak into Lingyu Pavilion to find the trace of Saint Yushi and rescue her secretly. But now it seems that we can do more with the human skin mask. When everyone heard this, they understood and nodded in agreement. Then they all put on the human skin masks excitedly and looked at themselves in the mirror.
You are worthy of being Mr. Yi. This face is so handsome. If I could have such a handsome face, wouldn't I be able to charm thousands of girls?
Zhao Feiyu looked at the face back and forth and was very satisfied.
Zhong Tao did not miss the opportunity to lick.
Not bad, I didn't expect that I could become so handsome after putting on the master's face. Master, I will apply for a second chance to wear this mask in the future.
Hiss. Is it necessary? For the sake of licking, you're already asking for a second chance?
Zhao Hailong and others were speechless.
Looking at myself in the mirror, I always feel a little uncomfortable.
He is quite handsome, they admit that. But everyone around him had the same face, and the real owner was also here, so it seemed particularly weird, as if he had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to imagine what the group's reaction would be if they really came to attack and saw that everyone had the same face. I'm afraid I'll be scared to death. Okay, Xiao Yuzi, you and Lao Pang should make an agreement to go out for a walk every 2 minutes and go back to your rooms. The rest of you all go back to your rooms and wait. If there is any disturbance, gather together immediately. I have to go out for a while and won't be back for the time being. Zhao Feiyu and Pang Huayuan agreed immediately.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Yi, leave it to us.
Several people took off their human skin masks and left the room.
Yi Tian's took out a black robe and put it on, then took out a mask.
He made this mask based on the mask of the shadow cult. It can be said that it is exactly the same. This time, he still had to pretend to be a member of the shadow cult, just like he did in Lingyuan Cave. Such a good scapegoat cannot be wasted.
Zhao Feiyu's opinion was not wrong. It was better to strike first. But it's not towards the group of people outside, but towards Lingyu Pavilion. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 794 Eavesdropping. Lingyu Pavilion.
All the elders gathered together and sat opposite each other in the hall, their faces solemn. And the one sitting on the highest seat was the head of Lingyu Pavilion, Qingshuang. She was wearing a white and blue long dress, which made her look ethereal. With that childish face, she looks more like a fairy walking out of a painting. If we didn't know that she was nearly 50 years old, we would treat her as a girl of 18 or 19.
Now,
she was leaning on a chair, supporting her chin with her hand. Her cold eyes added a touch of coolness, and she looked like a complete queen. I have already issued an order regarding Luo Yushi's matter. Now everyone in Xianmen knows about it. It is impossible for me to take back my words. The cold tone carried an authority that could not be refused, which made the elders look unhappy.
That's right.
They gathered together today because of the matter of Saint Yushi. The elders were divided into 2 factions. One faction supported the punishment of Saint Yushi, believing that she had violated the rules of the pavilion and lost her virginity. As a saint, she did what she knew was wrong, which was a challenge to the Lingyu Pavilion's inheritance for thousands of years. The other faction did not support the punishment, saying that the Xianmen conference was full of dangers and many people died on Hujiao Mountain. It is true that Saint Yushi lost her virginity, but she survived and brought back a lot of good things from Lingyuan Cave. In addition, it is not certain whether she lost her virginity on purpose. It is understandable if she was framed by a villain. In this way, the merits and demerits can offset each other. What's more, Lingyu Pavilion has invested a lot of resources in her to cultivate her to her current level. If her position as a saint is suddenly abolished and she is executed, all the training over the years will be wasted and resources will be wasted. The most important thing is that we have to establish a new saint, which will cost resources. This not only requires a lot of financial and material resources, but also time costs. Before the new saint is trained to the level of Saint Yushi, the strength of their Lingyu Pavilion will be greatly reduced.
Moreover, among the younger generation, no one's talent can compare to Saint Yushi. If you can't achieve great success in the end, all your training will be in vain. Instead of that, it is better to be content with the status quo, at least to ensure that the strength of Lingyu Pavilion is not weakened. At this time, the third elder Yayun stood up and said, "Pavilion Master, we have already explained the pros and cons, please think twice. It is definitely not a good idea to destroy Yushi at this moment. Moreover, since coming back, Yushi's cultivation strength has improved again, and it seems that losing her virginity has no effect on her. She has made such great contributions to our Lingyu Pavilion, it is neither reasonable nor proper to treat her like this. This is tantamount to destroying the bridge after crossing it. She just wanted to protect the leader of Saint Yushi's faction." As for Saint Yushi, she had watched her grow up and knew her inside out. She understood how deep her feelings were for Lingyu Pavilion and would never betray her, let alone provoke Lingyu Pavilion. The fifth elder Yayun also stood up and advised. "That's right, Pavilion Master, when I accompanied Yushi to attend the Xianmen conference, she always behaved herself and never overstepped her bounds. If we do this now, we will probably be regarded as taking advantage of someone's misfortune, which will have a great impact on the reputation of our Lingyu Pavilion. Please let Yushi off the hook and let her make amends, give her another chance." Seeing that the two were still trying to excuse Luo Yushi, Qingxuang frowned slightly and vaguely released a sense of pressure, making the two feel more pressured. The chief elder who advocated punishment, Yatu, snorted coldly. "Humph, if Luo Yushi hadn't done anything presumptuous, how could she have lost her virginity? If she really abided by the sect rules, she wouldn't have lost self-respect. As the saint of my Lingyu Pavilion, she touched the bottom line of my Lingyu Pavilion. She abandoned her position as the saint and ruined her own future. What does it have to do with us? Right is right, wrong is wrong. She has made contributions and the Pavilion Master has rewarded her. Now that she has made a mistake, she should be punished. How can the merits and demerits be offset?" "Great Elder, you." Yayun was so angry. When they first went to Hujiao Mountain, she was the one who specifically asked Yushi to get a ranking and bring back rewards, and forced her to sign a military order. Now it is still her who wants to kill Yushi with a stick. How hateful. That's enough. I don't have time to listen to your arguments. This matter has been decided. There is no need to say more. I will not be the kind of person who goes back on my word. Qingxuang interrupted the two of them, making the atmosphere even more depressing. Yayun and Yayun both looked unhappy and looked at Yadu angrily. From the beginning they knew that it was Yadu who fanned the flames in front of the Pavilion Master, which led to this tragedy. Now, not only will the strength of Lingyu Pavilion be damaged, but it will also cause quite a joke in Xianmen. I really don't understand how Yada became the Great Elder. No. They can't just give up on Yushi like this, they have to find a way. You can give up the position of saint, but you can't lose the life. The two looked at each other and wanted to say something, but Qingxuang didn't give them the chance. She stood up and said coldly, "You two should keep quiet for a while. If you insist on doing this, I will abolish your position as elders." This one sentence nailed the two men in the head, and they dared not say anything to persuade them anymore. Qingxuang glanced at Yadu, stood up and left slowly. Yada snorted provocatively at the two of them and followed Qingxuang closely. Damn it! This Yatu is clearly holding a grudge against Yushi for the saint's election that year and wants to take revenge on her. Yayun clenched her fists, extremely angry. She knew very well why Yato was so against Yushi and was very angry. What does that have to do with Yushi? It's obvious that her disciples failed to pass the test. It's been so many years, and she's still looking for trouble with Yushi? Yayan frowned and was in a dilemma for a moment. When the saint was elected that year, all the disciples competed for the position of saint. One of Yato's disciples also participated in the election of the saint and even reached the last 2 levels. But unfortunately, he met Yushi. Not only was she inferior in skills to her opponent, she also used underhanded tricks, but they were all resolved by Yushi, who defeated her easily, and she lost the election. From then on, Yato bore a grudge against Yushi and always tried to make trouble for her. Fortunately, Yushi's strength has been steadily improving over the years, and he has made many contributions to Lingyu Pavilion. His position in the sect has gradually stabilized, and Yato has not been able to seize any opportunities. But it's different now. Yato has caught this fatal opportunity and she will definitely trample it hard. Then what should we do next? We can't just watch Yushi being executed like this, right? Yayan asked weakly. Yayun fell into deep thought and soon thought of someone. Got it. If we find him, maybe Yushi can still be saved. She suddenly became excited, which made Yayan very confused. And in the attic, a dark shadow appeared at some point. He was hiding behind a pillar and watching the 2 of them. He heard the conversation clearly from the beginning. So that's how it is from the beginning to the end. It was this great elder who was fanning the flames. Yi Tiance frowned slightly and soon got another answer. As elders of Lingyu Pavilion, Yato and Yayun's abilities should be similar. Back then on Hujia Mountain, Yayun didn't notice that Saint Yushi had lost her virginity, so Yato shouldn't be able to notice it either. Now that Saint Yushi is being trampled upon to death, it is very likely that it was Yato who reported Saint Yushi for losing her virginity. After all, judging from the pavilion master's reaction just now, it didn't seem like she was the one who discovered it. If she found out, she would definitely be even angrier than she is now. And there will no longer be any execution day, inviting people from the Xianmen to witness it. Just now he noticed that the pavilion master glanced at Yato before leaving. The 2 of them left one after the other, which meant that they must have reached a consensus. Combined with his previous speculation that Lingyu Pavilion wanted to lure him out, it means that there is someone behind this Yato. Even the person pushing the 2 of them behind the scenes is the same person. Who would that be? Follow them, you might find something. Chapter 795. The Great Elder with an Ambition. Lingyu Pavilion, the main building. Yato followed Qingshuang here and closed the door after confirming that there was no one there. Now. She no longer looked as proud as before, but instead had a serious expression. Master, I heard a rumor that the guy named Ji has arrived at the foot of the mountain and has checked into the inn we arranged. Do you think we should take action? They were very wary of Yi Tiance. After all, the commotion Yi Tiance made at the Xianmen conference was too big. Even a small competition could shock everyone, not to mention the annihilation of the entire Yuanyang Valley and Wukishan clan. The 2 sect leaders have reached the peak of physical training, truly powerful men, otherwise they would not be able to support such a large Xianmen force. Pavilion Master Qingshuang is also at the peak of the body refining realm, but he is unable to defeat Yi Tiance alone. As for her, needless to say, even those at the peak of physical training are no match for her. She is in the early stage of body training, and going there would be courting death. Therefore, if you want to deal with Yi Tiance, you can only use underhanded tactics. Of course, she didn't hold out hope of killing Yi Tiance through a night attack. But as long as we can consume his energy and spirit, we can unite with other Xianmen forces to kill him. After all, they are not the only ones who want Yi Tiance dead. Qingshuang sat on the chair, cold as ice, intimidating without even getting angry. She said coldly. Yi Tiance is not an ordinary person. He must be very vigilant. Let's take action later to avoid any mistakes. However, at this moment, Yi Tiance was hiding on the beam pillar above the 2 people's heads. He heard the conversation between the 2 clearly and couldn't help but smile. He was right. The inn they are staying in now was specially arranged by Lingyu Pavilion. The innkeeper is most likely a member of Lingyu Pavilion.
Since the pavilion master has made such a decision, it means that her purpose is to lure him out and take the opportunity to kill him.
Moreover, there must be collusion with that group of people outside.
Of course, if you want to know what kind of force that group of people is, you have to ask around.
Just as he thought of this, Yada spoke again. Pavilion Master, do you want to notify Luquan's sect?
With them around, our chances of winning are much greater.
Of course we have to inform them. Why not use a free scapegoat? Qingxuan crossed her legs.
The slender and plump legs under the long skirt immediately attracted Yi Tian's attention. I didn't expect that this old woman not only has a well-maintained face, but also a good figure. What a pity, she is an old woman after all.
Wait a minute.
The skills of Lingyu Pavilion require practitioners to remain virgins as the pavilion master. This old woman has a high status and her requirements are even higher.
Is she still an old maid?
Hiss.
It's so interesting just to think about it.
Yi Tian's rubbed his hands, a bold idea already came to his mind.
Upon hearing this, Yada sneered. Luquan sect is a veteran force in the Xianmen sect. Although it has been hidden from the world for many years, its foundation is still unfathomable.
Unexpectedly, forces like Wuxishan and Yuanyang Valley were fostered by them. Back then, Yi Tian's wiped out the entire Wuxishan and Yuanyang Valley clan. The Luquan sect probably wanted him dead more than anyone else. Let them make the first move, and we will reap the benefits by then. Our Lingyu Pavilion will surely reach a higher level. Pavilion Master is wise. Yadu immediately clasped her fists and saluted Qingxuan, but Qingxuan never even looked at her. But this doesn't affect anything, because she has Qingxuan under her control now, and Qingxuan also trusts her. Otherwise, Luo Yushi would not have been locked up so quickly, and even faced such serious consequences. Yi Tian's is not a good person, and if Luquan sect fights with him, both sides will suffer losses.
When the time comes, if they take action again, they will be able to solve the two major problems together.
As for Lingyu Pavilion, it is also hers. If it weren't for the position of Pavilion Master, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss and made so many calculations. Of course, she wouldn't let Qingxuan know so much.
Otherwise, she would be the one who died.
Yi Tian's, who was on the beam, was about to come down and take action to tie up the two men. Then he would use some tricks to force them to tell him the whereabouts of Saint Yushi. But the sudden appearance of Luquan's sect made him give up this idea. He had never heard of this Xianmen force.
Luquan sect. Is it the force behind Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain?
Unexpectedly, for him, the Xianmen forces that had been hidden for many years chose to come out. However, since it is an old force, and can also launch first-class forces in the Xianmen such as Yuanyang Valley and Wuxishan, it means that there must be a lot of good things in its sect.
Exactly. He is missing a lot of things now.
Whether it was medicinal herbs, magic weapons, or alchemy furnaces, he needed them all.
Don't miss this great opportunity.
Yi Tian's grinned and had already begun to imagine the scene of obtaining many treasures, and was enjoying it so much that he didn't want to leave. Pavilion Master, it's getting late. I'll take my leave first. You should go to bed early. I've already arranged the execution of Luo Yushi in 2 days. She will definitely regret betraying us. Yadu could not hide his excitement on his face, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Qingxuan closed her eyes and waved her hand, and Yada left.
Yi Tian's was also brought back to his senses by these words.
He glanced at Qingxuan, who was resting with her eyes closed, and couldn't help but smile.
Old woman, I'll let you go this time. You may not be so lucky next time we meet.
Whoosh. He flashed and disappeared on the beam, then chased after him.
From beginning to end, Qingxuan didn't notice anything unusual.
After all, in Yi Tian's eyes, they are all ants. It would be easy for him to completely hide his figure and not make any sound. He could even adjust his breathing rhythm, as if he had blended into nature.
Outside the building.
After Yada came out, he looked around and confirmed that there were no problems with patrolling and standing guard before he left. Yi Tian's had already avoided everyone's sight and stood on a high place watching Yada's every move.
This woman is not simple.
He saw it clearly just now. The ambition and ruthlessness in Yada's eyes proved that there was a bigger conspiracy behind her.
And from what she said, she was fully responsible for the execution of Saint Yushi.
Then she must know where Saint Yushi is imprisoned. Follow her and you will find the hiding place of Saint Yushi.
Really?
Yatta did not go back to the Elder's Pavilion directly, but walked to the corner of Lingyu Pavilion. In the corner, there is a two-story attic, but it is not guarded. Yi Tiance frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled.
She imprisoned Saint Yushi here?
As early as when he sneaked in, he had already figured out the layout of Lingyu Pavilion.
The Pavilion Master's Building and the Conference Pavilion are both in the middle, and the Elder's Pavilion is on the east side, very close to the Pavilion Master's Building. To the west is the Sutra Repository, to the south is the Training Pavilion, and to the north is the prison cell of the Lingyu Pavilion. He even went to the prison cell to check, but couldn't find any trace of Saint Yushi. Now it seems that Yato was quite thoughtful and did not dare to lock up Saint Yushi in the cell. But I can't be sure that the person inside is Saint Yushi, I have to wait and see. If he were to be tricked by this woman, his infiltration tonight would be in vain, and it might even lead to the tragic death of Saint Yushi. Yi Tiance had been watching Yato in the dark.
Yadu looked around and made sure that there was no one around before he went forward to open the door. This made Yi Tiance's heart rise to his throat.
Is Saint Yushi in there? Chapter 796 Found You. Creak. As the attic door was pushed open, the bright moonlight shone in.
Yi Tiance stared attentively, afraid of missing every frame. When the moonlight completely illuminated the room, he also saw the face he had been thinking about.
Now.
The face was stained with blood and was extremely dirty, but the eyes were still bright and stared at Yatta who came in. The white dress had already been dyed red, and it looked particularly dazzling in the night. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and his face immediately turned cold.
What a great Lingyu Pavilion! He actually treated his fiancée like this.
Saint Yushi went to Hujiao Mountain to attend the Shenmen conference for Lingyu Pavilion and almost died in Lingyuan Cave. What he got in return was betrayal within the sect and conspiracy by the elders.
It seems that we can't keep Lingyu Pavilion inside the house. Snapped.
Yatta picked up the whip on the table and hit Saint Yushi hard.
What?
Saint Yushi was already covered in wounds, and after being hit by the whip, no matter how strong and patient she was, she couldn't help but scream. Yatta looked smug and said with a disdainful smile.
Ha, Luo Yushi, scream, the louder you scream, the more excited I will be. When you were chosen as the saint, you never thought that this day would come, right? However, this is your own fault, so you can't blame others. As a saint, she did not keep herself chaste and had an affair with a man outside, losing her virginity. Tell me, how can a bitch like you be qualified to be a saint? Don't think that you can escape with Yayun and the others protecting you. The pavilion master has agreed to execute you. This time, you can't escape. Snapped. Yatta laughed and swung the whip again, hitting Saint Yushi hard again. But this time, Saint Yushi did not make any sound. She forced herself to hold it in and stared at Yatu. How could she not know that it was Yadu who was plotting against her this time? But she was also very puzzled, because she had concealed the fact of losing her virginity very well. Even Elder Yayun didn't know about it. If it weren't for the physical examination, it would be impossible to tell whether she had lost her virginity just by observation. But Yadu insisted that she had lost her virginity, which prompted the pavilion master to come for a body examination. How did Yadu know that she had lost her virginity? Moreover, she had just returned to Lingyu Pavilion not long ago, and had not had much contact with Yatu, and had hardly even seen him. Her first reaction was that someone had informed on her. Apart from her, only Yi Tiance knew about this. But after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it couldn't be Yi Tiance. Since informing on others would do him no good, she could be considered his savior. Based on her understanding of him, he is definitely not the kind of person who would kick someone when he is down. Who could that be? Yi Tiance, who was hiding in the dark outside, saw the two whips clearly. He could no longer hide his murderous intent and took a step forward, preparing to move. But suddenly, the light on the second floor of the attic came on, making him stop. Is there anyone on the second floor?
He had just been observing outside for a long time, and the lights on the second floor were always off.
Saint Yushi and Yatu were both downstairs, so why did the lights upstairs suddenly light up? Could it be that Yadu has someone hiding on top of it?
Thinking of this, Yi Tiance hid in the dark again, intending to wait and see. Anyway, in his eyes, Yatu is already a dead man. It doesn't matter if he dies sooner or later. Saint Yushi was also shocked she had been imprisoned here for so long and had never heard any movement upstairs. The sudden movement made her feel scared.
Followed by,
I saw a man in a white robe slowly coming down the stairs, with a mask on his face.
See this. Yi Tiance's expression changed slightly. This mask is Shadow Cult. He was quite familiar with this mask. It was with the help of this mask that he was able to infiltrate the followers of the Shadow Cult and gather information. Now he is using this mask to search for Saint Yushi, and once she is exposed he can put the blame on the Shadow Cult. But I didn't expect that Lingyu Pavilion was really connected with the Shadow Cult. Saint Yushi was no less shocked than Yi Tiance when she saw the masked man in front of her. She looked at Yatu in disbelief. She never thought that the Grand Elder of Lingyu Pavilion would be connected with the Shadow Cult. But Yatu had a respectful look on his face and immediately stepped forward and bowed to greet him. Yadu greets the envoy.
The man in white robe stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly,
How is it going? The Rong family just let me down. You'd better bring good news. Yada smiled proudly and said,
According to the instructions of the envoy, I have secretly poisoned the pavilion master. She has been in a bad mood recently and has entrusted all matters, big and small, to me. She has also become more and more trusting of me. I believe that with time, she will be completely lost in the poison and unable to extricate herself. When the time comes, she will be able to take control of Lingyu Pavilion. At that time, all female disciples of Lingyu Pavilion, except the saint, will be handed over to you, the messenger, for disposal.
What? This Yatu actually plotted against the pavilion master? Saint Yushi was horrified and panicked.
She never dreamed that Yatu not only plotted against her, but also dared to join forces with the Shadow Cult to plot against the pavilion master.
Yatu, you deserve to die. When I get out, I will report this to the pavilion master and let her sentence you to death.
Saint Yushi roared and shouted with all her might, filled with resentment. Yada glanced at her coldly and said disdainfully,
You want to tell the pavilion master so badly? Fine, you will die in 2 days. I will give you a ride then and you can tell her slowly on the way. Luo Yushi, do you think you are still the high and mighty saint? How ridiculous. If you were not still useful and could be used to mobilize other forces of Shen men to come, you would have died long ago. Then she turned to look at the man in white robe and said with a wry smile, Mr. Envoy, this Luo Yushi is the saint of my Lingyu Pavilion, and she is an excellent cauldron for cultivation. If the envoy is interested, I will offer her to you with both hands and let you play with her. This is also the reason why she hasn't killed Luo Yushi yet. As long as one is elected as a saint, he or she will undergo the cleansing ceremony of Lingyu Pavilion and become an excellent cauldron for cultivation. Even though Luo Yushi has lost her virginity now, she is still an excellent cauldron. If she could use Luo Yushi to gain the envoy's trust, then her future prospects would definitely become wider and wider. By then, she might be able to take over not only Lingyu Pavilion, but even the entire Shenmen. The man in white robe glanced at Saint Yushi and said coldly, I'm not interested in second-hand goods. Yatu immediately understood what he meant and said with a smile, Okay, on the day the new saint is elected, I will offer her to you with both hands and let her serve you well, Master Messenger. The man in white robe nodded, turned around and walked out of the attic, soon disappearing. After watching him leave, Yadu's expression changed immediately, and he turned around and glared at Saint Yushi fiercely. Snapped. She slapped Saint Yushi fiercely and said coldly, Luo Yushi, you are such a bitch. If you hadn't lost your virginity, the envoy would not have been interested in you, causing him to return home disappointed. You really deserve to die. While talking, she had taken up the whip again. At this moment, a masked man in a white robe appeared behind her. Chapter 797 Save People.
Yatta swung the whip again, ready to teach Saint Yushi a lesson. But she suddenly found that she had no strength left. The whip seemed to be wrapped with something, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't whip it at all.
What happened?
She turned around suddenly, and a powerful aura burst out from her body, followed closely by the aura of the middle stage of body refining. She gathered her strength in her palm and slammed it out.
In this regard, Yi Tiance lightly struck out with a palm to counter it. Boom! The two palms came together, instantly creating a heat wave. What?
The severe pain came and Yadu screamed. The whole hand was deformed and the bones were completely broken.
Boom!
The whole person flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and fell to the ground.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood was spat out, and his vitality quickly dissipated. She looked at the person who came in shock and said in shock,
Mr. Envoy? It's you?
Yi Tiance stood in place with his hands behind his back. His eyes beneath the mask were cold as he stared at Yatu.
Yatu's face looked extremely ugly. She mistook Yi Tiance for the messenger just now. Mr. Envoy, didn't you leave? Why did you suddenly come back?
I didn't mean to attack just now. I just thought it was an enemy attack, so I...
Puff!
Before she could finish her words, she spat out blood again. The palm strike just now had shattered her internal organs.
Just one palm strike and she was on the verge of death. Even Pavilion Master Qingxuan couldn't do that. Could it be that the envoy's cultivation is even higher than that of the Pavilion Master?
If that's the case, her behavior just now was really courting death.
She said in a panic, Master Envoy, I am not disrespectful to you, please save me. If I die, then the great cause of annexing Lingyu Pavilion and inciting a war among the Xianmen forces will not be accomplished.
Yatta quickly crawled to Yi Tiance, hugged his thighs tightly, and his eyes were full of pleading.
Yi Tiance still looked down at her in silence. This made Yatta very nervous. She suddenly thought that Yi Tiance still thought she was disrespectful and became angry. Bang bang bang.
Yadu quickly took 2 steps back, used his remaining hand to support himself, and called out for mercy. Please calm down, my Lord Envoy. I swear to heaven that I will never be disrespectful, otherwise, I will be torn to pieces and die. Messenger, I know you have a secret medicine that can cure broken bones, please help me, please, messenger.
Boom!
In response to her, Yi Tiance kicked her with great force. She fell heavily against the wall again, her whole body embedded in it.
Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yatu was completely dying.
She looked at Yi Tiance in disbelief, unable to believe that the envoy, whom she had always treated with respect, would suddenly become so cold.
Your Excellency, the envoy ahem.
She wanted to call for help, but the severe pain all over her body made her unable to speak. That kick just now broke all her ribs and shattered her internal organs, making her extremely weak and completely without any strength.
At this time, Yi Tiance walked towards Luo Yushi.
Whoosh! He didn't know when a dagger appeared in his hand, and with a spinning flying knife, he cut the 2 hemp ropes that bound Luo Yushi's arms.
Boom!
Luo Yushi had already been tortured to exhaustion by Yatu and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Tiance was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward and hugged her.
Luo Yushi looked at Yi Tiance in confusion, but because of the mask, she couldn't see Yi Tiance's face clearly.
Although she didn't understand what this so-called messenger was going to do, she was now rescued, and her first reaction was to tell Qingxuan the truth, and she subconsciously wanted to push Yi Tiance away. But when she put her hand on his chest and smelled the familiar fragrance, she was suddenly shocked.
Is it you? Yi Tiance was stunned. He didn't expect that Luo Yushi actually recognized him. Luo Yushi looked at Yi Tiance quietly, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. She had also fantasized before, would Yi Tiance come to save her? But she felt that this was impossible. Because she and Yi Tiance just met by chance, although they had sex, it was only to repay Yi Tiance for saving her life. There is no love between the two of them, why would anyone save her? What's more, when they separated at Hujia Mountain, she had clearly stated that she and Yi Tiance would be strangers from now on.
And this time, Lingyu Pavilion wants to use her to lure Yi Tiance out, so that Luquan's sect can destroy him and avenge him.
How could Yi Tiance show up and offend the old Shinmen forces for her?
Thinking of this, she gave up hope and chose to wait for death. But unexpectedly, Yi Tiance really came. In fact, ever since she returned to Lingyu Pavilion, Yi Tiance's figure has been in her mind every night. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she still couldn't forget him. Especially the scene when the two of them were being affectionate, which made her feel shy and nostalgic. She also wondered if what Yi Tiance said was right and that there really was something wrong with Lingyu Pavilion's martial arts.
She also didn't understand why she kept thinking about Yi Tiance.
Now she understood that perhaps she had already developed a good impression of Yi Tiance at that time.
Otherwise, how do we explain all this?
She hooked her arms tightly around Yi Tiance's neck, snuggled in his arms, and felt an unprecedented sense of security.
Lingyu Pavilion, she has lived here since she was a child, this is where she grew up.
But now, she felt that this place was extremely dirty and she didn't want to stay here at all.
Feeling Luo Yushi's fear, Yi Tiance couldn't help but be stunned.
I never thought that this saint lady would also be afraid sometimes.
This also made him feel very distressed, and he couldn't help but hug her tightly. Don't worry, I'm here. See this.
Yadu, who was embedded in the wall, was shocked and puzzled.
Mr. Messenger, aren't you not interested in second-hand goods?
Why wait, you are not the messenger.
Now. Yato finally reacted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you pretend to be the envoy? If you want to be the envoy, I will grind you to dust and scatter your ashes, leaving you with no place to bury your body." Hear the words. Yi Tiance carefully put Luo Yushi down. Deal with some trash and wait for me. Chapter 798 Healing the Saint. Whoosh. Yi Tiance flashed and appeared in front of Yatu. Boom. He clenched his fist and punched Yadu's stomach hard, causing it to cave in instantly. And Yatu's mouth opened wide, and his eyes almost popped out. The severe pain made her completely speechless and she couldn't scream out. Next second. Yi Tiance withdrew his hand, grabbed his neck, pulled him against the wall, and slammed him heavily to the ground. Boom. Another kick hit his chest, and the cup, which was not prominent to begin with, instantly sank. Puff. Yada spat out a mouthful of blood, but was still alive. Because Yi Tiance didn't want her to die so easily, otherwise, the first palm strike would be enough to kill her. If I remember correctly, you just swore that if you disrespect me, you will be torn to pieces? He and your good-for-nothing pavilion master planned to launch a surprise attack on me, and he also tied up my fiancée here and tortured her at will. Tell me, is this disrespectful to me? You should also fulfill your oath? Yi Tiance slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. Those eyes were full of coldness. Yadu trembled all over, and fear instantly enveloped his whole body. You are Yi Tiance. How is that possible? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the inn? Also, Luo Yushi is your fiancé? No. How is this possible? When she went to Qingshuang to report the situation, she received a tip from someone down the mountain saying that Yi Tiance was drinking and playing cards in the inn. Moreover, there are many checkpoints on the mountain, and her Lingyu Pavilion is heavily guarded. How could Yi Tiance sneak in? And many more. He was wearing the envoy's clothes. Could it be that he killed the envoy? Boom. She felt as if struck by lightning and was filled with shock. She was fortunate enough to see the envoy take action once, and even Pavilion Master Qingshuang would probably not get any benefit. It only took a few breaths from the time the envoy left to the time Yi Tiance appeared pretending to be him. In such a short time, Yi Tiance killed the envoy? Then what level of cultivation must he reach? Yi Tiance slowly bent down and grinned. Lingyu Pavilion is not worthy of my attention. I come when I want and leave when I want. Lingyu Pavilion cannot stop me. Did you enjoy the 2 lashes just now? No, I don't know how many lashes you got in these days when you beat her. Did you ever think that there was someone standing behind her who was 100 times more powerful than your Lingyu Pavilion? Now, it's time to settle the accounts. While talking, he had the whip in his hand.
That sneer was like the devil from hell, causing Yadu to tremble uncontrollably.
No, don't. If you want to kill me, the pavilion master will not let you go, and the envoy will not let you go. Ah. Yi Tian sneered disdainfully.
Since you miss them so much, I will send them down to accompany you as soon as possible. It will be considered as having company on the journey.
Say it. He was ready to take action.
The whip that Yada used to hit Luo Yushi was like hitting his heart.
Anyone who dares to bully his woman will die.
But at this moment, a slender hand grasped his wrist. He looked back and saw Luo Yushi standing behind him, looking at him with a complicated expression.
Let me. These three simple words made Yi Tian smile.
He handed the whip to Luo Yushi and gave her an advanced pill at the same time.
If you want her to die, you can do so at any time, but you can't do that in your current state. Although these are only flesh wounds, they have accumulated over a long period of time, causing your body to become weak, and your strength is less than 20% or 30%. This is an advanced pill with your skills. You will be able to digest the power of the pill quickly if you can successfully break through. It will not be too late to take revenge then. What? Advanced pill?
Luo Yushi and Yadu were horrified, looking at the advanced pill in Yi Tian's hand, unable to speak.
How could they not know the value of the advanced pills? This is a medicine that is worth a fortune to countless top forces. And Yi Tian's just took it out like that? Luo Yushi looked at Yi Tian's in disbelief, thinking that Yi Tian's was teasing her. She admitted that his alchemy skills were amazing, but they couldn't be that amazing, right? Yi Tian's couldn't help but laugh. What? Saint Yushi, are you dumbfounded?
Don't worry, there are still many things I can show you, but not now. Let's talk about it later.
Now, you have to take the elixir first, so that you can break through the realm and use the power of the medicine to heal your wounds. Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to feed you? Luo Yushi was a little embarrassed.
If her face wasn't covered in blood, one would definitely be able to see her shyness. She took the pill and swallowed it directly, then sat cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal power. The medicinal power of the advanced pill is very mild and does not violently impact the meridians. Instead, there was a warm current flowing through all the meridians, and the warm feeling made her feel unprecedented comfort. Yi Tian's was not wrong with her foundation. She could absorb the medicinal power much faster than Zhao Feiyu and others. What's more, Lingyu Pavilion has devoted all its resources to train her over the years, and she has long been accustomed to the medicinal properties of various herbs. Even though he has never taken advanced pills, his affinity for medicinal herbs is stronger than others. While she was absorbing the medicinal power, Yi Tian's tied Yata to the wooden stake she used to tie Luo Yushi.
Now,
Yadu no longer looked like a human being, hanging there with only his last breath left. You can't escape, Yi Tian's. You have been completely targeted. Even if I die, someone will kill you. She knew that Yi Tian's would never let her go, but she still spoke harshly, unwillingly. The hatred in his eyes was as if he wanted to eat Yi Tian's alive.
Snapped.
The only response she got was a slap in the face.
You have to understand one thing. If I want you to die, no one can do it faster than me. I can let you die now, or I can let you live and be in excruciating pain. Tell me, when did you hook up with the shadow cult? What were you plotting by gathering all the Xianmen people together? What do they want to do?
He grinned at Yadu, and murderous aura burst out of his body, enveloping Yadu and making him tremble.
You can't even think of getting any information from me. Tu won't tell you even if I die. Yada glared at Yi Tian's with gritted teeth. She believed that even if she died, the envoy would avenge her. Moreover, if you want to achieve great things, you always have to pay a price. What's more, she is not the only one in Lingyu Pavilion who has this ambition and idea. Yi Tian sneered. You're really stubborn. It seems that I can't get you to talk using ordinary methods. In this case, I'll use some extraordinary methods. I heard that once you enter your Lingyu Pavilion, you have to remain a virgin because of the training method. You, an old woman, should be no exception, right? Hear the words. Yatta panicked instantly. What do you want to do?
I warn you, if you dare to do that to me, I will not let you go even if I die.
Damn it!
This Yittaians is really just as the outside world says, a fucking lunatic.
Yittaians was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing.
You may look ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts. What qualifications do you have for an old woman like me to do anything to you?
But I am curious, would you also choose to be hard with your other mouth? Chapter 799 Unexpected Interrogation. Another mouth?
Yatta was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and struggled desperately with all his strength. But she was already so weak from the blows Yittaians had just received that her bones were even broken and she couldn't move at all.
I'm warning you, don't get close to me.
If you get close to me, I'll die in front of you.
I won't let you get any information. Damn it! What on earth does this lunatic want to do? At this time,
Yittaians took out a gourd and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm just going to make you live a life worse than death. Why should I get close to you?
He pulled out the cork and chanted a spell. Suddenly,
a worm crawled out of the gourd. The back of this beetle is covered with red lines, which is very strange.
There is actually some reflection under the moonlight. Yatta knew that this must not be an ordinary insect. Once you get it on you, you'll definitely die. But Yittaians did not let the insect drill into Yatta, but controlled it to come to the water cup next to him. There is still water in the cup, which must be the water sent to Luo Yushi. He let the beetle bite the cup gently. Click! Just one sip and a crack appeared on the cup. In an instant, the water in the cup turned a strange purple color. This scared Yatta to death. This bug is highly poisonous. Damn! Is this lunatic trying to get her to drink this glass of water? Wouldn't this guy die instantly?
Thinking of this, Yatta began to have doubts and hesitated whether to tell Yittaians the information. Although she lost half her life, she didn't want to die here. Where there is life, there is hope. As long as she survives, there will be a way to restore her to her original state. After all, what Shinmen lacks the least is means. But while she was hesitating, Yittaians already had a stick in his hand. Before she could react, he lifted up her robe with a stick. Madman! What on earth do you want to do? Now! She was really scared. Yittaians grinned and poured water directly on it. Yittaians, I'm going to kill you. She never dreamed that Yittaians would actually do this. You know, this is the most vulnerable part. How could it possibly withstand such a strong poison? Really? But within 2 breaths, she felt a burning sensation. And the burning sensation quickly eroded the outside and extended inside. Wherever it passes, it causes extreme pain and decays rapidly. This kind of pain is more severe than the pain of broken bones. Yittaians. Yatta screamed in agony, his eyes almost popping out of his head in pain. She struggled with all her strength, but she could only twist her body and rub continuously to relieve the pain. What? The screams continued, echoing through the sky. Tick tick tick. Blood flowed down between her legs and along her thighs, dripping onto the ground. It was the same purple-black color as the poisonous water. Among them, there were also some black and purple minced meat. TSK, I didn't expect that the second elder of Lingyu Pavilion is so evil. He must have had many affairs with other men outside, right? Yatta was so angry and in great pain that his body was shaking uncontrollably. He was unable to speak and could only scream. See this? Yittaians said disdainfully. This little gadget from Wokushin is really useful. This is the only way to deal with old women like you. Okay, stop struggling. I forgot to tell you that this is a shadow bone-gnawing worm. It has grown several times in my hands and is even more poisonous. In this world, no one except me can cure this insect poison. Also, your other mouth doesn't seem to be that strong either. It's just the beginning, and it's already broken into pieces? Look, do you still want to be stubborn? Only those who have been to the fallen city know that dying in his hands is a luxury. This is also the reason why Zhao Feiyu and others are so afraid of him. Because they have all suffered from his torture and poison. You are despicable. Ah. Yadu's voice had already become hoarse. He yelled out a few words with all his might and then burst into screams again.
This made Yi Tiance very dissatisfied and he couldn't help shaking his head.
It seems that the poison is still a little insufficient. If one is not enough, then 10 or even 100 will be fine. Even if your whole body is rotten by this poison, as long as your head is still there, you can still speak.
These words made Yada's heart skip a beat and he was terrified. Only a head left? She couldn't even imagine this scene. I say. You should detoxify first. She didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Because she knew that this madman could really do it. Moreover, she couldn't even withstand the poison of one poisonous insect. If there were 10 or 100 of them, she would probably turn into pus in an instant. Besides, she had also heard of the shadow bone-eating worm, which is one of the 10 most poisonous insects. She looked at Yi Tiance with longing and begging. But this didn't work at all. The pieces of meat kept falling off and the pain had already spread to my lower abdomen. It felt like the entire abdominal cavity was rotting rapidly. Seeing that she had surrendered, Yi Tiance stepped forward, took out the remaining detoxification pill and fed it into her mouth. This is the last antidote pill. You'd better be smart, otherwise, if you get poisoned again, I won't be able to save you. Yadu nodded in agreement and swallowed the pill in a hurry, not even having the strength to chew. Soon, the effect of the detoxification pill spread throughout her body, suppressing the poison of the shadow bone-eating worm. The main reason is that the toxin is diluted when it enters the water, and the poisoning is not caused directly by the bite, so the detoxification is naturally much faster. Wow! The poisonous water flowed down Yada's thighs and spilled on the ground, emitting little black smoke, which was enough to show how corrosive it was. Although the poison has been removed, some areas that were first contaminated by the toxin have already been almost rotten. Now, the pain was more obvious than before, causing her to twitch from time to time. She stared at Yi Tiance, her eyes full of resentment. But Yi Tiance just controlled another bug, which made her completely submissive, and she dared not look at Yi Tiance again. I've already asked my question. I don't like asking it a second time. You'd better answer it honestly. I have plenty of bugs and poison here, but I only have one antidote. Yi Tiance was playing with the shadow bone-eating worm and didn't take it seriously at all. Yada took a deep breath with lingering fear in order to calm himself down. A long time. She then said. Before the Xianmen conference, the envoy came to me, and from then on, I colluded with them. The envoy also wanted to gather all the Xianmen people together. He wanted to use them to test a potion that can improve people's cultivation strength. Forbidden potion? Yi Tiance frowned, his heart filled with shock. I really didn't expect that the shadow cult not only colluded with the big families, but also had its hands in the Xianmen forces. This means that it has been completely confirmed that the forbidden potion came from the shadow cult. Moreover, the shadow cult's actions are becoming more and more aggressive, and it is infiltrating various forces. He looked up at Yatu and said coldly. There is one last question. What exactly do they want to do? If you can't answer it well, you will die. Chapter 800, The Identity You Give Yourself When You Go Out. Soon. Half an hour passed. There was not a single piece of good flesh on Yadu's body and he had already fainted. Luo Yushi was also ready to send her off completely. When she was about to swing the whip again, Yi Tiance suddenly grabbed her hand. She frowned and said. You want to stop me? Yi Tiance grinned and said. You can ask her to die at any time, but to make her live a life worse than death is the meaning of torturing people. I have an idea. Luo Yushi frowned slightly, but still decided to listen to Yi Tiance's ideas. In this regard, Yi Tiance also told everything. It's very simple. You will be executed in 2 days. Let her do the execution on your behalf, and you will act on her behalf in Lingyu Pavilion. Replace? Luo Yushi was confused and didn't understand what Yi Tiance meant. At this time, Yi Tiance took out 2 human skin masks and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
I just found some time to do this when I go out. I give myself an identity. I've had enough of being a saint, so being an elder is not bad either. Looking at the human skin mask, Luo Yushi immediately understood what he meant. This pervert wants her to swap identities with Yadu. In this way, she can not only move freely in Lingyu Pavilion with the help of her status as an elder, but also obtain intelligence. And Yatu will be punished for her identity.
That sounds like a really good way to torture someone. Really? This pervert is full of bad intentions. I'm just giving you some advice. Why are you looking at me like that?
You didn't look at me like that before in Lingyuan Cave.
Feeling Luo Yushi's contempt, Yi Tiance was speechless.
He did this entirely for her own good.
Can't she feel anything at all? Shut up. If you mention that again, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Luo Yushi's face turned slightly red, and her chest heaved up and down with anger.
If it weren't for him, how could she suffer in this Lingyu Pavilion?
But this pervert even dared to mention it in front of her and make fun of her. Yi Tiance folded his hands and challenged.
Then let me see how you can be rude to me and slap me with your big cup? I'll be happy to do that. You. Luo Yushi raised her hand, wanting to whip Yi Tiance. Forget it.
Knowing that he is a pervert, you still care about him. You are just being mean to yourself. But, I don't feel like I hate him that much.
Even a little shy? Luo Yushi shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She stepped forward, took the human skin mask, and gave Yi Tiance a blank look. Soon, she put her human skin mask on Yatu, and she put on Yatu's human skin mask.
You know what, this mask made of perverted stuff really looks like the real thing. You should continue to stay in Lingyu Pavilion for the next 2 days, and use Yatu's identity to find out the whereabouts of the shadow cult. It is better to be cautious. If you have any questions, you can always contact me through this number, and of course, you can also pass on information to me. Yi Tiance stuffed the phone number he had just written into Luo Yushi's hand and took the opportunity to hold her hand for a while.
This is the most beautiful woman in the Xian realm of Tiannan province. If you can take advantage of someone openly, then why not?
Luo Yushi was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and couldn't help rolling her eyes. But she did not struggle, instead she let him lead her.
Do not know why.
After seeing Yi Tiance coming to save her, she was no longer so resistant to him, and even wanted to rely on him. Of course, she wouldn't show it because she didn't know how to deal with it. I'll let you know if I have any news. It's getting late. I have to go to avoid being exposed. Luo Yushi pulled her hand away, took 2 steps back, and distanced herself from Yi Tiance.
Yi Tiance nodded and said, "It's better to be careful. I'm leaving first. I don't think it will be peaceful tonight. Yadu will join forces with Luquan sect to launch a sneak attack on him tonight."
Although the strength of Zhao Feiyu and others has been improved to the level of God of War, it is still far from enough to face the people from Xianmen.
Luquan sect is an old force. They came here to encircle and suppress him, so the people who came must be very powerful.
However, with the same strength, martial artists are slightly inferior to cultivators. If a real fight breaks out, Zhao Feiyu and the others will suffer more, not to mention that he is not here. Seeing that Yi Tiance was about to leave, Luo Yushi clenched her fists, hesitated, and suddenly called out to stop him.
And many more. Yi Tiance stopped and looked back at her. She hesitated and said, "Well, can I buy an antidote pill from you?"
Although I have made up my mind to leave Lingyu Pavilion, the pavilion master has raised me. Now she has been poisoned and turned into a puppet. I want to save her life as a way of repaying her kindness. If I leave afterwards, I will feel more at ease.
This is Lingyu Pavilion. As a saint, she has naturally stored up a lot of resources. Moreover, she has now disguised herself as Yatu and can also get Yatu's resources. It shouldn't be a problem to use these resources to buy a detoxification pill. But, it also depends on whether Yi Tiance is willing. Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. See this.
Luo Yushi stood there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed.
This is a rejection?
She could not hide the disappointment on her face when she was about to turn around. She suddenly saw Yi Tian's waving goodbye.
At the same time, Yi Tian's voice also came faintly.
2 days later, the detoxification pill will be presented to you with both hands. Keep it, it's a betrothal gift.
The words fell. Yi Tian's has disappeared into the darkness.
Luo Yushi looked at the direction where he disappeared, lost in thought.
What did this pervert just say? Bride price? Is he trying to propose to her by offering her the detoxification pill? That's right. This pervert just said she was his fiancée. How abominable. You don't think that if you save her, she will repay you with her body, right? Besides, she was the saint of Lingyu Pavilion after all, with extraordinary talent, a leader among the younger generation, yet she was only worth a detoxification pill? At least it's worth 2.
But then again, she had never heard of offering a detoxification pill as a betrothal gift, so it did seem interesting.
But it's not that easy to take her away.
Thinking of this, Luo Yushi frowned slightly, looking a little ugly. The pavilion master had previously betrothed her to the young leader of a secluded sect. Now the news that she has lost her virginity is known to everyone in the Xian realm. That person will definitely arrive in the next 2 days.
What would happen if Yi Tian's ran into him?
Moreover, she has a marriage contract, but the pavilion master did not tell her who the other party is. Just say that the engagement has been over for a long time and the other party has not yet come, so it is assumed to be invalid. Otherwise, she would not have been betrothed to that outstanding young master.
Bah. How did you think of these? Who would agree to this pervert? Luo Yushi adjusted her breathing and quickly calmed down. After she locked the attic door, she headed towards the elder's pavilion. Down the mountain. There were actually quite a few more men in black around the inn.
At this moment, they were all staring at the inn where Yi Tian's was staying with murderous eyes. The leader put on his mask and drew the long sword from his waist, revealing a cold glow.
Get started.
Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed.
Chapter 801 Night Attack. Boom. The black-clothed men's aura was fully open, and the powerful aura of cultivation swept around, creating layers of heat waves. Whoosh. In a blink, they disappeared from the spot and sneaked into the inn. Inside the inn. I'm going to explode. Take care of it. Brother Hu, your head is buzzing now, right?
Zhong Tao directly threw out 4 fours with a proud look on his face. Zhang Xiaohu's face looked grim, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the 3 in his hand.
Oh shit. I've been losing all night, and I've lost almost 20 million already.
It happens every time when he is about to run away, there will always be a roadblock and knock him down.
It's like I can see the cards in his hand.
Zhao Feiyu gave Zhong Tao a thumbs up, saying he did a good job. Zhong Tao also played his last card.
3. Brother Hu, you lost again. Your luck is really not that good. Winning money is also humiliating, it is very destructive.
Zhang Xiaohu threw the cards on the table and said unhappily.
Fuck you.
I'm not going to play anymore. You guys are going to play. I've lost a whole night, and you're still playing with a big watermelon. He ran to the side angrily, sat down, and poured himself a cup of hot tea to calm himself.
He couldn't figure out why he lost that night. At first he suspected that Zhao Feiyu was cheating, but he found no evidence, so he couldn't accuse him.
Seeing him in such a mess, everyone burst into laughter. They all knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Instead of lying in bed tossing and turning, worried, it's better to get together and relax.
This way, if any situation really occurs, we can respond immediately. Everyone, this can't be blamed on me, you are just too inexperienced, but you are also right, you didn't learn well from Mr. Yi, these moves were taught to me by him.
Zhao Feiyu looked very proud. He can brag about the fact that Yi Tian's taught him cheating techniques for the rest of his life.
After all, not many people can receive Yi Tian's teaching, no matter what aspect.
Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment and immediately became discouraged.
It turned out to be a trick taught by Yi Tian's, no wonder he couldn't see through it. No. He also wants to go to school.
Thinking of this, Zhang Xiuhu immediately stood up and planned to find Yi Tian's.
Creak. He just opened the door. Suddenly,
a cold light shone out and went straight into his eyes. This scared him greatly, but luckily he reacted quickly enough and immediately punched out, hitting the blade hard.
Hum. The crash followed.
Zhang Xiuhu did a backflip and took 2 steps back, looking outside with full vigilance.
Stop fighting. Enemy attack.
Zhao Feiyu and others were shocked and quickly stood up, got ready for battle. Only then did everyone see clearly that there were many men in black standing outside. Zhang Xiuhu frowned, his clenched fists trembled, and even the blood in his body surged. He forced himself to calm down, fearing that the other party would see that he had just fallen into a disadvantage. Be careful, these people are very powerful and are not good people. The man in black who just attacked did not expect that Zhang Xiuhu could block the knife. After all, their approach went unnoticed. From this, they also learned about Zhang Xiuhu's realm.
Suddenly,
the men in black all gathered together and looked at Zhao Feiyu and others. At first glance, they were shocked.
Boss, what's going on? Why are all of them Yi Tian's face?
Looking at the faces of Zhao Feiyu and others, the people in black looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. The leader of the men in black frowned and said coldly,
Human skin mask? Humph, what a low-class trick.
I didn't expect Yi Tian's to come up with so many scapegoats, so kill them. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go.
After killing them all, we can always find Yi Tian's.
As soon as these words came out,
the men in black moved instantly.
Zhao Feiyu and others also understood.
Tonight's sneak attack has begun. Do it.
At his command, Zhong Tao and others gathered around him and began to fight. Zhong Tao took the lead and took a step forward, punching the man in black who was rushing towards him. The man in black was not willing to be outdone. He changed his fist into a palm and immediately wrapped around Zhong Tao's fist. He used his clever strength to relieve Zhong Tao's force and grabbed Zhong Tao's wrist in an instant.
Catch!
Zhong Tao was shocked and immediately punched him in the face again, successfully forcing him back. This also allowed Zhong Tao to successfully distance himself. Some of these guys are experts in grappling, so be careful if you get tangled up with them, you'll definitely be torn to pieces.
Now,
they also understood that the strength of the group of people in front of them was no less than theirs.
It's even possible that he's stronger than them. The man in black got angry after failing twice.
He stared at Zhong Tao and others, determined to capture them all.
You little god of war, you dare to jump up and down? Today, you all must die.
The words fell. The men in black launched a group attack, showing no mercy. And they were also divided into 2 groups. The first group rushed forward and engaged in close combat with Zhong Tao and others. Zhong Tao and others did not dare to be negligent and dealt with it carefully. However, they soon fell into a disadvantage and gradually could not hold on any longer.
The second group of men in black also started to move.
He chanted spells and his hands moved, drawing talismans.
Rise! A roar!
Suddenly, streaks of lightning burst out from their hands, launching long-range attacks on Zhong Tao and the others. Zhao Feiyu was shocked when he saw this, and immediately pulled Zhong Tao and Zhang Xiuhu beside him back.
Go back! Zhao Hailong was unable to dodge and was struck on the calf by the lightning.
The numbness immediately spread throughout my body and I completely lost consciousness.
Fortunately, Pang Huayuan was quick-witted and pulled it back. As soon as the battle started, several people were already sweating profusely and unable to hold on. Damn it! They are not martial artists, they are cultivators. Don't fight a lingering battle, use a roundabout approach. Zhao Feiyu was worthy of being a well-known figure in the provincial capital. He immediately understood the gap between the 2 sides. He had heard a little about cultivators in his early years. Unfortunately, at that time he was already one of the 3 heroes of the provincial capital and a half-step god of war.
Otherwise, he would definitely give up his martial arts training and join the ranks of cultivators. But if he gave up his cultivation at that time, he would be targeted by countless enemies. Losing status is a small matter, but if you lose your life, it's all over. Moreover, he heard that practicing Taoism was much more difficult than practicing martial arts and had higher requirements, so he did not dare to try it rashly. Zhao Feiyu frowned and looked around, trying to find a way out. However, all the exits had been blocked by the men in black, and their numbers far outnumbered them, making it difficult for them to escape. The other party obviously saw through his thoughts and immediately gave the order.
Don't delay any longer, kill them. The voice just fell. All the men in black went out again.
Countless fireballs, lightning, water balls and other spells were cast at the same time, instantly submerging Zhao Feiyu and others. Those who were good at close combat also entered the scene after the spell fell, quickly found the positions of several people, and chased them relentlessly. Zhao Feiyu and others had just dodged the spell, and before they could react, they were hit by fists and forced to retreat repeatedly.
Damn it!
Several people fought back, but the other side had more numbers and was generally stronger than them. They were able to resist at first, but within a few breaths, they were beaten back.
Zhang Xiaohu was even kicked and hung on the wall.
The others were not much better off, with bruised faces and noses, and could no longer keep their balance, so they could only hold on.
See this.
The leader of the men in black had a smug look on his face, with a ruthless look flashing in his eyes.
Enough of the fun, kill them.
The voice just fell. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. You're still making such a fuss so late at night? Are you having trouble sleeping, or do you feel like you've had enough of life?
Chapter 802 Night Attack. Who dares to play tricks in front of me?
The leader of the men in black turned around suddenly, his eyes widened, and in the moonlight he could see who the person was.
Another Yi Tiance?
He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Zhao Feiyu and others in the room, frowning slightly.
Everyone, take him down too.
Zhao Feiyu and others no longer had the energy to resist and could not pose any threat, so he was not worried at all. On the contrary, he didn't know whether Yi Tiance who suddenly appeared was real or fake. Therefore, it is safest for everyone to go together. The other men in black also saw Yi Tiance walking slowly with his hands in his pockets. The victory just now made them full of confidence.
Countless figures burst out and headed straight for Yi Tiance. Do you really think you can fool us with such a little trick as a human skin mask?
We have already captured your accomplices, so you better kneel down in front of me. In their view, this is nothing more than an alveolus covered with a human skin mask.
But why is he still so calm? Could he be the real Yi Tiance? Don't worry about it, just do it. Even if it's true, with so many of them, how can they lose? In a blink. The men in black have already arrived around Yi Tiance.
They all cast their spells and used their own unique methods, intending to capture Yi Tiance as soon as possible.
Boom. Suddenly, a huge pressure enveloped them. Waves of heat hit them, making their blood boil. Even the internal organs were trembling under this heat wave. Before they had time to be shocked, Yi Tiance had turned into a shadow. Next second. Pop.
The slap landed hard on their faces.
Puff.
The men in black spat out blood, flew backwards like kites with broken strings, and fell heavily to the ground.
How can this be? Just one slap, and all of them were beaten like this? And many more. He is not fake. Boss. He is the real Yi Tiance. They reacted instantly and realized that the Yi Tiance in front of them was real. Only the real one has such strength. The leader of the men in black frowned, squinted his eyes and stared at Yi Tiance with an unsightly expression. Damn. I'm really afraid of what's coming.
Yi Tiance's strength is unfathomable, otherwise they would not have resorted to the tactic of night attack.
The original intention was to catch Yi Tiance off guard. Even if you can't kill him, you can seriously injure him. But now it seems that their wishful thinking was wrong. Yi Tiance asked his men to wear human skin masks just to confuse them so that he could go out and do his job.
Whoosh! Before he could come to his senses, Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of the man in black who had just spoken.
Boom!
He stepped on his chest and said coldly.
Just now, you wanted me to kneel down? Noits, not me, you got the wrong person. The man in black was shocked by Yi Tiance's strength and dared not admit it. This isn't even on the same level, okay? Really?
It doesn't matter whether you are the one or not. I don't like to ask others to kneel down, because you don't even have the qualifications to kneel down to me.
The voice just fell. Yi Tiance raised his foot and stepped hard on his knee. Click. What?
Screams echoed throughout the sky.
Legs. My legs are broken. Ah.
He hugged his legs and rolled on the ground, sweating profusely and in great pain.
Like to scream? Then I'll satisfy you. While talking,
Yi Tiance raised his foot again and stepped on the knee of his other leg with lightning speed.
Click.
The crisp breaking sound came again.
What?
The man in black screamed again. The severe pain made him twitch uncontrollably and he lost all his strength.
Boom! Yi Tiance didn't give him any more chances and kicked him away.
The head crashed straight into the tree trunk, standing there like a human-shaped javelin. After just 2 breaths, he collapsed and died. This scene shocked the other men in black so much that they dared not even breathe. Yi Tiance was calm and composed from beginning to end, but those 2 kicks made them lose the will to resist and they just wanted to run for their lives. 2 of the men in black came to their senses the fastest and quickly got up, enduring the pain.
Run! Run!
The 2 of them ran away at a very fast speed, fearing that Yi Tiance would catch up with them. Yi Tiance never even looked at them, which made them confident that they could run away.
Next second,
Yi Tiance had 2 more leaves in his hand, and he threw them out without looking back. Whoosh! 2 leaves were like sharp blades, cutting through the sky and approaching the 2 people.
Click!
Before they could react, they felt a burning pain in their necks and a surge of heat. When I reached out and touched it, there was blood. You. He was so shocked that he was about to speak when he suddenly died and fell to the ground.
What the hell? Is this person still a human being? Kill someone with just 2 leaves?
The other men in black began to panic. They were overcome by fear, trembling uncontrollably and not daring to move.
Yi Tiance snorted coldly and walked towards the leader of the men in black. This action. The leader of the men in black was so frightened that his eyelids twitched and his scalp went numb.
You can kill people by picking flowers and leaves. It seems that you are really a master in the qi refining stage. Once you enter the qi refining stage, you will be able to concentrate your spiritual energy on objects. Spiritual power will form a sharp blade, which is also the principle of killing people by picking flowers and leaves. Although masters in the body refining stage can do it, they can only injure people, not kill them.
Damn!
They had long guessed that Yi Tiance had entered the qi refining stage, so except for him, all the people involved in this night raid were in the middle stage of body refining. And he had already reached the pinnacle of body refining. Only 1 step away from reaching the great perfection of body refining, comparable to the leader of a sect. I thought that such personnel configuration would enable a successful night attack, but I didn't expect to be played like this by Yi Tiance.
No!
He is no match for Yi Tiance and must find a way to escape.
What are you still standing there for? If you want to live, follow me.
He roared, bringing the rest of the terrified people back to reality.
Run! With the elders here, we will definitely be able to escape. That's right, run. We'll make a long plan when we get back. Suddenly, everyone ran towards where the elder was. But they didn't know that the elders just wanted to use them as cover. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh!
Several sounds pierced the sky. The extremely sharp leaves had reached the necks of the last few men in black. After a burst of burning pain, several people fell to the ground and bled profusely. The elder turned around and saw the scene, and his face changed drastically.
Damn! This kid's attack speed is too fast. You dead leg, run away now.
The elder used all his strength to escape faster. The moment he turned around, 3 more men in black fell down. This also allowed the other men in black to see through his thoughts. The elder is treating us like pawns, asking us to run behind him and block his swords. Unfortunately, they reacted too late.
Next second,
the leaves were already in front of them. After a burst of stinging pain, they all fell to the bottom, and no one was left alive.
Yi Tiance couldn't help but smile as he watched the elder's figure about to disappear. Whoosh! He suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving Zhao Feiyu and others stunned.
As for the elders, they had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. When he turned around and saw that Yi Tiance had not caught up with him, he breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. He was breathing heavily, but his face could not hide the joy of escaping. Yi Tiance, letting me escape is the most wrong decision you have ever made. I will make sure you die without a burial place. The voice just fell. A cold voice came from above him.
Really? A stray dog deserves to be left unburied? Chapter 804 Can you forgive me?
The elder shuddered and looked up quickly. I saw a young man standing on the big tree. Under the moonlight, those cold eyes filled with murderous intent made him feel as if he saw the god of death.
Just a glance.
He lost a lot of strength and was terrified.
Why are you here? Weren't you behind? When did you catch up? How can this guy be so fast?
He had already used all his strength to escape. How could he not be able to outrun this kid?
Now he has no one to use as cover, and he can't run away. Is there no choice but to fight him? Let's have a market.
This is nothing but courting death.
No. Can't die here.
The elder clasped his hands together and said with an apologetic smile. Friend Yi, I think you misunderstood. I am not an enemy, but a friend. I also have a grudge against Lingyu Pavilion. This time, Lingyu Pavilion lured you here in the name of the saint. There must be a conspiracy.
You will definitely save the saint. I just want to test your strength.
Let's see if Yi Xiaoyu is worthy of my cooperation to deal with that damn Lingyu Pavilion together. He had already reached a cooperation with Yadu and launched a night attack on Yi Tiance together.
But now all his people are dead, Yata hasn't appeared yet, and there is not even a single person from Lingyu Pavilion. He must have been tricked by that old woman.
In this situation, he could only think of a way to escape.
As long as he can escape, he will definitely ask Yadu for an explanation.
Thinking of this, the elder smiled again and said, Friend Yi, I apologize for what happened just now. I was too serious. Look, I will give you 2 pills and 10,000 spirit crystal fragments. How about that as my apology to you?
Talking. He took out a small box from his waist and opened it quickly.
There were 2 pills lying inside, one black and one white, which looked a bit strange.
Whoosh! Yi Tiance flashed up to him and took the box. Jadeite pills and strength pills. You old man are willing to spend a lot of money on them. There is a play. The elder was secretly delighted and said quickly. Since I know you, Mr. Yi, I won't introduce you to him. Can you forgive my rash behavior? Snort.
The Jade Marrow pill can cleanse the meridians in marrow, making the meridians lighter and practicing easier. It is an excellent spiritual level pill. Although the Dilly pill is not a top grade pill, it is also a spiritual grade pill. After taking it, the combat power can be improved by 1 small realm in a short period of time, and the force can reach 1,000 pounds. Even though this kid can make pills, there is no way he would refuse a free pill. As long as he agrees to his request, he can go back safely and get help. Losing 2 pills can save this kid's life, a big profit.
However, boom!
A sharp pain came from his heart, as if something had shattered his heart. Surprised, he looked down. I saw Yi Tiance's fist had hit his chest. The area at the heart has already sunken. You poof. Before he could finish his words, he spat out blood, which sprayed on Yi Tiance's face.
Yi Tiance grinned and retracted his fist. You are not worthy of bargaining with me. Even if I kill you, these things will still belong to me. Yi Tiance, it's useless for you to kill me. Our sect leader will definitely kill you.
The elder also understood that Yi Tiance had no intention of letting him go and was just playing a trick on him.
Next second,
Yi Tiance grabbed his head with his big hand and grinned.
Really? Then I'd like to see how he kills me. Unfortunately, you can't see it. Boom!
As he exerted force, there was an explosion. Half of the elder's head shattered, and his brains spurted out, some of which also sprayed on Yi Tiance's face. But he didn't feel sick, instead he felt a little excited. Ever since he left the fallen city, he has been restraining his murderous intent. Even though he had killed people in the past, he was not so perverted that he forgot the taste of blood. Before the elder died, he saw his own brain spurting out with his own eyes, and was filled with shock and fear.
Unfortunately, he died in just one breath, staring at Yi Tiance in horror. And Yi Tiance.
They have already started to search the elders for treasures. 30,000 spirit crystal fragments, 2 yellow-level demon beast inner cores, worthy of being an elder of a veteran sect. He has some strength. At the same time, a jade pendant made of jadeite was also found. The patterns on it were delicate and smooth, and there was a big word Lu engraved on it. It was obviously the token of the elder of Luquan sect.
The Luquan sect is really impatient. Yi Tiance kicked the elder's body away and quickly went down the mountain. Inside the inn.
You'll die if you don't do it gently.
It really hurts me to death.
Zhong Tao was applying medicine to Zhao Feiyu. Seeing that he was beaten with a black eye and a swollen face, Zhong Tao wanted to laugh and couldn't help but hit him harder.
Who the hell made Zhao Feiyu look better than him? How could I let go of the chance to play a trick on him?
The one who was most seriously injured was Zhang Xiaohu. The men in black attacked him, broke one of his arms, and affected his internal organs, causing him to cough continuously.
I'm already a god of war, why can't I beat the other party?
Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled and very depressed.
Oh shit. He was extremely unlucky tonight.
Not only did he lose the entire night, but he was also the first one to be ambushed.
He was the only one who was beaten like this in the crucial melee. How could he feel balanced? Even the irritable Zhao Feiyu felt much better after seeing him, and explained why he couldn't beat him. Only then did everyone realize that there were such people as cultivators in the world. At this time,
Yi Tiance, covered in blood, walked in slowly, and everyone was delighted.
Zhong Tao seized the opportunity and was the first to step forward and greet. Master, are you okay? Are you injured? Did you catch up with that old immortal? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu said unhappily. Xiao Tao Tao, how can you talk like that? Who is Mr. Yi? He is the real Tai Sui god. How can he be hurt? Also, what the hell is that old man? How could Mr. Yi not catch up with him?
In my opinion, Mr. Yi not only caught up with him, but also punched his head off.
Talking.
Zhao Feiyu quickly stood up, clasped his hands together, and said with a guilty look on his face. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's because we are not strong enough that we have caused you trouble. Please punish us, Mr. Yi.
While talking,
he turned his head and looked at Zhong Tao, his eyes full of provocation.
Did you see it? This is fucking flattery.
He also expressed his regret by taking a step back. Maybe he could get Mr. Yi to give him some more benefits. Zhong Tao also realized that he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late.
Oh shit. Damn Zhao Feiyu. He has been told all the good and bad things, how can he flatter her? It seems that I have to be more vigilant in the future, otherwise Zhao Feiyu will definitely be the #1 bootlicker. Zhao Hailong and Zhang Xiaohu are not interested in the dog-licking dispute. On the contrary, when they saw Yi Tiance covered in blood, fear surged in their hearts, and they recalled the days when they were tortured by this living devil in the fallen city. This living devil has a big hobby, which is known to everyone in the fallen city, and that is headshots. His body was now covered in brain matter, and it looked as if he had just been shot in the head. They were really afraid that Yi Tiance would not have enough fun and would cause trouble for them. Fortunately, Yi Tiance ignored them and took out the spirit crystal fragments he had looted. Looking at the glittering fragments, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this for? Chapter 805, Transforming Martial Arts into Cultivation.
Everyone stared at Yi Tiance, and seeing his cold expression, no one dared to speak. Yi Tiance quickly took out 700 spirit crystal fragments, divided them into 7 portions and threw them to the 7 people. This is a fragment of a spirit crystal. It contains spiritual energy. Hold it in your hand and I will teach you how to absorb it. It can improve your meridians and heal injuries.
Improve meridians? Several people looked at each other, and then were overjoyed. Mr. Yi, I will not only be with you in this life, but also in the next life. Master, you are my eternal master. I will follow you, even if I have to eat shit, it will be hot. The 2 bootlickers immediately held the spirit crystal fragments, looking forward to it. Zhao Hailong and others hurriedly followed suit, fearing that they would miss the critical moment. The biggest difference between martial arts cultivation and spiritual cultivation is the different methods of cultivation. Martial arts cultivation focuses on the physical body, from the outside to the inside. Cultivation, however, is from the inside out, cultivating the meridians to nourish spiritual power, storing it in the dantian for use by others. In general, those who practice martial arts will be stronger in the early stages because the requirements are not high, so they can practice quickly and their strength will increase dramatically in a short period of time. But the requirements for practicing Taoism are very high and pay attention to the foundation, so it cannot be compared with practicing martial arts in the early stages. But if you succeed in cultivating, as your cultivation level improves, your strength will become stronger. At the same level, cultivators are stronger than martial artists, and their upper limits will also be higher. I will now teach you how to cultivate your meridians and activate your internal energy. Follow my instructions and walk through all the major meridians. What the hell? Is Yi Tiance going to teach them how to cultivate? Yup. Yi Tiance is so awesome, he is definitely not a martial artist, he must be a cultivator. If they succeed in cultivating themselves, will they be able to reach Yi Tiance's level in the future and be as awesome as him? Thinking of this, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. They all sat cross-legged and held the spirit crystal fragments tightly. Yi Tiance was also not vague and explained the introductory practice method of Shenyuan 7 Stars art. When everyone heard this, they found it incredible. I didn't expect that there is such a practice method in this world. They did not dare to delay and quickly closed their eyes, urging their internal energy to flow through their meridians according to Yi Tiance's method. However, because they are not cultivators, they are unable to completely walk through all the meridians at once. But these people were so young, yet they were able to cultivate to such a level. They must have good talents. They quickly found the trick and successfully mobilized their internal energy to travel through their meridians. At this time, the spirit crystal fragments in their hands lit up. A warm current suddenly penetrated into their bodies, catching them off guard. Keep your mind steady and control your spiritual energy to flow through your meridians again. Fortunately, Yi Tiance reminded them and they were able to calm down. Soon, under their stimulation, the spiritual energy once again circulated through the major meridians. Call. Zhao Feiyu finished first, took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at his hands in disbelief. Is this what cultivation is? It's completely different from the way of martial arts cultivation. I feel a warm sensation in my lower abdomen, as if I have endless energy. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your advice. I won't say more. You know how determined I am to follow you, Xiao Yuzi. From now on, this life belongs to you. If he could really practice Taoism, his strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. If you follow Yi Tiance, the scenes you will see in the future will only get bigger and bigger. If he only uses this war god realm as an excuse, then his life will be like this and it will be the end. At this time, the others also successfully absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal fragments. Feeling the changes in their bodies, everyone felt incredible. Not only does my body feel lighter and more comfortable, but even my fists are much stronger than before. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your advice. Several people saluted with their fists, their eyes full of awe for Yi Tiance. Yi Tiance nodded and said, "You are still a long way from becoming a true cultivator. You have practiced martial arts for many years, and the meridians in your body have already taken shape, which cannot be changed in a short time.
I just helped you reshape your meridians and cleanse your marrow. However, if you persist in practicing, you will be able to successfully become a cultivator in time. There is still one day left. You can learn from each other, get used to the direction of the meridians, and try to mobilize the spiritual power in the dantian, which will be beneficial and harmless. After this incident, he became more certain of his original idea. Even though Zhao Feiyu and others are now gods of war, they are still not good enough. Because of the Xianmen forces. People in the Xianmen are all cultivators, and there are very few who practice martial arts. Cultivators are inherently stronger than martial artists, not to mention that their upper limits are much higher. Also, the Xianmen forces are far more powerful than the urban forces in terms of both strength and foundation. This is also the reason why some big families choose to practice cultivation after learning about the existence of cultivators. Therefore, there are many masters in the Xianmen. The war god realm can indeed dominate an area, but in the Xian realm, it is only the initial stage of body training. In other words, martial artists are not worthy of walking in the mysterious realm, because the end of their entire lives is only the starting point for cultivators. He had long wanted to have them convert to cultivation, but this was too difficult. Because their cultivation method has been nailed down, the direction of internal force and the direction of meridians have become a habit. That's why he refined the advanced pills. The first is to allow them to successfully enter the realm of God of War and meet the threshold conditions. The second is to use the power of medicine to cleanse the meridians and strengthen the foundation. In this way, the meridians will not be damaged when you change the practice method later. After this battle, no one should dare to cause trouble again. It's getting late, so go to bed early. Done. Yi Tiance turned around and left, returning to the room. The area where Luquan sect is located. All the elders and the clan leader gathered together. Boom! The great elder Zhao Wuji slammed the table and stood up, furious. Good for nothings. What are you doing in the sect? So many people went there, but not a single one survived? Where is Zhao Lulang? Call him out. I want to ask him in person if he doesn't want to be an elder anymore. The disciple who reported this was frightened and said tremblingly. The sixth elder has died in battle. Halfway up the mountain his head was blown off and only half of it remains. What? Zhao Wuji appeared in front of his disciple in an instant and grabbed his neck fiercely, with anger in his eyes obvious. Okay. You are all trash. Looks like I need to clean up the sect. He instantly exerted his strength and tried to strangle his disciple's neck. Fortunately, the second elder Zhao Wuyan was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward to stop Zhao Wuji. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with him. He is just a disciple. If you attack him now, it will only prove that our Luquan sect is incompetent. Zhao Wuji groaned and threw his disciple aside. Get out. Tell all the disciples not to act rashly. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for punishing you personally. Yes. The disciple hurried out of the room. Zhao Wuji sat back in his chair, furious. Zhao Wuyan shook his head inside, then walked to the main seat and saluted with his fists clasped. Sect master, this boy must be a master in the chi refining stage among us brothers, except for the eldest brother who has reached the great perfection of body refining. The rest are all at the peak of body refining. Therefore, none of us are Yi Tiance's opponents. I'm afraid you have to do it yourself, otherwise, we have no chance of winning. The voice just fell. The person on the main seat slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed from his eyes, forcing Zhao Wuyan back several meters. See this. The other elders stood up and saluted. Even Zhao Wuji suppressed his temper and was very respectful at this moment. The master said coldly. First they destroyed Yuanyang Valley and Wuchi Mountain, and then they killed the elders of my sect. This is such a great shame. I want to see how powerful this guy is. Chapter 806. Go to Lingyu Pavilion. After one day, Yi Tiance and others gathered at the foot of the mountain. All the Xianmen people who arrived gathered at the foot of the mountain in an orderly manner. But he didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he stood in the corner so as not to attract too much attention. Lingyu Pavilion also sent people to the foot of the mountain to meet those people from the Xianmen sect who came to watch the execution of the Saint Maiden. Everyone, please follow us up the mountain once you are there. Please go to your own sect's area and take a seat. Today is a big event for Lingyu Pavilion. Please do not walk around and disrupt order. Otherwise, don't blame me, Lingyu Pavilion, for not giving you face. Luo Yushi, who was dressed as Yatu, imitated and said in a cold voice. Elders Yayun and Yayan were extremely angry, but they could only reluctantly give way. No way. They have been racking their brains these past 2 days, but still don't know how to save people. The most important thing is that unless the pavilion master gives in, they dare not act on their own. Now, I can only watch everyone go up the mountain to watch the show. She didn't feel relieved until Yi Tiance passed by Elder Yayun on his way up the mountain. This kid actually came? Then Yushi is saved. Keep an eye on that brat later. He will definitely take action during the execution. Cooperate with him and rescue Yushi. Yayun quickly leaned over to Yayan's ear and said. Yayan looked at Yi Tiance in confusion, and immediately understood. He is Yi Tiance? Well, this kid is very capable. He must be here to save Yushi. I can finally put my heart at ease. Do you trust him so much? What if he can't do it? Seeing that Yayun believed in Yi Tiance so much, Yayan was full of doubts and didn't understand where Yayun got the confidence from. To know. This is their Lingyu Pavilion's execution meeting. If they interrupt it rashly, they will definitely suffer revenge from the entire Lingyu Pavilion. Moreover, Yi Tiance has to face not only Lingyu Pavilion. After all, there are quite a few Xianmen forces on their side, and it is also said that some old forces have come here to seek revenge on him. He has the courage to come here, but does he really have the courage to offend more forces? Yayun is very confident in Yi Tiance. On Hujiao Mountain, she had seen him take action with her own eyes. His strength was so strong that it was rare in this life. He could kill Ao Hongtian with one punch, so naturally he was not afraid of the forces behind him. If you have the courage to come here and save people, you will also have the courage to fight against everyone. Think of this. Yayun hurriedly pulled Yayan up the mountain and began to make preparations. If they knew that Yatu, who had just given orders to them, was the saint they wanted to save, they would probably be even more amazed at Yi Tiance's methods. On the mountain. This execution was chosen to be carried out in the competition arena. The high platform seats surround the competition venue, forming a closed loop. Under the leadership of Luo Yushi, all the major sects found their own areas and took their seats. Even Yi Tiance, who has no sect or school, has a special rest area. However, today's matter is serious, and everyone except them has a sect. In the very center of the competition arena, a high platform made of firewood had been built. Yatu, wearing Luo Yushi's human skin mask, was tied up and waiting for trial. Yi Tiance also noticed at a glance that she had many scars on her body and was already dying, relying solely on the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal fragments to hold on to her last breath. It seems that Luo Yushi has vented a lot of anger in the past 2 days. Look, Luo Yushi was beaten like this. What a pity. What a pity for Jimao. Who told her to cheat on other men? I would say she is a slut. She deserves it even if she is beaten to death. That's right. If I had known that she would steal men, I would have tried every possible means to get her. I heard that she is also an excellent dual cultivation furnace. Do you have any compassion? He's been tortured like this and is being executed. Can't you say less? If you have sympathy, then go and take her place. What are you talking about? Everyone was talking and expressing their opinions. Zhao Feiyu also carefully looked at Yatu on the stage and sighed. This saint girl is a beautiful woman, but she was tortured like this. Are these old women in Lingyu Pavilion crazy? Mr. Yi, don't worry, if you give the order later, we promise to get your sister-in-law back for you. He is so confident now. Because yesterday they all did what Yi Tiance said and had their own exchanges. This allowed them to better adapt to the new practice method, and the problem of the direction of the meridians was also solved. After a day, not only did I not feel tired, but my cultivation had improved a bit, and I was getting closer to the middle stage of physical training. I haven't completely turned to cultivation yet. At the same time, I also understood the importance of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the vital energy, stabilized my mind, and knew that I had to proceed step by step. Yi Tiance ignored him and turned his head to look at the northeast corner. Although it is in the corner, it is located at the highest point. The person standing there was wearing a cloak and his face could not be seen clearly. But he could feel that those people were looking at him with murderous intent.
It seems those people are from Luquan sect.
The one in the middle with the strongest murderous intent must be the leader of Luquan sect.
And many more.
It seems there are more than just them.
Yi Tiance frowned slightly and looked towards the northwest corner.
It is also located at the highest point, at the same height as Luquan sect. The person on top was also wearing a cloak, so his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he also had murderous intent towards him.
The same is true for people in the southwest and southeast corners.
The fact that they can be on the same level as Luquan sect shows that the forces in the other three corners are also old and hidden forces.
I just don't know who the forces occupying these three corners want to help.
In his opinion, even the old forces are nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs.
Do not. It's the boy who brings wealth. At this time,
Luo Yushi slowly walked to the center of the competition arena, in front of the firewood table, facing everyone. Everyone, thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to my Lingyu Pavilion to watch the execution ceremony. Luo Yushi is the holy maiden of Lingyu Pavilion, but she is not chaste and has an affair with a man. This is a betrayal. He also embezzled the rewards from the Shinmen conference, talked back to the elders, and refused to plead guilty. As an elder who has watched her grow up since she was a child, I feel very sad that I failed to educate her well and let her understand the significance of the sect.
But as an elder, I feel ashamed. As a saint, I actually did such a shameless thing. Therefore, she must be executed. Only in this way can we defend the reputation and dignity of Lingyu Pavilion.
Next, please ask our pavilion master to personally carry out the execution. These words ignited the atmosphere of the whole place, and everyone started talking about it.
Yi Tiance couldn't help but shook his head and smiled.
I never thought that these words could come from the mouth of a true saint. If she hadn't entered the Taoist sect, she would have been a star with good acting skills.
Call. A breeze blew by, bringing him back to reality.
4 disciples of Lingyu Pavilion were seen flying out of the pavilion master's building carrying a sedan chair. Peach blossoms also fell from the sky to serve as a backdrop. The disciples of Lingyu Pavilion walked on the breeze at a leisurely pace and reached the main stage in the blink of an eye. Qingxuang slowly walked out of the sedan chair and sat on the main seat. The cold and clear eyes, coupled with the delicate childlike face, have a unique flavor. She looked down from above, feeling as if she was looking down on everyone. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the people in the Shenmen.
Even the 4 hidden sects of Luquan sect couldn't help but look at her twice more. Luo Yushi turned around and saluted her with a fist.
She then spoke coldly.
Execution begins. Chapter 807. Give her face. Boom. Under the urging of Luo Yushi's spell, the 4 braziers surrounding the wooden platform were instantly ignited, and flames shot up into the sky. This is similar to the technique used in acrobatics, but it is much more advanced. The sacred fire has been lit. The execution has officially begun. At Luo Yushi's command, 4 disciples of Lingyu Pavilion flew down from the high platform and landed directly on the wooden platform. 2 of them held daggers, and everyone could see the cold light they shone when the sunlight reflected off them, how sharp they were. The other 2 people were holding extended iron tools, and upon closer inspection, it looked like the word. Seeing that the torture was about to begin, Yayun suddenly panicked. She has been keeping an eye on Yi Tiance, but now the disciples in charge of the execution have already gone up, so why is this kid still not making any movement? Isn't he here to save Yushi? Damn it! If that's not the case, then they have miscalculated and they won't be able to save anyone. Great Elder, what should we do? We are about to start the torture, but that kid hasn't even made a move yet. Yushi is doomed. If it really doesn't work, can we just rob the execution? the execution ground? We can't just watch Yushi suffer this. Look at her, Yushi has lost all her dignity now, that damn Yatu. Yayan was in a panic and had already prepared for the worst. At the same time, he also felt a little more hatred towards Yitaians. This damn Yitaians, if he doesn't come to save people, then what is he doing here? Is he here to watch the fun of it? After this incident, she would definitely confront him face to face. The most urgent task now is to save people. Yayun didn't expect that Yitaians could still sit back and relax, and even seem to be watching the show. What on earth does this kid mean? Is this kid really afraid of offending Lingyu Pavilion? Wrong. If that were true, how could he dare to annihilate the entire Yuanyang Valley and Wuqi Mountain in Hujiao Mountain? How dare I come to Lingyu Pavilion openly? Could it be that this kid has a backup plan? Just as I thought of this, there was movement below. The two disciples holding daggers immediately stepped forward and tore open Yadu's shirt. Seeing that the place that should have been Snow White was now covered with scars and blood, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? Isn't Lingyu Pavilion too fucking cruel? A good saint has been tortured like this before she even gets to be executed? Especially the sunken left chest, it hurts just looking at it. Who from Lingyu Pavilion tortured the saint like this? Damn it! That place was originally Snow White, with all sorts of shapes and shapes. While they were expressing their regret, the disciples of Lingyu Pavilion had already taken action. The dagger landed steadily on Yadu's chest. With a slight scratch, a piece of meat fell to the ground. What? The intense pain woke Yadu up instantly and he howled in pain. This knife made everyone's eyelids twitch. Lingchi punishment? I didn't expect the women in Lingyu Pavilion to be so cruel they want to ruin such a beautiful girl like this. They didn't expect that Lingyu Pavilion would be so cruel. Originally, I thought that the Saint Girl's cultivation would only be destroyed, and she would be punished and expelled from the sect. Now it seems that he wants to destroy the saint completely. Yayan's heart also trembled, her eyes were full of pity, and she could no longer bear it. Great Elder, if you don't take action, then I will. The execution has already begun. Yushi grew up under our watch. Do you really want to rely on a man to help you? If this succeeds, you take Yushi away from the sect and hide under a false name. If it fails, I will take the full responsibility. While talking, Yayan has already mobilized her spiritual power and is planning to rush down to rob the execution ground. Yayan quickly pulled her back, frowned and said softly, "Don't worry, don't you find something is wrong? What time is it? Is there something wrong? Great Elder, are you in cahoots with that Yadu?" Yayan was completely anxious and didn't understand why Yayun was still hesitating at this time. Yayun stared at Yadu on the wooden platform and said softly, "We have watched Yushi grow up, but I feel like the Yushi on stage is a little off, and her body proportions don't match her. And the scream she just made didn't sound like hers, but rather, it sounded a bit like Yada's voice." Speaking of this, she felt a little unsure. But she did hear it very clearly just now. That voice was Yadu's. She couldn't have heard it wrong. But she couldn't understand why it was Yatu's? Yayan stood there in a daze, shocked. She quickly began to recall and fell into deep thought. It seems it really is Yadu's voice. Great Elder, what's going on? The two looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. During this period, Yada secretly detained Luo Yushi, and they didn't know where she was detained, so they had no way to rescue her. It's even less likely that other people would know where he was being held. If the person being tortured on the wooden stage was Yatu, then who saved Yushi? And many more. Yayun immediately turned her head and looked at Yi Tiance. At the same time, Yi Tiance was watching the execution with great interest, and the mockery in his eyes was obvious. Good guy. Could it be that this guy sneaked up the mountain and rescued Yushi? It must be him. Although Yadu was unhappy with Yushi and secretly carried out lynching, he would never dare to torture Yushi like this. There is only one possibility. Yi Tiance quietly took over and saved the person, and also swapped the identities of the two people, making the fake look real,
which led to the current situation. Otherwise, how could Yi Tiance watch the show so calmly? Thinking of this, Yayun decided to go and find out some information.
If not, it's still not too late for them to take action now.
You stay here and wait for my signal. If it wasn't him who did it, then we'll rescue him.
Yayun left a word and walked quickly towards Yi Tiance's area. Soon,
she came to Yi Tiance, but Yi Tiance did not look at her, but said softly,
"Elder, are you so free? Why don't you just watch the holy maiden of Lingyu Pavilion being tortured instead of coming to me for something?"
Yayun suppressed her anxiety and panic and chuckled.
"She's just a fake saint. What's so good about her? It's all thanks to you, otherwise, the real saint wouldn't be so proud on the stage, don't you think so?"
She stared at Yi Tiance, wanting to see how he would react. Yi Tiance slowly turned around and looked at her. Although he grinned, his eyes were full of coldness, which made Yayun tremble and subconsciously took 2 steps back. For her sake, you two don't have to die. As for the others, it's hard to say.
Done. Yi Tiance looked at the stage again.
The disciple of Lingyu Pavilion had already made the second move with the knife, and another scream was heard.
Yayun was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. She couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly turned her head to force a smile at Yayun. Yayun had also been paying attention to the situation here. When she saw the scene, she breathed a sigh of relief, put her mind at ease, and withdrew her spiritual power. Yayun looked at Yi Tiance again and then retreated silently. This kid is really resourceful. Not only did he save Yushi quietly, he also wanted to destroy Lingyu Pavilion. Looking at Yayun's departing figure, Zhao Feiyu quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, I think this elder still has his charm." Chapter 808, Smoke Mystery Sect. Yi Tiance turned his head and glanced at Zhao Feiyu.
The indifference on his face made Zhao Feiyu shut up instantly and dared not say a word.
"I rely on."
He just wanted Yi Tiance not to waste it and take it all.
Time flies.
The speed of the disciples of Lingyu Pavilion was getting faster and faster, and Yadu had already endured 9,981 cuts of the Lingqi punishment.
When the last knife fell, she fainted from the pain and there was no healthy flesh left on her body. But it's not over yet.
The 2 disciples in charge of Lingqi quickly retreated, and the 2 disciples holding iron tools stepped forward. The iron tools in their hands were already burning red, and even the brazier was moved in front of them. A disciple took out salt from his bag and immediately sprinkled it on the first cut.
Yadu woke up instantly, and before she could scream, the red-hot iron tool fell on the salt. "What?" The screams sounded again. Yadu's eyes almost popped out, filled with resentment and despair.
She wanted to reveal her identity, but she never had the chance.
The severe pain that followed made her unable to speak at all.
Aji. When the iron tools came into contact with the flesh, they stuck together in an instant, burning the flesh into a bloody mess and emitting bursts of green smoke.
Next second,
the disciple pulled the iron tool off violently, taking the blood and flesh that were stuck together with it.
The severe pain made Yadu faint again.
But another disciple repeated the action, but this time the iron tool fell on the second knife edge.
What? The same screams, the same fainting. The 2 disciples took turns back and forth, smoothly and with ease.
Every time he struck, he was swift, accurate and ruthless, as if he was born for carrying out the punishment of burning people with fire.
Yadu soon couldn't hold on any longer and fainted completely.
But this did not affect the 2 disciples from continuing to execute the sentence. It only made them faster and more ruthless.
See this.
Luo Yushi felt relieved. It's not that she is vicious and cruel, she is just giving someone a taste of their own medicine.
As a saint, she has never let Lingyu Pavilion down, and everything she does is for the benefit of the pavilion.
She sacrificed herself to Yi Tiance on Hujiao Mountain just to repay the favor of saving his life.
But Yadu refused to give in and tortured her in every way. If it weren't for Yi Tiance, she would be the one tied to the stake now. Will Yadu be soft-hearted then? I just feel that it's not cruel enough. Soon,
the 99 and 81 tortures were over. The air was filled with a faint aroma of meat, which made everyone sigh again and again.
Yi Tian stared at Luo Yushi and couldn't help but smile. This saint has grown up. Although Yayun and Yayan learned the truth, they remained calm. But seeing this kind of execution also made me feel a little scared. In his heart, he was secretly glad that Yushi knew Yi Tian's, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Luo Yushi spoke again.
Everyone, Luo Yushi is the holy maiden of Lingyu Pavilion. If she does not keep herself clean, then we in Lingyu Pavilion will destroy her flesh and blood by the punishment of slow slicing and burning. This is also an explanation to Lingyu Pavilion.
But this is far from enough.
Although the flesh and bones can be removed to remove the filth of the body, the filth of the soul cannot be removed. So next, it is my Lingyu Pavilion's cleansing ceremony. If she can survive the fire, the cleansing will be complete, and she will still be a disciple of my Lingyu Pavilion. If she fails, that will be the fate of her betraying the sect.
What the hell? So cruel?
Normally I see beautiful ladies in Lingyu Pavilion, but I didn't expect the rules there are so perverted. There wasn't a single piece of good meat on his body, and even if there was any, it had all been burnt. Being roasted by the fire like this, there's no way he can survive. But this is the rule of Lingyu Pavilion, and no one dared to interrupt. They could only watch the show quietly.
Ignition.
At Luo Yushi's command, the 4 Lingyu Pavilion disciples prepared to light the wooden platform. Yayun and Yayan's hearts were in their throats, and they all looked towards the pavilion master Qingshuang on the main podium. Because they all recognized Yada's voice just now and judged that it was Yada who was tied on the wooden platform, it was impossible for the pavilion master not to hear it.
Now it's the final moment of execution. Will the pavilion master stop it?
If I try to stop her, it means she has also noticed something is wrong, and that will be troublesome. But Qingshuang didn't show any sign of abnormality. Instead, she half leaned back in the chair, closing her eyes and resting. This made the two of them very confused and felt that something was not right. But they couldn't tell what was wrong. Boom! The 4 braziers on the stage burst into flames again. The disciples of Lingyu Pavilion all had long whips in their hands. He was about to overturn the brazier and light the wooden table. Suddenly, slow, a cold voice was heard, neither loud nor soft, but it could be heard throughout the entire competition arena. Everyone heard the sound and looked around. I saw a person slowly standing up on the high platform in the northwest corner. Yi Tian also looked up and frowned slightly. This person was the one who showed murderous intent towards him before the execution. Who is that person? He suddenly called a halt. Did he want to interfere with the execution of Lingyu Pavilion? I don't know. Isn't this equivalent to slapping the rules of Lingyu Pavilion in the face? Are you trying to save your life? Everyone, shut up. That person is in a high position and seems to be from a hidden power. I know before I came here, I heard that a hidden force was coming. Judging from their figures, they seem to be from the Yanmi sect.
Yanmi sect? I've heard of it. They seem to be practicing the pure yang technique. No wonder they want to stop it. They want to save the saint girl and use her as a cauldron for their dual cultivation. Everyone was talking about it, and naturally Yi Tian's heard it. It turned out to be the case. The pure yang technique can only be practiced by men, and its practice speed is much faster than that of ordinary techniques. If one remains a virgin, the power of his technique will be even stronger. But this method has a drawback, which is that the higher you practice, the more yang energy you have, and the easier it is to lose control and become possessed. If you can't control your yang energy, you will die suddenly. The upper limit of people who practice this technique is very low, and the higher the level of practice, the higher the frequency of expelling yang qi. Luo Yushi was born with a harmonious body of yin and yang, so using it to eliminate yang energy is a permanent solution, and it is also an excellent cauldron for dual cultivation. The Yanmi sect wanted to take Luo Yushi back with them and use her as a training tool. Pity. The saint on the stage had already been replaced by him. If these people knew that I saved a fake saint, I wonder how they would react. As for why he wanted to kill him, it must be because he took the first blood and he was dissatisfied with him. No problem. If these old teddies dare to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind causing the ancient sect to lose one more. Whoosh!
The old man flashed and came to the competition arena, in front of Luo Yushi. He slowly took off his cloak and hood, revealing his true face. He had a standard inverted triangle face, with no flesh on his cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and a sinister look in his eyes, making him look extremely evil. He stroked his goatee and said coldly, "I am Xing Jishui, the elder of the Yanmi sect. I heard that your Lingyu pavilion has a rule. When punishing the saint, if anyone wants to take the saint away, they can challenge you, Lingyu pavilion. Today I want to take her away. I wonder who from your Lingyu pavilion will come forward to fight?" Chapter 809 Xing Jishui takes action. There is such a rule? Why have I never heard of it? Yeah, I haven't heard of it either, but that person is the elder of the Yanmi sect, he can't lie, right? Whether there is one or not, the appearance of the elder of the Yanmi sect shows that there must be one who would be proud of an ancient sect? The words are a little blunt, but the truth is, no matter how powerful Lingyu pavilion is, it has to give face to Yanmi sect. The saint girl is already useless, so it's better to give her to Yanmi sect as a favor. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this statement. After being tortured to this point, can a person ever recover? That's the Smoke Mystery sect. It is impossible for Lingyu pavilion to tell which is more important. Really? As soon as the elder of Yanmi sect appeared, he immediately alarmed the elders of Lingyu pavilion. Even Xing Xuan opened her eyes at this moment, sat up straight, and looked at Xing Jishui. She stood up slowly, the hem of her white and blue dress fluttering gently in the breeze. The cool and aloof look adds a sense of fairy spirit. When the silver bell-like sound rang out, it was like the spring breeze plucking the strings of a piano, very pleasant to the ear. My Lingyu pavilion does have this rule, but since the establishment of Lingyu pavilion, no saint has ever done so, so no one has ever brought it up. Although I feel ashamed today, I also respect the rules set by previous pavilion masters. If Elder Xing wants to take her away, I have no objection. But the rules cannot be broken. Elder Yatu, you should accept this competition. If you live up to everyone's expectations, this pavilion master will reward you. The words fell. Xing sat back in her chair and looked at the audience with a cold expression. In her opinion, Xing Jishui was an elder of a long-established sect and could be considered a senior. He would not lose face by killing his juniors just for a disabled saint. But she didn't know that because of the poisoning, her mind was confused and she didn't notice that the other party was already angry. Others also understood the hidden meaning behind Xing Xuan's words. She won't allow Yatu to lose this competition. After all, she is the saint of Lingyu pavilion. They can execute her. But if they hand her over to someone else, it would be a loss of face. Xing Jishui lowered his eyes and stared at Xing Xuan. As an old fox, he naturally understood what she meant and couldn't help but get a little angry. How is it possible that the elder of the Yanmi sect cannot get the person he wants when he comes forward to ask for him? Since he doesn't give you face, don't blame him for killing you later. Yayan and Yayun subconsciously looked at Yi Tiance. After all, the Yatu on the stage now is Yushi in disguise. Yatu is only in the middle stage of body refining. Yushi, who has reached the great perfection of body refining, has to suppress his realm. Otherwise, if your identity is exposed, it will be troublesome. But what the pavilion master just said obviously offended Xing Jishui, and he would definitely kill him. There is no chance of winning when someone in the middle stage of physical training confronts someone in the peak stage of physical training. What will Yi Tiance do? Will he try to stop it? However, Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and did not pay attention to what was happening inside. He looked at Xing Xuan on the podium and couldn't help shaking his head. That Yatu was really ruthless. This old woman has been deeply poisoned, which has affected all her meridians and even her internal organs. These days, he must have sensed the poisoning, so he used his internal energy to suppress it, which is why he looked so tired. But this will only cause the toxins to accumulate in one place. If they are not thoroughly detoxified, an outbreak is inevitable sooner or later. Unfortunately, Luo Yushi still wanted to save her life. Otherwise, he would wish the old woman would die soon. This indifferent attitude also made Yayun and Yayan a little worried. Great elder, how about reminding that kid? If a fight really breaks out, Yushi won't get any benefit at all if she can't help but use her true strength, she'll be exposed.
Yayan looked flustered, fearing that all her efforts would fail. Yayan quickly calmed down and said softly, "That guy has already rescued Yushi, so he will naturally not sit idly by. Let's wait and see, he may have other plans." "Yi Tiance, what is your plan?" She frowned, curious and nervous. At the same time, Xing Jishui and Luo Yushi in the audience had already moved away from each other. Boom! The two of them burst out with a powerful aura, creating waves of heat. Even in the audience seats on the high platform, one could feel it clearly. But Luo Yushi's aura was instantly suppressed by Xing Jishui. She frowned slightly, intending to use all her strength to kill Xing Jishui. Anyway, she is now acting as Yadu, and after the execution, she will no longer stay in Lingyu Pavilion. After this incident, even if the other party caused trouble, they would only come to Lingyu Pavilion and it would have nothing to do with her. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. 3 moves will do, let him take his men away. This is voice transmission? She looked up suddenly and saw Yi Tiance looking at her teasingly. She was stunned for a moment, then understood what Yi Tiance meant and nodded slightly at him. "Elder Xing, please take action." Xing Jishui snorted coldly, and then shot out, leaving only a shadow. In a blink, he had already arrived in front of Luo Yushi and struck out with all his strength at her heart. "Die to me." The overwhelming momentum mixed with the pressure of the peak body training came towards them, making everyone's eyelids twitch. Really? This old man is already angry and is determined to kill. Luo Yushi frowned slightly and did not choose to confront head-on. She suppressed her realm, so it would be troublesome if she really took this palm strike. Although you can't use your real strength to fight, you can use it to dodge and no one will notice. She suddenly changed her steps and dodged the palm by turning sideways and successfully moving away. Xing Jishui was slightly shocked, frowned slightly, and turned to look at Yatu. She actually dodged it? A person in the middle stage of body refining can be so fast? He quickly came to his senses and attributed this to the fact that Lingyu Pavilion was also practicing body skills. And they were all prepared, so it's not surprising that they were able to dodge it. Humph. You are showing off your skills in front of an expert. If I strike you again, I will kill you. Xing Jishui once again exerted his strength on his palms, and hot steam actually rose from his palms. Whoosh! His movements were extremely fast, leaving 3 afterimages. What's weird is that these afterimages can actually attack like the real bodies. In an instant. For figures attacked from all directions, all of them striking out with their palms, determined to surround Luo Yushi. This scene frightened everyone on the stage, and they all worried for Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi was not in a hurry. She mobilized the spiritual power in her body and blasted it with all her strength at one of the afterimages. Boom! Even though he had suppressed his realm to the middle stage of body refining, this full-strength palm strike was definitely not something a mere afterimage could withstand. If facing Xing Jishui's real body, this palm would naturally not cause any ripples. The spiritual power poured out, and in an instant, a residual image was left. Lotuses grew under Luo Yushi's feet, and she got out of the encirclement in 3 or 2 steps, avoiding the palm once again. See this. Xing Jishui did not chase after him, but retracted his palm power and looked at Luo Yushi coldly, with the sinisterness in his eyes obvious. This Yadu was quite capable, as he was able to dodge 2 of his palms in a row. And I handled it with ease, without feeling any panic at all. A person in the middle stage of physical training shouldn't have this reaction when facing someone at the peak of physical training. Is she hiding her strength? Chapter 810 Borrowing Fire Poison. Seeing Xing Jishui fall into deep thought, Luo Yushi immediately guessed what she was thinking and became suspicious of her. Not only Xing Jishui, but everyone else on the stage also had doubts. She subconsciously glanced at Qingshuang. Fortunately Qingshuang did not show any strange expression. But this doesn't mean Qingshuang won't notice it later. No. She must lose this 3rd move. Thinking of this, she immediately pretended to gasp for breath weakly,
as if the palm strike just now had used up all her spiritual power.
See this.
Xing Jishui frowned slightly, becoming even more confused.
This old woman was so calm and composed just now, but now she is suddenly gasping for breath? Was she acting, or had she really used all her spiritual power to suppress her weakness?
You are the first among the young generation of Xianmen today to dodge 2 palm strikes from me with all my strength.
I admit that I underestimated you, but that doesn't mean I have no way to deal with you.
With this next palm strike, I will show you what the foundation of an old-fashioned force is. The words fell. Xingji water mobilizes the spiritual energy in the body to flow through the meridians of the whole body.
Boom!
A powerful and domineering aura of cultivation swept through the entire venue, and layers of heat waves made the air suddenly heat up.
Next second,
his whole body turned red and his pupils also turned fiery red. There were some red marks on the back of my hand, which was very strange. With every step he took, he felt the air was distorted due to the high temperature. Today, I must take the Sate lady away. If you, Lingyu Pavilion, are shameless, then you will die.
Now.
Qingshuang also came to her senses, stood up suddenly, and frowned. I didn't expect that this old man would really kill Luo Yushi in order to get her. No, we just lost a saint girl. If we lose another elder, the strength of Lingyu Pavilion will be greatly reduced. The brief moment of clarity allowed her to see the situation clearly.
He immediately used his spiritual power to save people.
But as soon as she exerted her strength, she felt a chill in her dantian and a sudden pain in her bones.
My internal organs are also aching. Damn it!
The poison took effect at this time. She immediately used her strength to suppress the poison. And Xing Jishui had already arrived in front of Luo Yushi.
Die! Yayun, Yayan and others looked embarrassed and equally panicked.
On the other hand, Yi Tiance looked calm. She is a saint. Even if her realm is lowered, she is still a saint.
If you can't even resist this move, then all these resources will be wasted.
There was a faint glow of fire in Xing Jishui's palm when he blasted out with his palm. The air suddenly heated up.
The fire instantly drilled towards Luo Yushi's heart.
Faced with such a deadly move, Luo Yushi was not at all panicked. Instead, he immediately transferred his energy to his 2 arms, forming countless ice crystals. He crossed his hands in front of his chest to block Xing Jishui's palm.
Boom!
The ground beneath their feet collapsed instantly, and the flat ground turned into countless pieces of rubble. The huge impact force caused by the collision of the 2 forces completely shattered the fence of the platform. The people in the front row were also affected, suffering internal injuries and spitting out blood.
Followed by
Luo Yushi flew backwards from the smoke and dust, and slid for dozens of meters before he stabilized his body. Her face looked grim, her arms were red, and the ice crystals on her arms had already shattered. Obviously she was injured. On the other hand, Xing Jishui was standing there, unharmed. Moreover, his skin color had turned dark red, and he seemed to have become stronger.
Ha, can you really still stand?
Xing Jishui had a playful look on his face, his eyes full of provocation.
Puff!
Luo Yushi spat out a mouthful of blood, then squatted down, breathing rapidly.
Damn!
She was not injured, because at the moment of the collision she used 3/10 of her great perfection strength to dissolve Xing Jishui's force. But this immortal old man contains countless yang energy in his palms, which forms a fire poison. At this moment, it was flowing throughout her body, sweeping through all the major meridians.
No!
The injury she suffered at the hands of Yadu had not yet fully recovered, and she had not had a good rest during this period, so she was a little weak. Although the medicinal power of the advanced pill can make up for it, it cannot heal all injuries. This fire poison is powerful and contrary to the technique she practices. If she were to allow it to impact her meridians at will, she would definitely suffer internal injuries. Thinking of this, she wanted to meditate and regulate her breathing to force the fire poison out first.
However,
that familiar voice sounded in my ears again. Don't force the fire poison, just let it attack your meridians. Luo Yushi looked at Yi Tiance again, her eyes full of confusion.
What does he mean? Doesn't she know that the techniques they practice are contradictory, and if she lets the fire poison run rampant, it will destroy her cultivation? Just as she thought of this, Yayun and Yayan had arrived at the competition arena and blocked her behind them. Yayun clasped her fists towards Xing Jishui and said, "Elder Xing, the result of the competition is out. We are not as skilled as others. We can just stop here." Xing Jishui lowered his eyes, feeling very unhappy. I dodged his 2 palm strikes in a row, which made him lose face. He was trying to kill the other person, but he didn't expect that he couldn't escape. He had intended to continue, but given the current situation, any further action would only result in him losing face. That's it. As long as the Saint Luo Yushi is successfully captured, a small elder will not pose any threat. Humph. If you are not as skilled as others, just admit defeat and hand over the saint to me, then I won't use such harsh measures. Yayun and Yayan did not say anything, but helped Luo Yushi fly to the platform. Luo Yushi immediately sat cross-legged, intending to use her energy to regulate her breathing. At this time, Yi Tiance had already arrived in front of her. He appeared at the right time, because at this moment everyone's attention was on Xing Jishui in the competition arena. He had already won the competition, and according to reason, he should take away the saint who was being tortured to death. They all wanted to see how Pavilion Master Qingshuan would react. What did you just mean? Luo Yushi looked at Yi Tiance and asked about the doubts in her heart. Yi Tiance placed his hand on her shoulder and transferred a stream of spiritual power into her body. The spiritual power seemed to find a way and began to flow along the meridians. You have too much cold accumulated in your body. Although you can use yang to replenish yin, it won't solve the problem once and for all. Even though your cultivation methods are contradictory, all things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Using his fire poison to attack the cold in your body is the simplest method. Of course, the process is a bit painful, just bear with it, and now use your strength to follow the spiritual power I input to force the fire poison to your dantian. Of course, he wanted Luo Yushi to ask him to absorb yang and replenish yin to eliminate the coldness in their bodies, so that they could improve their cultivation again. But as he said, this method cannot solve the problem once and for all. Because Luo Yushi's problem lies with her martial arts technique. If she doesn't change her martial arts technique, the problem of coldness will always exist. He did this not only to dissolve the coldness in her body, but also to use the fire poison to temper her meridians. Otherwise, her meridians can only withstand the Lingyu Pavilion's skills. After all, it has become a habit. After tempering, she will be able to practice other skills, and with the help of Lingyu Pavilion's skills, she will be able to reach a higher level. Luo Yushi was so smart that she immediately understood his intention and quickly used her strength to force the fire poison to her dantian. At the same time, Xing Jishui looked up and met Qingshuang. Master Qingshuang, can I take the saint girl away now?